Chapter 1. The Abandoned Infant. Father, come quick. There's a baby here. A melodious child's voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. Tang Qingwei turned her gaze towards the source of the sound, and what met her eyes was a small figure, probably around 3 years old, with short hair, who was carrying a basket and calling out. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. What was happening? Where was she? Just as Tang Qingwei was grappling with her identity, a pair of rough, large hands had already lifted her up. Had she truly been picked up? As if rewinding a tape in her mind, Tang Qingwei recalled what the little boy had just said. A baby? Was he referring to her? Surprised, she attempted to inspect her own hands. But no matter how hard she struggled, she could not free herself from the tightly wrapped swaddling cloth. However, she did ascertain that she had likely traversed into another realm. Though she was oblivious to the era she had entered, she felt a measure of relief that the language spoken here was comprehensible to her. Originally, Tang Qingwei was an ordinary office worker who met an untimely demise in a mysterious explosion. She had thought her life had concluded there, but fate had smiled upon her, granting her a second chance at life. Yet, she wondered how her sudden departure had impacted her parents back home. While lost in her contemplations, the little boy's voice interrupted her thoughts. Father, is she all right? He stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the baby in his father's arms. Tang Hao, observing his son's curious expression, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. His son had always been mature and composed for his age, resembling a little adult, devoid of the typical playfulness of children. Now, however, he exhibited a hint of childishness. Without uttering a word, he lowered the infant in his arms so his son could see her more clearly. Father, let's take this little sister home, but we don't know how long she has been here, and she must be hungry, the little boy observed astutely, immediately recognizing that the baby swaddled in pink was a girl. Tang Hao, a man of few words, merely acknowledged his son's suggestion with a nod. The father and son walked in silence until they reached the village entrance. By chance, they encountered the village chief, who was boasting to some children. Our Shenghun village produced a soul sane a century ago. As soon as the father and son approached, the old village chief noticed them and, seeing the baby in Tang Hao's arms, questioned with a hint of curiosity, Tang Hao, where did this baby come from? Grandfather village chief, we found her on the lawn outside the village. We're taking her home to prepare something to eat. When we found her, this little sister was silent. The little boy explained on behalf of his father, knowing that Tang Hao was not one for many words. Upon hearing this, the old village chief cast a surprised glance at Tang Hao, seemingly seeking confirmation. Only after receiving a nod from Tang Hao did the village chief take the infant into his arms. At first glance, even the well-traveled village chief was taken aback. He had never seen such an adorable baby before, but a head of jet black hair, likely dampened by dew, now lay softly against the little one's forehead. Those round, sparkling eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, resembled a delicate cherub sculpted from jade, captivating all who gazed upon her. Such a fair and tender child could scarcely belong to an ordinary household, yet here she was, abandoned in the world, hinting at a tale far more complex than it appeared. The elderly village chief raised his gaze once more towards the father and son, shaking his head with a sigh. This child's origins are likely not simple. She must have lain on the grass for quite some time. See how her swaddling is drenched with dew? To have encountered you two is indeed her fortune. It was evident that the swaddling enveloping the infant was not crafted from the coarse cotton or linen typical of common folk, but rather from luxurious silk, reserved for affluent families. The village chief had not only aged over the years, but had also accumulated a wealth of experience. Tang Qingwei listened to the little one's words, sighing helplessly within her heart. How was it that by merely heeding the child's words, she felt as though her own breath was being stifled? Despite her resentment towards the little one's remarks, she could not deny the truth of having been rescued by the father and son. Gratitude swelled within her. Had she remained bound and immobile in her current state, survival would have been an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 2. Transmigration? Thus, Tang Qingwei settled in, adopting the identity of Tang San's sister. Indeed, the little one was named Tang San on that day at the village entrance. She had felt a sense of familiarity with Tang Hao's name, though she had not given it much thought at the time. However, now, with both names aligned and the father-son relationship confirmed, the truth was undeniable. She had indeed found herself in the world of Douluo continent, a realm she had once perused in her previous life. Should she feel exhilarated or apprehensive about the extraordinary life that awaited her? Exhilaration. Perhaps after all, this was a world brimming with dazzling skills and formidable abilities. But wait, was it not true that not everyone possessed the innate talent to become a soul master? What if she lacked the aptitude for cultivation? No, surely that could not be the case. After all, the powers that be had transported her to the side of the protagonist. It would be unlikely for her to be rendered a mere failure. Present. Tang San was a mere 3 years old. In another 3 years, the plot would commence. Yet here she was, still swaddled like an infant, capable only of crawling, utterly reliant on a toddler for care. This reality was enough to evoke a profound sense of embarrassment in her adult heart. Since Tang's family had taken Tang Qingwei in, their home had become significantly livelier. Tang San found himself with a plethora of responsibilities in addition to the daily household chores. He now bore the duty of caring for a tiny infant. However, rather than feeling burdened, he found solace in the companionship, no longer feeling so solitary in the years that followed. Wherever Tang San ventured, Tang Qingwei was always nestled on his back. Notably, she retained her name, Tang Qingwei, a moniker bestowed upon her by Tang San, for which she often rewarded him with her most genuine, toothless smiles. Thus, under the attentive care of Tang San, Tang Qingwei blossomed from a mere crawling bundle into a lively child capable of tending to her own hygiene. As the young Tang San grew, his 6th birthday approached, marking the onset of an unfolding narrative. At merely 4 years old, Tang Qingwei had already resolved in her heart that she must accompany Tang San to the Nodding City Academy. Her motivation was simple, purely a desire to evade chores. It was well known that Tang San had always been the one to handle household duties, and should he depart, all responsibilities would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. At such a tender age, if she were to be burdened by domestic tasks and stunted in her growth, what then? Wouldn't that be a significant loss to society? Thus, she was determined to cling tightly to Tang San's coattails. Even if it meant throwing a tantrum, though, she mused, that might be beneath her dignity as someone who perceived herself as mature at heart. Perhaps it would be wiser to adapt to the situation that on this particular day, Tang San was busy preparing a meal at home, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of Tang Hao forging metal. The old village chief hurried over, inquiring, "Little San, are you occupied? Where is your father?" "He is inside, working at the forge." "Is there something you need, Grandpa Village Chief?" Tang San approached respectfully, bowing to him. At that moment, Tang Hao emerged from his work, casting a cold glance at the village chief. "What brings you here?" Having grown accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor, the village chief remained unperturbed and stated his purpose directly. "Tang Hao, Little San is nearly 6 years old. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Tang Hao glanced at Tang San before responding indifferently. "Then let him attend." "On which day is it scheduled?" Tang Qingwei, who had been sitting on a small stool, leaped down in excitement. Her face flushed, raising her small hand high. "Me, I want to go too." Seeing his sister's enthusiasm, Tang San hurried to support her. Tang Hao regarded Tang Qingwei with a fleeting glance, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may go as well." "Nonsense. Little Wei is only 4. How can she attend?" the village chief admonished sternly. Tang Hao, seemingly devoid of the gravitas expected from an elder, allowed the children to indulge in their whims. "It's fine. Let her go. She may not even become a spirit master," Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. After a moment's reflection, the village chief acquiesced, recognizing the truth in his words, and ceased his objections. "Very well. In 3 days, I shall return to escort them." Given Tang Hao's demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would accompany the 2 little ones. It was better for him to take the initiative. Chapter 3. Awakening. Tang Hao nodded, dismissing the village chief from further conversation. Curiosity piqued, Tang San inquired, "Grandpa Village Chief, what is the awakening ceremony?" With a serious expression, the village chief elaborated on the matter of martial souls. However, Tang Qingwei paid little heed to the exchange between the village chief and Tang San. Instead, she covertly observed Tang Hao from the corner of her eye. Her thoughts raced. Why did Tang Hao take a moment to ponder before responding? Could it be that he, like her, wished to evade responsibilities by leaving her in the care of his son? Truly, she had never encountered such shamelessness. As if it were not enough for him to wish for his son to tend to him, he now sought to offload her as well. How utterly outrageous! At this moment, Tang Qingwei had completely forgotten that she had long since resolved to follow Tang San, yet here she was brimming with righteous indignation. The little girl believed her gaze was discreet, but in reality, it had already been perceived with clarity. Tang Hao found amusement in this. The little one was likely muttering her grievances about him in her heart. Indeed, Tang Hao had overheard her several times, engaging in self-dialogue to express her discontent, all while wearing that very same expression. It was not entirely fair to blame Tang Qingwei for her apparent naivety. After all, she still operated under the habitual thought patterns of her previous life. The subtle gestures she assumed would go unnoticed in her former existence were now glaringly obvious in this humble abode, where apart from herself and the old village chief, no one was an ordinary person. 3 days later. Shao San, Shao Wei, Grandpa has come to fetch you. The village chief arrived punctually at the blacksmith shop. Coming. The most eager among them was undoubtedly Tang Qingwei, who had been so excited the previous night that she hardly managed to sleep. Today, she finally had the opportunity to witness the dazzling special effects skills from the anime firsthand. She had even brought her own little stool, positioning herself at the door in anticipation. Upon hearing the chief's call, she quickly responded, Tang San. Hurry up, Tang San, with a look of resigned exasperation, corrected her, how many times must I remind you to call me brother? However, Tang Qingwei chose to ignore his remark, redirecting the conversation. Grandpa is waiting at the door, let's hurry outside. Seeing the little girl change the subject again, Tang San could only shake his head in resignation. This girl seemed to only call him brother when she needed his assistance. At the spirit hall, the 9 children stood in a row, with Tang Qingwei standing out prominently, as she was the shortest among them, but a moment's inattention would cause one's gaze to pass right over her head. The young man furrowed his brow. Were there truly no others? Why were children so small being sent here? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After observing each of them, he began his introduction. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not be afraid. Here it comes. The exhilarating moment of revelation had finally arrived. For Tang Qingwei, the awakening of her martial soul was akin to scratching off a lottery ticket in her past life. The numbers were certain to exist, but the question remained whether they were of any value. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened the package he had brought, retrieving 2 items, 6 glossy black stones and a luminous blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation, then gestured for the first child on the right to step inside. Do not be afraid, close your eyes and feel carefully, Su Yuntao instructed. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intensity, and amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he declared in a commanding voice, Lone Wolf, possess. Chapter 4. Wildflowers. A faint azure light first emanated from the center of his brow, flowing upwards along his forehead and into his hair. Su Yuntao's hair, originally ebony, transformed instantaneously to a silvery hue upon the infusion of azure light, swiftly elongating as strands of the same color manifested upon his exposed hands. Simultaneously, his physique appeared to have expanded considerably, brimming with muscularity. Tang Qingwei, overtaken by excitement, unconsciously clenched her hands, desperately restraining the exclamations that threatened to escape her lips. Beside her, Tang San observed his sister's trembling shoulders and, mistaking her apprehension for fear, discreetly grasped her hand. Suddenly feeling a firm grip, Tang Qingwei turned to find it was indeed Tang San, his concern for her evident. Oh, he worries too much. To alleviate his anxiety, she obediently refrained from pulling her hand away, allowing him to hold it. The first boy to step into the radiant circle was startled by the sudden appearance of a lone wolf martial spirit, causing him to tumble onto the ground. How amusing! One has been frightened to tears. Most of the children awakened martial spirits resembling agricultural tools. She wondered what hers would be, surely not something as mundane as a farming implement. The image was too absurd to contemplate. While exquisite beings radiated ethereal grace, adorned with towers or feline features, she could only envision herself wielding a hoe amid such elegance. My heavens, the mere thought of that scene was utterly mortifying. While she was lost in these thoughts, Tang San's awakening ceremony commenced. She hastily cast aside her chaotic musings to focus intently on his ritual. Contrary to her expectations of a mighty Haotian Hammer, it did not manifest. Yet she understood the necessity of concealing one's true strength. Su Yuntao sighed in resignation. Another ineffective martial spirit. It seems the sacred soul village has once again squandered its time. Tang Qingwei timidly raised her small hand. Esteemed Spirit Master, could you assist me in awakening as well? Only then did Su Yuntao notice the little one. Had she not spoken, he might have forgotten her entirely. Very well, step forward. As Su Yuntao infused her with 6 levels of soul power, a gentle golden radiance ignited once more. Warmth enveloped Tang Qingwei, as if she were cradled in a cocoon of comfort. No wonder the previous children found solace within this golden glow. The warm essence permeated her being, and in response to this nurturing energy, something within her seemed to shatter, causing a surge of warmth to flow into her palms. Surprised, Su Yuntao noted the abundance of golden light emanating from the girl. Yet, he did not allow himself to feel joy, having been disappointed by the previous awakening. In contrast, Tang Qingwei was filled with exhilaration. Could she possibly possess a dual martial spirit? Subconsciously, she raised her left hand while clenching her right fist tightly at her side. Before her lay a bouquet of flowers in 7 vibrant hues, yet this failed to capture Su Yuntao's attention. Merely an unknown wildflower, it appeared to be yet another ineffective martial spirit. It was not entirely unjustifiable for Su Yuntao to make such an assessment, for many formidable plant-based martial spirits bore an unmistakable aura of distinction at first glance. The modest bouquet in Tang Qingwei's hands, though slightly varied in color, lacked the charm of wildflowers found by the roadside, appearing rather haphazardly assembled. Chapter 5. Dual Martial Spirits. In his quest for validation, Su Yuntao did not require Tang Qingwei's prompting and promptly retrieved the azure crystal orb, instructing her to place her hand upon it. Indeed, the moment Tang Qingwei's hand touched the azure crystal orb, it radiated with a brilliant luminescence. The dazzling blue light swiftly expanded from a mere point, transforming the orb into a resplendent gem that sparkled magnificently. Indeed, yet another with innate, full soul power, Su Yuntao remarked as a green light emanated once more from his being, causing the crystal orb to rebound against Tang Qingwei's. What is your relation to that boy from earlier? Su Yuntao inquired casually, lowering his gaze to tidy the crystal orb. She is my sister, Tang San interjected, stepping protectively in front of Tang Qingwei to respond. Su Yuntao, unfazed, revealed a knowing expression upon receiving the desired answer. It turned out they were family, however. It was a pity that, despite the innate full soul power, the useless martial spirit remained just theta, useless martial spirit. At this moment, Tang Qingwei was entirely captivated by the allure of another martial soul. To her astonishment, she discovered that she possessed dual martial souls, complemented by an innate full soul power. Overwhelmed with excitement, she yearned to rush home with Tang San to share this momentous revelation. Indeed, she had no intention of concealing this from him. After all, she intended to rely on him, and thus, transparency was essential. As the saying goes, sincerity begets sincerity. Throughout the past 4 years, despite her silence, she had already come to regard him as a brother in her heart. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that by remaining with Tang San, she could continue to lead a life of ease, where everything was provided for her, embodying the future privileges of Shaowil. Since they were not yet together, she thought, why not indulge in a little laziness for now? Matters concerning the future could be addressed in due time. Tang San, having finally resolved his doubts, took the delicate hand of Tang Qingwei and stepped out of the spirit hall. The old village chief stumbled forward a few steps to pay his respects, inquiring, Master, how did it go? Is there any possibility for the children of our village to become soul masters this year? Su Yutao glanced at Tang San and Tang Qingwei, then shook his head with a sigh. There are 2 candidates, but alas. The old village chief's heart sank with a hint of suspicion, and he cautiously asked, Master, are they the Tang siblings? Su Yutao nodded. Indeed. Among this year's children, only they possess soul power, and it is innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silvergrass, while this little girl's martial soul is an unknown wildflower. Do you understand? The old village chief remained undeterred, gazing at Su Yuntao with a glimmer of hope. Could it be that you have no idea what kind of flower it is? Su Yuntao, perceiving the implication in the village chief's words, shook his head in negation. It is impossible. Among all known powerful soul masters, which plant-type soul master possesses an ordinary plant as their martial soul? Her floral form is far inferior to the ubiquitous blue silver grass. Convinced, the old village chief let out a deep sigh. Alas. Come, Shaosan, little girl, let me escort you home. The other children had already been picked up by their parents, leaving only Tang San and the little girl, who were returned to the blacksmith shop by the village chief, just as they had arrived. Upon reaching home, the atmosphere in the blacksmith shop was eerily quiet. As for the matters concerning the work-study student, inform your father. I shall not intrude, the village chief expressed, evidently wishing to avoid the unpleasant presence of Tang Hao, the drunkard. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Tang San took Tang Qingwei into the house. Father, we're back, called out Tang Qingwei, perhaps due to her being a girl, even though Tang Hao is usually taciturn. He softened considerably in her presence. Chapter 6, Haotian Hammer. Back already? Tang Hao's voice resonated from the inner room, followed by the gentle lifting of the door curtain as he emerged with measured steps. Taking a seat on the stool, he poured himself a glass of water and remarked, What kind of martial souls are these? My sister's is a delicate flower, while mine is the blue-silver grass. Tang San lifted Tang Qingwei onto the stool before sitting down himself. Tang Hao, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly trembled at the mention of blue-silver grass. And a flicker of extraordinary light appeared in his eyes. His change in expression was so pronounced that it was nearly impossible to overlook. Tang Qingwei anticipated what Tang Hao was about to say, so she spoke up first. "Father, I possess another martial spirit." As soon as her words left her lips, she was met with the gaze of two pairs of eyes, one large and one small. Tang Qingwei remained unfazed as she extended her right hand, from which a subtle dark radiance surged forth. The brilliance swiftly coalesced, materializing into a miniature and exquisitely crafted hammer resting in her palm. This hammer, entirely obsidian in hue, featured a handle approximately half a foot in length, while its cylindrical head bore a striking resemblance to a scaled-down forging hammer. Yet, upon the surface of the hammer, a unique luminescence emanated, with delicate patterns entwined around the cylindrical head. Both individuals were momentarily astonished. In an instant, Tang Hao darted towards Tang Qingwei, grasping her hand that clutched the hammer, his excitement rendering his hand slightly tremulous. At this moment, Tang Hao was profoundly astonished. This girl was unexpectedly a member of his clan's bloodline. He pondered who among her parents might belong to the Haotian sect, or if perhaps both were affiliated. It was astonishing to discover such an extraordinary child within the clan, one blessed with twin martial souls. Tang San was astonished to discover that his sister had awakened an identical hammer to his own. Contemplating this, he extended his left hand and proclaimed, "Father, I too possess two martial souls." To his surprise, a small hammer, identical to Tang Qingwei's, materialized in the palm of his left hand. At this moment, a grave expression enveloped Tang Hao's face, his gaze towards Tang San igniting with fervor. Twin martial souls. Remarkably, it was indeed twin martial souls, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, Tang Hao opened his strong arms and enveloped both Tang San and Tang Qingwei in a tight embrace. Caught off guard, Tang Qingwei was unexpectedly embraced by her father. For at least the next decade, she would no longer envy other fathers. The oppressive heat was nearly suffocating as the sin of sweat filled her nostrils. Stealing a glance at Tang San, she noted that, apart from his bewilderment, he was overwhelmingly joyful. It was evident that he cherished this paternal embrace. No wonder, given that both in his past life and this one, Tang San had experienced so little familial affection. Well then, she decided, she would refrain from struggling and endure the pungent odor for the sake of her brother. After a considerable time, Tang Hao finally composed himself. Releasing the two and solemnly addressing his son, "Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand, forever." With renewed seriousness, he continued, "I hope that regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, you promise me not to attach any soul rings to that hammer martial soul, nor reveal it to the outside world. Most importantly, do not let anyone know that you possess twin martial souls. Do you understand?" Although Tang San did not comprehend the meaning of his father's words, he was certain that his father would never bring harm to him, and thus he nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing his son's nod, Tang Hao's gaze burned intensely upon Tang Qingwei. Only after confirming her agreement did he rise, his expression grave, and retreat into the inner room, leaving Tang San and Tang Qingwei in a state of bewilderment. Once Tang Hao had departed, Tang Qingwei playfully prodded Tang San's stunned cheek with her index finger, bringing him back to reality. "I am hungry. Please prepare a meal swiftly," she urged. Tang San affectionately tousled his sister's hair, smiling indulgently as he said, "I understand. I will do it right away." After he departed, she raised her left hand, gazing intently at the seven-colored flower. This bloom truly resembled the illustrations of the seven-colored flower from her elementary school textbook. She became somewhat entranced, and a bold hypothesis began to form in her mind. Stealthily, she made her way outside and, upon ensuring there was no one around, she carefully plucked a red petal from the seven-colored flower. Whispering her wish, "I want to become a deity." Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in her mind. "You're just dreaming." Startled, Tang Qing looked around in alarm. After a considerable pause, she tentatively inquired, "Is anyone there? Are you still here?" The child's voice chimed in once more, "If you don't make a wish soon, the petal will vanish." It was indeed not her imagination. Someone was speaking. However, she understood that time was of the essence, and she needed to wish before the petal disappeared. Anxiously, she asked, "What wishes can I make?" Her previous wish had been dismissed, leaving her uncertain. "How would I know? Perhaps you should try them one by one." Although she could not see the speaker's expression, Tang Qing could distinctly sense the eye roll directed at her. Now was not the time for disputes. She brought the petal close, reciting as if chanting a mantra, "I wish to become a titled Douluo. I wish for eternal life." She uttered a string of desires, yet there was no response, and she watched as the petal gradually began to turn transparent. Tang looked up at the sky with a hint of despair, and suddenly, like a gambler placing a final bet, she closed her eyes and shouted her last wish. "I want a Nimbus cloud." Whoosh! A golden cloud swiftly appeared before her. With the arrival of the Nimbus cloud, the red petal in her hand vanished into thin air. It truly had materialized. There it floated obediently, a soft and delicate cloud of a gentle golden hue. Its tail adorned with a small tuft resembling a curled tail. Tang Qingwei tentatively reached out her small hand. I can sit without passing through? She was exhilarated. Without a second thought, she scrambled up with both hands and feet. How cool is this? Could it be that I won't need to walk anymore? Just the thought of it filled her with joy. A cloud of somersaults. I truly managed to sit on it. This is exceedingly comfortable. Tang Qingwei, with a face full of delight, began to explore and roll around on the cloud, occasionally tumbling about. Is this cloud of somersaults really capable of traversing vast distances in a single flip, as described in legends? Tang Qingwei merely marveled at the thought. But little did she know that as soon as her words fell, the cloud shot off with a whoosh. Startled, she shrieked repeatedly, clinging to the cloud, paralyzed with fear. She had forgotten her fear of heights. Quickly, stop. It's too high. Too fast. I want to go home. Wow, Tang Qingwei's voice reached a pitch that nearly shattered. Father and son Tang rushed out upon hearing Tang's faint scream, only to witness a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. The little girl was sprawled atop a creature resembling a cloud, with snot streaming down her face, and her little braids had long since unraveled, having been whipped into a bird's nest by the fierce wind. What is this? Tang San finally regained his voice, pointing at the Nimbus with a look of astonishment. Tang Hao cautiously approached the Nimbus, gently cradling the limp form of Tang Qingwei. At last, they were on solid ground, and Tang Qingwei, unbothered by the scent of sweat, buried her face in Tang Hao's embrace, weeping loudly. The experience had truly terrified her. The speed was overwhelming. There were no safety belts. And they had soared to such heights. Tang Hao found himself at a loss for where to place his hands and feet. He was truly unaccustomed to such a soft little bundle, which is why he had consistently relied on his son for care. Seeing this, Tang San gently comforted Tang Qing. Once her fear subsided, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. Despite being so grown up, she had still cried in fright. She awkwardly squirmed her little body, eager to come down. Tang San comprehended her meaning and, without uttering a word, gently set her down. The Nimbus, having patiently lingered nearby, cautiously approached after Tang's slight emotional recovery, nuzzling her cheek as if to convey an apology. Tang Qingwei was not angry. In fact, she recognized that the situation was partly her own fault for not expressing herself clearly. Upon their first encounter, Jinduyan would undoubtedly be eager to showcase itself. Unaware of her acrophobia, once she realized this, she gently patted the soft, fluffy body of Jinduyan to offer reassurance, clearing her throat as she introduced, "This is Jinduyan. Yes. You can ride it to soar through the skies." Jinduyan seemed to understand that it was being introduced, swaying its soft body as if to greet her. Tang San was utterly astonished. Is this a living being? Or merely a device? Chapter 8. Embarkation. Tang Hao had lived for many years. Yet it was the first time he encountered such a wondrous object. May I touch it? Tang San inquired eagerly. Certainly, you may also take a ride on it, came the reply, as he beckoned for the Nimbus to carry Tang San aloft. In that moment, Tang San shed his usual maturity and composure, revealing the exuberance characteristic of youth. The Nimbus swiftly whisked him through the sky, eliciting peals of laughter from him. After a prolonged flight, Tang San, still filled with delight, finally leapt off the Nimbus. Tang Hao had long harbored a fervent desire to soar through the skies, a dream not uncommon for a man. As his son took flight, he could hardly contain his envy. At last, after his son had enjoyed his turn, he thought to himself, surely it was now his time to partake in the experience. However, after a prolonged wait, the little girl did not extend an invitation to him. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Qingwei, he observed that she was engrossed in lively conversation with her brother, having completely forgotten about him. Tang Hao clenched his fist and coughed lightly near his lips, attempting to draw Tang Qing's attention. However, the young girl seemed utterly oblivious, conversing with even greater enthusiasm. He intensified his efforts, coughing vigorously several times, and at last, both of them finally noticed him. Tang San approached Tang Hao with a concerned expression and inquired, "Father, are you feeling unwell?" Tang Qingwei gazed at him with intense eyes. causing Tang Hao's face to flush with embarrassment, rendering him somewhat hesitant to speak. However, the desire to soar grew stronger within him, prompting him to feign nonchalance as he inquired, "How did it feel to ride the cloud just now?" The moment this topic was broached, Tang San became increasingly animated, his words flowing freely as he animatedly expressed his feelings and experiences. "Who cares to listen to your ramblings?" Tang Hao was rendered speechless, which only heightened his curiosity. What was the matter with this little girl? Why had she not extended an invitation to him? If she were to invite him, he would undoubtedly oblige. Reluctantly giving it a try, he cast a furtive glance at the girl, only to find that she had completely engrossed herself in play. Tang Hao pondered that he could no longer remain passive. He must take the initiative. What was it called? The somersault cloud. What weight could it bear? Could it support a grown man of my stature? Surely, my hints have been sufficiently clear now. Tang Hao gazed intently at the somersault cloud, his thoughts racing within. Tang Qingwei turned her head in surprise after hearing this, glancing at Tang Hao. Could it be that he also wished to sit on this? She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. It was inconceivable. Tang Hao could already stand in midair, so why would he be intrigued by such a trivial thing? It must merely be a pure curiosity regarding its carrying capacity. Thus, she commanded her Nimbus to lift a colossal stone nearby, which certainly weighed as much as 2 Tang Haos. Tang Qingwei, having completed all of this, cast a triumphant glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt utterly despaired by this girl's thought process. Can someone so foolish truly be of my Haotian sect's bloodline? Even after such explicit hints, she remains oblivious. Does he really need to explicitly state his desire to take a seat? Absolutely not. It is simply inconceivable. Does he not care for his dignity? Tang Hao was filled with rage, wishing to strike someone. This girl was truly too foolish. At the critical moment, however, Tang San grasped his father's intention, proving once again the bond between father and son. He took the initiative to suggest, Wei, why not let Dad give it a try? Tang lightly prepared to retort instinctively. But this time, Tang Hao preempted her by saying, "Well, we could give it a try." Tang was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Could it be that her earlier speculation was not mistaken? He truly intended to ride the flying Nimbus. It was only then that she recalled Tang Hao's various antics from earlier, which made her unable to suppress a laugh. Chapter 9. A Heart of Purity. Tang Qingwei stifled a laugh and said with a serious expression, "Jinduyan, come and carry my father for a flight." Jinduyan indeed floated leisurely to stand before Tang Hao. Tang Hao, his palms damp with excitement, finally secured a seat. Before he could fully contemplate his thoughts, he immediately tumbled down, his entire being plunging through the clouds. Tang San and Tang Qingwei hurried forward to assist Tang Hao, a sudden turn of events that none of them had anticipated. What is happening? Tang Qingwei inquired first, while the cloud of transformation merely swayed, indicating that this matter did not concern it. At that moment, the familiar childish voice echoed once more, "Foolish one. Only those with a pure heart may sit. Do you not realize that you summoned it yourself?" Upon hearing the phrase pure heart, Tang Qingwei cast a complex glance at Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze. "Do you have anything to say?" Tang Qingwei hesitated slightly, pondering whether she should speak. Both father and son gazed at her with expressions of bewilderment, remaining silent. Tang Qingwei then curled her lips and remarked, "Only those with a pure heart can ride the somersault cloud." Tang Hao's expression darkened instantly, and beside him, Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if he had stumbled upon knowledge that was never meant to be his. "What nonsense!" Tang Hao exclaimed, abruptly waving his sleeve as he reprimanded them, his face turning crimson as he hurriedly departed. What did that mean? Why was he no longer pure of heart? His feelings for Ayin were as evident as the sun and moon. Left behind were only Tang San and Tang Qingwei. Tang San sighed softly, "Xiao Wei, how did you come to know this?" Tang Qingwei naturally raised her left hand and remarked, "It speaks." At that moment, a delicate flower was gracefully spinning in the palm of her hand, which originally boasted 7 petals, but now only possessed 6. At this moment, Tang San also recalled that he had been so caught up in his excitement that he had neglected to inquire about the origin of his sister's cloud. "Where did you obtain this cloud?" he asked. "I made a wish upon it." Tang Qingwei referred precisely to the martial spirit upon her left hand. "Can your martial spirit grant wishes?" Tang San was astounded, having never encountered such a characteristic in a martial spirit. "Indeed, it can grant wishes, though it seems there are certain limitations. Previously, I wished to become a deity, to attain the rank of title Douluo, yet those wishes remained unfulfilled, and the petals of my wishes nearly vanished. In the end, I made a casual wish, which was merely for this somersault cloud, and that wish was granted. Tang San was taken aback, realizing that this girl truly expected good fortune to fall from the heavens, aspiring to become a deity. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. Little did she know whether deities even existed in this world. The relationship between effort and reward is fundamentally reciprocal, should she genuinely attain divinity. She would likely face monumental sacrifices in return. Contemplating this, he hurriedly checked if Tang Qingwei had sustained any injuries. Did her wish inflict any harm upon her? The disappearance of a petal, could that count? Tang Qingwei had merely jested in her utterance. Tang San, however, became serious, resting his chin on his hand. He contemplated for a while before speaking. At present, it appears that while your martial soul can grant wishes, not every wish can be fulfilled. Beyond a certain duration, the petals that have been plucked will vanish. He paused momentarily before continuing. This flower symbolizes your martial soul. I am uncertain of the extent of harm that a lack of a martial soul may inflict upon the body, but it would be prudent for you to refrain from making wishes in the future. Tang nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Very well. By the way, it seems that it can also provide healing. How do you know that? Tang slightly furrowed her delicate brows, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. It was an inexplicable sensation, difficult to define. Tang San looked up in astonishment at his sister. This martial soul of hers was not merely impressive, it was extraordinarily powerful. How could the master from the spirit hall have overlooked such potential, hastily deeming it a useless martial soul? If a martial soul deemed ineffective possessed such strength, how many would vie for it? Chapter 10. The contract. From now on, you should refrain from revealing the wish-granting ability of your martial soul. Consider it solely as a healing type, understood? Tang San said, grasping his sister's shoulders with a serious tone. Yes, I understand. But can I still use my Nimbus? Tang Qingwei's only concern at that moment was whether she could still rely on her Nimbus for transportation. Before you gain strength, it's best not to use it in front of others. Tang San's apprehensions were not unfounded, after all. Incidents of murder and treasure-seeking were not uncommon in his previous life. I understand. It's just disappointing. I can only look at my mobile lazy bed, but not use it. Go back now. I will call for you when the time comes. Tang Qingwei gently patted the soft body of her Nimbus, expressing her disappointment. The Nimbus seemed to comprehend, wriggling slightly before vanishing into the sky with a swift motion. Do not be disheartened. Once you have strength, you can do as you wish. I will strive to grow stronger to protect you, Tang San said, tenderly comforting his sister with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Seeing his sister still lacking in spirit, Tang San shifted the topic, saying, We are to depart for Nottingham Academy the day after tomorrow. Have you prepared everything? Indeed. Tang Qing appeared much more spirited at this, replying, Not yet. I will prepare everything now. With that, she dashed back to her room. Tang San chuckled softly, shaking his head. Children are indeed easily amused. At night, Tang Qingwei tossed and turned in bed, feeling restless. The thought of being unable to use the Nimbus cloud felt akin to losing a fortune, a most distressing notion. I must grow stronger, not for any other reason, but to ensure that in the future, when I wish to indulge in leisure without a care, I am not burdened by others' expectations. Tang Qingwei secretly resolved within her heart. I almost forgot. Was it truly my seven-colored flower martial soul that spoke to me in my mind today? What a dreadful name, seven-colored flower. I am the seven-colored lotus of the great thousand world. A familiar childish voice retorted in exasperation. So, you can hear me without me uttering a word? Tang Qingwei was entirely unconcerned with whether it was a flower or a lotus. What captivated her was the realization that it could perceive her innermost thoughts. I have already declared myself as the seven-colored lotus, and since we have established a contract, it is only natural that I can hear you. The seven-colored lotus explained with dissatisfaction. Why can you speak? Does that mean my hammer can also speak? Tang Qingwei was exceedingly curious, as it was the first time she had heard of someone communicating with their martial soul. Are you foolish? That is merely a hammer. Do you truly expect to converse with it? The seven-colored lotus's tone dripped with disdain. Tang lightly murmured in dissatisfaction. Then you are merely a wildflower, yet you still speak. The seven-colored lotus instantly ignited like a firecracker, retorting, You are the wildflower. Your entire family consists of wildflowers. I am the seven-colored lotus of the divine realm. You, an ignorant mortal. Tang Qingwei remained unperturbed, seizing upon the pivotal term divine realm uttered by the seven-colored lotus. Are you not my martial soul? Tang Qingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this inquiry, the seven-colored lotus fell momentarily silent, and after an extended pause, replied despondently, I suppose so. By mere chance, we have forged a contract. In your original world, There was insufficient spiritual energy to manifest my presence. I had intended to sever our bond upon your demise. But who would have thought you would prove so inept, departing before your natural time? Thankfully, I was there to guide you into the nearest minor world dimension, which is where you now find yourself, thus granting you a second chance at life. Tang Qingwei felt a bitter taste linger in her mouth. Is this how it truly is? She had believed she was favored by a deity of transmigration, only to discover that it was this fellow who had rescued her. Humph. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? The little one's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Tang Qingwei seemed to envision a small figure adorned in 7 vibrant colors, hands placed on its hips, tilting its head back with an expression of smugness. Chapter 11. Disappeared? How is it that someone as remarkable as you chose me? Is it because I am the child of destiny? In that moment, Tang Qingwei felt as though a halo had appeared above her head. The 7-colored lotus fell silent. Speak. Will you? Tang's expression darkened as she pressed for an explanation. Was it a refusal to respond or merely her own misguided sentiment? Alas, it was not I who chose you. Rather, it was a mere coincidence that you stumbled upon me. The 7-colored lotus sighed helplessly, reflecting her disdain. When did I ever pick you up? I have no recollection of such an event. Tang continued her inquiry with a scowl. It was on your 20th birthday when you purchased the jade bracelet from a street vendor. Her voice carried a tinge of exasperation, which soon escalated into indignation as she exclaimed, that vendor truly lacked discernment. How could they mistake me for a counterfeit? Such foolishness is akin to that of a pig. At this moment, Tang Qingwei misplaced her focus. Had I truly been deceived? Was that vendor intending to sell me counterfeit goods? Such a betrayal of trust. He claimed to be offering a family heirloom jade bracelet, purportedly for healing purposes, yet it appears he merely sought to swindle me out of my money. How foolish of me to have believed him without even haggling. The 7-colored lotus was utterly exasperated with Tang Qingwei. Was that truly the crux of the matter? Very well. It seemed we were inextricably bound to this individual now, and even if it were to perish from anger, it would be of no consequence. Taking a deep breath, it realized that our fates were now intertwined. Only if you ascend to divinity might I have a chance to reclaim my essence. Is this not your true nature? By the way, I made a wish upon one of your petals. That won't harm you, will it? Tang Qingwei inquired with a hint of surprise and concern. The 7-colored lotus was taken aback by her unexpected concern, feeling a flicker of warmth within. Fear not, the 7-colored flower is merely my manifested form. If you exhaust it, I shall simply cease to manifest, which is of little consequence. However, you must remember, the final petal of the 7-colored flower is not to be used. Once it is, the flower will vanish, signifying that all wishes made through it shall also dissipate. Do you comprehend? At this moment, the 7-colored lotus had completely shed the vigor of the recent floral dispute, having been led astray by Tang Qingwei, and began to speak of the 7-colored flower. Yes, I understand. Now that we are bound by fate, let us coexist amicably. I am yet unfamiliar with your name. Is it truly 7-colored lotus? The 7-colored lotus felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, that was its name. Before arriving in the mortal realm, it had never found anything amiss with its name, but now, with newfound awareness, it suddenly felt that its name was somewhat indefinable. I am called White Lotus, ultimately having experienced so little. The 7-colored lotus was oblivious to the fact that the name it hastily adopted was even more perplexing than its original name. Now it was Tang Qingwei's turn to be rendered speechless. The following day, Tang San rose early. However, when he finished breakfast and went to call for Tang Qingwei, he discovered that the room was already empty. This alarmed him greatly, prompting him to rush to his father's room. Father, have you seen Xiaowei? Tang Hao had evidently just awakened, his eyes still bleary as he sat on the edge of the bed. Wasn't he that girl always fond of sleeping in? Why wasn't she in her own room? No, I just checked my sister's room, and there was no one there. Tang San's voice was filled with urgency. Not there? Tang Hao suddenly regained his composure. The little girl was known for her fondness for sleeping in, so how could she be absent? Could it be that someone from the spirit hall has discovered my whereabouts? With this thought, a murderous intent instantly filled Tang Hao's eyes. The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing, and layers of thin ice began to creep outward from beneath his feet. Although this aura of death was not directed at Tang San, it nonetheless instilled considerable fear within him. An idea suddenly sprang to his mind. His father is no ordinary man. Little San, come with me. Tang Hao swiftly rose to his feet, exuding an unyielding aura of menace, while an unsettling chill permeated the surroundings. Chapter 12. Desensitization Training. The Spirit Hall. Tang Hao's heart roared with fury. his gaze icy as frost. Just as the father and son strode out the door with an imposing presence, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Dad, brother, where are you going?" The voice brimmed with eager curiosity. "Take me along." In perfect harmony, the father and son turned their heads, finding the little girl perched on the Nimbus cloud, her face alight with inquisitiveness as she gazed at them. Tang Hao's face darkened instantly as he turned to his son. "Did you not go outside to search?" Tang San's face flushed crimson under his father's gaze as he stammered. I didn't expect that. Next time, remember to look outside as well." With that, he flicked his sleeves and returned to his room to rest. After a moment of panic, Tang Hao felt a headache coming on, pondering how to explain the situation to his son. The unmistakable murderous intent he had just displayed would undoubtedly raise suspicions in little San, even though he was not yet a soul master. Sighing, he contemplated whether he should reveal everything to him. Outside the room, Tang Qingwei, belatedly aware of the situation, pointed at himself in surprise and asked, "Brother, were you looking for me?" Tang San was not angry. Instead, he gently ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair and softly inquired, "Why are you up so early today?" "I am undergoing desensitization training," Tang Qingwei replied, gesturing toward the cloud beneath her. Desensitization? Tang San was perplexed, as his sister often uttered peculiar terms without warning, a habit to which he had long since grown accustomed. "Am I not afraid of heights?" Tang Qingwei continued with a tone of certainty. "Thus, I must gradually acclimate myself. Otherwise, when I attain the title of Douluo one day, it would be quite embarrassing if I am too afraid to stand in midair." Tang San shook his head helplessly, pondering the futility of such distant aspirations. Ever since she had heard the village elder's words, his sister seemed convinced that both she and he would attain the rank of titled Douluo, a confidence that was perplexing given that, according to the elder, there were only a handful of such individuals across the entire continent. "Well then, let us hasten to our meal," he declared, moving to embrace her and lift her down. "No need for that. I can jump down by myself," Tang lightly declined, preparing to leap down. Tang San, displaying an unexpected assertiveness, unceremoniously embraced Tang Qingwei and strode into the room. Tang Qingwei's feeble resistance proved futile, akin to a lifeless fish, as Tang San hoisted him onto the dining table. During the meal, Tang San discreetly cast glances at Tang Hao, his actions far from subtle. Even Tang Qingwei noticed, her expression one of curious inquiry as she scrutinized the two. What transpired in her absence? Tang Hao, feeling overwhelmed by the scrutiny, set down his chopsticks and gazed at Tang San. "Little San, do you have something to say?" Tang San immediately set down his chopsticks, gazing at him for a moment before finally speaking in a soft tone. "Father, who exactly are you?" Bang! Tang Hao raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his forehead, exclaiming irritably, "I am your father. What nonsense are you thinking?" Tang San winced as he rubbed his head, fully aware that his father had misunderstood his intentions. "You know I didn't mean that. What was that aura this morning?" Tang San pressed on with his inquiries. This time, Tang Hao fell silent for a moment, ultimately realizing he could not evade the truth. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "Alas, I never intended for you to know these matters. Sometimes, being an ordinary person, blissfully unaware, might bring greater happiness." Tang San remained silent, simply gazing unwaveringly at his father. Tang Hao sighed and shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "Enough, enough. It has become challenging for you all to simply lead a mundane existence. Rather than hearing about it from others in the future, allow me to share everything with you today. Here it comes, the intricate love entanglement between me and the Blue-Silver Emperor." Tang's heart silently screamed with a touch of excitement. Chapter 13, The Infatuation of Love. As soon as Tang Hao's words fell, Tang San immediately changed his expression, gazing intently at his father, awaiting his subsequent remarks. "You are already so grown, yet I have never disclosed anything about your mother." Tang Hao's countenance subtly altered as he spoke halfway. Tang Qingwei, this girl, remains unaware that she was adopted. If she were to discover that she is not their biological child, would it not cause her sorrow? Tang Hao observed the fluctuating expressions on Tang Qingwei's face. And at that moment, Tang San experienced a sudden realization, his heart sinking as he turned to gaze at his sister. Tang Qingwei felt inexplicably scrutinized by the two individuals, and unable to contain her curiosity about the unfolding narrative, she urged, "Please continue." The father and son exchanged a knowing glance and, in unison, rose to their feet. Tang Hao turned to head back inside, but was abruptly halted as Tang Qingwei grasped the hem of his garment. Hesitant to exert too much force for fear of toppling the young girl, Tang Hao remained rigidly in place, Tang San wished to step forward and offer his assistance. But Tang Qingwei spoke first. Are you afraid that if I know I was adopted, it would cause me sorrow and distress? As soon as Tang Qingwei's voice fell, the entire room fell into a profound silence. After a moment of stillness, Tang Hao finally resumed his seat and inquired, who informed you? Tang San stood to the side. His hands clenched into fists. When had it happened, without his knowledge, that some scoundrel had the audacity to slander him before Xiao Wei? He vowed to ensure that the culprit would pay dearly for this affront. Tang San was unaware that his sister, like him, had traversed through realms and possessed a memory far superior to his own. Thus, she was fully cognizant of her origins. She had simply overheard it while passing by. Just because I am not your biological child, do you not regard me as your daughter? Or do you no longer wish to be my brother? Tang Qingwei feigned indignation, placing her hands on her hips. How could that be? I have always considered you my dear sister. Just look at our martial spirits. They are identical. No one would believe us if we claimed we were not siblings. Tang San hastily clarified, brandishing his Haotian Hammer as he spoke. Tang Hao silently raised the Haotian Hammer in his hand, a gesture that spoke volumes. Since you all seem unconcerned, please continue your discourse. I shall listen attentively. With that, he leaned directly onto the table, adopting a posture of eager anticipation as he gazed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he helplessly remarked, "You carefree little girl." With that, he returned to his seat and fell into silence for a while before continuing, "Xiao San's mother is not human." This statement took Tang Qing by surprise. Although she was aware of the situation, the way he spoke so breathlessly was rather disconcerting. One might mistake it for an insult. Despite her internal musings, she refrained from interjecting and continued to listen to Tang Hao. Your mother is a soul beast, specifically a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Your other martial soul is inherited from her. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. In those days, the reigning pope of the Spirit Hall issued a decree denouncing the Haotian sect, demanding that they surrender both me and your mother. At that time, your grandfather was already gravely ill. Upon learning of this matter, and unable to locate me, the accumulation of events ultimately led to his demise. As he was overwhelmed with grief, until his last moments, I was never able to see him one final time. As he recounted this, Tang Hao's body began to tremble, and his eyes betrayed a profound sense of remorse. Tang Qingwei sighed inwardly, contemplating the audacity of her thoughts. Her father was truly infatuated with love. Placing the importance of a wife above that of his own son, she discreetly cast a glance at Tang San, a pitiful child. It was often said that parents represented true love, while children were merely an unforeseen occurrence. However, upon further reflection, she realized that her brother was not much better off, destined to follow in their father's footsteps and seek a soul beast as a spouse. A sudden wave of pity washed over her as she embraced her own vulnerable and helpless self. Alas, relying on others was futile. She must cultivate her own strength. Lost in her reverie, she was abruptly jolted by a chilling sensation, realizing it was her father expressing his fury over the death of his wife, which explained his intense anger. Chapter 14. Ancestry. Originally, we were blessed with a complete family, yet all of this was shattered by the Spirit Hall. The Pope personally led 2 titled Douluos and numerous elite Spirit Hall fighters to besiege your mother and me. At that time, your mother had just given birth to you, leaving her severely weakened and her strength significantly diminished. I, too, was gravely injured. To prevent the loss of her soul ring, your mother chose to sacrifice herself, infusing her essence into my body. As he spoke, a malevolent aura enveloped Tang Hao's brow, his hands clenched into tight fists upon the table. Tang San's mood was profoundly affected by his father's words. His brows furrowed tightly as he instinctively clenched his fists. An indeterminate amount of time passed before Tang Hao's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Fortunately, your mother's remarkable ability is to defy death. The supreme essence of the blue-silver domain ensures that, regardless of the severity of her injuries, she can return to life within 49 days after her demise. However, should she wish to transform again, it would take a millennium, a span during which I shall no longer exist. At this juncture, Tang Hao appeared to age several years in an instant. His entire demeanor markedly diminished. Tang San gently patted his father's shoulder, his heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Observing the desolate expression on Tang Hao's face, Tang Qingwei felt no anger akin to that of Tang San. Perhaps it was because she had never lacked the affection of parents. In her previous life, Tang Qingwei was the sole daughter in her family. Although her parents could not shower her with boundless adoration, they cared for her deeply. Reflecting on this, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She had departed so abruptly, leaving her parents behind, and she wondered how they were faring. Was it her disloyalty that caused them the grief of losing their daughter? Although Shaolin had once told her that only by becoming a deity would she have the chance to transcend the void and return to her own world. To the time before her demise, she held on to the hope that if she could return to that moment, to her parents, it would be as if she had never left. During her years here, she considered herself fortunate. Despite Tang Hao's taciturn nature, he showed her care, and Tang San indulged her as a model older brother. Yet, even amidst such affection, she found it impossible to regard Tang Hao as her biological father. In her mind, acknowledging Tang Hao as a father would mean irrevocably relegating her previous father to the annals of the past. Tang Qingwei felt little sense of belonging here, perpetually placing herself in the role of an observer. It was precisely this vantage point that led her to perceive that many matters, viewed from a third-party perspective, lack a definitive right or wrong. For instance, the soul hall seizure of Tang San's mother's soul ring appeared to her no different from the common practice of hunting century-old soul beasts. Both actions involve the act of taking life. Who among them can claim a higher moral ground? In the Douluo continent, there exists no absolute right or wrong. It is merely a matter of who possesses greater strength and can dictate the narrative. Justice is invariably inscribed by the victors. The soul hall, owing to its formidable power, has become the aspiration of many soul masters, and to the eyes of ordinary people, it embodies justice. Conversely, Tang San and Tang Hao find themselves on the side of the victims, rendering the soul hall their unforgivable adversary. This reaction is entirely natural. She would respond similarly if her interests were threatened, as retaliation would be an inevitable outcome. Her indifference towards Tang San's mother meant that, despite having listened for so long, she merely regarded it as a story, devoid of the outrage Tang San felt. "Father, I will strive to become stronger and avenge my mother," Tang San declared with unwavering resolve. Tang Hao remained silent, gently caressing his son's head, a gesture that represented the most affectionate display he had shown in many years. Yet, even this simple act was enough to stir deep emotions within Tang San for quite some time. After their conversation concluded, they realized that Tang Qingwei had quietly listened without interjecting, which was somewhat uncharacteristic of her lively nature. However, upon reflection, they speculated that her young age might have rendered her unaware of such matters. Perhaps it was for the best, allowing the girl to continue her carefree existence. As for hatred, it was a burden that should never be shouldered by a mere 4-year-old child. Chapter 15. The Departure. Tang San. Let us embark on a quest to seek the first soul ring. As Tang San emerged from the blacksmith's workshop, he was met by the cherubic face of his younger sister, round and plump. A sudden urge to tease her gripped him, and he approached with familiarity, pinching her chubby cheeks and playfully tugging them to the sides. Under the watchful gaze of Tang's mildly irate expression, Tang San finally smiled and remarked, "You disappeared in a flash just now. Were you off pondering this matter?" Tang Qingwei, thoroughly exasperated, swatted away Tang San's grasp and called out to the inner room, "Father, your son has pinched my face again." Tang San, filled with trepidation, cast a cautious glance towards the inner room. Once reassured by the absence of any sounds, he swiftly scooped up his sister and dashed outside, anxious that their father might have overheard Tang Qingwei's subtle words. Although his father was unlikely to voice any objections, Tang San had no desire to endure that piercing death stare again. Upon reaching the outside, he gently set down Tang Qingwei and, with a hint of annoyance, exclaimed, "I merely pinched you lightly. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss? It is quite disappointing, considering I always think of you when I come across something good. Is this how you repay my kindness?" Tang Qingwei, who was initially fuming with anger, instantly brightened her small face upon hearing those words, her expression transforming into one of delight. What delightful treasure could it be? Tang San shook his head helplessly, gently tapping his sister's forehead with a hint of affection, and said with a warm smile, "You little ungrateful wolf, take your hand out." As he spoke, he produced a hidden dart from his sleeve and handed it to Tang Qingwei. This weapon, known as a hidden dart, serves its purpose as its name suggests. It is a concealed armament that can be effectively utilized from a distance of at least 30 meters, providing you with a means of self-defense. With that, he affixed the hidden dart onto his sister's arm, adjusting it to fit comfortably, and then meticulously explained the usage of the silent dart to her. Tang lightly caressed the hidden crossbow on her wrist, her eyes sparkling with fervent enthusiasm. The hidden crossbow, a clandestine weapon of the Tang sect, had finally made its appearance. She had presumed that Tang San had perhaps forgotten, considering he now had one more person to care for, which naturally meant less time than before. To her astonishment, He had not only completed it, but had fashioned too. Where had he found the time? Seeing his sister's adorable demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop cherishing it so much. Do you even know how to use it? Perhaps I should teach you, he said, gesturing towards the fallen leaves nearby. Look at that leaf that has dropped. Tang Qingwei glanced in the direction pointed by Tang San. Brother, wait a moment. There are too many leaves. Which one are you referring to? I can't see it. Tang San's carefully built momentum was abruptly interrupted by Tang Qingwei. He cast a helpless glance at his sister, realizing that he had been overly naive, as he had intended to showcase his prowess. Very well, just point to an object, and I shall strike it. Having relinquished his struggle to save his sister from her clumsiness, Tang San decided to aim at the green caterpillar on the tree ahead. A flash of violet light flickered in his eyes as his right hand suddenly lifted, and a faint shadow darted away silently, causing the caterpillar to vanish into thin air. Without the need for Tang San's explicit direction, Tang Qingwei could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle glimmering under the sunlight on the tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that something was struggling desperately against the needle embedded in the tree. Tang Qingwei lowered her head to behold the very green caterpillar that had just vanished. I want to give it a try as well. Come, let us venture into the forest and seek out a soul beast. Her face radiated excitement as she tugged at Tang San's garment. Cloud of somersault. At her call, the cloud responded promptly, landing steadily before her. Tang lightly climbed onto the Nimbus, using both hands and feet, patted the adjacent space, and called out to Tang San. Hurry up and come up. Why are you standing there in a daze? Chapter 16, The Soul Hunting Forest. Tang San was still unaccustomed to riding the cloud of transformation. Prompted by his sister, he regained his focus and said, Wait for me a moment, I need to gather a few things. After speaking, he returned to his room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a small bundle on his back, climbed onto the cloud of transformation, and declared, Let us depart. Tang Qingwei showed little interest in what Tang San had brought, excitedly calling out to the cloud of transformation, Let us go. To the forest. Tang San gazed at the little girl, whose face was brimming with excitement, and inquired with curiosity, What is it? Have you overcome your fear of heights? Tang Qingwei's expression stiffened, and she immediately wore a sorrowful visage. Could we not mention it? I had already been attempting to divert my attention. As she spoke, she tightened her grip around Tang San's arm. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, Tang Hao appeared at the very spot they had just vacated. After a brief pause, he vanished without a trace. The flying Nimbus did not soar swiftly, for the reason was simple. Tang Qingwei possessed a timid disposition. Otherwise, even if Tang Hao were a titled Douluo, he might not have been able to catch up with the fully powered Nimbus. The Hunting Soul Forest. These two little ones actually ventured into the Hunting Soul Forest? Tang Hao murmured as he hovered in midair. Though it lacked formidable soul beasts, it still posed a certain danger to the two who were not yet soul masters. Truly audacious. I shall go take a look. With that, he disappeared from the spot. Upon arrival, the two descended from the Nimbus. Tang San raised his gaze, and before him lay a panorama dominated by tree trunks, their canopies lush and verdant, obscuring the sky and casting shadows upon the earth beneath. Tang Qingwei, on her inaugural journey from Holy Soul Village, found herself utterly captivated by her surroundings. She gazed in wonder, her curiosity piqued by even the largest of leaves, restraining herself from approaching to examine them closely. The two wandered through the dense forest, the passage of time a mere blur. Suddenly, the tranquility of the woods was shattered by Tang Qingwei's voice. What is that? She inquired, her finger trembling as she pointed toward a colossal tree in the distance. In the next moment, without waiting for Tang San's reply, she discerned the cause of her alarm. Their expressions darkened, revealing a flicker of terror, for they had stumbled upon a startling sight. Perched upon the branches of the tree was a large snake, its hue a deep shade of green. It fixed its ruby-like eyes upon them with an unsettling gaze. Tang San, is that a triangular head? It's venomous, a poisonous snake. In her limited knowledge, Tang Qingwei recalled hearing that snakes with triangular heads were to be avoided due to their lethal venom. Run. As soon as Tang San's voice fell, the serpent seemed to have received some signal and swiftly advanced towards the two. With only their two legs to rely on, they could not outrun it. And the enormous snake was drawing ever closer. Tang Qingwei retrieved a pouch of realgar powder from her bag and cast it towards the colossal serpent. At that moment, her mind was solely fixated on the notion that snakes abhorred realgar, completely neglecting the possibility of provoking the giant creature. It must be acknowledged that sometimes luck can be a form of strength. Though the realgar powder did not inflict harm upon the serpent, it successfully hindered its advance. granting them a precious moment to escape. The gigantic snake writhed its whip-like body, relentlessly striking the ground. With each impact, its form sprang upwards like a coiled spring, deftly evading the realgar powder that Tang Qingwei had scattered as it continued to close in on their position. Realizing that it was perilously close to catching up, Tang Qingwei steeled herself and declared, "Brother, I will hold it back. You take this opportunity to slay it." Without waiting for Tang San's reply, she concentrated her thoughts, and a small hammer materialized in her hand. Today, after much practice, her hammer technique would finally come into play. Tang Qingwei's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. As her foot moved, it coincided almost perfectly with the strike of the small hammer. Bang! Although the blow from her foot held little significance for the colossal serpent, her Haotian hammer struck precisely at the serpent's right eye. The serpent recoiled in pain, momentarily halting its advance, and the distance between the two was once again widened. Chapter 17. The Century Soul Ring. Tang San anxiously awaited nearby, and at last, the opportunity presented itself. With a swift twist of his body in midair, he raised his left hand, and a streak of dark radiance silently shot forth. The dart struck directly into the left eye of the colossal serpent, eliciting a piercing cry of agony from the creature. Tang Qingwei seized the opportune moment and charged forward. Whether it was confidence that propelled her, she wielded a small hammer and struck towards the giant serpent's left eye, which had been pierced by a concealed arrow. Bang! 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 With several powerful blows, the arrow, once visible at its tail end, was driven deep into the serpent's eye. In an instant, a deep crimson blood gushed forth from that chilling eye. Witnessing the giant serpent sustain such a grievous injury, Tang Qingwei's spirits were momentarily lifted. Even if it survived, its combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish by at least 90%. Tang San was not one to hesitate. Observing the giant serpent in its moment of vulnerability, he raised the sleeve arrow on his left hand and aimed for the creature's vital point. Clang! The arrow struck the serpent's formidable scales, sparking a cascade of fire. He was astonished to find that the serpent's defenses were astonishingly robust, as even the iron-forged sleeve arrow could not penetrate, akin to colliding with a solid steel plate, which caused it to ricochet away. This only served to enrage the beast further, as the scales upon its body began to shimmer, the dark green surface illuminated by a faint golden glow. In an instant, its speed surged, and it lunged towards Tang San with remarkable swiftness. Just as Tang uttered a startled gasp, he deftly flipped his right hand and produced the last sleeve arrow, timing it perfectly as the serpent opened its gaping maw. With a swift motion, the nearly 4-meter-long serpent momentarily stiffened as the arrow fully embedded itself within its mouth. In the next heartbeat, the giant serpent thrashed violently, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris swirling about, as if caught in a tempest, with branches and leaves scattering chaotically in the air. Tang Qingwei had also arrived on the Nimbus, extending his hand and urging, "Brother, come aboard swiftly." Tang San ascended onto the Nimbus, and the two soared into the heavens, quietly observing the giant serpent's desperate struggle for life. In the distance, Tang Hao naturally witnessed this scene. After a brief rotation of the Haotian Hammer in his palm, it vanished. That girl, Tang Qingwei, seems to have diligently honed her skills. As for Xiao San, well, he has performed admirably, managing to slay the century-old soul beast, the Mandra snake. Had Tang San acted a moment later, Tang Hao would have already crushed that Mandra snake with a single blow. Tang Qingwei noticed that the colossal serpent had become still. As she contemplated approaching it, a thought struck her. When a soul beast perishes, a soul ring materializes. The absence of a soul ring around this enormous serpent suggested that it might not yet be entirely dead. Just as this notion crossed her mind, she observed a faint yellow luminescence beginning to coalesce above the serpent's massive form. Tang San's face instantly brightened with joy. It was a century-old soul ring. However, he soon felt a pang of regret in his heart, realizing it should have been reserved for his sister to deliver the final blow. Tang Qingwei had no particular thoughts on this matter, as she realized that she seemed to have already acquired a soul ring, and a century-old one at that. This was indeed quite peculiar. However, it was not the time to dwell on such curiosities. For now, she urged Tang San, "Hurry up and absorb the soul ring, brother." Tang San, having resolved his uncertainty, firmly decided that after absorbing the spirit ring, he would seek a more suitable one for his sister. He raised his right hand, suppressing the debilitating weakness within him, and gradually concentrated his remaining spirit power into the palm of his hand, accompanied by a soft azure glow. The blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm, gently swaying in rhythm with the fluctuations of his spirit power. Under the allure of the faint blue radiance, The century-old serpent spirit ring slowly drifted towards Tang San. Chapter 18. Healing. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwei sat cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes to sense the sudden emergence of the century-old spirit ring. As the ring merged with her, a surge of strength enveloped her entire being, significantly enhancing her physical capabilities in various aspects. How could a century-old spirit ring appear so suddenly? Could it be the spirit ring of that colossal serpent? But Tang San had already begun the absorption process. What then was this for her? Tang Qingwei was enveloped in a haze of confusion. However, at this moment, answers eluded her grasp. Perhaps only upon acquiring her second spirit ring would she be able to fathom the reasons behind it. As she opened her eyes, she found Tang San still engaged in the absorption of the spirit ring. Tang Qingwei cast a glance at the medicinal powder previously scattered, confirming that no further supplementation was necessary, before settling back beside Tang San. The powder was uniquely formulated by Tang San, ensuring its efficacy. After remaining in contemplative silence for a while, Tang Qingwei suddenly recalled summoning the seven-colored lotus. With a flick of her left hand, 6 vibrant blossoms materialized within her grasp. "Do you realize I have unexpectedly acquired a century-old soul ring?" she inquired. "Oh, are you aware of how this came to be?" "I do not know." "Then, do you comprehend its significance? See for yourself." Tang Qingwei was infuriated, her anger boiling over. If the 7-colored lotus were before her, she would undoubtedly seize that wretched creature and deliver a thorough thrashing to its rear. How aggravating its words were. Alas, it seemed she could no longer rely on it. It would be better to rely on her own exploration. Tang slightly raised her left hand, a faint white light shimmering upon her skin. Soon after, a flower with 6 vibrant colors appeared in her palm. The yellow halo rising beneath her feet was distinctly visible, swirling around her figure in a graceful dance. A hallmark of a soul master of the first ring. Tang Qingwei pondered for a moment, then moved slightly further away, scanning the surroundings. In the grass, he discovered a diminutive and vibrant cat, adorned with a white soul ring, yet merely a decade-old soul beast. At that moment, the silent sleeve arrow showcased its efficacy. As Tang Qingwei raised his right hand, a dark beam shot forth silently, striking the vibrant cat squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, the cat began to bleed profusely and collapsed into the grass. Tang Qingwei raised her hand once more, guiding the 6-colored blossoms closer to the mottled cat. A radiant white light enveloped the cat's injured abdomen, illuminating the gruesome wound. The injury visibly twitched under the glow, and then swiftly began to heal. The light expanded over the wound, and within mere seconds, the entire cat was enveloped in its brilliance. A faint meow escaped from the cat's lips, signaling its weakness. Yet all its wounds had been meticulously healed by Tang Qingwei, and its depleted vitality was gradually being restored. Tang was slightly agitated. This soul skill was truly formidable. As long as the level of the soul ring of her target did not exceed her own, she could heal them even if they were gravely injured. Previously, she had only known that the 7-colored lotus possessed healing capabilities, but as she was not a soul master, she could not utilize it. Now, having become a first-ring soul master, she could finally employ it. She was merely curious about what the soul skill of her first soul ring would be. Just as she pondered this, Tang San finally opened his eyes, indicating that the fusion had concluded. At that moment, Tang San wore a radiant expression. In addition to becoming a first-ring soul master, his long-stagnant Xiantian skill had also finally made a breakthrough today. "Tang San, you're awake. How do you feel?" Tang, unable to focus on contemplating the soul skill any longer, hurried over, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Tang San. Chapter 19. The First Soul Skill. Tang San merely smiled without uttering a word. He raised his right hand, and a faint white light shimmered upon his skin. In an instant, deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. The yellow aura of a century-old soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, swirling gracefully around his form. A hallmark of a first-ring soul master. At this moment, the leaves had transformed. No longer the pale blue of before, they now exhibited a deep blue hue, adorned with faint black patterns that mirrored those on the colossal serpent. Why does this color and characteristic of the silver grass seem so familiar? Tang Qingwei approached the recently deceased giant serpent with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, crouching down to examine it closely. Could this possibly be the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake? At this moment, the colossal serpent lay silent on the ground. Observing its features, she noted its deep emerald green hue, triangular head, and a pair of eyes resembling glimmering rubies, with a length nearing 4 meters. Everything matched perfectly. She was astonished that they had entered the soul-hunting forest much earlier than depicted in the original tale, and yet they encountered this mandala snake. Fate, it seemed, had a hand in this. What is it, Xiaowei? Tang San inquired, noticing his sister's serious demeanor as she crouched beside the giant serpent. Assuming she had discovered something significant, Tang Qingwei finally regained her composure, shook her head, refraining from revealing her discovery. She shifted the topic, saying, "Brother, I have a soul ring now. Look." As she spoke, she raised her hand to summon a seven-colored lotus, beneath which a yellow soul ring began to ascend slowly. A century-old soul ring. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "When did you hunt a soul beast? Was it while I was absorbing my own soul ring? Are you all right?" The thought of his sister potentially facing a century-old soul beast alone sent a chill of dread down his spine. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao was filled with trepidation upon witnessing Tang Qingwei healing the patterned cat. He had observed everything from the beginning. When had this girl ventured to hunt a soul beast? How had she suddenly acquired a century-old soul ring? His mounting doubts could no longer be contained, and he swiftly appeared before the two. "Child, what is the story behind your soul ring?" Both of them recoiled several steps in alarm at Tang Hao's sudden appearance. Their expressions guarded. It was only upon recognizing him that they relaxed. "Father, what brings you here?" Tang San inquired, voicing his confusion. Tang Hao, however, paid no heed to his son, his gaze fixed intently upon Tang Qingwei. "I am uncertain, but I harbor a conjecture that can only be validated through experience." Despite being startled by Tang Hao's abrupt appearance, Tang Qingwei did not falter. She responded with clarity regarding her hypothesis. She harbored doubts that her soul ring might indeed be that of the mandala snake. Taking a few steps back to create distance from the two, she inhaled deeply, her wrist twisting upward as the seven-colored lotus re-emerged in her grasp. This time, however, as the first soul ring manifested, a dark aura began to slowly coil around the seven-colored lotus. The flower, no longer ordinary as before, now exuded an intoxicating fragrance, while the encircling black mist radiated an undeniable sense of peril. At that moment, while Tang Hao and his son observed with utmost seriousness, Tang Qingwei suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion of her left hand, the dark aura surrounding the lotus, akin to a slender thread, ensnared a lurking nether wolf concealed within the grass. In the blink of an eye, the creature was pierced by a strand of darkness, its anguished cries reverberating through the air as it collapsed, lifeless. The black mist enveloping its form caused the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. What potent venom! Tang San marveled inwardly, recognizing that this toxin bore a striking resemblance to that wielded by the colossal serpent. Chapter 20. Rare soul skill. How can this be? Tang San murmured in disbelief. He had distinctly absorbed the soul ring of the giant serpent. Where then did his sister's soul ring originate? Tang Hao, however, was captivated by the girl's remarkable healing ability, which bore little resemblance to the soul skills typically associated with the mandala soul ring. Could it be a skill inherent to her martial soul? Such a potent healing skill was unparalleled among the martial souls he had encountered. "My dear girl, what exactly is the nature of your healing soul skill?" Tang Hao was eager to uncover the secrets of her extraordinary ability, which astonishingly could even restore the vitality of injured soul beasts. Tang Qingwei was puzzled by Tang Hao's anxiety. Compared to the first soul skill he had just demonstrated, he seemed far more concerned about his healing abilities. She replied candidly, "I'm not quite sure. It seems to be an inherent trait of the seven-colored flower." Naturally, she would not disclose that her martial soul was the seven-colored lotus, as the diminutive flower with merely 7 petals bore little resemblance to a lotus. But now only 6 petals remained, a shape reminiscent of the simplistic flowers often seen in children's drawings. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with intense excitement. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he inquired, "Does your martial soul have any limitations in terms of healing?" Indeed, it was evident that he was a formidable figure worthy of the title of Douluo, as he immediately struck at the heart of the matter. Tang was slightly taken aback as she looked at Tang Hao, uncertain of how he had acquired such knowledge. Indeed, her healing abilities were not without limitations. Had Tang Hao been aware of her current thoughts, he would have eagerly enlightened her on the fact that, thus far, no known healing soul skill possessed the capacity to restore another's vitality. It was akin to a person suffering from a terminal illness, even if healing magic alleviated their pain. It could not reclaim the life force that had already waned. However, Tang's healing arts were an exception. Should this information become public, she would undoubtedly face confinement, relegated to the role of a healer for others. Imagine, if such healing prowess were devoid of constraints, Tang would effectively possess a demigod's abilities. Aside from the inability to create life, she would be akin to an endlessly usable elixir of life. It is important to recognize that even a titled Douluo can encounter grievous, unhealable injuries. Who wouldn't covet such an extraordinary power? Indeed, there are certain restrictions. I can only heal beings with soul ring levels inferior to my own. For instance, if I possess a 400-year soul ring, I am capable of healing all living entities with soul ring levels below 400 years. Those with a higher soul ring level remain beyond my reach. Her assertion holds true. Living beings, including humans and soul beasts, are encompassed within this definition of vitality. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao became even more exhilarated, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The thoughts in his heart solidified, leaving him with a sense of unreality. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Could the girl's healing abilities truly restore Ayin? Did this mean that he might have the chance to see her again in this lifetime? Tang San was unaware of his father's thoughts. He could only observe the mixed expressions of joy and sorrow on Tang Hao's face, with a hint of redness around his eyes. He had never encountered such a side of his father before, leaving him momentarily flustered and uncertain about what was troubling him. What was the matter with his sister's healing abilities? Was there an issue? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind. After all, he was new to the world of soul masters and did not comprehend the extraordinary rarity and power of his sister's healing capabilities. In his view, her healing abilities might not surpass the potency of her first spirit skill, which was poison. Chapter 21. The coveted ability after calming his emotions. Tang Hao placed his hands on Tang Qingwei's shoulders and solemnly advised, "Child, remember, until you possess formidable martial prowess, refrain from employing your healing techniques in the presence of titled Douluos. Do you understand?" Only titled Douluos could discern the nuances of the girl's healing abilities to ordinary Douluos. It would merely appear as a conventional healing art, perhaps evoking surprise, but never inciting covetousness. "I understand, father." Though Tang Qingwei did not fully grasp the implications, she nodded in agreement, knowing that his counsel was undoubtedly for her own benefit. Tang San, filled with curiosity, observed that his father and sister had concluded their serious discussion, and thus ventured to inquire, "Father, what about my sister's healing abilities?" At that moment, Tang Hao was in a remarkably cheerful mood and was inclined to elaborate for his son, responding with a gentle demeanor, "Your sister's healing abilities are not merely ordinary. As you just heard, her powers enable her to heal all living beings beneath her soul ring. This is but one aspect. The second, and perhaps the most crucial, is that her healing can restore the vitality of her subjects." At this juncture, Tang Hao's expression turned grave as he cautioned Tang San, "You must promise to keep this a secret. Such a talent is coveted even by titled Douluos." "I understand, father. I will keep it confidential and protect my sister," Tang San affirmed earnestly, not having anticipated the extraordinary prowess of his sister's martial spirit. Tang Qingwei harbored no particular thoughts on the matter. In her heart, although healing techniques were formidable, self-preservation necessitated the use of her primary soul skill. After all, healing arts were utterly ineffective against foes, no matter how powerful the healing. It lacked offensive capability. She certainly could not bestow mana and vitality upon her adversaries, could she? Without the means to safeguard oneself, even the mightiest healing arts merely serve to clothe others in finery. After addressing his son's inquiries, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards Tang Qingwei. After a brief silence, he spoke, "If you acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, you must inform me at once." Yet, as he uttered these words, doubt gnawed at his heart. Was a 100,000-year soul ring truly so easily obtained? In the past, the spirit hall had pursued Ayin with great effort, ultimately to no avail. He pondered further and deemed it inappropriate to press the matter. "Never mind, focus on enhancing your own strength for now. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, I shall devise a means." Should the girl possess such a ring, he would have the chance to reunite with Ayin. Though the hope seemed faint, it was certainly more promising than the days devoid of any glimmer of hope. "Very well, it is time to return. The hour grows late. Tomorrow, you both must accompany the village chief to the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. There, you shall undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge about the realm of soul masters, sparing you two fools from aimlessly floundering in ignorance." Tang Hao glanced at the twilight sky. The sun had already set. He turned to face the two, affectionately ruffling their hair, and with a smile, he said, "Tomorrow, I shall not see you off. Remember, the hammer techniques I taught you must be practiced diligently. At school, you are to look after one another." Tang San sensed the farewell intentions of his father, feeling as though it was not he and his sister who were about to embark on a journey, but rather his father himself. However, Such thoughts were cast aside the moment his father lovingly caressed his hair with a smile. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed his father's smile, accompanied by such gentle and affectionate gestures. Chapter 22. Departure. When Tang Qingwei heard Tang Hao mention the need for her to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring, she immediately grasped his intentions. He aimed for her to rescue the blue-silver emperor. This was a notion she had not anticipated. Theoretically, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring would indeed enable her to do so. However, in order to absorb such a formidable spirit ring, she needed to elevate her own level. Otherwise, even with the spirit ring in her possession, she would be unable to utilize it. Very well, you may return for now. I have some matters to attend to today and shall not be going back, she declared, and without waiting for the two youngsters to respond, she vanished in an instant. Tang San's farewell gesture lingered stiffly in the air, yet Tang Hao's figure had long since vanished. Let us depart swiftly, come aboard. We are returning home and still have some belongings to tidy up. Tang Qingwei piloted the Nimbus and arrived before Tang San, waving her small hand playfully in front of his eyes. All right, let us return. Tang San did not grasp his sister's hand. Instead, he ascended the cloud of transformation alone, fearing that he might inadvertently pull her down with him. While battling the giant serpent moments ago, he had acted without much thought, instinctively seizing the small hand she had extended towards him. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt a chill of apprehension. Had she faltered and he inadvertently yanked her down, they both would have become the serpent's meal. That evening, Tang Hao indeed did not return home. The following day, the village elder came to call for people, and it was then that Tang Qingwei finally awoke. There was little to prepare, as Tang San had arranged everything for her. She merely needed to rise, freshen up, and she would be ready to set off. Village elder, please hold on a moment. Let me check if my sister is awake, came Tang San's voice from outside, likely having just completed his practice of the Xiantian skill. The old village chief responded affirmatively and continued conversing with Tang San, saying, in my opinion, your sister is far too young to attend the academy. Alas, who can blame you for having such a father, leaving a 4-year-old girl at home, uncertain of who will care for whom? There was no response from Tang San. Perhaps he simply smiled and chose to remain silent. Tang Qingwei nodded slightly while brushing her teeth, fully agreeing with the village chief's words. If she were to remain here, it might well fall upon her to care for Tang Hao. She had grown up thanks to Tang San. Without him, her survival would have been uncertain. It is truly puzzling how Tang San managed to endure under the care of such a drunken guardian. Even as she was leaving, Tang Hao still had not made an appearance. The old village chief shook his head in despair, lamenting that Tang Hao was off drinking again, completely neglecting to send his children off to school on such an important day. What an utterly inadequate father he was. Tang Qingwei, from a perspective unnoticed by the old village chief, cast a playful glance at Tang San and cleared his throat, adopting an air of a little adult. Brother, just leave a message to indicate our departure. Once he sees it, he will naturally understand that we have set off. In truth, whether or not a message was left mattered little, as they had already departed, and it was uncertain if he would even notice. However, the village chief remained, and a semblance of propriety had to be maintained, for he was unaware that Tang Hao had already embarked on a long journey. The siblings were particularly reluctant to disclose their family matters to outsiders. Tang San cast a reluctant glance at his sister, shook his head, and refrained from retorting. After silently leaving a message on the ground, the trio boarded the carriage and set off. Throughout the journey, Tang Qingwei found everything to be refreshingly intriguing. Although she had previously visited the beast hunting forest in Notting City, it had been from the vantage point of the flying Nimbus, soaring high above. Thus, the vibrant splendor of Notting City was a sight she beheld for the very first time. Although Tang San was equally curious, he remembered his father's words and sought out a blacksmith shop, where he could earn a living while conveniently practicing his hammering skills. Chapter 23. The Country Bumpkin. Brother, do you see that grand and magnificent building ahead? Is it not the new Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy? Early in the morning, Tang Qingwei spotted the magnificent edifice at the end of the road. As she approached, her excitement intensified, prompting her to tug at Tang San's clothing and shake him animatedly. The old village chief, initially intending to inquire about directions, was captivated by Tang Qingwei's words and turned his gaze in the direction she pointed. Indeed, in the distance, a towering archway came into view. The archway spanned 20 meters in width and soared over 10 meters high, constructed from robust stone. Below it stood 2 iron gates. Dark and imposing, Tang San immediately recognized them as crafted from superior quality wrought iron. Through the iron grill, a grand path was visible, leading deeper within. Flanked by majestic trees on either side. Prominently displayed at the center of the arch were 4 large characters, nodding academy. Yes, that's it. Let us hasten our steps. The old village chief exclaimed with excitement, leading the way, while Tang San held his sister's small hand closely behind him. At that moment, several individuals clad in uniforms rushed out from behind, seemingly oblivious to Tang Qingwei and the others, as they passed directly between the hands that Tang San and Tang Qingwei were holding. Tang was momentarily caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the force of the impact from that person. Xiaowei. Tang San hurried over to help his sister up, anxiously inspecting her for any injuries. Tang Qingwei was utterly bewildered, not that she was unaware of the presence behind her, but she had not anticipated that it would be someone with a squint. The two of them, so large in stature, failed to yield and instead knocked her down. Consequently, she remained in a daze, her expression one of utter confusion. However, Tang San was oblivious to her state. He assumed his sister had been severely hurt and, in a fit of anger, confronted the student who had knocked her over. What do you mean? Are you blind? You ran into my sister without even an apology. And you think you can just walk away? The individual seemed to have only just noticed him, surveying Tang San and the others with a look of disdainful derision. I haven't even blamed you country bumpkins for soiling my clothes, and you dare to accuse me? With that, he turned away in disgust, treating them as if they were refuse. Tang Qingwei gradually comprehended the situation. This fellow was not merely visually impaired, but rather emotionally flawed. With swift agility, he rolled over and rose from the ground, placing one hand on his hip and pointing an accusing finger at the man. He called out to Tang San, "Brother, hurry and strike him. This emotionally flawed scoundrel dares to bully me." Tang San had already activated the Xiantian skill. Even if his sister did not speak, he was determined to deal with that scoundrel. In an instant, his figure flickered, moving with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. He raised his left hand and struck directly at the opponent's abdomen, the force of the blow sending the man flying. As he fell to the ground, the man struggled to rise, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. "You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to strike me?" he exclaimed, as a white soul ring suddenly illuminated beneath his feet. Immediately, a layer of white light enveloped his entire body, and a phantom resembling a leopard gradually emerged behind him. The old village chief gasped in astonishment. He is a soul master of the first ring. He quickly turned to Tang San and his sister, urging, "My lords, please apologize at once." Fearful that the siblings might provoke the soul master and face dire consequences, he hastily prepared to offer his apologies. "Grandpa village chief, do not fear him. He is merely a first-ring soul master," as if that were something extraordinary. Tang Qingwei finished speaking and raised her left hand. A bouquet of 6 colored flowers slowly spinning in her palm, while beneath her feet, a yellow century-old soul ring began to glow. Chapter 24, Medical Expenses. Upon witnessing his sister's unaffected demeanor, Tang San felt a sense of reassurance, as it seemed she had not sustained any injuries. As if to amplify the impression, he unveiled his blue-silver grass, while simultaneously, the radiant glow of a 100-year soul ring illuminated beneath his feet. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone in the crowd, awakening the old village chief from his reverie. Trembling with excitement, he murmured, "At long last, a soul master has emerged from Holy Soul Village. And to think, there are 2 of them, each possessing a 100-year soul ring. How splendid." Meanwhile, the student who had previously collided with Tang Qingwei felt a flicker of trepidation. A 100-year soul ring. He pondered which noble offspring would indulge in such a peculiar whim, presenting themselves in this fashion. It was indeed a misfortune for him. No longer could he regard Tang San and Tang Qingwei as mere country folk. The acquisition of a 100-year soul ring was no feat for an ordinary commoner. Clearly, these 2 were offspring of distinguished families. What was he thinking, continuing to provoke them? Wasn't he tantamount to bullying? Here were 2 soul masters with 100-year soul rings. Pitted against him, a mere 10-year soul ring holder, was he not inviting suffering upon himself? The individual fell silent, retracting his martial spirit, and after a prolonged moment, hesitantly murmured an apology. The words were scarcely audible, yet Tang Qingwei and Tang San caught every syllable. The attributes of a soul master extended beyond mere soul skills. They encompassed various physical capabilities as well, rendering their acute perception of such a faint apology undeniable. Tang Qingwei was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it truly that simple? Shouldn't they engage in a few rounds of trial first? This seemed excessively accommodating. A sense of loss washed over her. It felt as though they were at a disadvantage. She couldn't shake the feeling that they would be at a significant loss if they didn't secure some benefits, especially now that they were being compelled to reveal their identities as spirit masters. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. With a dramatic flare, Tang Qingwei collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen and rolling about, utterly disregarding her dignity. Tang San was startled when his sister suddenly fell, and he hurriedly rushed forward to assist her. However, upon meeting her playful expressions, he immediately froze in place. "You must compensate me for my medical expenses. You have injured me." "Oh, my stomach." Tang Qingwei pointed at the person who had previously knocked him down, now lying on the ground, clutching his abdomen and moaning in agony. The individual, clearly unaccustomed to such a spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. How could he suddenly collapse to the ground? Moreover, how could such a diminutive figure have possibly struck her abdomen? Even if he had intended to collide, there seemed to be no feasible way to do so. Tang Qingwei noticed that the person before her remained unresponsive, mistakenly believing he was unwilling to compensate. She seized Tang San and pushed him forward, exclaiming, "If you dare to shirk your responsibility, I'll have my brother deal with you." Only then did the man regain his senses, appearing flustered and bewildered. All right, I will pay." "How much?" At that moment, he simply wished to resolve the matter peacefully. Unaware of the identities of these two young scients, he dared not provoke them. Since compensation was possible, he was more than willing to pay. This predicament left Tang Qingwei in a quandary. Having grown up without an understanding of the value of currency, her family possessed little wealth, which was carefully safeguarded by her brother and father. She had never even touched the money, let alone used it. Just as she was grappling with this dilemma, a sudden epiphany struck her. She raised her gaze to the man before her, noting his attire suggested affluence. With feigned disdain, she proposed, "Then you should compensate us with your monthly living expenses. Is that too much to ask?" The man nodded vigorously, insisting, "Not excessive. Not excessive at all." He then removed a pouch from his waist, stating, "This contains 1,000 gold soul coins, my monthly living expenses." The subsequent words faded from Tang Qingwei's hearing, her mind consumed by the three resounding characters, gold soul coins. She had only ever encountered silver and copper soul coins. This was her first encounter with gold soul coins. Despite her astonishment, Tang Qingwei concealed her emotions. She nudged the still-dazed Tang San and exclaimed, "Brother, hurry and collect the medical expenses. I am eagerly awaiting my treatment." Her deliberate emphasis on the phrase medical expenses was intended to reassure Tang San, for this was the compensation owed to her for her injuries. What reason was there to hesitate? Such despicable wealthy individuals, whose monthly living expenses amounted to a staggering 1,000 gold soul coins. It was lamentable that she had only just learned today of the elevated terminology for this currency, the gold soul coin. Tang San walked stiffly up to the individual, accepting the heavy pouch of coins. A wave of emotion washed over him. It was the first time in his life he had held such a substantial sum of money. The old village chief was utterly astonished by Tang's simple yet effective maneuver. He swallowed hard, realizing that 1,000 gold soul coins had just been handed over. 1,000 gold soul coins, all taken from the girl's mere words? It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin is sufficient to cover the expenses of an ordinary three-person household for several months. Now, it was not merely one coin, but an astonishing 1,000 gold soul coins. In his lifetime, the old man had never even glimpsed such a vast fortune. Tang Qingwei received the money pouch from Tang San's hands and said to the man, "All right, you may leave now." The man, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly vanished from sight. Tang Qingwei held a bag of money that was too heavy for her delicate hands and presented it before Tang San, shaking her little head with a sigh. "Brother, this simply won't do. You are utterly lacking in cooperation. This time, we were fortunate to encounter a fool. Should a clever one come next time, it would undoubtedly not be so honest and compensating." Tang San chuckled softly, lightly flicking his sister's forehead. "You little girl. How cunning you are, even learning to extort." "I'm not extorting anyone. It was that fellow who bumped into us first. Not only did he scold us, but he also attempted to strike us. Fortunately, we are all first-ring soul masters. Otherwise, we would have been the unfortunate ones. Now, I merely seek his living expenses for a month, which is quite lenient of me." Tang Qingwei retorted with righteous eloquence. Upon hearing his sister's words, Tang San recognized the validity of her reasoning. Had they not been soul masters, the situation would undoubtedly have been far more perilous, possibly leaving them grievously injured. With this thought in mind, he ceased his internal conflict, accepting the pouch of coins his sister offered and tucking it into his bosom. The surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless by the dramatic scene unfolding before them. At that moment, the old village chief stepped forward, gazing at the two children with a sense of pride. I always knew you were exceptional, the very hope of our holy soul village. It is remarkable how swiftly you have both become first-ring soul masters. I have faith that your futures will be boundless. Tang Qingwei then rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and cheerfully declared, Grandfather, rest assured, we will undoubtedly restore the glory of Shanghan village. Excellent. Wonderful. The old village chief gazed at the two with an intensity that was nothing short of fervent. The future reputation of Shanghan village now rested upon the shoulders of these two young souls. After offering a few more words of advice to Tang San and Tang Qingwei, the old village chief took his leave. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper had long been astonished by the two status as ring soul masters, no longer daring to be negligent. He promptly opened the academy's grand entrance, standing respectfully at the side. Esteemed soul masters, please enter. I shall escort you to your registration. Chapter 26. Assigned to Dormitory 7. Tang Qingwei held Tang San's hand, skipping joyfully as they followed the gatekeeper inside. How could she not be happy? They had unexpectedly gained 1,000 gold coins, relieving her and her brother from the burdens of making a living for the foreseeable future. Shortly after their departure, a man clad in a gray long robe emerged, standing with his hands clasped behind him, watching the distant figures of Tang Qingwei and Tang San. Murmuring to himself in astonishment, is that blue-silver grass? How surprisingly swift in cultivation. At that moment, another gatekeeper on duty noticed the man and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, Master. The master nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning toward the direction of the Tang siblings. In the academic affairs office, a deep male voice called out, Come in. Hello. Director Su. This is the new work-study student for this year, Tang San and Tang Qingwei. They are already one-ring soul masters, the gatekeeper said, bowing respectfully as he introduced the siblings to Director Su. One-ring soul masters? Even such a young girl? Director Su remarked, incredulous. She appears to be only 3 or 4 years old. How could someone of such tender age possess the capability and conditions to hunt soul beasts for soul rings? Show me your credentials. He insisted, eager to ascertain the true nature of the martial souls belonging to these two youngsters. Tang San nodded and submitted the proofs of the two individuals. They possess innate full soul power. Director Su exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the curiosity of those nearby who leaned in to examine the documents. I expected something more impressive. It's merely the waste martial souls of blue-silver grass and wildflowers. Even if they become soul masters, it hardly warrants any surprise, he remarked without a hint of politeness. The other instructors present, upon hearing that the martial souls were blue-silver grass and wildflowers, shifted their expressions from surprise to regret. Director Su's initial astonishment and curiosity dissipated, and he simply handed the uniforms and proofs back to Tang San. Very well, this is your property, provided free of charge by the academy. You will be residing in room 7 of the dormitory building. The supervising instructor there will arrange your duties as work-study students. Off you go. Tang San and Tang Qingwei were unfazed by the disparaging remarks regarding their seemingly inferior martial spirits. There was no need for a contest of egos, for they were aware of their true worth. Grateful, Tang San accepted the items handed to him by Director Su, bowed respectfully, and then took his sister's hand. Turning to exit the academic affairs office. The dormitory building was singular and easily located, serving as the residence for both students and faculty. Just as the old village chief had remarked, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters was exceedingly scarce, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The overall population of students and teachers at the academy was quite limited, thus a single dormitory building sufficed to accommodate all. Tang San, holding his sister's hand, had just arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory when he was greeted by a cacophony emanating from within. The door was ajar, and he approached to peer inside. The room was expansive, measuring nearly 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds, yet only 11 of them were equipped with bedding. At that moment, 6 or 7 children, aged between 9 and 13, were creating a lively uproar. Brother, there are no blankets. Should we go out and buy some? Tang Qingwei, feeling financially secure, was determined to ensure her comfort to the best of her abilities. Tang San naturally noticed this. Well, since they have arrived at the doorstep, they should first go in and set down their belongings. He felt a sense of relief, fortunate that his sister had secured a sum of money, had obtained a medical fee. Otherwise, he truly would not have known what to do. It was one thing for him to forego a blanket, but his sister, being so young, would undoubtedly catch a cold without one. Chapter 27. Fully convinced, Tang San knocked on the door, and the children who were speaking immediately turned their gazes towards him. There stood a boy clad in patches, holding the hand of a delicate little girl who appeared exquisitely crafted. Curiosity piqued, they all gathered closer. Is he a new work-study student? Tang San was easily recognizable, but the girl he held was a mystery to them, as they had yet to encounter such a young child within the academy. A gentle smile graced Tang San's face as he spoke. Greetings, we are work-study students from Holy Soul Village. This is my sister. I am Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I am 13 years of age, destined to become a formidable soul master. I am also the leader here. Young man, what is your name, and what is your martial soul? Wang Sheng did not bother to inquire about Tang Qingwei, as she was simply too young. Despite Tang San's earlier introduction, he had not paid attention. I am Tang San, and my martial soul is blue silvergrass. Although the tone of his counterpart was rather unkind, Tang San chose not to take offense. After all, they were merely newcomers, and it would be unwise to provoke any conflicts. Blue silvergrass. Since when has the blue silvergrass martial soul been capable of cultivation? Wang Sheng feigned an expression of utmost surprise, and the children in the dormitory erupted into laughter, regarding Tang San as if he were a fool. Tang Qingwei gazed at the group of troublemakers before her, unperturbed by their antics. With unwavering resolve, she retorted, your ignorance is one matter, yet to wield it as a source of mockery against others is another. Just how audacious can you be? With a huff of indignation, she then turned to Tang San, urging him to witness firsthand whether the blue silvergrass could truly be cultivated. Wang Sheng and his companions, though irked by Tang Qingwei's words, refrained from any overt acts of bullying. Instead, they silently noted the offense, biding their time to repay it to her brother in due course. Tang San shook his head in resignation. This girl certainly loved to stir up trouble. However, he did not refuse his sister's request. A circle of yellow 100-year spirit rings materialized beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the blue silvergrass surged forth from his right hand in a frenzy. And in the blink of an eye, before the opposing students could react, they were instantly ensnared. The onlookers, tightly bound, could not conceal their shock. 100-year spirit ring. You are a first-ring spirit master. Their gazes towards Tang San transformed into a blend of fear and awe. After all, they were merely a group of young children. When faced with someone stronger than themselves, their fear outweighed their impulsiveness, rendering them as meek as quails. Do you see clearly now? Can blue silvergrass be cultivated? Tang San cast a slight glance at Wang Sheng, the one who had instigated the trouble. At that moment, he was bound like a rice dumpling, wearing an expression of indignation as he continued to provoke. I refuse to accept this. This is an ambush. Though Wang Sheng was indeed terrified of Tang San's prowess, he could not accept being subdued by a single move. In his mind, even if he was inferior to Tang San, he believed he was not far behind and could rank among the top of his peers in the academy. Now, facing Tang San, he found himself entirely devoid of the ability to resist, which he could not accept. Wait until I release my martial soul. We will have a proper match. Except for Wang Sheng, the other children had long since abandoned any thoughts of competing with Tang San, as the disparity in strength was simply too vast. Very well. Then let me ensure you concede wholeheartedly. Tang San spoke as he retracted the blue silvergrass, releasing the others. After being freed, Wang Sheng chose not to utter another word. Instead, his body emanated the glow of soul power, and with a mighty roar, the ethereal figure of his martial soul materialized behind him. In an instant, he leaped into action, the roar echoing once more as he charged towards Tang San's face. As he approached, Tang San remained utterly still, as if his adversary were but a figment of imagination. Chapter 28. The leader of the seventh room. Just as Wang Sheng's fist was about to collide with Tang San, an unexpected twist occurred. His body executed a remarkable flip, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, he altered his trajectory, positioning himself behind Tang San. With both arms raised, he struck downward towards the sides of Tang San's neck. Tang Qingwei raised her eyebrows slightly at the side. This fellow was certainly not the most honest. Fortunately, no one was watching, or it would have elicited laughter, particularly given her tender age. Such an action from a child like her appeared rather comical. As for Wang Sheng's sudden change in tactics, Tang San was not particularly surprised. He remained as steady as a mountain. The nature of battle is inherently unpredictable, and he would not be taken aback by any unexpected moves. When faced with an opponent whose abilities are unknown, maintaining one's composure amidst the chaos is the wisest choice. The additional soul rings he possessed were not mere adornments. Ever since he acquired his first soul ring, he experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, reaction, and overall capabilities. The disciples of the Tang sect are renowned for their acute senses and reflexes, with speed being one of their paramount advantages. In the realm of swiftness, there is none he fears. In a fleeting moment, Wangxing transformed his position in midair, suddenly appearing behind Tang San. As he brought his palms down in a converging motion, poised to strike Tang San's neck, Tang San moved with the grace of a specter, effortlessly evading Wangxing's assault. In an instant, Tang San lifted his right foot, casting not a glance at Wangxing, and with a single move, he struck Wangxing in the abdomen. Devoid of spirit rings, Wangxing's strength and resilience were no match for Tang San. The outcome was inevitable. Wangxing was sent flying by the force of the kick. With a resounding crash, he was propelled several meters away in the blink of an eye. This was still under the condition that Tang San refrained from unleashing his internal power. Had he done so, that single kick would have surely inflicted internal injuries. Tang San did not intend to create enmity. He merely aimed to bring the confrontation to a close. After concluding the battle, he approached Wangxing and extended his hand, signifying his victory. The onlookers, witnessing Wangxing's dire state, instinctively swallowed hard and took several steps back, silently relieved that none of them had chosen to resist. Had they done so, they would undoubtedly have been incapacitated for several days, lacking Wangxing's remarkable resilience. Indeed, Wangxing's physical prowess was a source of his pride. No one of his rank had managed to inflict serious injury upon him thus far. This time, however, Wangxing had sustained a significant fall, and it took him a considerable amount of time to rise from the ground. As he gazed at Tang San, his expression grew complex. Realizing the vast disparity between himself and a first-ring soul master, he had indeed felt most of the force behind Tang San's final kick being restrained, and at this moment, he readily conceded defeat. Accepting Tang San's goodwill, he grasped the extended hand and rose to his feet. Youthful admiration for strength shone in Wangxing's eyes as he regarded Tang San with newfound reverence. The other students, witnessing their leader's concession and Tang San's apparent lack of hostility, surged forward in excitement. You are truly remarkable. You have already become a first-ring soul master, and you are using a 100-year spirit ring. Wangxing scratched his head and added, Thank you for showing mercy earlier. But is your martial spirit truly blue silver grass? He still found it hard to believe that the commonly known inferior martial spirit could possess such incredible power. Tang San remained silent, merely raising his right hand from which a cascade of deep blue silver grass emanated from his palm. Through this action, he conveyed to the students in the dormitory that he had not spoken falsely. Wangxing approached Tang San, and with a solemn expression, stated, as work-study students, we are often looked down upon by others, thus we must unite. Following this, as if shedding a heavy burden, he continued, the rule of the 7th dormitory is that the one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Tang San, having defeated me, you shall henceforth be our leader. Chapter 29, The First Encounter with Xiaowu. Tang Qingwei observed that the battle had concluded and showed no inclination to join their conversation. She proceeded directly to the innermost bed, where she set down her belongings. Although Tang San was engaged in conversation with the others, his peripheral vision remained fixed on his younger sister. Upon seeing that she had chosen her bed, he made no further considerations and directly opted for the bed adjacent to hers. It was only then that the group took notice of Tang Qingwei, who was gazing at her with an expression of astonishment. She, the eldest, is your sister also a work-study student? Tang San looked up in surprise at Wangxing, remarking, Didn't I introduce myself upon entering? The crowd responded in unison, Did you? It seems so, but how old is she? Is it possible for someone so young to have awakened their martial soul? Wasn't it said that the awakening typically occurs around 6 years of age? Realizing it was not too late to learn, Tang San continued, This is my younger sister, Tang Qingwei. After their initial astonishment, the crowd swiftly accepted the revelation and gathered around Tang Qingwei with eager curiosity, bombarding her with questions. Sister, how old are you this year? What is your martial soul? Tang San hurriedly positioned himself in front of his sister, casting a wary gaze upon the crowd. Begone! Who among you dares to claim her as your sister? She is my sister. Wangxing approached with a playful grin, saying, Boss, is it not true that your sister is also our sister? We are merely expressing our concern for her. Tang Qingwei harbored no objections regarding this matter. The group in the dormitory had initially exhibited a certain arrogance, but after being subdued by her brother, they became quite amiable. At that moment, A melodious voice echoed from outside. Is this the 7th dormitory? Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. There stood a charming little girl, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old. Her delicate visage, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Despite her simple attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a single braid that cascaded down her back, and her large, glistening eyes sparkled with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a pristine set of school uniform. Tang Qingwei followed the gaze of the crowd, and the distinctive scorpion braid must belong to her future sister-in-law, Xiao Wu. She was indeed stunningly beautiful. Just look at her thick, luscious hair, a source of envy. The girl at the entrance blinked her large eyes, elegantly bypassing the crowd, and approached Tang San at the very back, her face adorned with a sweet, radiant smile. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dancing. What about you? What is your name? Tang San was perplexed as to why this girl had chosen to speak to him alone, although she possessed an enchanting countenance. The determination reflected in her eyes instilled a sense of caution within him. Hello, I am Tang San. He introduced himself briefly before turning to his sister. Xiao Wei, let us step out to purchase some daily necessities. It seemed that only then did Xiao Wu notice the subtle presence of Tang Qingwei. Her expression one of disbelief as she pointed her delicate, fair finger at Tang Qingwei. Who are you? Tang Qingwei remained silent, her dark eyes fixated on her, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Something was amiss. This little dance was certainly peculiar. Why did she bypass everyone and march directly towards Tang San? And why did she only introduce herself to him? Upon finally noticing her, why did she wear an expression of disbelief and inquire about her identity? All of these actions seemed more akin to those of a complete stranger meeting for the first time. Tang San sensed something amiss. Did this girl named Xiao Wu recognize him? Why did she exhibit such an incredulous expression upon seeing his sister? He rose to shield Tang Qingwei, adopting a protective stance. This is my sister, Tang Qingwei. Chapter 30. Xiao Wu's dilemma. Only then did Xiao Wu realize her inappropriate demeanor. She quickly composed herself, allowing a sweet smile to grace her face. Adopting a tender tone, she leaned down to address Tang Qingwei. Little sister, this is the Martial Soul Academy. Now that you have seen your brother, it would be prudent to return home early. Otherwise, as night falls, the journey may become perilous. There's no need for your concern. She is my sister, and also a student of the Nodding City Academy. With that, he disregarded Xiao Wu entirely, taking his sister by the hand and departing the dormitory. The remaining students exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Did this girl truly know Tang San? Yet, their conversation implied a lack of familiarity. Xiao Wu stood rooted in place, her back to the dormitory door, her expression contorted with anger, a stark contrast to the sweetness she had initially displayed. System, what is going on? Why has that Tang San suddenly acquired a sister? Xiao Wu seethed inwardly. Please remain calm, host. We shall conduct further analysis and provide you with a response shortly. Came the emotionless reply from the mechanical voice. Tang San swiftly led his younger sister out of the dormitory, only slowing his pace once they were outside. He turned his head to glance at his sister, who appeared lost in thought, and playfully tapped her forehead. What are you pondering, my little girl? You look like an old scholar. Surprisingly, Tang Qingwei did not take offense. Instead, she gazed at Tang San with a serious expression. Brother, what do you think of that girl named Xiao we just encountered? Upon hearing his sister mention the peculiar girl, Tang San instinctively furrowed his brow. Why are you bringing her up? Keep your distance from her. I sense something strange about her. Tang San, concerned that his sister's curiosity might lead her to approach the girl, issued a preemptive warning. Tang lightly nodded, signifying her agreement with Tang San's statement. However, she secretly pondered that the moment Xiao Wu entered the dormitory, she effortlessly identified Tang San among the crowd of students and approached him to greet him. This indicated that she might be acquainted with Tang San. Yet, her surprise and astonishment upon discovering that she was Tang San's sister suggested that, in her perception, she was non-existent. Thus, the question arose, under what circumstances could she know Tang San while believing that she herself did not exist? Tang Qingwei suddenly pondered her own existence. Since she was able to traverse to this realm, why could others not? Was she truly not Xiao Wu, but rather an interloper who had assumed her identity? Was the soul of Xiao Wu still present? After all, she was to become her sister-in-law. How could she assist her? Tang slightly lifted his head to glance at his brother. At that moment, Tang San appeared rather foolish, being enthusiastically sold blankets. Young man, let me tell you, this blanket is highly regarded even by soul masters. It is not made of ordinary cotton, rather. The lady selling the blankets went on to elaborate with a slew of terms that neither of them could comprehend. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Tang San from recognizing the quality of the item. Resolutely, he prepared to make a purchase, for what others possessed, his sister must have as well. Tang Qingwei hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Such blatant boasting, what had come over his brother? Had his intelligence taken a nosedive? Had he not thought clearly during the recent competition? Ignoring the resentful gaze of the matron selling bedding, Tang Qingwei swiftly pulled Tang San away from the scene. Brother, that was merely an ordinary quilt. And yet they demanded 500 copper soul coins for it. Even if we had the money, it would be sheer extravagance to spend it so recklessly. Tang San awkwardly scratched his head, as if to acknowledge the price was somewhat steep. The first bedding he encountered was merely 50 copper soul coins. And with the intention of comparing prices, he did not make an immediate purchase. Chapter 31. Hearing the heart's voice yet. Was he not simply wishing for his sister to enjoy a more comfortable night's rest? The surroundings were already quite unfavorable, with a multitude of people sharing the same space. And one could only wonder whether they would be plagued by the sounds of grinding teeth or snoring during the night. Tang San looked up at the sky. The sun had long since set. He gently took Tang Qing's small hand and said, "Alas, it is getting late. We can no longer continue our stroll. Let us head directly to the first shop and purchase the bedding, then return home." Tang lightly nodded, grasping Tang San's unoccupied left hand as they proceeded forward together. After procuring their items, the duo returned to dormitory 7. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu engaged in lively conversation with a group of students. Perhaps due to her keen attention on the dormitory entrance, she was the first to notice Tang San before the others did, and she greeted him with great enthusiasm. "You're back. I just realized there are no blankets in the dormitory, and it's too late to go out now. May I share a blanket with your sister tonight?" Xiao Wu, already possessing striking beauty, seemed utterly enchanting in her slightly coquettish tone, capable of captivating any man. However, Tang San was not swayed by her charm. He politely declined, stating, "My sister has been accustomed to sleeping alone since she was little, and she doesn't like sharing a bed. I'm sorry." With that, he took Tang lightly by the hand and maneuvered past Xiao Wu, returning to his bedside. Xiao Wu's expression nearly faltered, but she ultimately composed herself. With a cheerful demeanor, she followed them, continuing her playful banter. "I've heard that the strongest here is the leader of Dormitory 7. If I wish to become the leader, do I need to challenge you first?" The rapid shift in her demeanor elicited a moment of reflection from Tang lightly, who wondered if this girl from another world had previously studied acting. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "There is no need for comparison. If you wish to take on the role, then do so." Despite his suspicions towards Xiao Wu and his lack of affection for her, he had no intention of using his abilities to intimidate a girl. As long as she refrained from provoking him or his sister, he would remain indifferent to her endeavors. Xiao Wu clenched her hands tightly behind her back, pondering the true nature of this unfolding narrative. Isn't Tang San and Xiao Wu a canonical pair? Why does Tang San now so vehemently resist her advances? System, have you found anything? What on earth is happening? And how did that wretched girl become Tang San's sister when I am clearly his only sister? Xiao Wu raged within, cursing the infuriating system that always falters at crucial moments. Tang San and Tang Qingwei's expressions changed abruptly, and they simultaneously turned to look at Xiao Wu. Then, they exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and disbelief. They had just heard Xiao Wu speak, yet her lips had not moved at all. As they puzzled over this phenomenon, a cold, mechanical voice emerged, stating that the plot had been disrupted by unforeseen factors, resulting in deviations. The host must now decide whether to abandon the task. Abandon? How could that be possible? To arrive here, I exchanged my reincarnation soul power with you. Now you tell me there are deviations? If I return, will you restore my reincarnation soul power? No, you won't, right? Xiao Wu's voice was laced with desperation. Tang Qingwei looked up in curiosity, only to be caught by her gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled warmly at him. This woman is truly extraordinary, Tang Qingwei mused inwardly. Though she was uncertain how she suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice, she could not help but admire the other's acting skills. It perfectly illustrated the concept of harboring resentment internally while maintaining a cheerful facade. Chapter 32. The Essence of the Soul. Tang San, concerned that his younger sister was too young to conceal her emotions, gently pulled her behind him and advised, "You may stand here and watch as I prepare your bed, but do not wander off." In truth, he wished to convey that she should refrain from looking around too much. Yet he feared arousing her suspicion and thus refrained from being too explicit in his words. Tang Qingwei understood the meaning behind Tang San's words. After nodding, she obediently stood by the bed. However, her heart was far from as tranquil as her demeanor suggested. This woman had indeed traversed realms and astonishingly possessed a system. From their conversation, it seemed she was indeed seeking out his brother. What was this reincarnation soul power? What purpose did the system have for it? In truth, it was merely the essence of the soul. Without the essence of the soul, reincarnation would naturally be impossible. After a long silence, the seven-colored lotus unexpectedly began to speak. Tang was slightly taken aback. The source of the soul? Does everyone possess it? She pondered. Indeed, every species across myriad realms has a finite essence of the soul. The system's unauthorized collection of undispersed soul sources is a transgression against the natural order. As a member of the divine realm, it is my duty to eradicate such offenses. Alas, in my current state, I find myself utterly incapable of addressing this matter. There was an unmistakable sense of desolation in the tone of the seven-colored lotus. Tang Qingwei initially intended to inquire about the consequences of collecting undissipated soul origins. However, upon observing the desolation of the seven-colored lotus, she refrained from probing further and could only offer a dry consolation. It will be all right. Did you not say that once I ascend to godhood, I would have the chance to return? At that time, you too could return to the divine realm. Yet, that was merely a possibility, and it remained uncertain whether it was a certainty. Despite the seven-colored lotus's complaints, its mood improved considerably, and it kindly continued to explain to Tang Qingwei. If the undissipated soul origins are taken away, then a child or creature born in that place will be merely a soulless shell, commonly referred to as an imbecile. With its spirits lifted, the seven-colored lotus generously indulged Tang Qingwei's curiosity. Tang Qingwei felt a tinge of worry in her heart. Given the formidable system possessed by the other party, was she in danger? Surely not. That system could not act against her, even if it desired her soul's essence. A transaction could only be established upon her consent. Hearing this from Qi Yin, Tang Qingwei felt considerably reassured. At present, Xiaowu had likely just undergone her transformation. Since she had already taken this irreversible step, it meant her true form had become that of a human martial soul, thereby rendering all her previous abilities obsolete. Moreover, her soul power would need to be painstakingly cultivated anew, little by little. At this moment, she had probably not yet attained the rank of a level 10 soul master, which posed no threat to Tang Qingwei, a level 13 soul master. Tang Qingwei was lost in her thoughts when suddenly a sweet voice interrupted. Are you Tang Qingwei? I am Xiaowu. How old are you? You look quite young. Tang San, upon noticing the peculiar girl drawing near to his younger sister, immediately became vigilant. Though he masked his concern, he stepped forward, positioning himself naturally in front of Tang Qingwei, who was still but a child of 4, timid and somewhat shy. If there is something you wish to discuss, you may speak to me. The girl, Yu Wu Huang, maintained her innocent smile. You are far too tense. I am not a fearsome creature. Since your sister has come to the academy, there are many things she must learn. You cannot remain her shelter for all eternity. I would gladly be her sanctuary for a lifetime. All she needs is to grow up joyfully and without worries. Chapter 33, Health Arrangements. Of course, such words were merely a pretext to placate the individual before him. Though Tang San deeply desired for his sister to continue living a carefree life, he understood the impossibility of this wish. Each person is an independent entity, and his sister would certainly not wish to have her freedom curtailed under the guise of protection. She needed a broader horizon. He could not, in the name of goodwill, clip her wings that were meant to soar towards the sky. Ah, such affection rightfully belongs to me, Yunwu. I am Tang San's sister. Why must Tang Qingwei suddenly appear? Were it not for her, everything would unfold as scripted. Yunwu raged silently within, though her exterior remained composed, still wearing the guise of one who advocates for Tang Qingwei's best interests. So, her true name is Yunwu? Tang Qingwei had already come to accept her and Tang San's ability to hear Yunwu's innermost thoughts, yet her focus was inexplicably drawn to the revelation of her name. Tang San was engulfed in confusion. What was the plot? Why was his little sister absent? She was, after all, his sibling. It was utterly absurd. He was no fool. How could he regard someone who approached him with such fervent intent as a sister? Yunwu endeavored to persuade him, even invoking the authority of the leader of the 7th house, all in an effort to encourage Tang Qingwei to cultivate her independence and self-sufficiency, all under the pretense of acting in her best interest. However, Tang San dismissed her with a simple retort. My sister is still young. I will handle it. To be candid, had he not been able to hear her innermost thoughts, Tang Qingwei might have nearly succumbed to Yun Wu's deceptive rhetoric. Acting in her best interest? It was merely an attempt to separate her from Tang San. Yun Wu, infuriated by Tang San's obstinate demeanor, ceased her attempts at persuasion and returned to her own bed. Just then, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, inquiring if there were any new work-study students present. "Step forward, please." Tang San, Tang Qingwei, and Xiao Wu rose simultaneously, directing their gazes towards the entrance of the dormitory. The teacher standing before them had an unremarkable appearance, save for his green hair, which stirred a sense of sympathy within Tang Qingwei. How unfortunate it was that such a hue was naturally bestowed upon him. Was fate truly so unkind? As Tang Qingwei pondered these thoughts, the teacher spoke again. "I am Mo Hen. You may address me as Teacher Mo." He then cast a sweeping glance at the trio and instructed, "From now on, you three will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. You will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, it is imperative to clean daily, especially to ensure that all debris is thoroughly removed. Failure to do so will result in deductions from your wages. Should there be any negligence in your duties, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand?" Earning merely 10 copper soul coins a day, amounting to a mere 300 coins a month, seemed quite unworthy. Though Tang Qingwei harbored some inner grievances, she refrained from voicing them. After all, she and Tang San were merely work-study students, and it was prudent to maintain a low profile. There were many individuals within the Academy who surpassed them in prowess. Not everyone was as foolish as that person at the school gate. The three of them hesitated not, nodding in unison to signify their understanding. Seeing that there were no objections from them, Mo Hen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and classes will commence the day after. The first-year students will attend class in room 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. You are to arrive punctually for class the day after tomorrow. From then on, I will conduct sporadic inspections of your cleanliness results." "Very well. You may take your leave for now." Once everyone had departed, Tang Qingwei pulled Tang San into a corner, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he revealed his plans. "Brother, I have heard that after being assessed as a soul master at the Spirit Hall, one can receive a golden soul coin as a subsidy each month by virtue of their badge." Chapter 34, Advancement Assessment. "Shall we go for the evaluation tomorrow? With the two of us, that would amount to 2 golden soul coins, equating to 20 silver soul coins. The arduous labor we endure cleaning at school only earns us a meager 600 copper soul coins, barely enough for a single silver soul coin." Tang Qingwei's small abacus clicked busily, while Tang San furrowed his brow in disapproval. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Xiao Wei, we harbor enmity against the Spirit Hall." To which she retorted, "We may be at odds with the Spirit Hall, yet we hold no grudge against the golden soul coins. Why should we refuse what is offered for free?" Tang lightly waved her small hand and casually remarked, "Moreover, isn't it even more delightful to spend an enemy's money?" Tang San, persuaded by his sister, ultimately acquiesced to her decision. The following morning, while the majority of the faculty and students at Notting Academy were still ensconced in slumber, 2 small figures had already ventured beyond the academy gates. The ceremony for the commencement of the school year was scheduled for around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the Spirit Hall was not far from the school. Thus, the round trip would take them merely about 10 minutes. Consequently, Tang Qing decided to first undergo the Spirit Master assessment to secure the subsidies before proceeding further. Tang San held no objections to his sister's decision, and the two swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall in Notting City, which was far more grandiose than that in Holy Soul Village. This Spirit Hall was constructed with a magnificent dome, its front width exceeding 100 meters and standing 20 meters high, encompassing 3 levels. The entire edifice was adorned in a rich brown hue, and the emblem of the Spirit Hall on the main entrance featured a long sword. "Hold it right there. Young ones, this is the Spirit Hall. You cannot enter recklessly." As they approached the entrance, they were halted by the guards stationed there. The 2 guards appeared to be around 20 years of age, yet their soul power emanations were rather subtle, suggesting they had not yet attained the rank of soul masters. Just as Tang San was about to speak, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Master Su Yutao. Su Yutao paused, turning towards the voice, and immediately recognized the two. For it was indeed quite memorable that a village had produced 2 innate, full soul power individuals. "You may step back. I am acquainted with these children." The guards nodded and retreated upon realizing their duty was concluded. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Su Yuntao then directed his attention to Tang San and Tang Qingwei. Tang San held a favorable impression of the man who had guided him in his spirit awakening. "We have come to the Spirit Hall for our rank assessment, and to test the value of our soul power. Su Yuntao expressed his astonishment. You have already acquired your first spirit ring? So soon? He then recalled that Tang San had mentioned we, not I, and turned his gaze uncertainly towards Tang Qingwei. Have you also become a one-ring soul master? Tang Qingwei nodded obediently, led by Tang San. Indeed. It is truly commendable that the esteemed Academy of Notting City boasts such responsible educators. He had long observed the Notting Academy uniforms adorning the two individuals, reflecting his admiration. Tang slightly lowered his head and secretly rolled his eyes. What relevance did this have to the school? After all, they had already become soul masters of the first ring before even enrolling. However, it was not the time to voice any objections. With Notting Academy serving as a convenient cover, no one would suspect the origins of their century-old spirit rings. After all, one must ponder how a child from a destitute family could possibly hunt a century-old spirit beast. Come, let me lead you inside, he said. Turning around to take the lead, Tang San and Tang Qingwei hurriedly followed. Chapter 35, Master Matthew. The moment the grand doors swung open, Tang Qingwei felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. The vaulted ceiling of the grand hall was adorned with murals. Each small square depicted various intricate designs of martial spirits, set against a backdrop of resplendent gold, imparting an impression of opulence while retaining an air of antiquity. Surrounding the hall of martial spirits were immense crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting dazzling rays upon the murals, further enhancing the mesmerizing golden brilliance. At no moment has Tang Qingwei felt more intensely than at this moment. The spirit hall is truly extraordinarily affluent. Su Yuntao, noticing Tang Qingwei's astonished expression, assumed the young girl was awestruck by the solemn grandeur of the place. He chuckled and remarked, "This is merely the most humble branch of the spirit hall. When you have the opportunity to visit the main hall, you will truly comprehend what majesty and solemnity entail." Tang Qingwei was taken aback. Yet her astonishment was not due to the overwhelming ambience of the surroundings, as Su Yuntao had presumed. Instead, she was mentally strategizing, pondering when she might seize the opportunity to rob the spirit hall. It was astonishing to realize that this was merely the most rudimentary spirit hall, adorned with a mere emblem, yet it radiated such opulence. One could only imagine the wealth of the main hall. Su Yuntao led the siblings up the staircase to the corridor on the second floor of the spirit hall. From this vantage point, they could effortlessly gaze upon the grand lobby below, unmistakably the hub of the spirit hall's operations. Upon reaching a door, Su Yuntao did not knock, but rather pushed it open and entered. "Master Masayuno." "Su Yuntao? Weren't you just out? What brings you back?" A somewhat aged voice resonated from within the room. It was a bright office. Behind a spacious desk sat an elderly gentleman, clad in immaculate spirit master attire. The standard three-sword insignia on his attire indicative of his esteemed rank as a great spirit master. "I brought 2 individuals for assessment," Su Yuntao replied to Master Masayuno. Then turned to introduce the siblings. "This is Master Masayuno, who will oversee your evaluation." Only then did Masayuno notice the 2 small figures behind Su Yuntao, and he expressed mild surprise. "Yuntao, are you certain these children are here for advancement assessment rather than spirit awakening?" "Of course, I am certain. I was the one who awakened their spirits. They are the siblings I mentioned to you, both possessing innate full spirit power. Alas, their spirits are merely blue silver grass and an unknown wildflower. They have already acquired their spirit rings, so I must trouble you with their assessment." Su Yuntao replied with a hint of regret. Masayuno, however, regarded this with indifference, having witnessed countless spirits during his extensive tenure at the spirit hall. "Very well, follow me," he said, his voice imbued with warmth, perhaps due to the youthfulness of Tang San and Tang Qingwei. "Thank you, Grandpa Masayuno," Tang Qingwei sweetly responded. Tang Qingwei's guiding principle in life was simple. "Those who love me, I cherish. Those who despise me, I abandon." Given that this seemingly older gentleman treated her and her brother with such kindness, she felt no hesitation in bestowing smiles and goodwill in return. Matthew Nua offered a faint smile, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful. Come, I shall escort you both for your advanced assessment." As he spoke, Matthew Nua took the hands of Tang Qingwei and Tang San, leading them out of his office and down the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the spirit hall. Chapter 36. The spirit subhall. Su Yuntao followed closely behind, aware that Matthew Nua must have seen the 2 little ones, and, recalling his own grandchildren, extended his affection towards them. Originally, he intended to introduce these children to Matthew Nua and then depart. However, curiosity piqued within him. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided it would be worthwhile to accompany them and observe the evolution of the children's spirits. Tang Qingwei turned her head and happened to see Su Yuntao following closely behind, causing alarm bells to ring in her heart. Su Yuntao had witnessed her martial soul before, and now that a petal was missing, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. How could she justify this? What should she do? No need to fret. I will devise a little cover-up. Deceiving these two before me should pose no problem. The tender voice of the seven-colored lotus resounded once more, rescuing her from peril. Really? Wonderful. Tang Qingwei had long since grown accustomed to the sporadic appearances of the seven-colored lotus, and upon hearing that it had a solution, her tense emotions were instantly alleviated, leaving her feeling considerably more at ease. In no time, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where 3 towering archways awaited them. Tang raised her little head to look up, but not only did she fail to see the towering top of the door, she nearly stumbled and fell. Matthew quickly caught her, smiling gently as he said, "Be careful, don't fall." Once he steadied the little girl, he turned to Tang San and remarked, "This is the Soul Laboratory where the Soul Palace conducts advanced assessments." With that, Matthew released their hands, stepped forward, and opened the leftmost door, walking straight inside. Tang San and Tang Qingwei followed closely behind. The room was spacious and lofty, encompassing an impressive area of 200 square meters. A massive floor-to-ceiling window bathed the interior in ample light. This was the very essence that had once stirred me from my slumber. The tender voice of the seven-colored lotus echoed once more in Tang Qingwei's mind. Tang Qingwei felt a stirring in her heart, yet her expression remained inscrutable. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings and observed that the walls of the room were adorned with numerous black stones, each the size of a fist. The material was unmistakably the same as that used by Su Yuntao to assist them in awakening their martial souls. "Shaolian, do these stones aid in your recovery?" Tang Qingwei silently inquired. The seven-colored lotus let out a wry smile and sighed. "They are somewhat beneficial. However, it is impossible to restore my original strength entirely. If there were more of these stones, I might regain a fraction of my former power, perhaps 1/10,000th. After all, their potency is immense, and the consumption required for recovery is substantial." Upon hearing this, Tang felt a surge of joy in her heart. Could this stone truly aid the seven-colored lotus? That would be splendid. The seven-colored lotus had always been there to assist her, and now that there was something capable of helping it recover, she would undoubtedly do everything in her power to procure it. Matthew, observing the two little ones with expressions of curiosity, smiled and elaborated. "We are situated in the most basic level of the spirit hall, commonly referred to as the spirit branch. Across the continent, even the smallest of cities host a spirit hall of our scale. Above the branch is the spirit sub-hall, and further up is the spirit main hall. The level of the spirit main hall is typically found only in large cities. The capitals of the two great empires house the fourth-level spirit sacred hall, while the fifth level is the Pope Hall, which stands as the most revered place within the Spirit Hall." After a brief pause, Matthew continued with a sense of longing. "Above the Pope Hall exists only the legendary Douluo Worship Hall. Only those soul masters who attain the Douluo level are granted entry, and it serves as the ultimate sanctuary for all soul masters registered with the Spirit Hall who have reached the Douluo rank or higher. It is a place of aspiration for all soul masters." Chapter 37. The Petals Have Returned. Tang San nodded, his expression filled with gratitude as he gazed at the benevolent elder before him. Indeed, within the Spirit Hall lay his adversaries. However, not all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall were his foes. Just like the kind-hearted Grandpa Mani and Master Su Yu now standing before him, there existed individuals within the Spirit Hall who generously extended goodwill to strangers. Once he was capable, he would seek out only those who had once forced his parents into dire straits, resolutely refusing to implicate the innocent in his quest for vengeance. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Grandpa Manu." Tang San expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Though there were enemies within the Spirit Hall, his understanding of it was woefully limited. Neither the village elder nor his father, Tang Hao, had elaborated much on matters concerning the Spirit Hall, making this his first substantial insight into it. Grandpa Mania nodded in satisfaction. He noted that the youth of today often lacked patience and were disinclined to listen to his tales. Yet, this child before him exhibited remarkable composure. Manu turned to the two children and inquired, "Shall we commence? Who wishes to go first?" Tang San raised his hand, signaling, "Let me go first." At that moment, Su Yuntao was standing beside Matthew No, with his hands clasped behind his back. Though Tang San appeared calm on the surface, he was deeply engulfed in regret within. He should not have called out to Su Yuntao. His sister's martial soul was missing a petal. If it had been their first encounter, one might not have noticed. However, Su Yuntao was different. He was aware that his sister's martial soul was the seven-colored flower, What should he do? Tang San's mind raced rapidly. Should he proceed without detection? No, that would only draw more attention. Tang lightly glanced at Tang San and happened to catch his subtle movement. Her brother possessed a peculiar habit. Whenever he felt anxious, he would unconsciously rub the space between his index finger and thumb. What could he be so anxious about? It was merely an ordinary test. Was there truly a need for such tension? Surely, it wasn't he the test that caused his unease. If it wasn't he regarding his own matters, then it must inevitably pertain to her. Coming to this realization, she raised her small hand and said, "Grandfather Matthew, allow me to go first." Tang San gazed at his sister in astonishment. Although he was unaware of her method, he felt a considerable sense of relief within. He knew his sister well. Since she had proactively requested the test, she must have already conceived a solution. After ensuring that Tang San had no objections, Matthew turned his attention to Tang Qingwei, signaling her to step forward. "Very well then, manifest your martial soul and unleash your soul rings." Tang Qingwei stepped into the center of the patterned ground, raised her left hand, and with focused tranquility, she felt the warm flow of her martial soul gently emanating from her palm. A seven-colored flower gradually hovered above her hand, while a radiant century-old soul ring emerged from beneath her feet, ascending and descending around her body. Tang San was utterly astonished by the scene before him. His sister's martial soul, which spun gracefully in her left hand, boasted 7 exquisite petals. It was inconceivable. Could it be that the petals of his sister's martial soul had regrown? If that were indeed the case, then her martial soul would undoubtedly be a formidable force. An ability to grant wishes an infinite number of times was simply astounding. No, he must be overthinking this. Just yesterday, he had witnessed his sister's martial soul, and it had only possessed 6 petals at that time. If she truly had the capacity to restore her martial soul, she would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Chapter 38. The Theory of Martial Soul Mimicry. When Su Yuntao beheld Tang Qingwei's century-old soul ring, a momentary daze washed over his face. He was aware that the young girl and her brother had already become first-ring soul masters, but he had not anticipated that her initial soul ring would be a century-old one. Had the instructors at the Nodding City Academy truly become so remarkably proficient and dedicated? Matthew Nua's previously gentle smile suddenly faltered, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What kind of martial soul is this? Beside him, Su Yuntao interjected, "This, as I mentioned, is the wildflower wasted martial soul." Matthew Nua cast a penetrating glance at Su Yuntao, choosing not to pursue the matter further and instead directing his attention to the yellow soul ring encircling Tang Qingwei. "Child, I do not yet know your name." "Grandpa Matthew Nua. My name is Tang Qingwei," she replied obediently. "What a lovely name, and your martial soul is quite enchanting," Matthew Nua said with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair. Tang Qingwei was uncertain whether Matthew knew something or was merely offering her comfort. She simply smiled faintly, remaining silent and nodding like a well-behaved child. Matthew's gaze was filled with affection as he approached a nearby desk, retrieving a yellow crystal orb and presenting it to Tang Qingwei. "Child, infuse your soul power into this orb, and let me see the level you have attained. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matthew could finish his thought, the orb in Tang Qingwei's hand began to emit a soft yellow glow. The light was not particularly intense, yet it was remarkably clear. This is soul power of level 13. Matthew regarded Tang Qingwei with a complex expression. Could it be that the soul ring itself was exceptionally strong, thereby enhancing her soul power? Yet, it should not have jumped 2 levels. "Child, could you tell Grandpa what soul beast you hunted?" Tang Qingwei replied with a hint of cleverness, "My brother and I encountered a mandala snake." She understood that this matter could not be concealed any longer. Thus, it was better to speak half-truths, which would appear more authentic. Matthew nodded in sudden realization, exclaiming, "No wonder. It is indeed the most troublesome of the low-level soul beasts, the mandala snake, and a 100-year-old one at that. It's no surprise that such an effect arose." However, he paused, suddenly perplexed. "Wait, no, this doesn't add up. Your martial soul is clearly of the plant type. How could you possibly use an animal-type soul ring? Child, surely you must be mistaken." It was evident that Matthew, having served in the martial soul hall for decades, possessed a profound understanding of the fundamental rules regarding soul rings and instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Tang Qingwei earnestly stated at that time, "My brother and I had already delivered the final blow to the mandala snake, and adhering to the principle of not letting anything go to waste, we absorbed it. Furthermore," she continued, "my brother and I had perused a book in the library titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. It clearly states that under certain conditions, this is achievable. The book refers to it as martial soul mimicry theory." Tang San interjected. They had indeed read this book on the very first day of school. He had been concerned that his sister would struggle with a girl named Yunwu, so he had taken her to the library, returning to the dormitory quite late. Yes, that is exactly it, Tang Qingwei affirmed, nodding her little head decisively. Upon hearing this, Matthew's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to Tang San, speaking with urgency. Child, quickly unleash your martial soul. Let me see it. Chapter 39, Soul Master Subsidy. Though Tang San felt a sense of bewilderment, he nodded and summoned his martial soul. He stepped into the center of the ground's marked pattern, raised his right hand, and focused his mind, allowing the internal energy of the Xiantian skill to merge with the warm currents emanating from his blue-silver grass martial soul, which gradually flowed from his palm. The robust leaves of the blue-silver grass surged forth, quickly cascading down to the ground, while the luminous 100-year-old mandala snake spirit ring ascended from beneath Tang San's feet. Moving rhythmically around his body, Matthew rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Was this truly blue-silver grass? Before Tang San could respond, Matthew seemed to murmur to himself, so the master's theory is indeed true. The 10 core competencies of martial souls should not be neglected. Master? The one who once articulated the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the very same who was later expelled from the martial soul hall. Siyu Tao, now regaining his composure, turned to Matthew with a tone of confusion. Ah, it is indeed him. I wonder where he has gone. Now, these two children have inadvertently validated his theory. Hearing Matthew's words, Siyu Tao found himself at a loss for how to respond, standing silently beside him, refraining from further speech. After a moment of silence, Matthew suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression turning serious. Would you be willing to join the martial soul hall? Tang San paused momentarily, unsure of how to decline. It was inconceivable for him to join the spirit hall, as there remained unresolved enmity between him and the institution. Tang Qingwei discerned Tang San's predicament and deliberately inquired. We have already commenced our studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Is it still possible for us to join? Matthew sighed, acknowledging that they were indeed a step too late. Even for our spirit hall, it is unreasonable to forcibly recruit individuals from the academy. Let it be, he concluded, casting an annoyed glare at Su Yuntao and remarking, this is all Su Yuntao's fault. He should have brought you directly to the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao could only manage a wry smile, refraining from offering any rebuttal. Tang San harbored a certain fondness for Su Yuntao, grateful that he had not led them into the spirit hall. After all, it was only after discovering his martial soul that he learned of the enmity between his family and the spirit hall. With a faint smile, he remarked, one cannot say that definitively. Had we ventured into the spirit hall, we might not have acquired such a remarkable spirit ring. Wouldn't you agree, Grandfather Meisu? Upon hearing this, Meisu paused momentarily, soon grasping the implication, and replied with a smile, you make a valid point. Now, come forth and assess your spirit power level. Tang San placed his hand upon the yellow crystal orb, and before long, it emanated a soft, golden glow. At this moment, Matthew displayed no surprise, as this outcome was anticipated. With a soul power level of 13th rank, he was akin to his sister. Thus, the advancement assessment reached its conclusion. Matthew gazed affectionately at the two, smiling as he declared, from this moment forth, you shall proudly be known as a soul master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the esteemed ranks of soul masters. Henceforth, you may collect a monthly subsidy at the spirit hall with your badge. The stipend for soul masters is 1 gold soul coin each month. Upon reaching the rank of great soul master, the subsidy will increase to 10 gold soul coins. I shall promptly report on the matter of utilizing animal spirit rings with plant-based spirit souls. Thank you, Grandpa Matthew. Both Tang Qingwei and Tang San expressed in unison. Chapter 40. The Awakening Stone. As Tang San prepared to turn and depart, Tang Qingwei grasped the hem of his garment. Tang San looked at his sister with a puzzled expression. Tang Qingwei offered no explanation. Instead, she approached Matthew and, with a curious demeanor, pointed at the black stones on the wall. Tilting her little head, she inquired, Grandfather Matthew, are those black stones on the wall meant for awakening our martial souls? Matthew followed her gaze and nodded, saying, indeed, they are stones used for awakening. What about it? Tang Qingwei fidgeted with her fingers, her small frame shifting awkwardly as she said, can I buy it? I can use my golden soul coin as a supplement. Upon hearing this, Matthew was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. That stone is quite inexpensive. Aside from awakening the martial soul, it serves no other purpose. 1 golden soul coin is sufficient to purchase an entire room's worth of awakening stones. If you wish, my dear, I can gift you a few to play with. At this moment, Tang Qingwei was utterly overwhelmed by an immense surprise. She never anticipated that her conjecture would prove to be true. Previously, she had harbored such suspicions. Yet she had refrained from confirming them, and now it was astonishingly real. This treasure was indeed remarkably easy to acquire. Matthew, noticing the girl's eyes sparkling with joy, teasingly remarked, "Are you so fond of it? Later, Grandpa will fetch you a few larger pieces to take home, as long as you can carry them." Tang Qingwei was unconcerned with the trivialities of the moment. She was elated, for she could finally assist Shaolian. Although the seven-colored lotus remained silent, Tang Qingwei could sense that its emotions mirrored her own. This might very well be the sole piece of good fortune that the seven-colored lotus had encountered since arriving in this land. "Thank you, Grandpa Matthew," Tang Qingwei exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. Although Tang San was unaware of his sister's intentions regarding the stone, he nonetheless took note of the matter at hand. Whatever his sister desired, he would strive to fulfill it to the best of his ability. When Tang San and Tang Qingwei departed from the Spirit Hall, they found themselves carrying not only a specially crafted badge from the Spirit Hall, but also an abundance of black awakening stones. At this moment, Tang Qingwei was in exceedingly high spirits as he and Tang San swiftly made their way towards Nodding Academy, guided by the directions of Matthew. They took a shortcut that would save them at least half the time. Upon arriving at the academy, the two directly proceeded towards Dormitory 7, clutching the awakening stones. "Ah, those two over there, clutching stones and looking rather destitute, must be the work-study students from your Dormitory 7, remarked a tall, upright figure clad in the uniform of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Despite his youthful visage, he bore an air of burgeoning maturity, and his handsomely chiseled features were presently marred by an expression of disdain and contempt. Tang Qingwei originally intended to ignore the situation and head back to her dormitory. However, one of the assailants, noticing that the two were disregarding them, wasted no time. Brandishing a club, he swung it mercilessly towards Tang Qingwei's shoulder. "Watch out," Wang Xing exclaimed, observing that Lu Long had brazenly attacked without so much as a greeting. His anger surged, feeling a visceral rage. How could such a small girl be targeted with such cruelty? Tang Qingwei did not anticipate that this person would strike her without uttering a word. Instinctively, she raised the black stone she held in her arms to shield herself. With a sharp crack, the stone shattered into several pieces. Tang Qingwei felt that it was not the stone that shattered, but rather the emotion she had harbored when she first acquired it. The newcomer, surprised that Tang Qingwei had managed to deflect his strike, quickly raised his long staff and lunged at her once more. Chapter 41, A Condition. Upon witnessing his sister being bullied, Tang San was about to intervene when he was halted by Tang Qing's gentle voice. "Brother, please don't move. I intend to teach this scoundrel a lesson for shattering my stone." Upon encountering his sister, Tang San was immediately taken aback, instinctively retreating. Though his sister typically refrained from engaging in combat, it did not imply she was devoid of skills. During their sparring sessions in the Holy Spirit Village, her fierce determination was equally formidable. In an instant, Tang Qingwei propelled herself backward, widening the chasm between them. Unperturbed, Lu Long pursued relentlessly, undeterred by her attempt to flee. As he struck forward with a speed that eclipsed hers, his strength surpassing her own, Tang Qingwei had no means of evasion left. The remnants of stone in her hand were hurled towards the direction of Lu Long's wielded staff. Bang! The fragments clashed with the stick, sending sparks flying in all directions. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tang Qingwei retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between them once more. A faint white light emanated from her form, and as she waved her left hand, a seven-colored lotus emerged. A brilliant yellow soul ring ascended from beneath her feet, swirling rhythmically around her body. The appearance of the yellow soul ring halted Lu Long, who had initially intended to pursue with vigor. His gaze upon Tang Qingwei resembled that of a man beholding a monster. A century-old soul ring. Lu Long inhaled sharply. The white ring symbolized a 10-year soul ring, while the yellow indicated a century. The disparity of a single tier in soul rings, given equal levels of soul power, would yield a decisive advantage. How could this be possible? How old is she? The emergence of the soul ring on Tang Qingwei fundamentally shattered the misconceptions held by the troublemaking students regarding martial souls. At that moment, Wang Sheng stood agape, astonished. He had thought Tang San to be remarkable, yet his sister proved to be even more extraordinary. After all, being a first-year student meant she was merely 6 to 7 years old, and reaching the Soul Master realm at such an age had never occurred in the entire history of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Before Lu Long could react, A wisp of black mist unexpectedly surged from beneath his feet, spiraling upward and gradually enveloping his entire being. What is this? Lulong gasped in horror. At that moment, he found himself utterly drained. Even speaking became a laborious task. Ultimately, he could only silently part his lips, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei gradually approached Lulong, stating, "My first spirit ring is the mandala snake. Thus I possess its venomous properties. This attribute is effective on the martial spirit, which is fortunate for you, as your martial spirit is a weapon. Had it been another type of spirit, it remains uncertain whether you could converse with me so calmly." The atmosphere thickened with fear, causing the senior students, who sought trouble, to instinctively retreat. Although they may not have encountered the mandala snake, they had undoubtedly heard of its fearsome reputation. "I concede. You must antidote him quickly," the leading student uttered, fear evident in his voice. He had instigated this situation, and should anything dire occur, he would bear the inescapable burden of responsibility. After all, he was merely 12 years old, and like any child, was not immune to fear, leaving him utterly flustered in that moment. Tang Qingwei is neither foolish nor naive. She and Tang San still have their studies here, so it is certain that no fatal incidents will occur. Thus, she did not employ the full extent of the poison, but rather a small portion that renders the opponent immobile. An antidote can be provided, but you must agree to one condition. Tang Qingwei had yet to finish her words when the other party hastily interjected. "Are you going to acknowledge Xiao Wu from the 7th dormitory as the leader? If so, I consent." Chapter 42. Are we familiar? Huh. I won. Why should I recognize her as the leader? I need you all to assist me and my brother with the cleaning. As she spoke, she pointed her little finger at Tang San, saying, "There, that's my brother." The leader of the group, overwhelmed by the situation, nodded repeatedly. "Xiao Wei, we are all from the 7th dormitory. Please include me as well, so they can help me with the cleaning." Yun Wu chimed in with a smile, interrupting the conversation. Tang glanced at her with mild curiosity. "Are we so familiar? If you wish for them to clean, why not confront them yourself? If you emerge victorious, your word shall reign." Having said that, he no longer regarded her and summoned the 7-colored lotus once more. The dark energy enveloping Lulong coalesced into a slender black thread, which soon merged with the surrounding darkness of the 7-colored lotus, ultimately becoming one. "By the way, you shattered my awakening stone, which I painstakingly brought back from afar. You owe me a golden soul coin. Is that too much to ask?" Tang Qingwei was midway through her journey when she suddenly recalled the shattered stone, prompting her to swiftly turn around and scurry back with her little legs. "The awakening stone is of no value," spoke Lulong, who had just regained his composure. However, his words were abruptly silenced by Tang Qingwei's raised left hand. "All right, here you go." The leader, with a pained expression, reluctantly extracted a gold soul coin and handed it to Tang Qingwei. Tang wore an expression reminiscent of one demanding protection fees, weighing the gold soul coin in his hand. "All right, you may go now." Tang San observed his sister's avaricious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, just as he was about to approach her. A sweet voice resonated once more. "Xiao Wei, isn't this rather inappropriate? Although we working students may be impoverished, our aspirations should not mirror our financial state. How could we resort to extortion?" Yun Wu's words were delivered with a sense of righteousness, albeit lacking the accompaniment of agreement from those nearby. Initially, Wang Xing and others held a favorable impression of Yun Wu. After all, one's values often align with their appearance, and who could resist the charm of a beautiful girl? However, upon discerning Yun Wu's evident affection for Tang San, any flicker of admiration they once harbored had long since dissipated. Tang San relinquished the position of the 7th house leader without a fight. Although he felt discontent in his heart, he did not impede Yun Wu, knowing he could not prevail against her. Thus, Yun Wu ascended to the role of the 7th house leader, a confrontation she had instigated. This caused Wang Xing's impression of Yun Wu to plummet. The work-study students were already at odds with Zhao's group, yet they had not reached a point of inevitable conflict. After all, Xiao and his companions were esteemed advanced students, having already become first-ring spirit masters. While they were merely novice students yet to acquire a spirit ring, how could they possibly compare? Was that not a deliberate invitation to trouble? Yet, Yun Wu, brimming with misplaced confidence, insisted on challenging Xiao and his group to a wager, even unilaterally deciding that if they lost, all work-study students would become Zhao's pets. Wang Sheng and the others were utterly distressed, grateful that Tang San's sister intervened and subdued the opponent, thus averting their tragic fate of becoming pets. Now, Yun Wu was once again restless, seemingly intent on stirring up further trouble, but they would not indulge her any longer. The group had already resolved in their hearts that upon returning, they would inquire whether the Tang siblings were willing to assume the role of the seventh house leader. If they declined, they would disregard Yunwu's authority and no longer heed her commands. Unbeknownst to Yunwu, Wang Sheng and his companions had made their decision, and her large, watery eyes were fixed intently on Tang San, as if awaiting his affirmation. Chapter 43. Occupied body. Tang San chose to feign ignorance and was about to depart when suddenly a frantic and delicate voice pierced the air. This is utterly infuriating. It is one thing for this woman to have usurped my body, but now she dares to bully such a small human child. This is simply outrageous. Tang San paused, casting a fleeting glance towards the source of the voice, which astonishingly emanated from Yunwu. A jolt of surprise surged within him. Was his body being usurped? Yet, in an instant, he recalled his own extraordinary circumstance, if he could be reborn in another world. Then it was hardly surprising that Xiaowu could also be possessed by an outsider. He was suddenly filled with a profound sympathy for the voice that belonged to the true Xiaowu. Was it possible that the one named Yunwu was indeed the interloper? With these revelations, all his previous confusions found clarity today. No wonder that peculiar girl, who introduced herself as Xiaowu despite being named Yunwu, carried with her an odd entity referred to as a system. Tang San's mind raced with a multitude of thoughts, yet his feet remained steadfast as he continued towards his sister's direction. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwei appeared oblivious to everything around her, her face alight with excitement as she triumphantly held up the gold soul coin in her hand. Brother, let's hurry and return the awakening stones. We struck it rich this time, exchanging several awakening stones for a single gold soul coin. Hiki. Tang Qingwei spoke lightly as she prepared to take the awakening stone from Tang San's hands. Hers had been utterly destroyed during her battle with Lu Long, leaving not even a trace behind. Tang San nodded. He too had inquiries for his sister. The crowd here was overwhelming, making it prudent to discuss matters back at the dormitory. After exchanging greetings with Wang Xing and others, the two returned to their residence in Dormitory 7. Tang lightly plopped onto her bed, swinging her short legs playfully, and with a curious expression, inquired, "Brother, what is it like to be pursued by a fervent admirer?" After a brief pause, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she feigned a complaint. You didn't come to her defense earlier, and she was absolutely furious, cursing me in her heart for ages. Sigh, dear brother, I truly endured an unwarranted calamity for your sake. How do you intend to compensate me? Tang San's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from responding to his sister's words. Instead, he countered with a question. Has she been cursing you in her heart? Brother, you wouldn't be trying to evade your responsibility for compensation by deliberately changing the subject, would you? We can all hear her thoughts. Do not tell me you were oblivious to them. Tang Qingwei powdered her small face in irritation, casting a knowing glare at Tang San. While I did not catch her reprimanding you, another voice reached my ears. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwei appeared skeptical. Was it truly not an attempt to evade responsibility? Then what was that sound I heard? At this moment, Tang San, filled with an array of questions yearning for answers, had no time to concern himself with his sister's expression. The voice I discerned seemed to belong to Xiaowu, the original owner of the body. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwei immediately straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Is it true? The original Xiaowu is still here?" His heart surged with uncontainable joy. How wonderful it was that Sister Xiaowu's soul persisted. Yet, he pondered, "Brother, why can you hear the true voice of Xiaowu while I cannot?" This was precisely the point that puzzled Tang San. He had no intention of delving into such matters, as both Xiaowu and Yunwu were unfamiliar to him. However, if he had not misheard, it seemed that the Xiaowu he referred to harbored goodwill towards his sister. In contrast to the malice exhibited by Yunwu towards his sibling, Tang San preferred that the entity possessing his body was indeed Xiaowu. As for the reason behind his ability to hear her, Tang San's gaze shifted to the awakening stone resting on the bed. I surmise it must be due to my prior embrace of the awakening stone. After all, that was the sole distinction between us at the time. Tang nodded slightly, having already determined the answer in her heart. Chapter 44. The purchase of awakening stones. Since the awakening stones could restore a fraction of Shaolian's strength, it was hardly surprising that they could also assist Tang San in hearing Xiaowu's innermost thoughts. After all, she had long understood that the awakening stones were not merely used for awakening, as Matthew had claimed. Contemplating this, she began to feel a headache coming on. Even knowing that Sister Xiaowu's soul still lingered, how could she bring her back to her original body? Perhaps I have a solution, but it will require me to regain some of my strength. Once we expel the system, it should not be difficult to restore Xiaowu to her true form. Hearing the response from the seven-colored lotus, Tang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. As her mood lightened, her thoughts began to wander. Tang slightly turned his eyes, donning a worried expression. Brother, I wonder how that girl, Xiaowu, is doing. Perhaps you should carry the awakening stone with you from now on to listen to her conversations. This way, we can keep an eye on each other and not fear any harm she may bring upon us. Xiaowu seems quite agreeable. Mid-sentence. Tang San was startled by his own thoughts. When had he become more suspicious than his younger sister? He had only heard Xiaowu speak once. How could he be so quick to label her as a good person? This simply wouldn't he do. Very well, I shall carry the awakening stone from now on. He acknowledged his sister's suggestion. Tang Qingwei was already laughing uncontrollably within, yet she had to maintain an appearance of vigilance on the surface. Just as the two were conversing, Wang Sheng and others returned to the dormitory, though Yun Wu was notably absent. Tang San, I would like to ask if either you or your sister would be willing to take on the role of the leader of the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng approached Tang San with a serious expression. Tang San looked up in confusion, questioning whether the leader of the 7th dormitory was not Xiaowu. Surely she wouldn't refuse the role, would she? Judging by her demeanor, she seemed rather pleased with her position. Wang Sheng, however, wore a wry smile, remarking that they could no longer endure the whims of that particular lady. Fortunately, with Tang Qingwei's assistance this time, they had narrowly escaped losing not only their freedom but almost their dignity as well. Tang San, unaware of the intricacies of the situation, gleaned a general understanding from Wang Sheng's words. Although he felt a deep sympathy for their plight, he nonetheless shook his head in refusal, stating that both he and Xiao Wei only wished to focus on their cultivation and expressed his apologies. Upon hearing Tang San's rejection, Wang Sheng was not taken aback. He merely sighed and departed, shaking his head. As soon as the holiday commenced, Tang Qingwei eagerly pulled Tang San out of the Nodding City Academy. She had long anticipated this moment, finally able to venture out to purchase the awakening stones. Tang San followed closely behind his sister, chuckling. Boss, please bring me a gold soul coin awakening stone. Tang lightly tossed a gold soul coin onto the counter. The shopkeeper, who had been engrossed in examining the accounts, instantly brightened at the sight of the coin, revealing a sycophantic smile. However, upon looking up, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Where had the person gone? Tang Qingwei noticed her boss's gaze sweeping over her head, and in her indignation, she exclaimed, I am right here. Where are you looking? The boss then turned his head downwards in response to her voice, re-establishing his smile, and with both hands cradling the golden soul coin, he inquired, Miss, are you certain you wish to purchase an awakening stone for 1 golden soul coin? That is quite a sum. Perhaps you would like to provide an address, and I can deliver it to you later. Tang Qingwei, upon hearing this, recalled that she had yet to place the awakening stone. She looked up at Tang San with a face full of helplessness. Boss, I just saw that you were renting out rooms. May I inquire about the monthly rate? Chapter 45. Is this really enough? Tang San had long contemplated the prospect of renting a house outside, but since his sister had not inquired, he chose to remain silent. After all, the academy was rather inconvenient. There was no suitable place to practice either his father's hammer techniques or the crafting of concealed weapons. We happen to have a house with a small courtyard available for rent at 3 silver coins per month. Would you like me to show you the place? The landlord immediately perked up, recognizing the potential of a significant client. Could it accommodate an awakening stone worth 1 gold coin? Tang inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Tang San had modest expectations for his accommodation. Given that it was a rental property, it was unlikely to be worse than his family's blacksmith shop. Very well. It has 3 rooms. 1 room is more than sufficient for the awakening stone, he mused. The proprietor nodded in agreement. Then I shall take this one. Tang San declared decisively, placing a gold soul coin on the counter to secure a 3-month lease. The owner acted swiftly, and by the afternoon, everything was in order. Brother, are we going to live outside? Although Tang Qingwei yearned to reside outside, she had unfinished matters to attend to, ones that pertained to her brother's lifelong happiness, which she had to take seriously. Indeed, living off-campus offered a more pleasant environment than the dormitory. Moreover, their father urged them to practice their hammer techniques, which was not feasible within the confines of the academy. Tang San had already made his way towards Nodding Academy when Tang Qingwei hurriedly intervened. Brother, it's unsafe outside at night. How about this? We practice our hammer techniques in the small courtyard we rented during the day and return to Nodding Academy at night. Is that agreeable? After pondering for a moment, Tang San ultimately nodded in agreement, realizing that his sister's concerns were not unfounded. Currently, both he and his sister were merely one-ring soul masters, capable of handling ordinary individuals with ease. However, should they encounter formidable opponents, escape would be impossible. Gazing at the mountain of awakening stones before him, Tang San finally voiced his curiosity. What do you intend to do with so many awakening stones? Tang Qingwei's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty. That day in the spirit hall, I suddenly felt a peculiar resonance between my martial spirit and the awakening stone, prompting my desire to acquire it and ascertain its potential benefits for my martial spirit, regardless of whether her words align perfectly with reality. The undeniable truth remains that it is indeed beneficial for the seven-colored lotus. Tang San furrowed his brows, not out of disbelief in his sister's words. After all, upon entering the room, he had sensed the awakening stone within the chamber through the powers of his Xiantian skill. After a moment of silence, Tang San finally spoke. Well, you should give it a try first. I will wait outside to keep watch for you. With that, he closed the door behind him as he stepped out. Shaoyan, quickly take a look. Is this amount sufficient? Tang Qingwei summoned the seven-colored lotus, directing it towards the awakening stone before her, which loomed like a small mountain. With palpable excitement, she spoke. Before she could receive a response, the awakening stone, resembling a hill, was instantly enveloped in a radiant white light. In the blink of an eye, all that remained where the awakening stone had been was a fine layer of white powder. Witnessing this scene, Tang Qingwei swallowed hard. So many awakening stones, gone in an instant? How could this be sufficient? At least 20 more would be needed to possibly restore 1/10,000th of my former abilities. The seven-colored lotus clicked its tongue, clearly unsatisfied with the meager offering. Tang Qingwei was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by the insatiable appetite displayed. Over 20 instances amounted to more than 20 golden soul coins, and she was merely a first-ring soul master. It would take her at least 2 years to amass such a sum through subsidies. How foolish. What about the money you extorted previously? Just bring it out and use it. Furthermore, do you plan to remain stagnant for 2 years without any intention of advancing? The seven-colored lotus spoke with disdain. Chapter 46. Insufficient Inventory. Tang Qingwei suddenly recalled. Her chubby little hand clenched into a fist as she exclaimed, I almost forgot. Wait a moment, I shall go buy it. With that, she hurriedly pushed the door open and accidentally collided with Tang San, who was standing guard at the entrance. What is the matter, Xiaowei? Why are you in such a rush? Tang San steadied himself and, with a face full of concern, spoke softly, Sister, the awakening stones are indeed effective. Just look. Tang Qingwei, her face alight with excitement, tugged at Tang San's clothing, leaning slightly to ensure he could see better. However, there was no need for her to adjust her position. Tang San's gaze transcended the top of her head, surveying the entirety of the room. As he comprehended the scene before him, his pupils constricted. The spot where the awakening stones had been placed was now devoid of any remnants, save for a thin layer of white powder. At that moment, even without his sister's words, it was evident that the mound of awakening stones had been completely absorbed. Are you all right? Tang San asked, anxiously scrutinizing his sister from head to toe. It was truly unimaginable that such a small frame could consume an entire room's worth of awakening stones. I'm fine, brother. Let's hurry and purchase some more. We need more. Tang Qingwei urged, eager to drag Tang San back to the shop. Tang San could not help but chuckle. Did this girl truly need to be in such a hurry? The shop was right there, after all, and it wouldn't be going anywhere. Well then, let us proceed. Tang San gently took his sister's hand and led her towards the shop, refraining from inquiring about her transformation after absorbing the awakening stone. Since she chose not to speak of it, he deemed it unnecessary to ask. Excuse me, do you have any more awakening stones? He inquired. The shopkeeper, now seasoned in his dealings, immediately adopted a fawning demeanor and lowered his gaze to find Tang Qingwei, whose head was barely visible. Yes. Do you still wish for an awakening stone at the price of 1 gold soul coin? He asked, his hands rubbing together in eagerness. However, the next words from Tang Qingwei left him utterly astounded, rendering his trademark smile utterly forgotten. No, I would like 30 awakening stones at the price of 1 gold soul coin each. Tang lightly waved her small hand, exuding an air of extravagance as she spoke. This was not an insult, merely a comment on her generous demeanor. 30 gold soul coins may not be commonplace in a bustling metropolis, yet here in Notting City, such an amount constituted a considerable transaction. The shopkeeper, uncertain, inquired, the awakening stones for 30 gold soul coins, may I ask? He was about to probe into Tang's intentions for the purchase, but he restrained himself. Prying into a customer's personal affairs was a grave transgression. Fortunately, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Regaining his composure, the shopkeeper donned a renewed smile and remarked, Esteemed Miss, While awakening stones are not particularly costly, their utility is limited, serving solely to awaken martial souls. Hence, we generally do not keep a large stock when replenishing our supplies. However, if you desire the awakening stones for 30 gold soul coins, we can arrange for procurement, though it may take approximately 7 days. Tang pondered for a moment with his head bowed, then said, "How much is left here? I will take it all. As for the remainder, you may procure more." Upon hearing this, the proprietor instantly recognized that the deal was sealed and hurriedly grabbed the inventory list to check. "Please hold on a moment. I will now verify the stock, which should be approximately 3 golden soul coins." Tang Qingwei had indeed contemplated the possibility of purchasing from other shops. However, Nottingham is rather small, and the other stores do not rival the size of the current one. Rather than piecing together a myriad of items from various establishments, she found it more prudent to procure everything from the largest store. "Very well, then. Please bring everything to me, and deliver it to that quaint little courtyard as before." Chapter 47. Greetings to Sister Xiaowei. Tang San served as a mere tool for settling the bills, quietly following behind his sister. After completing all these tasks, it was already evening, and the two hurried back to the academy, heading straight to the dining hall. As Tang Qingwei entered the cafeteria, she was startled into taking a step back by the synchronized movements of the small sisters. Fortunately, Tang San was behind her, discreetly providing support. Otherwise, she would have faced an embarrassing predicament. Tang slightly raised her head and gazed at the rows of students, who were currently bowing their heads in reverence. Tang San furrowed his brows slightly as he spotted a familiar figure among the group of students. "Wangxing, please come here." Tang Qingwei observed that everyone remained in a bowing posture, which rendered her somewhat awkward. A thought flickered through her mind. Should I utter the words, "My esteemed ministers, please rise"? Yet, it was merely a fleeting notion, for this was not the era of feudal dynasties, and she was certainly not an emperor. After much contemplation, she devised a response. Raising her left hand and smiling, she nodded in acknowledgement, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a leader on an inspection. Only then did the crowd disperse, returning to their respective tasks. Wangxing jogged over to Tang San, grinning as he inquired, "Third brother, were you looking for me?" Tang San's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly composed himself and quietly inquired, "What is going on here? Why the sudden outcry for us?" Wangxing innocently scratched the back of his head. "Isn't this Sister Xiaowei who defeated Boss Xiao and the others? According to our agreement, they now refer to you as Sister Xiaowei. Since they have begun calling your sister, it follows that they would naturally address you as third brother as well." Tang Qingwei appeared utterly bewildered. "Did I not agree to this? She merely extorted a gold soul coin from them, did she not? Oh, and in addition, she had them assist in cleaning. Of course, this was not an agreement made with you. It was proposed earlier by Xiao Wu. As a member of our 7th dormitory, upon winning, they are naturally obliged to honor the agreement," Wang Sheng remarked with an air of certainty. Tang Qingwei discreetly cast a glance at Yun Wu, who was engrossed in her meal. At that moment, Yun Wu remained oblivious to her presence, furiously prodding her food with a spoon. There was no need for Tang Qingwei to eavesdrop on Yun Wu's thoughts. She was well aware that Yun Wu was undoubtedly berating her in silence. Tang San followed his sister's gaze and naturally spotted Yun Wu. However, an incongruous voice filled his ears, one that was filled with schadenfreude, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. How fitting. Oh, that little human child looked so adorable when frightened. I just want to give them a hug." It was quite a cheerful and lively sentiment. Tang San mused silently, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. At that moment, a man clad in a gray robe entered the dining hall. Yun Wu's previously furious expression vanished instantly upon seeing him. She quickly rose to greet him. "Teacher, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I have diligently studied the 10 core competencies of your martial soul. May I have the honor of becoming your disciple?" Although Tang San was unfamiliar with the man before him, he felt a sense of vigilance and discreetly took out the awakening stone from his pocket. "If I acknowledge the master as my teacher, I could potentially be directly recommended to Shrek Academy. The principal there is an old friend of the master and will surely provide me with additional support. While Tang San may be my most optimal choice, the current circumstances make it exceedingly difficult to pursue him. It would be more advantageous to secure a reservation for Oscar at Shrek Academy in advance." Tang San once again heard the voice of Yun Wu's heart, confirming that this Yun Wu indeed knew something significant, and the master before him was undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Chapter 48. Accepting a disciple, the master gazed at the girl before him, astonished that she had read the books he authored. "I am not a teacher from the academy. You have mistaken me," he replied coolly. I wish to take you as my master, so naturally, I must address you as such. Would you teach me how to cultivate my martial soul? Yunwu tilted her head, her smile sweet as honey. The master felt a stirring within. The young girl truly was a promising talent. Yet, he could not deceive her simply because of her naivety. Your aptitude is remarkable, and you deserve a far better teacher, he said, gazing down at Yunwu. A faintly strained smile gracing his lips. Seeing the master soften, Yunwu pressed on. I am willing to take you as my master. I believe you are the best teacher. The master looked into Yunwu's earnest eyes, his stiff smile reappearing as he gently ruffled her hair. It seemed he had made up his mind. You are a good child. Since you are so insistent, I shall indulge myself this once and accept you as my disciple. Tang Qingwei was utterly astonished. What was this operation? Wasn't she a fervent admirer of Tang San? Had she truly given up? To think she even considered an early encounter with Oscar, was she attempting to cultivate a relationship? This could not be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, when Xiaowu returned? How would she face such an awkward situation? His brother would be at a loss, grappling with the reality that his wife was his brother's ex-girlfriend. Who could possibly accept that? It was too terrifying to contemplate. At this moment, for the sake of his brother's happiness, he could only resort to selling his brother for glory. He believed that his brother would surely express gratitude in the future. Wait, master, my brother also wishes to become your disciple. Tang Qingwei hastily pushed Tang San aside. The bewildered Tang San, having been thrust away, quickly composed himself. Considering what he had just overheard from Yunwu, he realized that this master was undoubtedly a pivotal figure. After all, he had no mentor. Taking this master as his teacher would not only allow him to observe Yunwu up close, but also gain profound theoretical knowledge. He recalled that during his time at the Wuhuan Temple, Matthew had mentioned this master, and the theories he proposed had now been validated by himself. Perhaps he was indeed well suited to be his teacher. Master, I have implemented the soul mimicry theory from your 10 core competencies of martial souls in my first soul ring. Under certain conditions, plant-type martial souls can utilize animal-type soul rings. Tang San no longer remained silent and took the initiative to recommend himself. The master had encountered Tang San at the academy's entrance and held a profound impression of him. After all, it was indeed rare for one to cultivate the blue-silver grass martial soul with such remarkable swiftness. I have heard that you are already a first-ring soul master. May I take a glimpse at your martial soul? The master neither consented nor declined, but instead posed a series of unrelated questions. Tang San did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Immediately after, he raised his right hand, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. As the inner strength of the Xiantian skill flowed gently from his palm, harmonizing with the warm currents brought forth by his blue-silver grass martial soul, the master, filled with excitement, grasped Tang San's other wrist and inquired, "What kind of soul beast did you hunt to obtain this soul ring?" Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is the mandala serpent." The master of the martial soul mimicry theory murmured softly. He gazed deeply at Tang San. Perhaps this was fate. Whether among ordinary soul masters or those from the martial soul hall, all scoffed at my theory of the top 10 core competencies. No one believed it. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fortune, it has been validated through you. Chapter 49. A wish. Once more at this moment, the master's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang San. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the master would never become a formidable soul master, yet he remained unwavering, dedicating his entire life to the study of martial souls. Now that Tang San had preliminarily confirmed his theory, how could he not feel exhilarated? Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. The master raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair. He did not expose the fact of Tang San's dual martial souls, as there were others present. Later, step outside with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After issuing these instructions, he exchanged a word with Yunwu and descended to the second floor. Seeing her brother successfully take on a mentor, Tang Qing sighed in relief, realizing she needed to hasten her own pace. After finishing dinner, Tang Qingwei returned to dormitory 7 alone, while Tang San went to visit the master. Upon his return, Tang San possessed an additional soul guide, which made Tang Qingwei's mouth water with envy. Enough of this longing. I shall procure something even finer for you in the future. This was a gift from the teacher, and I cannot pass it on to you. Regardless, your belongings are typically housed within mine. This soul guide is as much yours as it is mine. Tang San humorously nudged his sister's head gently away from the scene of the 24 bridge on a moonlit night. Tang lightly wiped away the non-existent drool and rolled her eyes, expressing her impatience. Who knows when you'll find it for me? She remarked. Oh, I can make a wish. I almost forgot. Suddenly, she pondered, wait, can I wish for Sister Xiaowu to return to her own body? In that moment, Tang recalled that her martial soul had the power to grant wishes, a capability she seldom utilized and had nearly forgotten. Tang lightly flipped his left hand, summoning a 7-colored lotus and plucked an orange petal. He hoped that Tang San's mother would transform. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Had he not just mentioned the need for a soul-guiding device? How had this wish suddenly emerged? Once he regained his composure, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing that his sister had been cherishing this matter in her heart all along. Tang furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the persistence of the petals. This indicated that the wish was not feasible. He earnestly hoped that the true Xiaowu could return to her own body. When he voiced this desire, Tang San felt only surprise, not opposition. The brief encounter over the past few days had engendered within him an inexplicable sentiment towards the elusive Xiaowu, whose presence he had only heard. Each time he heard her voice, her image became increasingly vivid in his mind, eclipsing all the aversion he once harbored towards Yunwu. Now, upon encountering Yunwu again, he instinctively regarded them as separate entities. The orange petals remained, yet they had taken on a certain translucency. Tang Qingwei immediately became flustered. What should she do? She hurriedly made a wish. This was the first time Tang San witnessed his sister using her martial soul to make a wish, and he was unaware of what was transpiring at that moment. I wish for a 10,000-year spirit ring. I wish for a storage ring. Tang Qingwei had only the fleeting moment before the petals completely vanished to express her 2 wishes. In her palm lay a quaint ring, resting quietly. Humph, how greedy. Such fortune may not come again. The 7-colored lotus let out a cold snort, uttering a final remark before disappearing once more. At this moment, Tang Qingwei paid no heed to the words of the 7-colored lotus. Her entire focus was already devoted to the storage ring in her hand. Ignoring Tang San's bewildered expression, she steeled herself and bit down hard on her plump little finger. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire dormitory. Chapter 50. The Storage Ring. Fortunately, there were no other occupants in the dormitory. Otherwise, one could only imagine the fright it would have caused. At this moment, Tang San ceased to be lost in thought. He grasped his sister's small hand and exhaled with relief. Fortunately, there were no wounds. Why did you bite yourself? Are you foolish? He exclaimed. I only did it because I read in a book that a storage ring requires blood to acknowledge its master. Tang lightly wrinkled her small nose and spoke with a look of utter grievance. Tang San sighed helplessly and shook his head. You really ought to refrain from indulging in those peculiar things. Such a gentle admonition was akin to mere tickling for Tang Qingwei, who maintained her nonchalant demeanor, indifferent to his words. When the pain in her index finger finally subsided, Tang Qingwei extended her other hand towards Tang San. What is it? Does this hand hurt as well? Tang San irritably swatted away his sister's other hand, pondering to himself whom she had inherited such stubbornness from. Tang Qingwei remained silent, relentlessly extending her finger before Tang San. The two were locked in this stalemate for quite some time. Ultimately, Tang San could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, I truly am at my wit's end with you and your stubbornness. I wonder whom you take after. With that, he reached with his left hand to his waist, where he retrieved a slender, elongated needle from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. He declared, if this fails, do not attempt again. With remarkable speed, he pricked Tang Qingwei's fingertip, extracting a droplet of blood that fell gracefully onto the ancient ring. Tang Qingwei's previously pouting face instantly transformed into one of joy. It worked. She slipped the ring onto her index finger, and to her astonishment, the ring, which could have easily accommodated 2 fingers, gradually began to constrict, ultimately adjusting itself to fit the exact size of Tang Qingwei's finger, perfectly seamless. This scene left Tang San utterly dumbfounded. Could such a miraculous object truly exist? Now, it was his turn to envy his sister. Quick, how much space is there? Tang San urged eagerly. Tang Qingwei followed the resonance with her ring, entering a realm devoid of any substance, as if she were suspended in an expanse of nothingness. The space was vast, measuring at least 10,000 cubic meters. The ring's sole function was to serve as a repository, without any additional purpose. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to bring Tang Qingwei joy. After 2 wishes, she surmised the limitations, wishes that exceeded her own capabilities by a significant margin or those that could alter the fundamental structure of the world were not permissible. Having come to this understanding, she finally had the leisure to attend to Tang San, exclaiming with delight, how immense it is, at least 10,000 cubic meters. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes ignited with fervent brilliance as he eagerly held the ring adorning Tang Qingwei's hand, glancing at his own 24 bridges under the bright moon. It suddenly lost its allure. His sister's martial spirit was indeed superior, for it could grant wishes. With this thought in mind, he abruptly straightened his posture and solemnly inquired, "Do you truly have only 5 petals remaining?" "Indeed. What of it?" Tang Qingwei was somewhat bewildered by Tang San's reaction. "If it is all used up, will your martial soul completely vanish?" Tang San gazed intently at his sister. Tang lightly scratched the back of his head. "Perhaps, as long as I use the final petal. Everything I wished for through it will vanish completely. The martial spirit will also fade away." Tang San's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could it be like this? In the future, it would be wise to refrain from making wishes unless absolutely necessary. Just look, he had expended 2 petals all at once. Tang lightly nodded, then delicately cradled the storage ring in her hands. Observing her sister's demeanor, it was evident that she had not absorbed a word of what was said. Tang San shook his head helplessly, deciding it was best for him to keep a close watch on the situation. Chapter 51. Confronting Yunwu. Soon, the time agreed upon with the shopkeeper arrived. Early that morning, as dawn began to break, Tang Qingwei rose from his slumber. Tang San was slightly taken aback, surprised that his sister, who usually cherished her slumber, had risen so early today. "Shall we go?" The shopkeeper, upon noticing the arrival of the 2 deities of wealth, promptly emerged from the front desk, his face beaming with joy. "Ah, you 2 have arrived early today. Everything is prepared. Would you prefer it to be delivered to your residence? Is there enough space in the courtyard?" Tang nodded slightly and casually inquired, "Indeed, your yard is particularly spacious. If necessary, we could also place it indoors." The courtyard where the 2 resided was indeed quite expansive, devoid of neighboring houses, and the open area in front of the entrance was largely available for use. When Tang Qingwei requested the shopkeeper to deliver the awakening stones, she readily settled the remaining balance in full. This time, Tang San did not depart. He witnessed firsthand how his sister effortlessly absorbed the numerous piles of awakening stones. Tang San's gaze flickered as he struggled to swallow, truly having absorbed it all. "Shaolin, is this sufficient?" Tang Qingwei pondered internally. "This is hardly enough. But it should suffice to deal with that system." The 7-colored lotus gasped, startling Tang Qingwei into instinctively clutching his pouch. Fortunately, if it proves inadequate, he can always acquire more gradually in the future. For now, the priority is to resolve matters with the system and Yunwu. "Brother, let us return." Tang lightly extended her small hand, tiptoeing in front of Tang San, and inquired, "Are we returning now?" Tang San felt that everything was far too surreal. Witnessing his younger sister's diminutive figure weaving through the mounds of awakening stones, wherever she passed was akin to a swarm of locusts, instantly depleting the heaps of awakening stones. "Well, having absorbed so many awakening stones, I now possess the ability to confront that Yunwu and restore the true Xiaowu to her rightful body." Upon hearing these words, Tang San felt a buzzing in his head. Could it be possible for Xiaowu to return to her own body? The image of Xiaowu in his mind suddenly took on a vivid clarity, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Upon returning to the dormitory, he fortuitously encountered Yunwu, who had just arrived as well. Upon seeing Tang San, Yunwu's eyes sparkled instantly. "Xiao San," she exclaimed, "the teacher was just speaking of you. I didn't expect to see you the moment I returned." Tang Qingwei had long anticipated the opportunity to expel Yunwu. Now that the moment had arrived, she was impatient to linger and promptly summoned the 7-colored lotus. Yunwu halted her steps, hastily retreating several paces to create distance between them. With her brows arched in indignation, she exclaimed, "Why do you attack me without reason?" Tang Qingwei remained silent, yet the ferocity of her subordinates' attacks intensified. Seizing the opportunity while Yunwu was ensnared by Tang Qingwei, the 7-colored lotus transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping Yunwu entirely in an instant. "Warning! Warning! An unidentified object is attacking the system. It will disengage in 3 seconds." Yunwu's expression changed drastically, and she fervently implored in her heart, "Don't leave. Take me with you." Tang Qingwei naturally heard the voice of the system, feeling that it must not be of high rank, as it approached matters with a rigid adherence to protocol. Even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, it seemed preoccupied with calculating the countdown. Indeed, when the system's countdown reached 0, the expected escape did not occur. Instead, she was enveloped entirely in the white light emanating from the 7-colored lotus, rendering her unable to utter even a complete syllable. Yunwu had long been rendered speechless by fear. What on earth was happening? Chapter 52. Devoured. Yunwu suddenly appeared to recall something. directing her gaze towards Tang Qingwei, her voice sharp as nails scraping against glass. It's you. You must be the one behind this. Why are you doing this to me? Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her entire soul vanished without a trace. Stabilize Xiao Wu's body. The system had consumed Yun Wu's soul, attempting to break through the barrier I had erected. After the seven-colored lotus uttered these words, it continued to grapple with the system. Consumed? Had I been too naive, believing the system to be foolish? It turned out to be both foolish and malicious. Now, as the seven-colored lotus engaged in battle with the system, I found myself unable to intervene, left only to hold Xiao Wu's body motionless. Tang San, bewildered, hesitated to approach, fearing he might disrupt his sister's good fortune. It was only when he witnessed Xiao Wu's body softly collapse that he instinctively reached out to catch her, albeit a moment too late. The two of them supported Xiao Wu, remaining motionless for an extended period, until the seven-colored lotus finally transformed into a beam of white light. Emerging from Xiao Wu's body, she will be fine. Just place her on the bed and allow her to awaken naturally. The voice of the seven-colored lotus conveyed a sense of exhaustion. Tang San, filled with concern, inwardly inquired, "Are you all right? I have consumed that system, and for the time being, I am unable to communicate with you. Once I have completely merged with it, my strength will certainly be restored," came the response. Furthermore, while I am absent, do not act foolishly. The divine realm's influences are limited here, and you cannot cultivate. I have left you some resources from other realms. Remember to practice diligently, for if you do not grow stronger, no one will be there to save you should misfortune strike. With that, the seven-colored lotus lapsed into silence. Tang Qingwei felt considerably reassured. As long as she was not injured, everything would be fine. As for what Xiaolian had mentioned, it was best to wait a little longer before considering it. "Brother, please lay Xiao Wu down on the bed. Once she awakens, all will be well." Tang Qingwei's petite frame had long since reached its limits, and without hesitation, he entrusted little sister Wu directly to Tang San. A husband should care for his own wife. Outside the dormitory, a murmur of conversation floated in, and as Tang Qingwei sprawled across his bed in a rather ungraceful manner, he speculated that it must be Wang Sheng and the others returning. Their timing was rather fortuitous. As soon as they reached the doorstep, they fell silent, their mouths agape in astonishment. Tang San gently cradled Xiao Wu, preparing to place her upon the bed. At that moment, Xiao Wu lay with her eyes tightly shut, appearing completely unaware of her surroundings. Her attire was disheveled, and her delicate face bore a faint blush. It was Wang Sheng who first regained his composure, lowering his voice to say, "My apologies. We didn't mean to intrude." With that, he swiftly closed the door to the seventh dormitory, hastily leading the others away, leaving Tang San in an awkward predicament, holding Xiao Wu and unsure of what to do next. The mere 4-year-old Tang Qing should be disregarded, for she was still a child, innocent and oblivious. After a considerable time had passed, Xiao Wu finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Tang San feigned indifference as he polished his cup, not lifting his gaze. Xiao Wu did not respond. Her body, once familiar, now felt foreign to her after so many years. She took a moment to attune herself to her form before leaping from the bed to stretch her shoulders, finally feeling a sense of grounding. Though she remained silent, Tang San bore no resentment, stealing glances at her movements from the corner of his eye. Tang Qingwei sat cross-legged on the bed, her hands propping up her little head, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu. After stretching her body, Xiao Wu finally embraced Tang Qingwei with immense gratitude. "Your name is Tang Qingwei, right? May I call you Xiao Wei? I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for you, I might never have returned to my own body." Chapter 53. Xiao Wu awakened. Xiao Wu had been fully aware, having witnessed everything unfold. If it weren't for this little human before her, she would have been left in uncertainty about when she could return to her own form. Ah, such a soft and delightful little being. The sensation of holding her is truly delightful. Tang San wore a gloomy expression, after all. He was the one who had brought her to bed, so why did she not express her gratitude? Alas, it is indeed the most challenging to endure the charms of a beauty. Tang's delicate little head rested upon Xiao Wu's shoulder as she playfully made faces at Tang San, exhibiting an air of mischievous delight. After finally embracing the little bundle to her heart's content, Xiao Wu then remembered Tang San and, from a distance, offered him a wave as a gesture of gratitude. Tang San wore a puzzled expression, questioning why his sister received such affectionate gratitude while he was met with a distant acknowledgement. It seemed only fair that he, too, should be approached with a gesture of thanks, albeit not as warmly as his sister. Was it too much to expect a simple thank you rather than a timid expression of gratitude from across two beds? Upon hearing Xiaowu's thoughts, he realized she had mistakenly believed he harbored animosity towards her, which explained her reluctance to draw near. Ah, you truly are the real Xiaowu, aren't you? Tang San coughed lightly, deliberately indicating his awareness of her body being occupied. Indeed, Xiaowu's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced between Tang Qing and Tang San. A look of relief washing over her. So both of you are aware? I thought only the little one knew that woman was not me. With that, she seemed to relax considerably, casually seating herself on the edge of her bed. That woman, wherever she came from, is utterly detestable, engaging in foolish antics that have tarnished my reputation. She sighed. Moreover, she even made me take on a human as a master. Can you believe it? A soul beast like me has actually accepted a human as a mentor. If Deming and Erming found out, they would undoubtedly mock me. After all, the concept of a master is entirely different from that of a teacher at the academy. A master is not someone one can simply choose. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, can only recognize one master, or else they would be ostracized by society. Now that she has assumed human form, she must adhere to the rules of humanity. Tang San initially intended to offer some comforting words, but to his astonishment, he overheard a staggering secret. Xiaowu was actually a soul beast. Was she akin to her mother? This revelation inevitably drew him closer to her. The master was indeed remarkable. His theories were of an invincible nature. Wasn't it essential to have such a mentor to impart wisdom and resolve doubts? The knowledge he bestowed was the most beneficial to them. With a gentle gaze, Tang San looked at Xiaowu and reassured her, "Yes, you are absolutely right." Later that night, in room 7, everyone had fallen asleep, and it was only then that Tang began to examine the items left to him by the 7-colored lotus. To his surprise, it was a cultivation technique, a refining art acquired by the 7-colored lotus from other realms. From Xiaolian's message, he learned that this technique had been modified. It not only enhanced physical strength in conjunction with soul cultivation, but also accelerated her absorption of soul power. Most remarkably, she would no longer need to worry about soul rings. Once she reached the appropriate level, the most suitable soul ring would naturally manifest. This refining art was categorized by ranks. The first rank corresponded to the physical strength of a soul scholar, the second to that of a soul master, and so forth, culminating in the 9th rank, which denoted the physical prowess of a titled Douluo, an unparalleled Douluo. The specifics of how these ranks were further delineated depended on the cultivator's own comparisons. Following this was the opening of the Dao realm, synonymous with the gods of the Douluo world. Of course, these rank correspondences in physical strength primarily referred to the might of assault-type soul masters. Tang felt a surge of excitement. This technique was truly remarkable. She resolved to practice it immediately. Stealthily, she left her dormitory and sought a secluded spot to begin her meditative cultivation of the refinement technique. Tang San, sensing the rustling sounds from the adjacent bunk, felt a twinge of unease and quietly followed his sister outside. Chapter 54. Refining essence and cultivating spirit. There he beheld Tang Qingwei seated in the midst of a flower bed, a faint aura of soul power emanating from her. He marveled inwardly at this indolent girl who, instead of sleeping, had taken to cultivating her abilities. Had she been spurred on by some recent event? Having ventured out, Tang San resolved not to return. He found a suitable spot and also began to meditate. For if his sister was putting forth such effort, he, as her elder brother, could not afford to lag behind. In the tranquil morning at Notting Academy, the campus was sparsely populated, and the air was exceptionally refreshing. Tang Qingwei finally emerged from her cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Completely devoid of fatigue, the weariness from her earlier tussle with Yunwu had dissipated entirely. Upon inspecting her own state, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that her soul power had remarkably reached the 14th level, and her refining technique had advanced to the 2nd rank overnight. How astonishing! However, what Tang Qingwei was unaware of was that while the speed of soul power cultivation does indeed accelerate after practicing the refining technique, it does not typically result in such a terrifying rate of progress, achieving an increase of 1 level in just a day. The reason for her swift advancement to the 2nd rank was due to her initial cultivation. The energy of heaven and earth absorbed by the refining technique fused with the soul power she had previously cultivated, necessitating a greater influx of heavenly and earthly energy during this fusion process. Tang Qingwei's delicate physique was thoroughly cleansed by the pure essence of the heavens and earth, inadvertently undergoing a profound refinement that expelled impurities from her body and enhanced her physical strength. In this fortuitous encounter, her soul power experienced a remarkable leap forward. Now, the robustness of Tang Qingwei's body rendered Tang San's attempts to draw blood with a long needle rather futile. After the initial surprise, Tang Qingwei detected an unpleasant odor. Upon glancing down, she discovered that her hand was covered with a layer of black substance. As she rolled up her sleeves, she confirmed that her arms bore the same dismal coating. Tang swiftly darted to the washroom like a gust of wind, leaving the passing students bewildered. Unable to discern who it was, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a small, shadowy figure speeding by. Startled, their faces turned pale, and they fled in a cacophony of screams, convinced they had encountered a ghost. Consequently, tales of the haunted washroom circulated widely, becoming one of the unique features of Nodding Academy. With a shared secret, the bond between Xiao Wu and the Tang siblings deepened remarkably. When Wang Sheng observed the Tang siblings and Xiao Wu laughing and chatting, a momentary surprise crossed his face, only to be replaced by understanding as he recalled the previous scene. They were family now. How could their relationship be anything but harmonious? Alas, throughout history, heroes have always found it challenging to navigate the allure of beauty. Wang Sheng sighed, shaking his head. The trio had scarcely attended their classes at the academy. For Tang San and Xiao Wu, the master's teachings proved far more valuable than the fundamental theories expounded by the academy's instructors. Since Tang Qingwei commenced her practice of the refining technique, she has seldom indulged in sleep, often substituting it with her cultivation. Tang San once endeavored to dissuade her, but upon witnessing his sister radiantly flourishing the day after her cultivation, he relinquished his efforts. Meanwhile, Tang Qingwei's practice of the refining technique required a suitable counterpart for her training. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu became the best of rivals. Xiao Wu was quite willing, as she had always harbored a slight affection for Tang Qingwei, especially since he was her savior. This minor matter was naturally an obligation she could not refuse. However, when Tang San saw Xiao Wu agreeing with such eagerness, a look of sympathy crossed his face. That girl, Xiao Wu, could be quite ruthless. He had experienced this firsthand during their time in Holy Soul Village. Just as he felt sympathy for Xiao Wu, Tang Qingwei's voice rang out again. Brother, will you and sister Xiao Wu practice with me? It seemed there was no escaping this, and Tang San could only respond with a wry smile and nod in agreement. After all, she was his sister. Confused by Tang San's expression, Xiao Wu discreetly poked him and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Tang San gazed upon the innocent and bewildered Xiao Wu, suddenly realizing that there is a certain charm in ignorance. With a mysterious smile, he remarked, "It's quite all right. It simply brings joy and fosters self-improvement." Xiao Wu nodded, finding nothing peculiar in his words, for enhancing practical skills was certainly not a detriment. Yet, as time passed, she began to regret her initial impulsiveness. Although Xiao Wei had indeed been no match for her at first, and had even been thrown about by her waist, nothing could extinguish her determination to train. Her vitality was boundless. Despite Tang San's presence, Xiao Wei maintained a rigorous training schedule, engaging in combat 2 to 3 times daily. This relentless pursuit exhausted Xiao Wu. After years of evading responsibility as a rabbit, she had never before encountered such fervent training. She couldn't help but recall her agreement to practice battles with Xiao Wei. And Tang San's peculiar expression at the time, he had clearly known what was to come and had been waiting to witness her predicament. On this day, it was time for their monthly 1v2 showdown. Now, the once solitary Xiao Wu was no longer a match for Tang Qingwei. Thus, the monthly assessment transformed from a 1v1 contest into a 1v2 challenge. Of course, the one still referred to Tang Qingwei, while the two naturally indicated Tang San and Xiao Wu. Thanks to Tang Qingwei, the synergy between the duo had reached a remarkable level of harmony. Tang lightly adjusted her clothing, her small face bearing a serious expression. "All right, let us begin." Observing Tang's adorably earnest demeanor, Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged knowing smiles. It was precisely this earnest and charming expression that had motivated them to accompany Tang in her training and battles day after day over the past 3 years. With a playful grin, Xiao Wu teasingly scratched her face with her finger. "If I knock you down later, don't start crying, okay? Are you ready?" Glancing at Xiao Wu's delightful visage, Tang San momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure and turned to his sister, saying, "Let us go." "All right." As soon as the words left his mouth, the three of them sprang into action simultaneously. Tang San's long legs swept across, striking at Tang Qingwei's lower body with precision. Xiao Wu, displaying perfect synergy, transformed the scorpion braid behind her head into a shadow that coiled menacingly around Tang Qingwei's neck. The coordinated assault left Tang Qingwei with no escape route. Tang moved with remarkable speed, his toes barely touching the ground as he transformed his fist into a palm strike aimed directly at Xiaowu. Unperturbed, Xiaowu maintained her offensive stance. Evading Tang San's sweeping attack was far from a simple task. As anticipated, the moment Tang leapt into the air, Tang San's other leg, accompanied by a fierce whoosh, unexpectedly appeared at Tang's waist. In that instant, long legs struck at the waist, while long hair threatened to ensnare the throat. Tang lightly stepped into the void once more, propelling his body upward. With his right hand, he seized Xiao Wu's long braid, using the momentum of his spin to hurl her towards Tang San. In a desperate bid to evade Xiao Wu, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and leaned away, employing a technique reminiscent of an iron bridge to dodge the oncoming figure. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Tang lightly executed a powerful kick with her right leg. Suddenly, Tang San felt a tremendous force surge through his waist, leaving him unable to maintain his balance, and he fell backward uncontrollably. With a thud, Tang San landed on his back, and Xiao Wu's body fortuitously landed atop him, resulting in a chaotic tangle of limbs. Tang Qingwei, however, paid no heed to such matters. She was currently immersed in the elation of her first victory. "What are you all doing? Hurry up." At that moment, amidst the crowd, an incongruous voice pierced through the atmosphere. Tang Qingwei, Xiao Wu, and Tang San simultaneously turned their heads to see a female teacher striding towards them in a fit of rage. It was no wonder the teacher was so irate. At that moment, the postures of Tang San and Xiao Wu were indeed rather indecorous. Tang San lay flat on the ground, his arms spread wide, while Xiao Wu straddled his waist, her hands pressing against his chest. Despite their tender age, the posture was undeniably suggestive. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly leaped off Tang San, who seized the opportunity to roll over and rise to his feet. The female teacher approached, her voice laced with anger, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Tang San felt that as a boy, he ought to step forward and clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu eagerly interjected, "Teacher, we are merely engaging in a friendly spar." "Engaging in a friendly spar? Lying on the ground in such a manner? What have your parents taught you? At such a tender age, you are already indulging in flirtation. What will become of you in adulthood?" The teacher's reprimand resonated with the intensity of a series of firecrackers. Tang Qingwei remained in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How had a sparring session transformed into a romantic rendezvous? Could they not see that she was still present? Who engages in matters of the heart with a third wheel in tow? They were clearly engaged in a contest of skill. "Teacher, we are indeed merely sparring." Tang lightly interrupted the teacher's reprimand. Upon hearing a third voice, the teacher finally turned to face Tang, asking with a hint of uncertainty, "Have you been here all along?" After all, she had indeed not noticed Tang's presence moments ago. Tang lightly nodded, affirming her presence. "I've always been here. Can't you see me, teacher?" The female teacher, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared her throat and chose not to dwell on the slight disrespect in Tang's words. "Ahem, it's fine. I shall take my leave now." She herself felt a touch of embarrassment for misunderstanding the child, having scolded her unjustly. Chapter 55. Outside Soto City. Thanks to the 4 years of training with Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Qingwei's soul power has now reached the formidable level of 30. In the span of these 4 years, Tang San and Xiao Wu have both turned 10, while Tang Qingwei has reached the age of 8. Tang San had long grown accustomed to the setbacks imposed by his sister and accepted the reality that she surpassed him in strength with a commendable mindset. Despite only reaching the 20th level, still far from his sister, he remained unwavering in his pursuit, for it was his duty to protect her. Xiao Wu, observing the astonishing cultivation speed of the Tang siblings, could not help but internally scoff, pondering who truly was not human. The little one was advancing faster than her. A spirit beast, even though this was her second round of training. Despite her relentless dedication as a training partner, she had only managed to reach the 28th level. Nevertheless, her playful jabs were overshadowed by her genuine happiness for both of them. When the master first heard that Tang Qingwei had reached the 30th level, he was so astonished that he toppled from his chair. An 8-year-old soul master? Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Remarkably, Tang Qingwei did not need to hunt soul beasts, nor did she face any bottlenecks. Once she reached a certain level, the most suitable soul ring for her to absorb would automatically manifest. The master was intrigued by Tang Qingwei and contemplated researching her further, but ultimately refrained, knowing that she was the precious sister of his 2 disciples. Any harm to a single hair on her head would likely result in dire consequences. In the midst of their training, Tang San also dedicated time to his venture in crafting hidden weapons. One day, the master summoned the three of them together and solemnly stated, "At Nodding Academy, you will no longer acquire any significant knowledge. This is the place you are meant to go next." He placed a piece of paper with an address in front of them. Shrek Academy? The name sounded familiar, and Tang San's expression shifted slightly, recalling that it was the very school mentioned by Yun Wu. "Master, is there something special about this academy?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. The master smiled faintly but did not directly answer his question, instead cryptically replying, "You will understand once you arrive." Tang Qingwei held no objections to this, after all. She would have to go eventually, so what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Having been here for 8 long years, she could barely recall the original plot of Douluo continent, remembering only a few key characters while the rest had faded from her memory. In the woods outside Soto City, 3 small figures descended from a yellow cloud. How remarkably convenient. Little Dance affectionately patted the Nimbus cloud, exclaiming with a sense of wonder. Not long ago, when Tang Qingwei summoned a cloud and even rode upon it, she was utterly astounded, having lived for 10,000 years. She had never heard of such a marvelous means of transportation, one that could be summoned at will and dismissed just as effortlessly, both practical and convenient. Tang Qingwei's storage ring contained a plethora of awakening stones. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Wu's description, she was momentarily taken aback. It was only today that she understood the true meaning of summoning and dismissing at will. The trio followed the directions and arrived at Shrek Academy. "Brother, look over there. There is a quaint little village." Tang San followed the direction indicated by his sister's finger and beheld a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the keen vision granted by his purple extreme magic eyes, he could distinctly discern that the village comprised around 100 households. Slightly smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. Tang San smiled and suggested, "Let us inquire further. Perhaps the villagers possess knowledge of the whereabouts of Shrek Academy, which should indeed be quite renowned among Soul Master institutions." The trio quickened their pace, hastening towards the village. Upon their arrival, Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed an unusual atmosphere. Could it be? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the signboard, then turned back to glance at Tang San and Tang Qing, both of whom wore expressions of bewilderment. Tang Qingwei had already discerned the characters on the plaque upon sighting the village, and was thus not surprised. "Is there really no one registered? Could we have taken a wrong turn?" Xiao Wu remarked with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 56, The Rose Hotel. It states here that the registration period is tomorrow. Tang lightly gestured towards the paper affixed to the doorway, which fluttered in the breeze. With a stronger gust, it might just take flight. "We arrived early. Let us first seek a place to settle in the city of Soto." Seeing that circumstances had already unfolded in such a manner, Tang San decided it would be wiser to first seek accommodation within the city. He reasoned that registering the following day would yield the same outcome. Tang Qingwei and Xiao Wu had no objections and were eager to experience the splendor of Soto City. The trio strolled leisurely into the city. Soto City was significantly larger than Nodding City, and naturally, it was far more bustling. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and a constant stream of people navigated through the vibrant crowds. The three decided to have a light meal before seeking a place to rest temporarily. Amidst the lively thoroughfare, a uniquely designed hotel caught Xiao Wu's attention. The establishment boasted 3 stories. Although it was not overly large, its exterior was adorned entirely in a vibrant rose red. The architectural style resembled a gigantic rose, providing a striking visual appeal that captivated the eye. The Rose Hotel? Tang Qingwei wore a peculiar expression, turning to look at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who surprisingly displayed no reaction whatsoever. Everything seemed as ordinary as ever. Noticing her strange demeanor, they assumed she was unwell and inquired with concern, "Xiao Wei, are you all right? Feeling unwell?" Alas, it was her own impure thoughts that troubled her. Her mind had wandered to unseemly interpretations of a name that should have been innocent, mistakenly associating it with the couple's hotel from a past life. Perhaps it was merely hunger that ailed her. At her level, falling ill was an unlikely occurrence, so she casually fabricated an excuse. Now it was their turn to regard her with bewilderment. Tang San hesitantly remarked, "Xiao Wei, didn't we just eat? Overindulgence is not advisable." Well, she had acted foolishly once more, retreating into herself and desiring silence. With a determined stride, she entered the Rose Hotel. As soon as she stepped inside, she was enveloped by an overwhelming scent of roses, sending shivers down her spine. She did not dislike the fragrance, but there was something oddly unsettling about it. Was she truly overthinking? Though she had never visited a couple's hotel in her previous life, the decor and ambience of this establishment bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted on television. Tang San approached the counter and requested, "Please, could we have 3 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter promptly stood up, glancing at Tang San, and then at Xiao Wu and Tang Qingwei, with a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. Sir, are you truly certain that you wish to reserve 3 rooms? Tang Qingwei felt a chill run down her spine as she was scrutinized by the waiter. Tang San nodded slightly. Is there something amiss? A hint of ambiguity flickered in the waiter's eyes. I apologize, but we only have 1 room left. Tang San thought to himself, I knew it. This hotel is suspicious. It is certainly not because she is too indecent. Tang Qingwei silently cursed inwardly, yet maintained a composed demeanor. Brother, it just occurred to me that I have forgotten something. Please check in without concern for me. I shall wait for you at the entrance of Shrek Academy tomorrow. Having uttered these words, she did not wait for Tang San's response and swiftly vanished from sight. Tang San shook his head in resignation. This girl is still as impulsive as ever. Fortunately, Tang Qingwei had fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been utterly embarrassed. What kind of people are these? I am merely 8 years old, yet I am subjected to such scrutiny. I seriously contemplate wreaking havoc on that so-called hotel. In comparison, I am as pure as distilled water. As for Sister Xiaowu and her brother, I need not worry about them. What dangers could 2 such innocent souls possibly encounter? Chapter 57. Shrek Academy. The next morning, by the time Tang Qingwei returned after her shopping, a considerable crowd had already gathered at the academy's entrance. Xiao Wei, over here. Xiao Wu spotted her at once with her keen eyes. Tang nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and quickly walked a few steps ahead. You all arrived quite early, he remarked. You, my dear, are still awake at this late hour? Yesterday, when Tang San entered the room, he discovered it was a couple suite, and his sister had already vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was carefree and did not mind the situation. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Hee. I bought a few things. At that moment, there were approximately 100 registrants ahead of them, many of whom were frowning and murmuring complaints. In front of Tang San and Xiao Wu stood a young boy whose parents accompanied him. The boy's mother exclaimed, Is this really the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that claims graduates can become imperial viscounts? The boy's father, somewhat uncertain, replied, This is what the people from the Spirit Hall said. It should be accurate, right? But this academy does seem rather shabby. The boy retorted, Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather attend the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius at the primary academy. The father frowned and said, Since we are already here, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps this is a test. The real academy might not be located here. Similar conversations were prevalent among the crowd of waiting individuals, with most youths and their parents displaying expressions of profound disappointment. The trio had already come the previous day to confirm their decision, and now, upon closer inspection, they found that the unique design of Shrek Academy possessed a certain charm. A multitude of students lined up before them, and perhaps due to the high elimination rate, the verification process was proceeding at a brisk pace. Tang lightly leaned forward to gaze at the forefront of the line, where an elderly man lounged lazily behind a desk, tasked with accepting registrations. His attire, if one were to be charitable, could be described as unpretentious, yet it resembled that of a village elder, appearing even less spirited than the old village chief of St. Soul Village. At that moment, a youth with dual pupils approached the desk to register. The old man drawled, The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box. The dual-pupiled youth complied and deposited 10 gold soul coins into the wooden chest. He then extended his hand toward the old man, who examined it briefly, nodded, and remarked, Your age is appropriate. Now, release your martial soul. Without further ado, the youth summoned his soul power, causing his golden locks to transform instantaneously into a striking black and white, with the white predominating and a few strands of black standing out prominently. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming a character reminiscent of royalty. Beneath him, 2 radiant rings ascended in succession, shimmering brilliantly. As the yellow soul rings revolved, a formidable wave of soul power surged forth, compelling the students behind him to retreat several steps. A rare smile flickered across the old man's face. Quite impressive, a 13-year-old soul master. What is your name? He inquired further. Dai Mubai, the youth replied. Tang Qingwei, upon hearing a familiar name, turned in surprise to see it was Dai Mubai. The golden-haired youth with dual-colored eyes wore an expression of indifference, far removed from the dashing persona she had imagined. Chapter 58. Bone Examination. You qualify, Oscar. Please take him inside. Next, please. Understood. A mature-looking young man approached, flashing a bright smile at Dai Mubai as he led him into the academy. Oscar? Tang Qingwei followed the sound, puzzled by how much older he appeared than Dai Mubai. Wasn't Dai Mubai the eldest among the 7 monsters? Had she misremembered? We 3 are here to register. With that, she placed the 30 golden soul coins she had meticulously prepared into the wooden box, extending her hand. The elder first pinched Zhu Zhuqing's hand, nodding in approval. Yes, your age is appropriate. When it was Tang Qingwei's turn, the elder paused momentarily, astonished. You are also here to register? This is a mid-level Soul Master Academy, after all. How old can this child be? Tang lightly nodded, grandfather. I have come to register as well. The elder replied, very well, extend your hand. Without further ado, he proceeded to assess her bone age. If she truly appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, even if she had not met the requirement of reaching level 25 or above, and had just attained the rank of Great Soul Master, Shrek Academy would still accept her. The concern lay in the possibility that she might be one of those who looked younger than their actual age. Such individuals were not uncommon. Take Oscar from their academy. For instance, who would have guessed he was only 12? It was prudent to verify her age before drawing any conclusions. The elder reached out and gently squeezed Tang's small hand. And a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes, transforming his gaze into one of fervor. However, he quickly regained his composure. For there was still another individual whose bone age had yet to be assessed. Once the boy's age was confirmed, they would then examine the martial spirits of all 3 candidates. When his hand shifted to Tang San, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He seemed skeptical and pressed down on Tang San's hand once more, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He looked up at Tang San and inquired, have you practiced any soul techniques? The reason he squeezed the hands of the applicants was to discern their true ages through the skeletal structure of their palms, a measure that could not be feigned. Yet, when he squeezed Tang San's hand, it was remarkably pliant, making it impossible to ascertain the condition of his bones. Tang San felt a chill in his heart, nodded slightly, and replied, indeed. The elderly man furrowed his brow and instructed, lift your calf. Tang San lifted his calf and rested it upon the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched his calf a few times, causing Tang San to instantly feel a wave of soreness and numbness. He then nodded slightly at Tang San, noting the commendable muscle development and appropriate bone age. Very well. Release your martial souls, he instructed. The 3 individuals simultaneously summoned their internal soul power. The registration area was immediately illuminated by 3 dazzling martial soul auras. 100-year soul rings spiraled upwards from Xiaowu's feet. Rabbit ears sprouted forth, and fluffy white fur appeared on her hands as her physique elongated, embodying her martial soul. The soft-boned rabbit. As Tang San's 100-year soul ring rose, the most ordinary blue-silver grass blossomed in his palms. With the infusion of the soul ring's effects, it rapidly transformed into deep blue vines adorned with peculiar patterns. After observing Xiao Wu's martial soul, the elder shifted his gaze towards Tang San. So it is blue-silver grass. Can it truly cultivate so swiftly? He mused, astonished. Just then, beneath Tang's feet, 3 radiant rings ascended consecutively, silently rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The swirling soul rings unleashed a torrent of soul power, creating an overwhelming pressure that surged forth like crashing waves. Tang Qingwei deliberately delayed her actions, for if she had acted first, she would undoubtedly overshadow the brilliance of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was only after Tang San and Xiao Wu had showcased their martial souls that she began to channel her soul power. Chapter 59. The 8-year-old Soul Master, a Soul Master at such a tender age? The astonishment etched on the old man's face was palpable. Before him stood a mere 8-year-old girl, yet she had already attained 3 soul rings, reaching the realm of a Soul Master, a feat he had never encountered before. Particularly remarkable were her 3 soul rings, which comprised the highest configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Truly, the youth of today is formidable. You have all qualified. Ha. The old man was filled with joy. It seemed that this year's prodigies were exceptionally abundant. Not far off, Daimubai and Oscar were taken aback by the scene. The little girl had already achieved the remarkable status of a 30-level Soul Master. The comparison was disheartening indeed. They realized they must intensify their trainings. For being surpassed by such a young child was an affront to their pride. This exhibition of martial souls had, at the very least, frightened away a third of those waiting in line to register. No one wished to squander their money, especially given the rather unimpressive appearance of Shrek Academy before them. Tang Qingwei and the 2 others swiftly caught up with Daimubai and Oscar, who remained ahead. As Daimubai beheld the approaching trio, an unsettling sensation stirred within him. He could distinctly sense that their soul power surpassed his own. The only one comparable to him was the lad beside him. At that moment, his emotions were particularly tumultuous. Following the death of his second brother, he and his elder brother were destined to become the heirs of the Douluo Empire. He understood that a confrontation with his elder brother was inevitable. The royal customs of the Douluo Empire dictated that only the strong could ascend to the throne, with the defeated facing dire consequences, either obliteration or banishment to a remote place, condemned to a life of seclusion. When his elder brother had grasped his throat, fear had gripped him, prompting him to flee like a coward. He was acutely aware that remaining would lead to a fate akin to that of his second brother. With a 6-year age gap, his elder brother Davis held considerable advantages, and his soul power was significantly superior. He had always assumed that his youth was the reason for his inability to rival Davis. However, witnessing Tang Qingwei and his companions was akin to a jolt, awakening him to the realization that youth does not equate to weakness. None of the 4 before him were older, and the least among them matched his own soul power level. His earlier belief that his youth was a valid excuse for his cowardice began to dissolve. Having reached a resolute decision, the gloom that once enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a smile upon his face. The 4 were unaware of the transformation that had occurred within him. They merely sensed a subtle change in the golden-haired youth before them. Little did they know that in that brief moment, Dai Mubai had renounced his previously intended path of despair and avoidance, spurred on by their presence. He took the initiative to approach them, nodding gently, and spoke. "From now on, we are classmates. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Dai Mubai, Wuhuan White Tiger, a level 29 Great Soul Master, age 13. And you?" Tang San then proceeded with his self-introduction. Tang Qingwei stole a glance, and this version of Dai Mubai evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu had completed her introduction, Tang Qingwei spoke up. "I am Tang Qingwei, a 30-level soul master with the martial soul of a 7-colored flower. And I am 8 years old." Oscar, noticing the attention directed towards him, flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites as he scratched the back of his head. "I am Oscar, a 28-level food system soul master with the martial soul of a sausage. I am affectionately known as Sausage Specialty. You may call me Sausage Specialty Oscar or simply Xiaoao. I am 12 years old." Chapter 60. Growing up too quickly. Wait. What? You are only 12. Xiao Wu's voice involuntarily escalated in pitch, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Oscar. Tang San and Dai Mubai gazed at Oscar with expressions of disbelief, akin to having seen a ghost. Oscar confidently declared, "Indeed, my name is Oscar. I am 12 years old and a junior student at Shrek Academy. Surely, you cannot doubt me simply because my hair is somewhat abundant." After a moment of speechlessness, Tang glanced at Oscar's thick beard in astonishment, realizing that a 12-year-old could indeed have such facial hair. "Are you truly only 12? Dai Mubai could not help but inquire. Oscar nodded affirmatively once more. "Of course. I am a student at the academy. Ask anyone, and they will confirm that I am 12 years old." Tang San pondered inwardly. A 12-year-old youth with such a remarkable growth of facial hair could undoubtedly be considered a peculiar phenomenon. After the introductions were made, they continued their ascent for a short distance until Oscar led them to a clearing. Surrounded by wooden cabins, this open space appeared to be approximately 500 square meters. Situated right at the heart of Shrek Academy, the candidates who had passed the preliminary examination were gathered ahead, their evident soul power fluctuations causing the air to tremble irregularly. Oscar gestured towards the line of candidates in front, instructing them, "You will conduct your second examination here. The teachers will explain the procedure to you. I must return to my business." With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving the others to line up behind the candidates as directed. The second examination was exceedingly simple. All that was required was to channel one's soul power into a white crystal ball. Those whose soul power fell below the 25th level would need to pass through each stage individually, while those who had reached above the 25th level could proceed directly to the final test. However, Oscar, in his haste to attend to his business, neglected to inform them of this detail. An older teacher presented the white crystal ball before Tang San, urging him, "Please infuse it with your soul power." Tang lightly nodded. She recognized the crystal ball. It was the very one she had used during her initial awakening, though back then it was blue, whereas this one was a pristine white. At that moment, she refrained from further inquiries, accepting the white crystal and directly infusing it with her soul power. Crack! In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from her hand, transforming the white crystal into a dazzling gem, its intense radiance illuminating every facet of the crystal. Ultimately, the brilliance surged forth, shattering the confines of the crystal ball. The instructor in charge of the assessment was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Who brought you here? Why didn't you inform me that you had reached level 30? Tang Qingwei felt a surge of panic within her. Surely, they wouldn't demand compensation from her? It was Oscar who had brought her here. This was not her fault. The crystal ball was simply of poor quality, and she refused to be held accountable. Hastily, she shifted the blame onto Oscar. Despite holding her head high and feigning composure, the uncertainty in her erratic gaze betrayed her lack of confidence. The elder teacher, initially fuming, found his irritation dissipating upon realizing that this little girl was quite the money-minded individual. He redirected his ire towards Oscar, who, knowing full well that the white crystal was meant for soul power tests below level 30, had failed to inform him. If the soul power exceeded 30, the crystal would shatter. Now, he would have to bear the brunt of having ruined a crystal ball, and the principal would undoubtedly deduct it from his salary. Enough, enough. If your soul power exceeds 25, proceed directly to the fourth assessment. Do not waste my time here, the elder teacher said, exasperatedly waving his hand. Chapter 61. The fourth assessment. His words were directed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, for the girl who had just shattered the crystal was among them, suggesting that at least one of them might possess considerable talent. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the four stepped out from the line, bowed their heads in greeting, and walked straight toward the village. The teacher's face displayed an unmistakable astonishment. All four of them? Excellent. This year, my hopes for a salary raise seem promising. No guide was needed. The village was marked with signs, and they followed these signs to another open area, which was significantly smaller than the previous assessment site, measuring around 200 square meters. There, they found a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, dozing on a chair. Their footsteps likely roused him from his slumber. We have 4 candidates for the fourth assessment this year. The man opened his bleary eyes, surprised to see the 4 young individuals before him, as if encountering something extraordinary. Yes, the teacher from the second assessment instructed us to come directly here, Daimobai. The eldest among them stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes brightened, and he abruptly stood from his chair, initially sitting. The others had not noticed anything unusual about him until they approached and stood opposite Tang San, realizing that this middle-aged man was nearly the same height as the 10-year-old boy. Though not tall, his sturdy physique was anything but frail. His broad shoulders resembled ramparts, and his coat could scarcely conceal the impressive musculature that seemed forged from steel, while his expression was amiable. The sheer size of his muscular build imparted an undeniable sense of intimidation. All 4 have surpassed level 25? Quite remarkable. It seems this year has produced quite a number of little monsters. The man appeared quite pleased with the 4 individuals, speaking with a hint of amusement. This is your final challenge. Should you pass my test, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is a requisite strength for every soul master, and it is this aspect of your abilities that I will assess. After a brief pause, he continued to gaze at the 4. I am Zhao Wujin, a level 74 soul sage. Since you 4 have already bypassed the second and third challenges, I shall personally engage with you now. You have the duration of a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After this time, the test shall commence. The task is for you to collectively withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 stick of incense. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I urge you to understand that attempting to resort to trickery is futile. No one can escape this area by sheer speed. Furthermore, I must caution you that it is impossible to withstand my attacks alone. Your only chance of success lies in your coordination and cooperation. Upon concluding his words, he produced an incense stick from an unknown source. With a deft flick of his fingers, he ignited it and firmly planted it into the ground, unwavering. Having completed this, Zhao Wujin returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. The pupils of the 4 nearly contracted simultaneously, level 74. In their minds, they could scarcely fathom that even with their own levels below 30, a soul sage could easily dominate a multitude. Xiao Wu, in disbelief, exclaimed, he is level 74? Yet he appears significantly younger than the teacher at the entrance. Chapter 62. Third Soul Skill. Daimobai glanced at Tang Qingwei, reflecting. Age has never been a true measure of capability. Tang Qingwei wore an expression of innocence, questioning why I was looking at him. Should we not first deliberate on our strategy? The others ceased their idle chatter, their expressions turning grave. Confronting a formidable soul saint of level 74 was no trifling matter. At present, we only recognized him as a soul saint, with no further intelligence available. However, judging by his muscular physique, it was reasonable to deduce that he was likely a strength-based soul master. If we were to withstand the passage of a single incense stick's duration, we must unequivocally avoid direct confrontation with him. Tang San furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before speaking. Teacher Zhao is undoubtedly a power-type soul master, which means his offensive and defensive capabilities must be exceedingly formidable. Our only recourse is to outsmart him. Xiao Wu will engage from the flanks to create diversions, while I will focus on neutralizing Teacher Zhao's attacks, restricting him as much as possible, and simultaneously aiding Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Brother Dai, I kindly ask you to spearhead the offensive. Both Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, endorsing his strategic proposal. After Tang San assigned tasks to several individuals, he turned to Dai Mubai and said, Xiao Wei's third soul skill, heart-following intent, is an auxiliary soul skill. It allows everyone within a radius of 600 meters to instantaneously appear in any direction and position. The duration of this skill is 5 minutes. Catching the opponent off guard, we can exploit this time to launch our attacks. 600 meters? Instantaneous appearance? 5-minute duration? Dai Mubai was astounded, thinking he had misheard. He looked at Tang Qingwei in disbelief, having never encountered such a formidable auxiliary soul skill before. Do not underestimate the significance of these 5 minutes of instantaneous movement. The battlefield is ever-changing. If utilized effectively, it could even lead to an immediate defeat of an equally skilled soul master. Even in the chaos of battle, this 5-minute window is sufficient to alter the tide of the conflict. Time was not on their side. They could only rely on this straightforward tactic for now, allowing for subsequent flexibility. As for the outcome, they would have to test it in real combat. If the four of them could hold out until the incense burned out completely, they would pass and gain admission. The four took a deep breath, their brows furrowed. They had never faced such a powerful opponent before, yet now they had no choice but to confront them. Have you finalized your plans? Zhao Wujia's booming voice resonated. The four turned to see that the incense on the ground had nearly burned to its end. Teacher, we are ready to begin. Tang San nodded slightly at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia rose once more, interlocking his hands and flexing his wrists, producing a series of disconcerting cracking sounds that heightened the invisible pressure around them. Suddenly, a fragrant incense appeared in his hand. Before he could ignite it, Tang lightly moved into action. With his third soul skill, Heart's Desire, he raised his hand to summon his martial spirit. Instantly, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath his feet, and 4 beams of white light emanated simultaneously, enveloping both the 3 individuals and himself. A warm energy surged through their limbs, and the trio felt an extraordinary power flowing within them, allowing them to manifest instantaneously wherever their thoughts directed. Zhao Wujia, witnessing this remarkable scene, stood momentarily stunned. What kind of soul skill was this? It was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Upon closer inspection of the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings at Tang's feet, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Hesitating as he pondered, how old is that girl? Has she truly reached the rank of soul master? Suddenly, a look of elation crossed his face, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. Old Flander will undoubtedly be thrilled by this. Chapter 63, taking it seriously at that moment. Zhao Wujia sprang into action, not rushing towards Tang San and his companions, but rather crouching slightly and striking the ground with both fists. This was alarming. Tang San gasped softly. The moment Zhao Wujia's attack commenced, he understood his opponent's intentions. Just as he intended to alert his sister, he turned to find her absence. When they met again, his sister had already approached Zhao Wujia, launching a swift strike with her right leg, the air humming in response. Zhao Wujia's expression remained unchanged as he raised his left arm to block, his right hand clenched into a fist. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forward to thrust his right fist towards Tang Qingwei's throat. Yet, just as he closed in, he suddenly altered his stance, transforming his fist into an open palm aimed at Tang Qingwei's shoulder. Bang! As their limbs collided, Tang Qingwei maintained her composure, while Zhao Wujia trembled, his left arm forcefully pushing her away and deflecting her right leg. The strength of this girl's physique was astonishingly on par with that of a top-tier battle spirit master. What could possibly account for this? Wasn't she merely a spirit scholar? Little did Zhao Wujia know that Tang Qingwei had cultivated a body tempering technique, a method specifically designed to refine the physical form. At present, her mastery of this technique had reached the 4th rank, signifying that her physical strength had ascended to the level of an assault-type spirit master. Without the luxury of time to ponder further, Tang Qingwei swiftly retracted her leg, clasping her fists together, and propelled herself upward with her left leg. In midair, she united her fists and swung them down towards Zhao Wujia's head. This time, Zhao Wujie was unwilling to endure the blow, although the strike posed no mortal danger. It would undoubtedly hurt. The fact that he, a 74th level spirit sage, found this pain significant spoke volumes about her physical prowess. He was increasingly convinced that this girl had indeed practiced techniques aimed at enhancing her physical strength, and thus, he resolved to abandon any notion of merely toying with her and began to take the confrontation seriously. Tang Qingwei executed a swift punch that met only air. Showing no signs of hesitation as he employed his third soul skill, Blink, to distance himself from Zhao Wujie. Indeed, just moments after Tang Qingwei vacated his position, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently. A wave of ochre surged forth from the earth's quaking, rushing towards the other three individuals. They reacted swiftly, teleporting away from their original spots. Xiao utilized Blink once more, reaching Zhao Wujie in the blink of an eye. Her feet poised to strike both sides of his neck simultaneously. Two muffled thuds echoed as her feet landed squarely on Zhao Wujie's shoulders, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Clearly, her attack was but a mere tickle to him. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's focus was entirely on the blink technique employed by the four. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced that he had not misperceived the situation. Indeed, they had vanished in an instant. This could only be an auxiliary soul skill, otherwise. How could all four utilize the same technique? Could it be the girl's soul skill? Was she an auxiliary soul master or an assault-type soul master? They were indeed a formidable group of youngsters. Ha ha, how amusing. Allow me to witness your prowess. The combat style of these younglings had completely captured his attention. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie felt an intense constriction enveloping his body as thorny vines ferociously ensnared him, binding his arms and legs tightly. The vines constricted further, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines emerging from the ground lifted his body, raising his feet off the ground and enveloping him completely. Before Tang San could utter a warning, Dai Mubai sprang into action, his second ring radiating brilliantly. A sphere of intense white light coalesced, and a round light projectile erupted from his mouth. This was the second soul skill of the Evil Eye White Tiger, the White Tiger Radiant Wave. Chapter 64. Second soul skill. The vines that bound Zhao Wujie were engulfed in the blinding light of the projectile upon impact, consuming both him and the constricting vines within its brilliance. Are we being too forceful? Xiao inquired nervously. With a resounding bang, debris flew in all directions. As the white light and dust settled, Zhao Wujie was revealed, remarkably unscathed, standing firmly on the ground. At this moment, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he let out a low growl, his body suddenly swelling in size. His already formidable physique seemed to swell to nearly twice its size, and in an instant, his height surged by an entire meter, rendering him extraordinarily majestic. 7 resplendent soul rings simultaneously ascended, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, bestowing upon him a terrifying aura. A thick layer of brown fur enveloped his entire being, and he now towered over 2.5 meters. His muscles bulged impressively, and his amber eyes exuded a commanding presence, while the 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him, amplifying the pressure in the surrounding atmosphere. Children, come forth. Let us continue, Zhao Wujie declared, striding purposefully towards the 4. At this moment, Tang Qingwei's moment of flashing had already concluded. Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer, Tang San exclaimed in a low voice. Upon witnessing this, Tang Qingwei simultaneously activated his second soul skill, Dazzling Enchantment, which can lock onto any target within a 50-meter radius, disregarding their level, rendering the target immobile for 3 seconds. The most formidable aspect of this skill is its ability to ignore levels. Although the 3-second stun may seem brief, it provides an opportunity for a decisive, lethal strike, potentially allowing for the defeat of foes beyond 1's level. However, it is crucial to note that the physical strength of higher-level opponents is significantly greater, and if the level disparity is too vast, 3 seconds may not even suffice for an escape. Furthermore, the activation of this soul skill necessitates that the target remains within 50 meters. Should they exceed this distance, the skill cannot be executed. 50 meters is not a great distance, and many powerful soul masters can easily traverse it in a single leap. If the opponent is already aware of the skill's nature, even the most arrogant would not fall victim to it. Thus, the effectiveness of this skill hinges entirely on the timing of its application. This moment was opportune, even if it could not inflict harm on Zhao Wujie. It could provide a fleeting chance for the duo. With a deft push from her toes on Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu leaped forward once more, this time leading with her feet, aiming a kick directly at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, numerous strands of blue-silver grass surged from the ground around Zhao Wujie, entwining his thighs from various angles. Daimubai also stealthily emerged behind Zhao Wujie, his fist poised to strike the back of Zhao Wujie's neck without hesitation. Bang! The sound of bone meeting flesh reverberated through the air. Daimubai felt a sharp pain coursing through his hands. The opponent's physical strength was astonishingly formidable. This was his first encounter in battle with a soul sage of such a higher level, and he was astounded by the overwhelming physical prowess that exceeded his expectations. Zhao Wujie, filled with trepidation, pondered the nature of this soul skill that rendered him immobile. The day's combat had proven to be more astonishing than any he had encountered in the past several decades. The array of soul skills and martial spirits that had emerged were entirely unfamiliar to him. At that moment, not only was he immobilized, but his feet were ensnared by creeping vines, a small tiger cub was striking him from behind, and a rabbit's kick was aimed at him from the front. For a brief moment, he found himself utterly at a loss. Fortunately, the immobilization effect lasted only 3 seconds. Once freed from his bindings, Zhao Wujie would unleash his counterattack. Chapter 65. The support-type Soul Master. In the midst of the blinding golden light, Xiao Wu and Daimubai were violently propelled backward. Tang San's blue-silver grass, whether it had approached or not, was all repelled if it ventured within 3 meters of Zhao Wujie, with those that had come close shattering completely. 2 muffled groans echoed almost simultaneously, with Xiao Wu suffering the most significant injuries, followed closely by Daimubai. Xiao Wu. Tang San was nearly overwhelmed with fury as he prepared to endure the pain coursing through his body and once again summoned the vines to draw someone closer to him. Unexpectedly, a figure, swifter than he, appeared like a specter, leaving only a fleeting silhouette in its wake. This figure swiftly intercepted the tumbling Xiao Wu, retreating with her in tow. The violent force of the impact caused Xiao Wu to spurt a mouthful of blood mid-air, her body succumbing to a wave of numbness. It was only when she raised her gaze to discern the identity of her rescuer, Tang, that she felt a sense of relief and subsequently lost consciousness. Although Zhao Wujie feigned seriousness, he did not exert his full strength. After all, he was not on the same level as these children, and he harbored no desire to inflict harm upon them. Tang San felt a sense of relief upon seeing his sister catch Xiao Wu, for he was well aware of his sister's capabilities. Zhao Wujie, observing that the others had lost their fighting spirit, did not rush to pursue further. Instead, he remained in place, offering reassurance. Rest assured, she is fine. A good night's sleep will suffice for tomorrow. After speaking, Zhao Wujie turned his gaze toward Tang Qingwei, a hint of pride lacing his words as he remarked, "It seems my intervention is no longer necessary. Little girl, you have been defeated. Alas, you could not withstand even a single incense stick's duration. Do you see? This illustrates the disparity in strength." Tang Qingwei ignored him and turned to Daimubai, asking, "Elder brother Dai, how's your injury? Could you come over here for a moment?" Although Daimubai was uncertain of Tang Qingwei's intentions, he nonetheless cooperated and, with great difficulty, rose to his feet and staggered toward her. Tang San did not require his sister to call him again. With a hand resting on his chest, he walked towards Tang Qingwei, his downcast eyes betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if lost in profound contemplation. Observing the delicate figure of Xiao Wu, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Tang Qingwei silently mused, "Power? Indeed, it is power that speaks volumes, regardless of the circumstances." Tang Qingwei gently laid Xiao Wu on the ground, raising his left hand to summon the 7-color lotus. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated once more. The 7-color lotus, spinning upon his palm, radiated a brilliant light, splitting into 3 beams that surged towards the bodies of the 3 individuals. The white glow enveloped them completely within mere seconds. Tang San and Daimubai sustained only minor injuries, even without medical treatment. They would naturally recover in a matter of hours. In an instant, they seemed to be rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. However, Xiao Wu bore the most severe injuries among the trio. In her unconscious state, her delicate brows furrowed involuntarily, as waves of excruciating pain coursed through her body, threatening to rend her apart. Every inch of her ached, and each minute, each second, stretched into an eternity. Though she had endured numerous injuries in the past, she had never experienced such torment. Was this the essence of a soul saint? Merely the aftershock of a single blow had left her in such a pitiable state. Fortunately, this agony did not linger for long. A sudden warmth surged within her, alleviating her suffering. Gradually, this sensation intensified, enveloping her body as if she were immersed in a hot spring, causing all her pain to dissipate. As Xiao Wu opened her eyes, She immediately heard Dai Mubai's astonished exclamation. Wow, Xiao Wu, is this also your soul skill? Tang Qingwei cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai and nodded, saying, indeed. I am a support-type soul master. Dai Mubai was beyond astonished. It was as if he had encountered a peculiar creature, exclaiming, you can also perform healing arts? Chapter 66. Assessment past Tang San observed the two with a smile in his eyes, for his sister's healing ability was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Zhao Wujia was utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Why had she suddenly unleashed her healing spirit skill? Wasn't she a power attack spirit master? Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, in terms of both defense and physical strength, she was undoubtedly invincible among her peers. So what was the situation now? Could she be a universal spirit master? It seemed implausible. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The four of them resumed their stances of attack and defense. Teacher, shall we continue? Zhao Wujie glanced at the incense that was nearly burnt out and waved his hand in exasperation. What are you all still fighting for? The incense is almost gone. Consider yourselves past. Frustrated, he realized he couldn't truly engage with them. Yet, without genuine confrontation, these little monsters slipped away like loaches, making it exceedingly difficult to win within the time of a single incense stick without inflicting serious injuries. The purpose of the incense was merely to deter these children from becoming arrogant due to their innate talents, for pride precedes failure. In the past, Shrek Academy had experienced sluggish progress due to its own hubris, and Zhao Wujia did not wish for these promising youngsters to stray down the wrong path. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the strength they displayed. Each individual possessed unique power, and astonishingly, they could coordinate so seamlessly without prior practice, indicating an undeniably bright future ahead. Particularly the youngest girl, her prowess truly astonished him. Have we passed the test? The fully recovered Xiao Wu had returned to her usual lively self. The group followed Zhao Wujia to the student dormitory. Currently, our academy has only 2 enrolled students. One is Oscar, whom you have all met, and the other you will meet soon enough. 2. Except for Tang Qingwei, the other 3 exclaimed almost in unison. Dai Mubai thought to himself, with so few individuals, could they really assemble a team to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition? His time was running short. The family had given him until he turned 25 to win against them. Only then would he have a chance. Now, his elder brother was nearing 25. And this competition represented his sole opportunity for a comeback. Zhao Wujie snorted derisively. What do you know? This is about quality over quantity, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Shrek Academy were to close its doors, we will never accept mediocrity, only monsters. Do you know what the graduation requirements of the academy are? The 4 individuals remained silent, fixated on Zhao Wujia, their gazes unwavering. Not hearing the anticipated inquiries, Zhao Wujia turned to face them, meeting their penetrating stares. How unorthodox of them. Shouldn't they be expressing curiosity at this moment? He cleared his throat softly to alleviate the awkwardness and continued. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation criteria of the academy stipulate that one must surpass level 40 before the age of 20, achieving the rank of Soul Master to be eligible for graduation. Chapter 67. Only monsters admitted. Are there many graduates from the academy? The group inquired, astonished. Zhao Wujia felt a sense of satisfaction at their response. This was the reaction one would expect from rational individuals. He then elaborated, the academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has left the academy to become remarkable figures in the world. Among them, the most distinguished has already ascended to the position of the youngest elder within the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. The others who did not graduate either failed to reach level 40 before turning 20 or met their demise while hunting soul beasts. The headmaster once remarked, if you cannot reach level 40, do not embarrass him by going outside. Although Zhao Wujia's expression remained calm, he felt a sense of pride within. Weren't they just boasting moments ago? Now, they were subdued, finally understanding the true meaning of genius. Just then, Tang Qingwei raised her hand, her demeanor serious. Teacher Zhao, will there be enough rooms? I would prefer a separate dormitory for each person. Xiao Wu was not surprised by this. After all, during their time at the Nodding City Academy, Qingwei had already chosen not to reside in the 7th dormitory with them. Time certainly flew. That tiny little girl had grown so much. Wait, what was this maternal instinct creeping in? She herself was merely 10 years old. Zhao Wujia thought. I am recounting the illustrious history of Shrek Academy, and you dare to inquire about the availability of rooms? Have you lost your senses, little girl? Clearly, There should have been some prior discipline to keep her grounded, yet here she was, floating. Should be enough, he replied, recalling that he had mentioned admitting 62 students. However, he pondered whether these 62 students had been accepted during the same period. Tang San seemed to analyze the situation, turning to Zhao Wujia with a questioning look. Zhao Wujia responded, "Is there enough space?" He wasn't entirely sure, as he typically wasn't in charge of logistics. Today was merely a coincidence that he was tasked with accompanying them. The academy, after all, was financially constrained, having only leased 1/3 of the village for its simple construction. However, with just 2 girls, it should pose no problem. The village was not large, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the dormitory building. Tang Qingwei, having fulfilled her desire, settled into a dormitory room of her own. In contrast, Daimubai and Tang San shared accommodations with 2 other students, fostering a harmonious camaraderie among the trainees. After the 4 of them stowed their belongings, the midday sun beckoned them to venture out in search of sustenance. Being newcomers without any acquaintances to guide them, they were wholly unfamiliar with the intricacies of Shrek Academy. With no other recourse, they decided to seek out the wisps of smoke rising in the air, a sign of potential nourishment. The village was modest in size, and as they wandered, they inadvertently strayed beyond the confines of Shrek Academy. While the academy exuded an air of tranquility, the villagers on the other side were bustling with activity. Rising with the sun was the norm for common farmers, who relied on agriculture to sustain their families. Uncertain of the breakfast arrangements at the academy, the group resolved to procure some food from the village to quell their hunger. Suddenly, a portly young lad approached them. With short hair, small eyes, and a chubby face that bore a certain charm, he nonetheless had a shifty glint in his eyes that suggested ill intentions. "What a lovely girl! How about becoming my girlfriend?" he exclaimed, his words clearly directed at Xiao Wu, whose curvaceous figure stood in stark contrast to Tang Qingwei's more modest frame. Chapter 68. The Phoenix Incarnate. What did you just say? Tang Qingwei felt a surge of indignation. Among those present, only she and sister Xiao Wu were females, and it was evident to whom such frivolous remarks were directed. Upon hearing those words, the chubby boy merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Qingwei and waved his hand dismissively. "You are indeed quite adorable, little girl. But if you wish to be my girlfriend, you might want to wait a few more years. As for now," he chuckled, shaking his head in mock sympathy, "you are still far too young." Fuming with anger, Xiao Wu retaliated by delivering a swift kick towards the chubby boy, exclaiming, "You little rogue! How can you be so ill-mannered at such a tender age?" Despite her fury, she managed to restrain her strength, knowing that her action would merely cause an ordinary person to stumble. However, the chubby boy proved to be anything but ordinary as Xiao Wu's foot approached. He boldly stepped forward, crossing his arms defensively in front of himself to block her kick. A faint purple glow emanated from him, clearly indicative of soul power. "Ah, so you are also a soul master. How delightful. Does this not make us a perfect match?" The chubby boy paused for a moment, then was overcome with exhilaration. To his astonishment, such a beautiful girl was also a soul master. How fortunate. Tang San's expression darkened. He could not tolerate the bullying of his sister and Xiao Wu. In an instant, he advanced, his hands transforming into a lustrous jade hue as he aimed a palm strike at the chubby boy. The boy, quick to react, did not confront him directly, but instead retreated several steps, widening the distance between them. "It seems you all are soul masters," he remarked. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is." As he spoke, the chubby boy let out a low growl, invoking the phoenix spirit. At the mention of the phoenix, a shiver ran through the others. Within the realm of beast spirits, there exist a few particularly formidable ones, and the phoenix is among them. Also known as the rainbow bird, the phoenix not only grants its host the ability to fly but also bestows immense fire attribute attack power, making it one of the finest battle-type spirits. A surge of purplish-red light erupted from the chubby boy's body, causing his short hair to lengthen dramatically and converge at the center, forming a mohawk hairstyle. Although he did not possess the imagined fiery wings of a phoenix, the purplish-red aura emanating from him radiated intense heat. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath him, and his exposed, robust arms sprouted long feathers, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. Daimubai, who had initially appeared solemn, could not help but chuckle. "Is there really such a fat phoenix? It looks more like a common hen to me." The others burst into laughter, the tense atmosphere dissipating instantly. Upon witnessing the chubby boy's spirit, Tang San understood. This must be Ma Hongjun, a roommate of Daimubai. Indeed, Ma Hongjun's current appearance was somewhat comical, his rotund figure adorned with long purplish-red feathery arms and standing hair. If one were to declare him a phoenix, few would believe it. He resembled more of a plump hen. Dai Mubai's words struck a nerve with Ma Hongjun, inciting his wrath. Who are you calling a hen? He retorted angrily, raising his hands. His first soul ring flared to life, and he opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of fine purplish-red flames towards Dai Mubai. The intense heat caused the air to shimmer, creating an elongated line of fire in the atmosphere. Brother Dai, be careful, the others exclaimed in alarm. With a wicked glint in his eye, Dai Mubai smirked. Just in time, I am eager to see what you are capable of. Chapter 69, The Phoenix That Cannot Fly. Just as he finished speaking, he called out, White Tiger, manifest. A sudden and intense white light erupted from his being. As Dai Mubai extended his arms outward, his chest thrust forward. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed as his muscles swelled, stretching the fabric of his garments. Dai Mubai's upper body slowly inclined forward, his four eyes transforming into a deep and profound azure, an icy murderous intent emanating invisibly, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Beneath him, two radiant yellow rings ascended in succession, rising quietly, as the swirling soul rings generated a pressure akin to surging waves, crashing forth. Sensing the searing heat of the phoenix flames enveloping Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, he charged directly at Ma Hongjun. Identifying the rotund figure as a phoenix incapable of flight, engaging him in close quarters was his greatest vulnerability. While the flames surrounding the chubby man could inflict damage, they were insufficient to deliver a crippling blow. However, should Ma Hongjun allow him to close in and launch an attack, the outcome would be utterly disastrous. Ma Hongjun, startled by Dai Mubai's approach, found himself in a state of panic. Why was this individual defying the expected norms? With such intense flames emanating from his body, why did he advance rather than retreat? It was evident that although Ma Hongjun possessed considerable soul power, his practical experience paled in comparison to Dai Mubai's, who had always triumphed through his formidable flames. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Dai Mubai would discern his vulnerability so readily. Once Dai Mubai manifested his martial spirit, he seemed to transform entirely, his white hair billowing as he surged toward Ma Hongjun with explosive force. His 10 fingers extended into sharp claws, reaching out towards the rotund man. Taken aback, Ma Hongjun immediately activated his second soul ring skill without hesitation. With a whoosh, fierce purple flames erupted from his being, causing his corpulent form to swell and expand outward in an instant. Although Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, the Blazing Phoenix, provided comprehensive defense coupled with an offensive capability, it could not withstand the effects of the White Tiger's protective barrier from his first soul ring, which amplified his attack and defense by 50%. Furthermore, the proximity allowed him to unleash his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. In the blink of an eye, the victor was determined. Ma Hongjun was flung away by the force of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Fortunately, Dai Mubai had only intended to intimidate and did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, that blow would have left the chubby man incapacitated for days. However, Dai Mubai evidently overestimated Ma Hongjun's control over his own body. The rotund figure tumbled in the air, flailing helplessly before landing with a thud, utterly disoriented. At that moment, a voice of surprise rang out. What are you doing? The group turned to the source of the voice and beheld Oscar, clad in simple gray attire with neatly cropped hair, approaching them. Xiaowu, hands on her hips, scoffed. What is going on? You should ask him. This chubby fellow was flirting with us. Isn't it only right to teach him a lesson? Ma Hongjun muttered in indignation. Where are you all? I merely asked if you would be my girlfriend. How is that bullying? That child is so young. I'm not that much of a beast. Am I? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingwei's expression darkened, and she immediately withdrew her hand that was meant for healing. Do you believe I can show you just how formidable my fist truly is? She retorted. Humph. Do you think everyone is as precocious as you? I am merely of the typical height for an 8-year-old. Chapter 70. He is your roommate. Oscar approached the group and soon realized that only Ma Hongjun had been severely beaten, while the others appeared unscathed. Upon recognizing Oscar, Ma Hongjun plopped down onto the ground and exclaimed, Quick, bring me a sausage. I'm being besieged by so many. Humph. It's your own fault for being so talkative. You deserve to be hit. As he spoke, he turned to the other 4 and explained. Do you remember I once told you that there are only 2 students in the academy, including myself? Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon them. So, you mean he is? Ha ha ha, it was all a misunderstanding. Dai Mubai interjected, stepping forward to pull Ma Hongjun up, smiling as he said, but next time, try not to be so loquacious, otherwise. If you get beaten, it's just your bad luck. Despite the smile on Dai Mubai's lips, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Ma Hongjun shuddered. This smiling tiger was quite terrifying. Oscar, oblivious to Dai Mubai's expression, assumed they had made amends and called out to Ma Hongjun, 5 copper soul coins for 1. Don't forget to settle the bill with me. I have a big sausage. At that moment, Tang San froze upon hearing Oscar's phrase, I have a big sausage. The ambiguity of the statement was overwhelming. Dai Mubai was also drawn to this peculiar incantation and turned his gaze back. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light coalesced in his palm. 2 yellow rings rose from Oscar's feet, and in a flash, a delicious sausage appeared in his hand. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned crimson as she covered her warm cheeks and reproached, how can a martial soul be so strange? As for Tang Qingwei, she was already covering her ears, shielded by Tang San. Tang Qingwei felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. Did he think his palm was made of soundproof material? She had already reached the soul sovereign level, with keen senses that rendered such trivial obstructions utterly ineffective. However, being merely 8 years old and still a child, she refrained from rejecting Tang San's concern, gazing with her innocent, wide eyes and pretending not to hear. Ma Hongjun, with an unchanging expression, directly devoured the sausage handed to him by Oscar, disdainfully remarking, this is Monster Academy, after all. The martial souls here are indeed peculiar. Although Oscar's martial soul lacked any offensive capabilities, it was regarded as exceptional within the food-based category, for it provided meat. As if to validate his assertion, he promptly rose with agility, behaving as though nothing had occurred. Oscar's sausages possessed healing properties, and for someone like Ma Hongjun, who had sustained a minor injury, 1 sausage was sufficient for a complete recovery. By the way, did you know Dai Mubai is your new roommate? Oscar casually reminded, accepting the 5 copper soul coins Ma Hongjun offered. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's body stiffened. Don't joke with me. Just moments ago, I had a fight with him and lost utterly. Now he is my roommate? And with this smiling tiger, no less. Are you unhappy about us being roommates? Dai Mubai grinned, placing a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Ma Hongjun tensed, his tone dry as he replied, how could I be unhappy? Dai Mubai chuckled. Then I hope you'll take good care of me from now on, roommate. Ma Hongjun turned away, his face rigid with discomfort, and lamented, Boss Dai. It's obvious you're older than me. You'll have to look out for me instead. Chapter 71. Tang Hao arrives in the stillness of the night. The entirety of Shrek Academy fell silent. At this moment, Tang Qingwei was contemplating the commencement of her training. Suddenly, an unexpected voice aroused her vigilance, though it struck a familiar chord within her. Come out. A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Tang Qingwei. Was it Tang Hao? Upon confirming the identity of the intruder, she did not lower her guard. Instead, her soul power surged to its zenith, as she remained cautiously alert while scanning her surroundings for any signs of movement. After ensuring that no one was nearby, she exerted herself and swiftly pursued the direction from which the aura emanated. In no time, she had ventured beyond the confines of Shrek Academy and found herself amidst a wooded area, where the elusive aura also seemed to dissipate. What brings you here? She inquired as a shadowy figure gradually emerged from behind a towering tree. The individual was cloaked entirely in black, even donning a hood that obscured his features, revealing only that he was a tall man. Despite his meticulous concealment, the familiar scent of sweat wafted towards Tang Qingwei, unmistakable to her keen senses. It is indeed common for men to exude a scent of perspiration, yet Tang Qingwei possessed an acute sense of smell, which had been further heightened since she began her cultivation practice. Typically, her olfactory senses were somewhat dulled, but in this instance, she had fully unsealed them to ascertain the identity of her visitor. Though her method may seem crude, its efficacy was undeniable. Tang Hao removed his hat, revealing the familiar visage of a weathered man, his aged face etched with the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to reflect the fragility of a life nearing its twilight, a stark contrast to his approximate 50 years of age. One cannot help but worry, will his appearance evoke disdain from his wife upon their next encounter? Alas, it is truly a cause for concern. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Once she attains 100,000 years of soul rings, they shall both find solace in healing together. Upon meeting Tang's slightly familiar gaze, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Tang Hao's stiff lips, amusement bubbling within him. Did this girl truly harbor such disdain for him? That expression, no doubt, suggested she was speaking ill of him in her heart. Tang Hao spoke no further, raising his hand to gesture as a dark token glided towards Tang Qing. She instinctively caught it. Was this the token of the spirit hall? At that moment, the token lay quietly in her palm, intricately engraved with 6 vivid designs. The colors understated yet captivating. It could be summoned when needed. Tang Hao's voice remained deep, and after uttering these words, he donned his hood once more, seemingly preparing to depart. Aren't you going to take a look at Tang San? Tang Qingwei's tone was slightly dry. Over the years, her encounters with Tang Hao had been few and far between. Though she recognized his kindness towards her, she struggled to comprehend its expression. In her heart, she had always regarded Tang Hao as a benevolent uncle. Consequently, she refrained from making demands of him, choosing instead to cherish his kindness and hoping to repay it when the opportunity arose. Their relationship resembled not that of a father and daughter, but rather an estranged creditor-debtor dynamic. Perhaps due to the long absence or the melancholic atmosphere of the late hour, Tang Qingwei felt a stir of emotion. You little girl, he is your brother. How can you be so disrespectful? Tang Hao chided with a smile. He then added, I want to be going over there. Just convey my message to him. Tang Qingwei understood that Tang Hao had visited Tang San, realizing that he was residing in the same dormitory as the other students, which prompted him to seek her out. Chapter 72, Shrek Academy Students. Tang Hao finished speaking and turned to leave. As his towering figure gradually faded into the darkness, a sudden wave of sorrow washed over Tang Qingwei, causing her nose to tingle. Dad, please don't die out there. Otherwise, Tang San will surely weep in despair. Upon hearing her words, the silhouette paused momentarily, yet did not turn back. Instead, he simply waved his hand, signaling her to return. In the early morning at Shrek Academy. Xiaowei, how did you find your accommodation upon arriving yesterday? If you feel frightened, you can always come to me for company. Just as Tang Qingwei stepped out of her dormitory, she was embraced by Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, you seem to have forgotten that I no longer require sleep. Tang Qingwei whispered gently into Xiao Wu's ear. Ah, yes, I did forget again. Alas, it has been quite some time, and I am still not accustomed to it. Your diligence is remarkable, bordering on neglecting rest altogether. It is no wonder you are making such rapid progress, Xiao Wu replied, lowering her voice in response. Tang Qingwei merely smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further, for a group of boys was approaching. Xiao Wu also noticed this, and at that moment, all the students from Shrek Academy had gathered. A resounding growl from a stomach suddenly captured everyone's attention. Tang Qingwei clutched her stomach, devoid of any sense of embarrassment, and glanced at Tang San with a slight pout. Brother, I am hungry. The events of yesterday, when Tang Hao had visited, were not something she felt compelled to share with Tang San at this moment, considering that they were not alone in this space. Tang San gazed upon his sister, who rarely displayed such a vulnerable demeanor, and smiled indulgently. He then turned to Oscar and inquired, Where shall we dine, little Oscar? Nodding in response, Oscar took the lead, saying, Follow me. He guided the group to the Academy's dining hall. This so-called dining hall was merely a result of an agreement between the Academy and the village, employing several villagers to cater to their meals. Although breakfast was somewhat simple, the generous portions ensured that no one would leave hungry. Noticing that he was the eldest among the group, Dai Mubai felt compelled to foster camaraderie. After a brief moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and announced, It appears that all the students have gathered. For the time being, we shall live and learn together. So let us take a moment to get acquainted. I shall begin with my introduction. I am Dai Mubai, a white tiger martial soul, 13 years of age, and a 29th level soul master. Tang San nodded and said, My name is Tang San, and my martial spirit is blue silvergrass. I am 10 years old and a level 28 soul master. Upon hearing the mention of blue silvergrass, Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged astonished glances with Tang San. Blue silvergrass? Has its cultivation progressed so rapidly? Among those present, apart from Oscar and Ma Hongjun, everyone had witnessed Tang San's blue silvergrass, which was certainly not the useless martial spirit that most would imagine. I am Xiao Wu. My martial spirit is soft bone rabbit. I am also 10 years old and a level 28 soul master. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. These two were the same age as her, yet their soul power levels surpassed his. I am Tang Qingwei. My martial spirit is 7-colored flower. I am 8 years old and a level 30 soul sovereign. The crowd fell silent, and Ma Hongjun was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? An 8-year-old soul sovereign? Have I lost my mind? Just yesterday, I dared to provoke this group of individuals? It's a miracle that I am still alive. Though Ma Hongjun grumbled inwardly, he refrained from speaking further and quickly introduced himself. I am Ma Hongjun, 10 years old, with the Phoenix martial spirit, and I am a level 25 soul master. I am Oscar, 12 years old, and a level 28 soul master. Ma Hongjun roared internally, realizing he was the weakest among them. with the lowest soul power level. Chapter 73. Principal Flinder. After the introductions, Dai Mubai continued, "From now on, we will all live and practice together. I believe there is no need for overly formal titles. What do you all think?" The group nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone concurred with his perspective, Dai Mubai went on, "There are only 6 of us in the academy. I am the eldest, a bit older than all of you. You can call me Mubai, or like the fatty, you can call me Boss Dai. Tang San. How about I refer to you as Xiao San from now on?" Tang San nodded slightly, indicating his lack of objections. Although his interactions with Shrek Academy had been limited, he already felt a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possessed distinct characteristics, yet none of them elicited any aversion from him. Before Dai Mubai could speak of himself, Tang smiled gently and said, "Like my brother, you can simply call me Xiao Wei." Naturally, there was no need to alter the way Xiao Wu addressed him, while Ma Hongjun continued to refer to him as Fatty, and Oscar was affectionately called Xiao Ao. At that moment, a sudden ringing echoed from outside. Oscar promptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "That's the bell summoned by the dean. We must hurry to the playground." With that, he swiftly exited the dining hall, followed closely by the others. Shortly after the 4 arrived at the playground, they noticed a middle-aged man approaching from the opposite direction. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a uniquely shaped face, his chin protruding slightly. Broad cheekbones, a flattened visage, and a somewhat hooked nose. If one had to liken his face to an object, it might be described as resembling the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed at the moment, a hint of cunning could still be discerned through his black-framed crystal glasses. Flander halted before the 6 students, his distinctive raspy voice resonating as he spoke. "This year has been quite remarkable. We have gained 4 new little monsters. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the institution. Shortly, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who handles finances." After a brief pause, he continued, addressing the group, "As for the Academy's rules, there are no particularly stringent regulations. To put it simply, we prohibit looting and pillaging. Yet we encourage combat and gambling." Such remarks elicited a silent scoff from Tang San, who inwardly mused about the absurdity of endorsing gambling. He had heard that when one gambles alone, the entire family suffers, and when many partake, how could one aspire to a better life? It was no wonder the Academy remained impoverished. Of course, Flander was oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely taken the opportunity to discuss the financial burdens of the Academy with him. "Very well, today's first lesson will commence in the evening," Flander announced, waving his hand dismissively. "You may go rest now, but remember to be in optimal condition before nightfall. Do not say I didn't warn you. The teaching methods here differ greatly from other places, and you may even encounter danger." Tang San was called away by the dean, and Tang Qingwei and Xiao Wu decided to go out for a stroll. As night fell, Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy, stood on the grand playground, gazing at the 6 students before him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the shortest among them, Tang Qingwei, were all prepared for their evening class. Each brimming with vitality, with his hands clasped behind his back, Flinder declared, "All right, it's time to set off." The group looked at one another in confusion, pondering their destination. Turning to Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they found them equally baffled. None of them knew where the dean intended to take them. Chapter 74. Inside Soto City, Flinder waved his hand and instructed, "Let us depart. Follow my lead." With that, he lightly tapped the ground and swiftly propelled himself forward, heading towards the outskirts of the academy. The others hurried to keep up. Flinder maintained a remarkably brisk pace, revealing the disparities in strength among the 6 students. Closely trailing behind Flinder was the smallest, Tang Qingwei, with Dai Mubai following closely behind her. Although Tang San's ghost shadow phantom steps is exquisite, it pales in comparison to the profound soul power of Dai Mubai. Thus, he and Xiao Wu find themselves ranked 3rd, while the final position is occupied by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Despite Oscar being a food-type support soul master, his physical strength ultimately does not rival that of a battle soul master. Even with his continuous consumption of the restorative sausages he crafted, he is still left far behind by the others. Throughout the journey, Flander remained silent, and the rest of the group, too, had no time for idle chatter as they closely followed him. Soon, they discerned that Flander's destination was none other than Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City is not great, and as they approached the southern gate of Soto City, Flander's pace finally slowed, allowing the 6 students to catch up. Situated within the borders of the Barak Kingdom, Soto City is free from external threats, and thus its gates remain open around the clock. The 7 of them entered the city with ease. Although night had fallen, Soto City appeared as if it had just awakened, bustling even more than during the day. The streets were aglow with light, and vendors who only operated at night had gathered in their accustomed spots to sell snacks and trinkets. Upon reaching the vibrant thoroughfare, Xiaowu eagerly tugged at Tang San, urging him to explore, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. Tang San followed closely behind, constantly reminding them not to stray too far from the dean. In her previous life, Tang Qingwei was an only child, often devoid of friends. Following her entry into the workforce, she led a monotonous existence, revolving around the trifecta of work, meals, and home. Her sole source of entertainment consisted of indulging in anime and novels, and even her shopping was confined to the realm of online purchases, rendering her a true recluse. Now, being affectionately guided through the streets by Xiaowu feels rather novel. Dai Mubai, being the most striking among the group, attracted numerous admiring glances from beautiful women along the way, as if casting flirtatious glances at the blind. Throughout the outing, Dai Mubai maintained a stern demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the figure of Dean Flander before him, untouched by the external happenings. Tang Qingwei's peripheral vision swept over Dai Mubai, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated that this notorious playboy had transformed into a paragon of virtue. Little did she know that Dai Mubai's metamorphosis stemmed from the trio's influence. Upon learning their ages and capabilities, he experienced an epiphany, resolving to abandon self-destructive tendencies. Now, his sole ambition was to rapidly enhance his own strength. Ma Hongjun, observing Dai Mubai's demeanor, secretly smirked, internally chastising him as a wooden block. Such a handsome visage squandered. How delightful it would be if he were to embrace a more spirited self. As he gazed at the beautiful women on the street, Ma Hongjun's eyes glimmered with excitement, darting around, fixated on the alluring figures that graced the thoroughfare. Whenever he spotted a woman with a fuller figure, he would occasionally swallow hard. Fortunately, he lingered at the back of the group, and his companions remained oblivious to his current state. At that moment, Flinder abruptly halted, casting a glance at the sky, muttering to himself, "There is still some time. Follow me." Chapter 75, The Grand Soul Arena. With that, Flinder led the 6 individuals into an inconspicuous shop along the street, where they gathered around a round table and ordered 7 cups of the cheapest tea. Tang Qingwei frowned at the tea before her, which was filled with frothy tea leaves. "Director, may I order something else? I'm still young and do not wish to hinder my growth." Flander observed Tang Qingwei's disdainful expression and, with a hint of irritation, seized her cup, downing its contents in one gulp. "If you find it distasteful, then order something else, but do so at your own expense." Tang San felt a pang of affection for his younger sister, gently stroking Tang Qing's hair. "Brother will go buy you something else. Would you like to drink?" He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu, his eyes inquiring. "Orange juice will suffice." The 2 of them ordered the same juice. Tang Qingwei cheerfully selected his desired beverage, casting a triumphant glance at the sullen-faced Flander. Just as Tang San was about to summon the waiter, he was suddenly enveloped by 3 scorching gazes. And upon lifting his eyes, he found the other 3 looking at him with expressions of eager anticipation. Tang San's expression darkened as he cast a fleeting glance at a few individuals, retorting rather irritably, "If you wish to drink, go buy it yourself." These individuals were not lacking in funds. Why should he be obliged to treat them? The trio gazed at Tang San with resentful expressions, yet he chose to ignore them. Flander observed the self-satisfied young girl before him, his forehead lined with exasperation. Despite feeling annoyed, he refrained from further comment and pointed outward, stating, "Over there lies the place where you will attend your classes." The group followed his gesture and beheld a vast, towering structure not far from the shop. From their vantage point, the edifice loomed nearly 100 meters high, immense and imposing, appearing particularly profound against the night sky. Faint glimmers of light flickered from within the colossal building. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. He was well aware of this location, the Great Soul Arena. The so-called Great Soul Arena was a battleground for martial souls, the site where soul masters engaged in combat. Both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire held the belief that the arena's outcomes significantly influenced the fortunes of their nations. Curiosity sparked among the group, and Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired, "Director, what is this place? Why have we never been brought here before? So many beautiful older sisters." As he spoke, his small eyes darted around restlessly. Flander shot him a look of disappointment, opting not to respond to Ma Hongjun's question, but instead elaborating for the group. Each of your martial souls is unique, possessing its own cultivation methods. The Academy can impart knowledge regarding martial souls and the status of soul masters on the continent. However, the most crucial aspect we aim to teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls and acquire superior soul ranks. All of this is aimed at gaining more practical experience and unearthing your potential. Thus, the most vital thing you need to learn is practical experience. And this place will serve as your first lesson, combat. That location is your classroom. Upon hearing this, the group began to comprehend that they were indeed awaiting battles ahead. Explaining why the director urged them to maintain their optimal condition before nightfall, Flander, satisfied with the determined expressions on their faces, continued. The building before you is known as the Great Soul Arena, a venue only found in cities of the main city level. Its scale serves as a hallmark of a city or even a nation's prosperity, often bearing the name of the city in which it resides. Hence, it is also referred to as the Soto Great Soul Arena. Is that Great Soul Arena truly a battleground for martial souls? Xiao Wu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Although Tang San understood, he too wore a puzzled expression, contemplating his own little treasure trove and pondering whether he should seize the opportunity to earn a fortune. Flander remarked, indeed, the Grand Soul Arena is a relatively equitable venue where soul battles occur. Even if one were to slay the heir of a prominent family, there is little to fear in terms of retaliation. Here, peril and opportunity coexist, making it the ideal setting for practical training. At this juncture, Flander's gaze swept across the 6 individuals before him. Your task, he continued, is to obtain at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, only Daimubai, who was privy to the underlying circumstances, momentarily flickered his eyes. The silver soul badge from the Grand Soul Arena is not easily acquired. Yet, after a brief pause, he smiled, finding that challenges only add to the excitement, do they not? Tang Qingwei momentarily lost her focus upon hearing about the acquisition of the silver soul badge. Does this event occur in the original text? It has been so long that I can hardly recall many details. As Tang Qingwei was lost in thought, Flander spoke up. It's about time. Let us proceed. I will inform you of the remaining details once we arrive at the venue. After settling the bill, the group of 7 exited the establishment and made their way toward the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they drew nearer, the grandeur of the arena left them even more awestruck. When Tang Qingwei and his companions first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of town and were astonished to discover such a magnificent structure within the city. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is predominantly elliptical in shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It comprises a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating a staggering 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for spirit masters to engage in friendly competition, but also as a stage for various factions to demonstrate their prowess. As they approached the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flander briefed the others on the remaining particulars of the venue. Good day, he said at the arena's front desk. We would like to register, please. Tang was rather petite, and the reception desk was excessively high, forcing her to rest her entire head on the surface while inquiring. To her surprise, the receptionist happened to look up at that very moment, her face instantly paling in fright. It was only her commendable professionalism that prevented her from fleeing. She tremulously managed to ask, hello. Tang Qingwei was still unaware of the unfolding situation, poised to respond. At that moment, a shadow fell between the two, prompting the receptionist to glance up. The newcomer swiftly lifted Tang Qingwei and placed her atop a tall stool. The receptionist's expression darkened instantly, her thoughts laced with irritation. It turned out to be a mere child, running about heedlessly and causing quite a scare. Recognizing the individual as nothing more than a child, her tone shifted to one of cold detachment. Was this a game of strategy, a life and death struggle, or perhaps a wager of sorts? Tang San paid no heed to the other party's unpleasant tone. After all, his sister's recent actions had indeed startled them considerably. He merely inquired politely, could you elucidate these rules for us? The receptionist grew increasingly exasperated, her disdain for those who approached without understanding evident. With an even colder tone, she impatiently gestured towards the left side, stating, over there, go take a look. Tang San nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and took Tang Qingwei by the hand as they departed. Chapter 77. The Competition of Strategy and Confrontation. Tang Qingwei, who had been led away, began to comprehend the situation's context, feeling a swell of grievances within her. Was her shorter stature truly her fault? Why was the front desk made so towering? Had they ever considered those of shorter stature like herself? Tang San helplessly ruffled his sister's hair and consoled her. You are still young. When you grow a bit older, you will surely grow taller. Upon returning to the front desk after reviewing the rules, they were greeted once more by the same individual as before. The front desk attendant, clearly recognizing them, looked up and coldly inquired, "Are you here for a game of skill, a life and death duel, or a wager match?" Game of skill. The group was merely there to gain experience, not to risk their lives. After the inquiry, the attendant offered no further commentary and simply presented a form for them to complete. They swiftly filled it out, and the attendant collected the forms, placing them into a drawer without even glancing at them. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins per person. Although 6 individuals had arrived, only 5 signed up for the game of skill, as Oscar, being a food system soul master, was incapable of engaging in combat alone. Thus, they registered for a team game instead. After receiving the iron badge, Tang Qingwei extracted a significant portion of her possessions from her storage ring and placed them on the front desk. The clinking sound of the gold coins drew the attendant's attention. "I'm betting all of this on my own victory," Tang Qingwei exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "Haha, I'm going to make a fortune." However, just as she began to fantasize about how to spend her newfound wealth, the attendant's words fell upon her like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing her delightful reverie. Soul Masters with a Battle Soul badge are not permitted to place bets in the Grand Soul Arena. If there had been an anime effect at that moment, one could almost visualize Tang Qingwei turning gray, crumbling into bits. "If I can't place a bet, what use is this iron trinket to me?" Tang San observed his younger sister's distress, feeling both sympathy and amusement, ultimately deciding to let her have a moment of solitude to collect herself. However, at that very moment, the broadcast seemed to conspire against her, announcing the commencement of Tang Qingwei's one-on-one battle. Douluo had intended to offer comfort to the youngest sibling, but upon witnessing the palpable tension surrounding Tang Qingwei, he hastily retreated a few steps to afford her some space. On the battle platform, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center, clearing his throat before proclaiming, "Next, we will commence the first match of our 14th Soul Arena's one-on-one duel. The contenders are 2 Soul Masters, both of whom are Soul Respect. They are the support-type Soul Respect with the weapon Spirit, 7-colored flower." The announcer, even with his wealth of experience, was momentarily taken aback upon uttering the term support-type Soul Master. Was there truly no error? A support-type Soul Master in a one-on-one match? Was this a reckless endeavor? Nevertheless, his professionalism compelled him to maintain a smile and finish the introduction. Support-type Soul Respect, Tang Qingwei, faces off against the battle-hardened Soul Respect, Luo Liang, who has achieved 2 consecutive victories. The audience was left in suspense. Would Luo Liang continue his streak of triumphs, or could the newly arrived support-type Soul Respect, Tang Qingwei, secure a victory? As the announcer invited the 2 Soul Respects to the stage, the spectators erupted into murmurs of disbelief. What semblance of competition could there be? Wasn't the outcome glaringly obvious? A support type, even if a Soul Respect, was still merely supportive. They questioned whether this was sheer folly or arrogance, daring to challenge a Battle Soul Master. What a waste of money. The crowd's agitation grew, and they began to chant, "Defeat the support-type Soul Master. Vanquish him." The announcer, unfazed by the uproar, cheerfully remarked, "This is a contest of skill, not a life-and-death battle." Chapter 78, One-on-One Duel Soon. A towering figure strode onto the left side of the arena, standing an astounding 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a physique reminiscent of granite. Beneath his dark skin, muscles coiled like serpents, adorned with dark green veins that snaked across his bare torso. His eyes, resembling bronze bells, glinted with ferocity as he entered the arena, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed, asserting his formidable presence. Ma Hongjun, seated beside Tang San, quietly remarked, "This fellow appears to possess considerable strength. Do you think your sister can handle him?" Tang San did not directly respond to Ma Hongjun's words. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Just wait and see." One can only blame their misfortune for crossing paths with the irate Xiaowei. Damubai, upon hearing this, also chuckled and refrained from further comment. In terms of strength, Xiaowei could easily make a 74th level Soul Saint retreat. How could a mere Soul Sovereign possibly surpass her in physical prowess? Ma Hongjun was left utterly bewildered, as it seemed from Tang San's words that Xiaowei was indeed formidable. Did she not claim to be a support-type Soul Master? Or was that not the case? On the arena, Tang Qingwei ascended the arena from the opposite side. As soon as she steadied herself, an uproar erupted from the audience, with even the host gaping in astonishment. Her youthful, delicate visage and petite stature immediately captured the attention of numerous spectators. How old could this little girl be? What did the host just say? That she was a soul master? This seemed implausible. Similar murmurs of disbelief reverberated through the stands. Luo Liang, however, paid no heed to whether she was a young girl. To him, anyone standing on the stage was an adversary. His objective was clear, to bring her down. In the arena, there was no distinction between gender or age. Begin, the referee shouted. At the sound of the command, Tang Qingwei sprang into action, launching a kick toward Luo Liang. This was no ordinary strike. Tang Qingwei soared through the air, delivering a flurry of rapid kicks with both legs. Tang Qingwei was exceedingly incensed. The inability to place a bet left her feeling as though she had lost a fortune. At that moment, when an opportunity for venting presented itself, she unhesitatingly opted for a physical confrontation. Luo Liang raised his hand to block, yet his body continued to be pushed backward by relentless kicks. Counterattack, someone shouted from the audience. No one anticipated that Luo Liang would immediately adopt a defensive stance, being continuously forced back by the petite girl. One was a battle soul master, and the other an auxiliary soul master. The stark disparity in their strengths led many to believe that Luo Liang should undoubtedly have the young girl begging for mercy right from the outset. However, events did not unfold as the crowd had anticipated. Wait, isn't that girl supposed to be an auxiliary soul master? Could she possibly be a close combat specialist? Is this cheating? Perhaps not. At worst, it could be deemed as concealment, which does not equate to cheating. After all, no one is obligated to reveal all their cards. At that moment, the spectators gradually began to realize that something was amiss with Tang Qingwei. They found themselves at a loss for words, their only sentiment being that their investment had not been in vain. The match continued uninterrupted, undeterred by their murmurs of skepticism. Tang Qingwei delivered a flurry of kicks to her opponent, and as her body descended to the ground, she did not retreat but instead advanced. Her fists came together, and she swung her powerful punch towards her opponent's head. Luo Liang, panting heavily, quickly raised his hands to defend himself. With a swift punch, Tang lightly struck, causing her opponent to stagger back 2 steps, thereby creating some distance. She then lifted her leg once more to kick. The sounds of collision echoed repeatedly. Chapter 79, Violent Assistance. As Luo Liang was blocking and preparing for a counterattack, Tang suddenly transformed her assault from mere kicks to a more formidable strike. Her right leg shot out straight, the tip of her foot slicing through the air with a resounding crack, delivering a powerful kick to Luo Liang's shoulder. With a muffled grunt, Luo Liang clutched his right shoulder and stepped down from the platform. He had not anticipated that this seemingly soft and delicate girl would launch such a vigorous offensive upon entering the arena. She quickly injured his shoulder, logically. As a soul master, his physical strength and bone density should have made him resistant to such injuries. Tang Qingwei's ability to inflict injury upon his opponent's bones indicated that the latter's physical prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own, with an explosive potential that might even surpass his. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses so effortlessly. Continuing the match held little significance. It was not a life-or-death struggle, and prolonging the bout would only incur substantial medical expenses. The entire arena of the 14-soul duel, surrounding the one-on-one combat platform, fell into a hushed silence. Not only the spectators, but even the host stood with their mouths agape, astonished. No one could have anticipated that such a duel would conclude so swiftly, with the victor being a young girl who appeared no older than 7 or 8. The entire encounter was characterized by an overwhelming display of force, with the opponent not even having the chance to summon their martial spirit before the duel reached its conclusion. Suddenly, applause erupted, a cacophony of cheers resonating throughout the venue. A beautiful young girl, exhibiting such formidable prowess, instantly captivated the attention of all. The audience had long forgotten their initial indignation, and a thunderous ovation ensued. At this moment, Tang Qingwei finally felt a sense of relief. The host, having regained composure, swiftly approached the dual soul platform and announced loudly, "Tang Qingwei emerges victorious, boasting a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Luo Liang's record stands at 12 wins and 6 losses. Tang Qingwei, esteemed soul master, please proceed to the registration for points after descending the stage." Although Tang Qingwei had identified herself as a support-type soul master, anyone who had witnessed the recent match could no longer believe her assertion. They presumed that the young girl had merely made a whimsical claim to catch her opponents off guard. Tang Qingwei felt displeased upon hearing such an address, puffing up her cheeks in indignation as she corrected, "I am an auxiliary system soul master." At that moment, the host's mind was filled with exasperation. How could she claim to be an auxiliary system soul master after having so brutally shattered her opponent's battle spirit bones? Whose auxiliary system is capable of such prowess? Maintaining a professional smile, he replied, "Then, esteemed Soul Master Tang Qingwei, please proceed to the scoring registration after you step down." The omission of the words auxiliary system was his final act of defiance. Tang Qingwei slightly pursed her lips and fell silent, angrily descending from the stage. As a support-type Soul Master, why did no one believe in her? In the stands, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, and only after Tang Qingwei left the stage did he regain his voice. Was she truly a support type? Tang San, feeling helpless, realized that his sister had firmly identified herself as a support type. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, when Ma Hongjun inquired, he could only respond with a serious explanation. According to Xiao Wei's assertion, she indeed belonged to the support category. How could he articulate this? Ma Hongjun looked up at him, puzzled. Tang San sighed and elucidated. If we consider the classification of soul skills, my sister indeed possesses the most in the support category. At that moment, not only was Ma Hongjun taken aback, but even Oscar's jaw dropped in astonishment. How many soul skills does your sister have? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. Dai Mubai nudged Oscar with his elbow, prompting Oscar to realize that directly inquiring about someone's soul skills might be rather inappropriate. He quickly offered an apology. My apologies. I didn't mean to speak out of turn. You needn't feel obliged to answer. Chapter 80, Rabbit vs. Phoenix. Tang San was not angered by this, after all. Aside from the uniqueness of his sister's healing abilities, there was nothing else that could not be disclosed to his companions. Ultimately, they would be teaming up in the future, and the truth would inevitably come to light. He simply found himself at a loss for how to explain, considering that his sister possessed quite a number of soul skills. After pondering for a moment, Tang San carefully replied, "I am not upset. I just do not know how to respond. Perhaps you should ask Xiao Wu directly, or you will gradually come to understand once we are in a team together." Just then, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out, "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to commence. Hurry over." Tang Qingwei had just returned and curiously inquired, "Who is Sister Wu fighting with?" The chubby fellow, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "With me." Tang Qingwei's face revealed a gleeful expression as she stifled a laugh, saying, "I wish you good luck. Give it your all." The portly figure was increasingly despondent. A sensitive assault system was indeed his nemesis, this flightless phoenix. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, they were destined to take the stage. The pace of the match proceeded swiftly, perhaps invigorated by the brief brilliance exhibited in the clash between Tang Qingwei and Luo Liang, garnering the audience's interest. Now, with yet another pair of unfamiliar faces, including a charming young lady whose beauty rivaled that of Tang Qingwei, the arena was already buzzing with anticipation before the battle had even commenced. The host proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Next up, we have two novice soul masters. They are the Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu, possessing the beast martial soul of the soft-boned rabbit, and the Battle Soul Master Ma Hongjun, wielding the beast martial soul of the phoenix." Both were newcomers, and the crowd awaited eagerly. The applause erupted from the stands. "Today, we are fortunate enough to witness a phoenix. What a remarkable treat." After all, the phoenix was one of the rarest and most formidable entities among beast martial souls. Without further ado, the two summoned their martial souls. With a sharp exclamation, Ma Hongjun became enveloped in the essence of the phoenix. A purplish-red radiance surged forth from within him, causing his short hair to elongate and converge into a mohawk style. Though wings did not manifest, the moment the purplish-red light emerged, it immediately radiated intense heat. Two circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and elongated feathers sprouted from his robust, exposed arms. His hands transformed into claw-like appendages. The audience erupted into a cacophony of noise. "Is this a phoenix? It looks more like a common hen," they scoffed. Due to their earlier astonishment at Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the stands fell momentarily silent, with only a few scattered remarks reaching Ma Hongjun's ears. His face reddened, akin to a firecracker ready to explode, as he bellowed towards the stands. "If you have the guts, come up here. I'll make sure to silence your insolent tongue." The host quickly intervened, issuing a warning. "No abusive conduct towards the audience is permitted. Now, let us commence the match." Ma Hongjun ceased his speech, raising his hands as the first spirit ring on his body suddenly illuminated. With a fierce opening of his mouth, a slender plume of purplish-red flame erupted towards Xiao Wu. The intense heat caused the air to distort. The purple flame appeared rather subdued, extending outward like a line of fire in the air. Xiaowu had long anticipated this maneuver, skillfully leaping aside to evade it. However, Ma Hongjun clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. The flames remained ablaze at a length of 5 meters, pursuing Xiaowu's form as if wielded like a fiery weapon. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt no fear for either his own safety or Xiaowu's, for he had heard of Tang Qingwei's healing abilities, as long as she was present. He simply needed to keep his breath. Chapter 81. The conclusion of the soul battle. As the flames surged towards her, Xiaowu remained unperturbed, swiftly retreating to avoid the onslaught. She was well aware of Ma Hongjun's flaw. His attack range was limited to 5 meters. By confining his movements, overcoming him would not pose much difficulty. Realizing that his first soul skill was ineffective, Ma Hongjun unhesitatingly activated his second spirit ring ability. With a sudden burst, fierce purple flames engulfed him, causing his corpulent form to explode outward in an instant. In response, Xiaowu also unleashed her soul skill. Her fluffy rabbit ears quivered with her rapid movements, and her entire being radiated a brilliant red light as her soul power surged forth. Despite Ma Hongjun's second soul ring skill, the Phoenix of Fire, being an all-encompassing defensive and offensive ability, Xiaowu had already externalized her soul power, making her capable of withstanding the assault for a brief period. Indeed, without affording Ma Hongjun any opportunity to react, Xiaowu pivoted and found herself behind him. With her hands planted on the ground, she swiftly kicked her legs up, ensnaring his neck before activating her first soul skill, the bow of the waist. Xiaowu's entire body resembled a taut arc, the radiance of her first soul ring enveloping her as she unleashed her strength, propelling Ma Hongjun away with a sudden force. The effect of the bow of the waist soul skill, instantaneously amplifying her waist strength by 100%, enhancing her body's resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each subsequent increase would augment the bow's effect by an additional 1%. Thus, with the activation of the bow, Xiaowu was capable of augmenting her waist strength by a remarkable 119%. The instantaneous eruption of elasticity is sufficient to propel any adversary below the 50th level of soul power, provided they are not strength-based. Undoubtedly, while the waist flexibility is commendable, it necessitates close proximity to the enemy to yield its full potential. Otherwise, mere strength in the waist proves futile. The spectators were once again astounded, struggling to fathom how the slender waist of the petite girl, which appeared even smaller than that of a plump individual, could generate such tremendous force. Ma Hongjun was flung away, rebounding off the protective ropes at the edge of the arena before plummeting beneath the stage with a resounding thud. The audience found themselves in a state of numbness. Witnessing two young girls triumph so effortlessly in their matches led them to question the integrity of the competition. Although they had initially mocked the chubby boy upon seeing his martial spirit, they were acutely aware that, despite not being an authentic phoenix, his spirit was nonetheless formidable. To their astonishment, he had lost so swiftly. They felt an urge to curse, pondering how a man could be bested by a mere girl. As Xiaowu exited the Soul Master passage, Tang San awaited her, briefly conducting the points registration before they opted not to return to the one-on-one Soul Master viewing area. Soon, they were to participate in the 2-on-2 soul battles. Tang felt a tinge of boredom. Although he had vented his frustrations during the recent duel, he did not fully relish the exhilarating sensation of combat. As Tang San and Xiaowu exited the 2-on-2 battle arena, Daimubai and the others had also concluded their duels. Today could be regarded as a day of collective joy, with the exception of Ma Hongjun. Everyone had emerged victorious in their respective combats. Through their 2 duels, Tang San and Xiaowu each earned 2 points and a bounty of 20 gold coins. Tang Qingwei participated in only one competition, thus earning a single point and 10 golden soul coins. It was only at the moment she acquired the coins that she felt her day was not in vain. Initially, she had intended to take part in the group battle for combat souls, yet unforeseen circumstances arose, as Daimubai had advanced to level 30 after the duel concluded. Chapter 82. The Dean's Guidance. Where is the Dean? Tang San glanced at Oscar, who had not participated in the competition, and inquired, just as Oscar was about to respond. The Dean appeared, approaching with an expression of barely contained joy in his eyes. Tang Qingwei curled her lips slightly, observing the Dean's face, which was adorned with numerous wrinkles from his broad smile. It seemed he had earned quite a bit, especially since they, with the exception of Ma Hongjun, had triumphed in the competition. Even after exiting the Grand Soul Arena, her gaze remained fixated on Flinder's soul guide. Tang Qingwei hesitated to express her thoughts, while Flander, walking ahead, candidly stated, "The wager I have placed is of no concern to you. Do not entertain any notions about it. Life is not easy for me, even with your esteemed director." Tang smiled faintly and said, "How could that be? I perceive that you are indeed implying such a notion." "Truly, there is nothing of the sort." Tang Qingwei hurriedly denied it, then took small steps to Flanders' side, grinning as she said, "Dean, how about you place a bet for me next time you wager?" The young girl's calculating mind was quite evident, and Flanders found himself both amused and somewhat helpless. How could this girl be even more money-minded than he was? Flanders chuckled and teased from the sound of it. "I presume your little treasure trove has accumulated quite a sum?" No. It's precisely because I lack funds that I'm seeking ways to earn some." Tang hurriedly denied it, fearing that the dean might discover the extent of her savings. Tang San chuckled in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh, little money grubber." He was at a loss, pondering when his sister had developed such a keen interest in wealth, for she had never shown any inclination towards soul coins in her childhood. Tang San was oblivious to the fact that most of the gold soul coins earned by Tang Qingwei over the years had been spent on purchasing awakening stones to support the seven-color lotus, leaving her with a rather meager amount. Thus, she was now seeking various ways to earn more. "If you wish for my assistance in placing a bet, it is not out of the question. However, what benefits do you intend to offer me?" Flander pondered for a moment, adopting a feigned seriousness. "Ah, you require benefits as well?" Tang Qingwei was taken aback. Wasn't he the dean? Wasn't it merely a matter of helping her place a bet in his name? Why was there a need for compensation? "Indeed, without benefits, who would be inclined to assist you?" Flander replied. "But aren't he the dean?" Tang Qingwei felt that this exceeded her expectations. In her mind, it was only natural for elders to help their juniors without any expectation of return. Yet, she had forgotten that even among the closest of kin, there must be clarity regarding gains and losses. Otherwise, an incessant demand for favors would ultimately lead to estrangement. Moreover, Flander was merely the dean, not a family member. Assisting her was a matter of goodwill, while withholding assistance was simply his duty. No one owed anyone anything. Help was always a matter of mutual consent. Originally, Flander had intended to tease the young girl, but he soon realized that she seemed to harbor some misconceptions. Given her tender age, he seized the opportunity to gently correct her perspective. Tang Qingwei's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation, and the others refrained from interrupting her, allowing her to ponder. Observing his sister's setback, Tang San did not intervene. He too sensed that Dean Flander was employing a method of tailored instruction. While teaching them how to become exemplary soul masters, he was also imparting essential life lessons. After a moment, Tang Qingwei spoke. "How about this? You place the bet for me, and I shall share a tenth of the winnings with you. Is that agreeable?" Flander recognized that the girl had come to a decision, and at that moment, he could not refuse, so he nodded in agreement. The others, having discerned the dean's intent in educating Tang Qingwei, remained silent and listened intently. Chapter 83. Acquiring the third soul ring. It was not until their discussion concluded that Dai Mubai approached Flander to inform him of his recent breakthrough to level 30. Flander's delight was palpable. His eyes sparkled as he clapped Dai Mubai on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. Dai Mubai, you are now the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my heartfelt congratulations." Although the other 5 had already expressed their congratulations, they approached once more, their faces aglow with joy. "Very well. Today's lessons conclude here. Make sure to rest well tonight, for we shall gather on the training grounds tomorrow morning." Flander's voice pulled everyone back from their well wishes to Dai Mubai. They understood that the following day would likely involve assisting Dai Mubai in obtaining his soul ring. Early the next morning, after breakfast, when the group convened on the training grounds, Zhao Wujia was already there awaiting them. Once everyone had arrived, Zhao Wujia wasted no time and stated, "Although this journey is primarily for Dai Mubai to acquire his third soul ring, it also serves as a valuable experience for all of you. I will not intervene against the 1,000-year soul beast unless absolutely necessary. You must rely on your own abilities." With that, he declared, "Let us set forth." At that moment, Zhao Wujia stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the expansive training grounds. Though he was only slightly taller than Tang Qingwei, his formidable presence was exceptionally serious, and everyone understood that this trial would entail a degree of peril. After all, they were venturing into the Stardo Forest, home to numerous formidable soul beasts, known for their aggressive nature and lack of fondness for humans. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for them all. Tang Qingwei felt an eager urge to summon the cloud of transformation but was promptly halted by Tang San. Since the 6 of them were now a cohesive unit, abandoning a companion was not an option. This moment was crucial for fostering team spirit. He did not wish for his sister to feel out of place among them in the future. As the 7 departed from the academy, they commenced a brisk run. Dai Mubai led the way, flanked by Xiaowu and the chubby one, who acted as protectors. In the middle were Tang Qingwei and Oscar, the support duo, while Tang San, the control-type spirit master, brought up the rear. This arrangement faced no objections, as being at the forefront was the most susceptible to disturbances and encounters with soul beasts, making Dai Mu Bai the most suitable for close combat. Tang San, positioned at the back, would have ample time to manage any unforeseen circumstances. As they pressed on, fatigue began to set in for everyone, except for the ever-energetic Tang Qingwei. Even Dai Mu Bai and Tang San were experiencing a drain on their stamina. Fortunately, Oscar's sausages provided sustenance, allowing the group to maintain their vigor. The Stardo Forest lay to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it, while Soto City was also situated in the southeast of Barak Kingdom, nearly a few hundred kilometers from the forest. Thus, this locale naturally became the ideal choice for Shrek Academy students to acquire soul rings. Thanks to Oscar's sausages, they had made significant progress, nearing their destination within just a day. By nightfall, the Shrek Academy group had covered over 400 kilometers, with less than 100 kilometers remaining to the Stardo Forest. Among the six, only Tang Qingwei had not supplemented herself with Oscar's sausages. Yet she remained as invigorated as at the outset, showing no signs of fatigue. Apart from Xiaowu and Tang San, the others were astonished. What kind of strength was this? They had encountered soul sovereigns before, who could sustain a continuous journey of over 400 kilometers without replenishing their energy and still manage to stand. However, Tang Qingwei, as a support-type soul sovereign, astonishingly maintained her endurance over the same distance without any signs of depletion, which was indeed remarkable. This also subtly indicated that Tang Qingwei's physical prowess likely surpassed that of her peers. Chapter 84. The Hunt for 10,000-Year Soul Beast Little Girl. You are quite impressive. Zhao Wujie held Tang Qingwei in high regard. Although her soul abilities were predominantly supportive, he had previously experienced her physical strength firsthand. Today's journey further solidified his belief that her physical resilience was undoubtedly on par with that of a top-tier soul master. All right, let us find a place nearby to rest for the night and replenish our supplies. We shall set off for the Stardo Forest at dawn. Zhao Wujie announced to Tang San and the others. No one objected. He gestured toward a seemingly ordinary inn ahead and said, "We shall lodge here. After a night's rest, we will depart at first light. The costs for accommodation and meals will be your own responsibility." Shrek Academy has never been affluent, as there are no subsidies for those above the Soul Sage rank. Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and others have long surpassed that level and thus no longer receive any financial support. Naturally, they would not bear the costs of a few minor living expenses, especially since each of them receives adequate subsidies from the Spirit Hall to cover their daily expenditures. The hotel is a modest two-story building, with a simple dining hall on the ground floor and accommodations upstairs. Zhao Wujin booked a single room for himself and proceeded directly to the second floor. After a brief discussion, Dai Mu Bai and the others reserved a 4-person room for themselves and an additional 2-person room for Tang Qingwei and Xiaowu. Although Tang Qingwei had replaced sleep with cultivation, she graciously accepted her companion's kindness and agreed to their arrangement. After finishing their meal, the group returned to their rooms to rest. However, Tang Qingwei leaped onto the rooftop, preparing to meditate in a cross-legged position. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance in the natural energies surrounding her, making her uneasy, especially since they were not far from the Stardo Forest. Mounting her Nimbus cloud, she headed toward the source of the disturbance. Before she could approach, she heard a deep roar echoing through the air. From a distance, it appeared to be a fierce clash between a group of soul beasts and humans. And the attire of the humans seemed strangely familiar, members of the Spirit Hall. Tang Qingwei thought to herself. In the midst of the battle between a human and a beast, a dark soul power enveloped the soul beast, indicating it was a 10,000-year-old creature. Nearby, a group of panicked 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts fled in terror. On the other side, a group of Spirit Hall members, armed and clad in identical attire, was engaged in the hunt for the 10,000-year soul beast. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Qingwei could hardly comprehend the audacity of these individuals. How could they drive the soul beast toward the town? Were they unaware that a town filled with ordinary people lay not far from here? Tang was not infuriated solely by the Soul Hall's hunt of soul beasts, rather, her ire stemmed from their blatant disregard for the consequences of their selfish actions on others. Could they not redirect the soul beasts to another location? With so many members of the Soul Hall merely spectating, they showed no inclination to drive away those ancient soul beasts that had existed for millennia. At this moment, Tang Qingwei could no longer concern herself with anything else. She hastily mounted her Nimbus and returned to the tavern, knocking on Tang San's door. Xiaowei, what is the matter? As Tang San opened the door, he was met with the sight of his sister, whose expression was tense and grave. The previously joyful smile on her face instantly froze, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, roused from their slumber by the sound of knocking, approached the door while stifling yawns, teasingly remarking, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to sleep alone and seeking your brother as comfort?" Chapter 85. The 8 soul Douluo. Several soul beasts, aged a millennium or more, were approaching the village. You must swiftly prepare to inform the others. At this moment, Tang Qingwei had no time for banter. She uttered a single phrase before soaring away on her Nimbus. The remaining occupants of the room were left in a quandary, uncertain whether to be astonished by the Nimbus she rode or by the news she had brought. Only Tang San was the first to take action, hastily exiting to seek out Zhao Wujie. Such a significant matter required the intervention of teacher Zhao. They needed to swiftly devise a rudimentary plan in preparation for the impending onslaught of spirit beasts. At the edge of the Stardo forest, the sounds of beastly roars echoed throughout the air. When Tang Qingwei returned once more, she did not ascend upon the Nimbus cloud, for such a display would be too conspicuous. Instead, she descended from a considerable height, utilizing the towering treetops to obscure her presence as she advanced forward. It was not until she reached a distance of 1 kilometer from her destination that she discerned the remnants of the previous group of soul beasts. Astonishingly, only a few thousand-year soul beasts remained. As Tang Qingwei pondered this perplexity, a resounding explosion erupted. A fierce battle unfolded between a human and a beast, the shockwaves radiating outward, resulting in the demise of 100-year soul beasts unfortunate enough to be too close, while the 1,000-year soul beasts fled in terror. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed, and the once densely wooded mountains transformed into an expanse of desolation in an instant. The surrounding trees, caught in the tumult of the battle, were uprooted, and the flourishing forest was instantaneously rendered into a barren clearing. Now, Tang Qingwei could observe more clearly. The ground, stripped of all vegetation, was reduced to fragments, forming a vacant area of roughly 20 to 30 meters in diameter. The soul sage uttered a low command, a golden glow flickering across his visage, as 7 soul rings materialized beneath his feet. With a flourish of his sleeve, an invisible blade manifested, as if to cleave the very fabric of the void. The opposing 10,000-year soul beast showed no sign of fear. It let out a low growl, followed by a resounding roar that reverberated through the air, launching itself toward the soul sage. "Beast, how dare you?" The invisible blade shot forth from the soul sage, only to be met by the beast's sharp horns, resulting in a cacophony of metallic explosions resonating in the space between them. The aftermath of the clash caused the muddy ground to sink, as the grass appeared to be severed by an unseen force, rapidly expanding outward to form an even larger desolate zone. While the soul sage engaged in a contest of soul power with his adversary, he did not remain idle. He leapt into the air, hurtling toward the opponent. Boom! A more explosive roar erupted as both combatants crashed to the ground, kicking up a deluge of soil that created a massive pit where they had once stood. Surrender at once! In a movement imperceptible to the naked eye, the soul sage positioned himself above the 10,000-year soul beast. His hands radiated with brilliant light as he bellowed fiercely, driving his weapon down to pierce the skull of the beast. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-year soul beast was vanquished. Tang Qingwei dared not linger any longer, as the soul saint had already concluded his battle. If she remained, she would surely be discovered. To her astonishment, it was not merely a soul saint, but rather a 7-ringed soul Douluo. She was unaware of how long the soul Douluo from the spirit hall had been engaged in combat with the 10,000-year soul beast, but immediately after slaying it, he exhibited ample strength, yet showed no concern for the nearby townsfolk who might be threatened by the aftermath of the battle. Instead, he promptly commenced the absorption of the soul ring. This behavior left Tang Qingwei with a profoundly negative impression of this individual, who was on the verge of becoming an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Originally, she had hurried back to ascertain whether the soul Douluo had slain or driven away the 1,000-year soul beasts. Should there be any new developments, she would swiftly relay the information. However, to her dismay, the soul Douluo appeared entirely indifferent to the lives of others. Even knowing the potential threat posed by the soul beasts to the town, he disregarded it and eagerly began to absorb the soul ring on the spot. How infuriating! Tang Qingwei navigated through the treetops, pursuing the direction of the soul beasts. Now, she found herself alone. Confronting these millennium soul beasts was evidently unwise. Even with her current physical prowess, facing multiple millennium soul beasts posed insurmountable challenges. Thus, Her immediate course of action was to regroup with Zhao Wuji and the others before formulating a plan. Unbeknownst to Tang Qingwei, shortly after her disappearance, a male and a female soul master had already leapt into the air, taking their position where she once stood, before soaring into the dense canopy above. Whoosh! A piercing sound of air being sliced through abruptly resonated. Immediately thereafter, a black arrow shot forth from the treetops, hurtling swiftly towards Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, her mind incessantly warning her of impending danger. An enemy was near. The three characters flashed through Tang Qingwei's mind, causing her expression to change dramatically. She then lightly tapped the trunk of a tree with her toes, springing upwards and propelling herself off the adjacent tree trunk. Just as Tang Qingwei exerted herself to leap forward, she saw the arrow from before suddenly change direction, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Was it a mere flicker or an act of pursuit? In Tang Qingwei's mind, the thought flickered momentarily. There was no time left to evade. She could only extend her left arm to shield herself. A deep gash, revealing bone, marred her arm as blood flowed freely. Quickly covering the wound, Tang Qingwei distanced herself from the two assailants. Simultaneously, she summoned the seven-colored lotus, and beneath her feet, 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Without hesitation, she activated her third skill, Blink. In the next instant, a man and a woman appeared atop the very branch she had just occupied. The woman wielded a crescent bow, while the man brandished a long, obsidian blade. To Tang Qingwei's astonishment, both figures bore the radiant glow of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, soul emperors. The soul rings of these 2 soul emperors illuminated the pitch-black forest in an instant. Tang Qingwei clutched his left arm, his heart filled with uncertainty. It is the spirit hall. Why do they seek to assail me? I am perplexed as to why the 2 esteemed figures from the spirit hall would target me. As Tang Qingwei posed her questions, her right hand, concealed behind her back, discreetly released the Haotian Hammer, ever ready for a desperate battle. Lord Liu is indeed correct. There were those audacious enough to lurk in the shadows as spectators. However, it was likely that even Lord Liu could not have anticipated that it would be such a youthful soul master. The speaker was the female soul master who had previously ambushed her with arrows, now taken aback upon seeing Tang Qingwei's appearance. Aya, why are you wasting your breath with her? Surrender your precious artifact, and we may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, urged the male soul master, wielding a long blade, his impatience palpable. Tang Qingwei felt a sudden tightening in her heart. She had thought herself sufficiently cautious. Yet despite the considerable distance, she had still been discovered. However, from the conversation between the 2 individuals, it was evident that the soul Douluo had not seen her face. If these 2 were to return, it would not only spell misfortune for her, but could also implicate Tang San and Shrek Academy, for treasures always incite envy. Now, she was confronted with 2 choices, to flee or to fight to the bitter end. While fleeing seemed simple, it was far from an optimal choice. Should she escape this time, she would inevitably face the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 87. The jungle chase. The thought of silencing them suddenly surged within her mind, leaving Tang Qingwei somewhat astonished at her own decisiveness. When had she become so resolute? Facing 2 soul sages, if she wished to emerge victorious, she would have to engage in a war of attrition. Her trump card was her healing ability, akin to possessing boundless spirit power. Once Tang Qingwei had firmly made up her mind, she ceased to utter another word and swiftly turned to flee. Even if a battle were to ensue, it would be prudent to distance herself from this place. Who could ascertain whether that soul sage's perception range would expand after absorbing the soul ring? Just at the moment Tang Qingwei pivoted to escape, Aya, wielding a bow and arrow, suddenly sprang into action. A long arrow sliced through the air, radiating a brilliant light that obstructed Tang Qingwei's path ahead. Meanwhile, from behind, the soul master, armed with a blade, swiftly closed in on her. Tang Qingwei had resolutely decided against a direct confrontation, her figure flickering like a specter as she leaped off the trunk of a nearby tree, continuing her escape. Had she truly fled? Both pursuers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with alarm, and immediately gave chase. Soon, a dramatic chase unfolded within the depths of the jungle. Tang Qingwei was like an indomitable cockroach, persistently launching attacks on the 2 individuals. Each strike that missed was swiftly followed by a retreat, allowing him to vanish into the jungle with remarkable agility. Despite being ensnared multiple times and sustaining numerous injuries, the superficial wounds were of little consequence. After 2 or 3 hours of entanglement, the soul energy of the 2 soul lords was nearing depletion. After a prolonged chase and struggle, Tang Qingwei finally halted. the seven-colored lotus in his hand radiating a brilliant light, soon enveloping his entire being in a cocoon of white luminescence. Under the enveloping radiance, Tang Qingwei's severely injured arm transformed instantaneously into a lustrous, jade-like appendage. Had it not been for the tattered fabric that remained, one would scarcely discern the grievous injury it had suffered not long ago. "She is a healing-type soul master," Aya exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had been entangled with Tang Qingwei for quite some time and were not entirely ignorant of her capabilities, they could certainly ascertain that her physical strength was on par with that of any formidable assault-type soul venerable, coupled with her elusive teleportation techniques displayed earlier. It was this very prowess that had enabled the two soul venerables to pursue her without success until now. The revelation that she was indeed a healing-type soul master, coupled with her recent display of formidable healing abilities, left them acutely aware of the formidable challenge she posed. Tang Qingwei paid no heed to this situation. At this moment, the two soul lords were evidently exhausted from their soul power consumption and remained in a state of astonishment. This presented her with an opportunity, as her adversaries lacked any healing techniques to restore their soul energy. Tang Qingwei deftly flicked his right hand, summoning the Haotian Hammer. A rich, dark glow surged from his palm, gradually coalescing into form. A small black hammer silently materialized in Tang Qingwei's grasp. Although the hammer was diminutive, its intricate patterns were profound and dim. Yet, upon its manifestation, an aura of heaviness enveloped Tang Qingwei's surroundings. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed as the blade-wielding soul sovereigns swiftly blocked the attack before retreating rapidly to regroup with Aya. Both radiated an intense brilliance as they prepared to unleash a decisive strike against Tang Qingwei, only to find their efforts thwarted. This was all due to Tang Qingwei's remarkably swift recovery of soul power, which allowed him to remain in peak condition for combat. At that critical juncture, had it been another individual, even a soul sect member, faced with an arrow strike and significant soul power depletion, they would have struggled to withstand the blade-wielding soul sovereign's assault. However, Tang Qingwei once again employed his third soul skill, deftly maneuvering himself aside to evade the lethal blow. The two soul sovereigns exchanged glances, their expressions paling and tinged with bitterness. They were formidable, and had a typical soul sect member been present, they might have already claimed victory. Yet, the individual before them exceeded their expectations at every turn. His mastery of healing arts seemed to endow him with an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power, keeping him perpetually at the zenith of his capabilities. Chapter 88. Erasing all traces as Tang Qingwei, sensed that the moment was ripe, she swiftly unleashed her second soul skill. Uft, uft. The sound of sharp instruments piercing flesh echoed softly, almost inaudibly. Tang Qingwei immobilized both individuals simultaneously, wielding a dagger crafted from a crystal that pierced through the skull of the knife-wielding soul master. In a swift motion, akin to a specter, she appeared before Aya, her blade descending once more. In the face of Aya's profound terror, she directly penetrated her temple. The sound of liquid spurting echoed. The immobilization effect dissipated only after Aya retreated several steps, followed by the ominous sound of blood gushing forth. "I apologize, but I have no desire to be hunted. Thus it must be you who perish." Tang took a few steps back, murmuring softly, and refrained from making any further moves. At that moment, Aya, opposite him, widened her eyes, the spark within them gradually fading. On her temple, a gruesome sight unfolded, a conspicuous wound gaping open. The dagger, forged from crystal by Tang, had pierced through her temple, leaving her chances of survival nearly non-existent. With a thud, Aya's body fell straight back, crashing heavily to the ground. "I have taken a life," Tang Qingwei murmured softly to herself. She did not glance at Aya. In both her past and present lives, this marked her very first experience of taking a life. Tang Qingwei never intended to take a life. She originally hailed from a peaceful world where, despite the absence of her parents, she was nurtured with love and care. However, in this realm where strength dictates respect and authority, it is the powerful who wield the power of life and death over others. Although she is aware that she has committed no wrongdoing, her mindset remains difficult to alter. Tang Qingwei was uncertain whether the two individuals would reveal her appearance and whereabouts. Yet she dared not take the risk. Thus, from the outset, she harbored the intention of eliminating them and began to strategize. Despite feeling uneasy, Tang Qingwei steeled herself and returned to the side of the two corpses. Before eradicating all traces, she suppressed her nausea and searched their bodies, discovering 2 pouches of coins. Tang Qingwei glanced once more at the attire and boots of her adversaries, which were nothing more than the quintessential uniform of the spirit hall. The 2 pouches she had acquired constituted her entire spoils from this encounter. After managing the remains of the two, Tang Qingwei feigned composure as she summoned the Nimbus cloud, hastily making her way to the tavern. Upon her arrival, she found Tang San and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger-type soul beast. Meanwhile, their teacher Zhao Wuji was entangled with two soul beasts, each nearly 10,000 years old. Though he had not sustained grave injuries, he found himself in a precarious situation, as the presence of ordinary townsfolk necessitated a degree of caution, even for someone as formidable as Zhao. It was evident that the group had endured a brutal confrontation, each bearing varying degrees of wounds. Despite Oscar's restorative sausages providing some aid, their soul power could not be fully replenished in such a brief span. At this moment, Oscar's soul power was nearly depleted, his complexion exceedingly pale, yet he persevered in crafting recovery sausages for his companions. Tang Qingwei swiftly summoned the seven-colored lotus, enveloping each of the 6 individuals before her in a radiant white aura. The warm glow enveloped them, and gradually, the sensation of warmth intensified, bringing forth a soothing current that alleviated their discomfort. Even the excruciating pain from their recent battle with the spirit beasts vanished completely. It felt as though their bodies were infused with vitality, akin to soaking in a hot spring, as all their injuries faded away. The group, previously weary from prolonged combat, now felt revitalized within the embrace of the white light, their spirits rejuvenated and their soul power rapidly recovering. Chapter 89. The Millennium Diamond Tiger. Tang San was the first to react, his face etched with urgency as he raised his head, his gaze precisely locking onto Tang Qingwei on the Nimbus cloud. A sense of calm washed over him as he recognized her, and the others followed his line of sight, nodding in acknowledgement. Next, we must act swiftly and decisively, Tang San proclaimed loudly to the group. In that moment, a radiant glow enveloped him, and the blue-black, blue-silver grass erupted from his body, its barbed tendrils darting through the air to obscure the vision of the soul beast before them while simultaneously coiling around his limbs and neck. With the surge of his soul power, derived from his profound internal strength, the entangling ability of his first soul ring was pushed to its utmost limit. As he launched his offensive, a surge of purplish-red flames erupted violently from Ma Hongjun, coinciding with the illumination of his 2 soul rings. A torrent of flames, thick as a thigh, shot forth, aimed directly at the soul beast ensnared by the vines. Seizing the moment, Dai Mubai radiated a brilliant white light, his eyes suddenly shifting to a striking white hue. His second soul ring flared to life, and a massive orb of white energy coalesced, accompanied by a thunderous roar as he expelled a milky white sphere from his mouth, hurtling towards the ancient soul beast for a final blow. The soul beast, already exhausted from its fierce struggle with the group, had depleted its soul power and was now relying solely on its physical strength to endure. However, with Tang Qingwei having completely healed their wounds and restored their soul power, Tang San and his companions were reinvigorated. In the renewed clash, it was evident that the soul beast was at a distinct disadvantage. As Tang Qingwei sensed the opportune moment had arrived, a radiant light emanated from her body. With a graceful gesture, she summoned her martial soul and activated her 3rd soul skill. Instantly, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath her feet, while 2 beams of white light were simultaneously unleashed, enveloping Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujing. Seizing the moment, Dai Mubai drew forth his sharp longsword and, with a flicker of thought, teleported to the side of the gravely wounded soul beast, plunging his sword directly through the head of the tiger-shaped creature. Observing that his companions had dispatched the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger, Zhao Wujing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged, "Quickly, Mubai, absorb the soul ring of the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger." Dai Mubai hesitated momentarily, yet upon glimpsing the urgency in Zhao's eyes, he swiftly understood the necessity of the situation. He sat cross-legged beside the lifeless body of the 1,000-year-old diamond tiger to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing, empowered by Tang Qingwei's 3rd soul skill, flickered between the 2,000-year-old soul beasts, striking at their vital points, and swiftly rendered both creatures lifeless. With the battle concluded, Tang Qingwei soared towards Tang San and gracefully descended. Tang San looked at his sister with deep concern, gently stroking her hair. "It's all right, you're back now." As he spoke, he had already taken out Tang Qingwei's coat from the soul guiding device and draped it over her. Although Tang Qingwei has healed herself with a healing spell, the torn fabric and bloodstains remain beyond remedy. A discerning observer would readily discern that Tang Qingwei has undoubtedly endured a fierce battle. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not being by his sister's side when she was injured. His pursuit of strength intensified, for he vowed that this would be the last time he would allow anyone to harm her. Brother, I have returned. Tang Qing smiled gently. Upon reuniting with Tang San and the others, her heart felt considerably more at ease. However, she was reluctant to discuss the day's events. So she discreetly squeezed Tang San's fingers, signaling him to postpone the conversation. Noticing her disinterest in sharing, the others refrained from pressing her further. Meanwhile, Daimo Bai, who was still absorbing his soul ring, and Oscar and Ma Hongjun both wore expressions of curiosity as they examined the Nimbus cloud. Little sister Qing, what is this that you are sitting on? May I have a try as well? Ma Hongjun eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Yes, yes. Let me give it a go too, all right? Oscar, already intrigued, felt an overwhelming urge to experience it himself. Chapter 90. The Cloud of Aesthetic Judgment, of course. Tang Qing responded without a moment's hesitation, not one to be stingy about allowing a brief ride on the Nimbus cloud. With her permission granted, the two dashed towards the cloud, leaping into the air. Just as Tang San reached out to stop them, he watched in astonishment as the chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, passed right through the Nimbus cloud and landed with a thud on the ground, a bewildered expression plastered on his face. While he wasn't physically hurt, he felt as though he had been scorned by a mere cloud. Why was it that Oscar could remain aloft while he was unceremoniously cast aside? This seemed profoundly unjust. Why can little Oscar ride it? Yet I am the only one who was thrown off. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. His round face flushed with indignation as he pointed at the Nimbus cloud, directing his grievance towards Tang Qing. Meanwhile, seated atop the cloud, Oscar reveled in his triumph, flaunting his success to Ma Hongjun. Chubby, this must be a cloud that judges by appearance. After all, who could resist such a handsome and dashing figure as mine? With that, he smugly tousled his hair, relishing the moment. Tang Qingwei was utterly astonished by the incident of Ma Hongjun falling from the Nimbus cloud, gazing at him in disbelief from head to toe. Who would have thought that this rotund fellow could not ride the Nimbus cloud at such a young age? Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Ma Hongjun, feeling the penetrating gaze of Tang Qingwei, trembled all over, clinging desperately to Tang San. Third brother, why does that look in her eyes seem so terrifying? Tang San pushed away the chubby face that had inched closer, urging him to step down. How could Tang San articulate this, suggesting that the plump boy lacked a pure heart? Such words felt impossible to utter. On the side, Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself any longer, pulled Ma Hongjun away from Tang San. This little rotund fellow, learning mischief at such a tender age? She hoped he wouldn't lead Tang San astray. Yet, the chubby boy remained obstinate, demanding an explanation. He dared not approach Tang Qingwei, for her formidable strength was well known. Not only could she defeat him, but he would likely incur the wrath of her brother with a few kicks as well. Thus, he resorted to clinging to Tang San, seeking justification. Before Tang Qingwei could respond, Xiao Wu, frustrated by her inability to dissuade Ma Hongjun, interjected with clarity. Only those with a pure heart could ride the Nimbus cloud, so if you cannot mount it, who is to blame? As her words hung in the air, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene, swiftly followed by a wave of laughter. Oscar, in a particularly exaggerated manner, collapsed onto the Nimbus cloud, rolling with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, chubby one, you lack a pure heart." Tang San could not help but let out a chuckle. Although Zhao Wuji also felt the urge to laugh, as a teacher, he approached Ma Hongjun and patted his shoulder, offering consolation. In truth, we cannot place the blame on the chubby one. Rather, we must attribute it to his mutated martial soul. Zhao Wuji then turned to the gathered individuals and continued. In their village, the martial souls of the inhabitants are predominantly non-aggressive poultry. It is rather perplexing that, in his case, the martial soul underwent a mutation, endowing him with innate abilities of fire. Ma Hongjun did not enroll by his own accord. He was recently discovered by Flinder in their village and brought here. Although the group had previously mocked Ma Hongjun's martial soul, they could not deny its formidable power. Today, upon hearing Zhao's explanation, they came to understand that Ma Hongjun possessed a mutated martial soul. Tang San's face displayed a contemplative expression. The master also possessed a mutated martial soul, albeit a diminished version. However, the rotund individual's martial soul was evidently of a different nature. Teacher Zhao, what relevance do these observations hold concerning his martial soul? Xiao inquired, tilting her head in perplexity as she gazed at Zhao Wujin. Chapter 91. The White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Zhao Wujin, undeterred by the interruption, continued with a cheerful demeanor. The mutation of his martial soul has endowed the portly one with formidable fire abilities. This flame is particularly peculiar, exhibiting not only an exceedingly high temperature, but also an extraordinary adherence, rendering it quite difficult to extinguish. Flanders remarked that following the mutation of his martial soul, he may indeed have the potential to become a phoenix. However, this martial soul bears a significant flaw. While the mutation has granted immense soul power, it has concurrently affected his physique, resulting in desires that are tenfold those of an ordinary individual. Should he merely suppress these impulses without proper guidance, he risks succumbing to the malevolent flames and meeting a catastrophic end. The others listened in stunned silence, their gazes towards the portly individual transforming into expressions of intrigue. Although Tang San possessed considerable knowledge about mutated martial souls, encountering someone like Ma Hongjun was a first for him. Ma Hongjun hastily interjected, "Teacher Zhao, please do not tarnish my reputation." Zhao Wujin's smile remained unyielding, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he responded, "What have I stated incorrectly? I simply indulge in gluttony to release my desires. Why not reveal the entirety of it? You make it sound as though I am utterly deranged. I am merely 10 years old." With a look of mild reproach, Ma Hongjun corrected Zhao Wujin, his expression filled with a sense of grievance. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. "I said nothing of the sort. It is your own impure thoughts that have led you astray." At that moment, Dai Mubai, having just absorbed a soul ring, approached with a beaming countenance. "What are you all discussing? You seem quite merry." Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun rushed towards him as if encountering a long-lost kin. "Boss Dai, have you completed the absorption of your third soul ring?" Dai Mubai was taken aback by the rotund one's concern. Feeling a warmth in his heart as he regarded Ma Hongjun with softened eyes, recognizing him as a true brother. Little did he know that Ma Hongjun's fervent enthusiasm was merely a ruse to divert attention away from himself. "Indeed, what soul skill did you acquire?" The others' gazes converged on Dai Mubai, precisely as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. As Dai Mubai spoke of his third soul skill, his excitement was palpable. "This soul beast was perfectly suited for me. The 1,000-year-old diamond tiger not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but also bestows upon me the skill known as the white tiger's diamond transformation." The individuals present were all wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. Of course, Tang Qingwei was the exception, having returned late. She had not witnessed the ancient golden titan tiger employing its soul technique, and thus could not comprehend the meaning behind Dai Mubai's words. Noticing the look of confusion on Tang Qingwei's face, Dai Mubai kindly elucidated, "My white tiger titan transformation can sustain its metamorphosis for half an hour. During this period, my resistance to adverse conditions, as well as my attack power, defense, and strength, are all doubled." Though Tang Qingwei remained unable to comprehend, she did not perceive this soul skill as particularly formidable. For someone with her inherent physical prowess, such a skill was merely an embellishment. However, for Dai Mubai, who was already a powerful attacker, it was akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. This was precisely the comprehensive enhancement he required, sharpening his claws to a more formidable edge. As he spoke, he began to demonstrate his third soul skill. Dai Mubai's muscles bulged dramatically, his upper garment bursting apart to reveal a terrifying muscular silhouette. Strangely, black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. Devoid of hair, he resembled a tiger's hide. His tiger-like paws expanded further, with glimmering silver blades emerging from them. Most peculiarly, his entire form was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, as if he were gilded. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, emanating an aura of the king of beasts. Chapter 92, Sparring Match. Xiaowei, let us engage in a spar. "It is the perfect opportunity to test my third soul skill," Dai Mubai proposed with great enthusiasm. Tang was slightly taken aback as he pointed to himself. "You seek me for a spar? Have you fallen, Brother Dai? You actually wish to engage in a duel with a support-type soul master over a third attack soul skill?" Upon hearing Tang's words, the others were left speechless. Even Tang San found himself at a loss for words. If it were any other support type, such a challenge from a fellow attack type of the same rank would undoubtedly result in a one-sided beating. However, considering that this support type was his sister, it was genuinely uncertain who would be the one to suffer defeat. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, with no one daring to respond. After witnessing Tang's formidable prowess, they truly could no longer regard her as a mere ordinary support-type soul master. Zhao Wujie cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension. "Ahem, young lady. Why don't you spar with Mubai? It would be a perfect opportunity to test his new soul skill." Although Tang Qingwei still harbored some reservations, upon seeing that Master Zhao Wujie had already spoken, she could only respond obediently. "Very well." As her words fell, 3 soul rings beneath her feet suddenly illuminated, and Tang Qingwei activated her third soul skill. Slowly raising her right hand towards the poised Dai Mubai, she declared, "Brother Dai, let us begin." Daimubai's spirit surged. Not only he, but also the other spectators were intently focused, eager to witness the true power of the soul rings acquired after such fierce battles. You must be cautious. With that, Daimubai, who had already activated his third soul skill, radiated an even more intense golden aura. His claws emerged like those of a ferocious white tiger, instantly lunging towards Tang Qingwei, accompanied by a formidable and terrifying presence aimed directly at her face. Tang Qingwei did not retreat, but instead advanced. Her right hand clenched into a fist as she forcefully struck against the oncoming tiger punch. She yearned to experience the power of Daimubai's blow. Bang! Their fists collided. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures became blurred shadows, the sounds of their physical clashes echoing incessantly. It was astonishingly swift, too swift. This singular thought resonated in the minds of all present, save for Zhao Wuji. They were taken aback by the incredible speed at which the duel between Daimubai and Tang Qingwei unfolded. The enhancement from the White Tiger's transformation propelled Daimubai's speed to a terrifying level. What astonished them even more was that, despite such alarming velocity, Tang Qingwei remained unfazed. After exchanging a flurry of strikes, the sounds of their battle resonated moments later in the ears of the onlookers. The initial moment of their fists meeting was silent. But seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted as if a thunderbolt had exploded. The ground beneath them sank simultaneously, dust rising in an instant, shrouding the vicinity for hundreds of meters. In a moment of panic, Daimubai stomped the ground, summoning brilliant lights that transformed into barriers, only to shatter instantaneously. Under the augmentation of the White Tiger's transformation, a wave of fierce white light surged towards Tang Qingwei. Simultaneously, he accelerated, his tiger paw outstretched, aiming for her. The spectators watched in trepidation, their hearts racing for Tang Qingwei, but in the next instant, she vanished without a trace. It was only when Tang Qingwei playfully patted her chest, feigning a startled expression, that they remembered. She was indeed a prodigy. Tang Qingwei has always referred to herself as a support type. Observing the sudden disappearance of Tang Qingwei, Daimubai found himself at a loss for words. Silently retracting his martial soul, what was there to compare? This was merely her appearing behind others. If she were to silently manifest behind him, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 93. It's time for dinner. Dai, your third soul skill possesses immense power, especially when combined with other soul skills. I nearly met my end. Tang Qingwei gently patted her small chest, her heart still filled with trepidation. At that moment, Daimubai, feeling disinclined to speak further, cast a glance of sorrow at Tang Qingwei before turning away and departing. Tang Qingwei felt a sense of inexplicable scrutiny and turned to Tang San, asking, "Brother, what is wrong with Brother Dai? He seems to be in a rather unhappy mood." Tang San smiled gently, affectionately tousling Tang Qingwei's hair. "Elder brother has faced some setbacks. It's all right. It will pass soon. Have you eaten dinner? Are you hungry?" The others silently thought to themselves, how could one not feel disheartened? With great enthusiasm, they sought out a duel, only to see Tang Qingwei vanish after a single move. What good is speed, if it cannot surpass the instantaneous teleportation of others? Tang lightly felt a pang of hunger upon hearing Tang San's words. "I hadn't realized it until you mentioned it. I am indeed feeling quite peckish. Is the hotel all right?" As she spoke, her gaze turned towards the hotel. Fortunately, the recent skirmish had not caused extensive damage, and the hotel still stood steadfastly in its place. Inside the hotel, it was bustling with people seeking refuge from the surrounding chaos. Upon seeing Zhao Wujia and his companions arrive, the crowd promptly stepped back, clearing a path to the front desk. They all bore witness to the demise of the 3,000-year-old soul beasts at the hands of these individuals. And it was precisely because of them that they had been spared from death. At this moment, their feelings towards these heroes were tinged with not only fear but also profound gratitude and reverence. Zhao Wujia and his companions, however, paid little heed to the thoughts of others. They merely acted according to their convictions. "Excuse me, is there still something to eat?" Tang San guided a few individuals to find their seats before proceeding to the front desk to place an order. Zhao Wuji, not lingering, ascended the stairs directly. The five of them settled at a table in the corner. After Tang San finished his meal and returned, he noticed the absence of Zhao Wujia and inquired of the others, "Where is Teacher Zhao? Is he not joining us? I will go and fetch him." Just as he was about to rise, Oscar shook his head and gently restrained Tang San, saying, "There is no need for that. Although our teacher joins us, he will neither cover any of our expenses nor accept any of our favors. This is a rule established by Dean Flanders." Tang Qingwei had already begun to eat. holding a chicken leg while casting a glance at Oscar. Had teacher Zhao not felt hunger after experiencing a battle? Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and smiled at everyone, saying, "Isn't this quite splendid? Everything is so clear-cut. What I cherish most is this unpretentious atmosphere of the academy." At that moment, Dai Mubai had also regained his spirits, humorously observing the plump one. "Let us eat. If we don't hurry, Xiao Wei will finish everything." Ma Hongjun looked down and noticed the fleeting shadows of Tang Qingwei's hands dancing between the dishes. Hastily taking his seat and joining the fray for the food, the others exchanged glances, falling silent yet quickening their pace, leading to a lively scene at the dining table. The subtle competition between their chopsticks created a clash of forces above the table, though each managed to control their strength well. Otherwise, given their current spirit power levels, the residual force from their full effort could very well reduce the hotel to rubble. The six of them sat around the table, engrossed in their meal. Suddenly, a group of individuals stormed in, their demeanor suggesting they were not there to dine. The imposing entrance of the group sent many residents, who had taken refuge in the hotel, rushing for the exit. Chapter 94. The sharp-tongued fatty, where are the 1,000-year soul beasts that were here before? Did any of you witness who killed them? The inquiry came from a young man appearing to be in his 20s. He was quite handsome, and his moon-white soul master robe added an air of elegance to his presence. Behind him stood several young men of similar age, with one middle-aged man among them standing out distinctly. The younger men seemed to regard him with a sense of respect. The middle-aged man, appearing to be around 30, wore gold-rimmed glasses that lent him a sophisticated yet approachable demeanor. Clad in a similar moon-white soul master robe, his attire was embellished with silver embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Notably, both the middle-aged man and the younger ones bore a teal circular mark on their left shoulders, within which were embroidered the words Tsang Hui in the same color. It was evident from their attire that these individuals were all soul masters. In contrast, Tang San and his companions dressed rather casually. Had it not been for their recent triumph over the 1,000-year soul beasts, they could easily be mistaken for ordinary folk. Unlike the ostentatious display of these newcomers, upon their entrance, the restaurant owner rushed over, bowing and scraping with exaggerated politeness. Soul masters were not to be trifled with, and their small town relied heavily on the Star-Do forest, essentially thriving on the patronage of soul masters. In short, being a soul master was not only a prestigious vocation but also a lucrative one, and the owner was keenly aware of the need to show proper respect. Tang Qingwei had long noticed the presence of these individuals but was merely disinclined to engage with them. Did they truly savor the aroma of the meal before them? Upon hearing the inquiry, Dai Mubai initially intended to pause and discern what the newcomer had to say. However, upon observing that the others showed no intention of halting their feasting and seeing the food on the table diminishing at an alarming rate, he found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with the interlopers, swiftly wielding his chopsticks. The question posed by the student from Tsang Hui Academy went unanswered, as everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards those who were engrossed in their meal. Both parties were soul masters, yet they were merely commoners. No one dared to offend either side, fearing that idle chatter might provoke a dire consequence. Some among the onlookers began to regret not having fled at the first opportunity, instead choosing to linger and witness the commotion. Was the spectacle of soul masters something mere mortals ought to behold? The leading youth, seeing the collective attention directed at Tang Qingwei's table, understood the situation. How ridiculous, a bunch of bumpkins, have they never dined properly? The speaker was a strikingly graceful female student from Tsang Hui Academy, who now regarded Tang Qingwei and her companions with evident disdain. Soul masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the clamor within the restaurant, Dai Mubai and his companions caught her words clearly. With a loud slap, Dai Mubai angrily placed his chopsticks on the table. Tang Qingwei had nearly finished her meal as she wiped her mouth delicately and, like her companions, set down her chopsticks. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were the first to lose their composure. With barely contained anger, Dai Mubai remarked, "Might I suggest that you are being rather intrusive?" "Indeed," Ma Hongjun added, "the young lady does possess a certain charm, yet her words are akin to those of a foul-mouthed creature." Although Ma Hongjun had an appreciation for beauty, he could no longer regard a woman who bullied his comrades as anything but a foe. His words were, without a doubt, laced with unrelenting sarcasm. Tang appeared dazed, her mouth agape as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. The rotund figure before her completely shattered her previous perception. So this was the true essence of a chubby individual. Chapter 95. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Oscar, however, was not as taken aback. Although the plump fellow had an affinity for beautiful women, He was unwaveringly loyal to those he acknowledged, truly embodying the saying that he would go to great lengths for his brothers. Tang San cast a solemn gaze towards the individuals opposite him, his hand already resting upon the concealed weapon inspired by the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Should the adversaries exhibit any inclination to attack, his projectile would be dispatched without hesitation. Although Dean Flander had asserted that a soul master who refrains from instigating trouble is not a commendable one, the group did not embody a brash and overbearing disposition, adhering instead to the principle of non-aggression. However, having been subjected to such bullying, if they failed to retaliate, it would render them pitiable in the eyes of others. Though Xiao was taken aback by Ma Hongjuan's bold remarks, she promptly raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Hongjun, it appears I must regard you with newfound respect." Ma Hongjun, reveling in his triumph, tousled his hair and smirked, "Of course. Even if I enjoy the company of beautiful women, I have my standards, you know?" The girl opposite him, incensed by his words, felt tears welling up in her eyes, exclaiming, "How dare you humiliate me so? I shall have my revenge." With that, 2 circles of yellow light suddenly flared to life beneath her feet, only to be halted by the intervention of a middle-aged man leading the group. "Wenshu, calm yourself," he admonished. "Uncle, how could I remain indifferent after such humiliation?" Wenshu's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips pressed tightly together in a display of indignation. Observing this, Oscar nudged Ma Hongjun with his elbow, grinning. "Look, you've made her cry." With a nonchalant shrug, Ma Hongjun replied, "So what if she cries? She's not my concern." "Is she?" The previously mild-mannered middle-aged man, upon hearing Wenshu address him as uncle, exhibited a flicker of anger in his eyes. "How many times must I remind you? In school and beyond, I am your teacher." Noticing her uncle's ire, Wenshu quickly lowered her head in apology. "I'm sorry, teacher." The middle-aged man, satisfied with her contrition, chose not to pursue the matter further, returning to his refined demeanor. Yet, having witnessed his wrath, no one would dare to assume he was an easygoing individual. The middle-aged man then turned his attention to Dai Mubai and his companions, inquiring, "Do you children know who was responsible for slaying those 1,000-year-old soul beasts?" He posed the question without considering that it might have been these very children who had vanquished the beasts, presuming instead that it was their teacher who had done so. "I did it. What of it?" Dai Mubai rose first, his eyes transforming into a deep, profound shade of azure, exuding an icy aura of murderous intent that filled the air with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings of light ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling with soul power that crashed upon them like a torrent. Each muscle beneath his attire became remarkably defined, as even the air surrounding him seemed to pulsate with agitation. His golden locks instantaneously morphed into a striking blend of black and white, the latter dominating, while a few strands of black stood out prominently. Faint markings appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. A layer of white fur enveloped his palms, and as he flexed his fingers, short, dagger-like claws emerged and retracted with fluidity. Each claw gleamed with a chilling light, extending a full 8 inches, resembling razor-sharp blades. Upon witnessing the purple Millennium Soul Ring beneath Dai Mubai, the middle-aged man found himself half convinced. "Millennium Soul Ring? Which academy do you belong to?" he inquired with a serious demeanor. It was astonishing for such a young individual to have achieved the rank of Soul Master. Was he perhaps from an esteemed academy or a prominent family? The man's heart was filled with uncertainty. Despite his own strength, caution was always wise. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze sparkled defiantly. "You are not worthy of knowing our academy." The instructor from Songhue Academy, struggling to maintain his composed demeanor, pointed accusingly at Dai Mubai and his companions, exclaiming, "This is utterly intolerable. First, you slaughtered our soul beasts, and now you speak so insolently, showing no respect for your elders. Today, I shall act as your teacher and educate you properly." As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, summoning 3 yellow and 2 purple rings of soul power. The students behind him also unleashed their martial spirits, filling the atmosphere with a dazzling array of colors. Among them, 4 young men bore the same soul ring colors, 1 white and 1 yellow, signifying a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Only one stood apart, Wenshu, who possessed 2 yellow soul rings, marking her as the most talented among them, which perhaps explained her somewhat inflated sense of self-worth. All 5 were undoubtedly battle soul masters, comprising 2 weapon soul masters wielding a long sword and a staff, alongside 3 beast soul masters manifesting a bird, a dog, and a monkey. Judging by their martial spirits, none could be considered particularly formidable. Observing their display, Daimubai's disdainful glimmer intensified. Was this what the so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy disciples amounted to? 10-year soul rings? Brothers, let us show them our soul rings, he declared. Tang Qingwei secretly curled her lips and touched her modest bosom, thinking to herself, who are you calling brother? However, she refrained from contradicting him at that moment and obediently summoned her martial spirit. The phoenix manifested, enveloping her in a radiant, purplish-red glow. This brilliance surged from the rotund figure, causing his short hair to lengthen dramatically and converge at the center, transforming into a mohawk style. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, long feathers extending from his exposed, muscular arms, while his hands morphed into claw-like appendages. A searing current of air spiraled around his form. Despite his shorter stature compared to his opponents from the Tang Qingwei Academy, the moment the violet flames erupted from within him, his entire demeanor shifted, exuding an overwhelming presence that pressed down on the adversaries, leaving them breathless alongside Daimubai's white tiger martial spirit. Only Tang San's martial spirit remained composed, as 2 yellow rings similar to Ma Hongjuan's rose from his feet, dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurling around him, gradually spreading. Xiao Wu and Tang Qingwei were the last to release their martial spirits. When the 2 yellow and 1 purple rings shone beneath Tang Qingwei's diminutive form, they instantly captivated the attention of all the soul masters across from them. A soul sovereign? Impossible. How old is she? The teachers from Tang Qingwei Academy gazed in fascination, murmuring. The highest configuration of spirit rings, but this martial spirit seems unfamiliar, perhaps not particularly formidable. Yet, that lad with the white tiger martial spirit possesses some skill. The middle-aged instructor turned back to his students, noticing their spirited demeanor, yet several of them trembled under the oppressive force of the martial spirits. As a seasoned educator, he contemplated various possibilities, realizing that these youngsters, though youthful, might be disciples of a significant sect. After all, some troubles were best avoided. Chapter 97. The Bet and Challenge. I am Shin-Chi, a teacher from Tang Qingwei Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? Xiao Wu, already eager for action, grew impatient after waiting for some time without a confrontation. We are from Shrek Academy. If we are to fight, then let us do so swiftly. The sky is already brightening. Upon hearing the name of the academy, Shin-Chi pondered for a moment, unable to recall any information regarding it. Though he harbored suspicions of deception, he quickly dismissed the notion, feeling considerably more at ease. He then addressed Xiao Wu, stating, "We are not unreasonable. It was you who ambushed us while we were driving away a 1,000-year-old soul beast. In truth, it is you who lack justification in this matter." Though a smile lingered on his lips, his gaze turned as cold and sharp as a serpent's, focusing on the shortest among them, Tang Qingwei. "How about this? You designate that 3-ringed soul master girl to compete against our scholar here. If she wins, we shall consider this matter settled. However, should you lose, you will owe us a 1,000-year soul beast spirit ring as compensation." Seeing Tang Qingwei's reluctance to respond, Shin-Chi assumed that the other party was intimidated by their youthfulness. He gently encouraged, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have undoubtedly gained something. After all, the young ladies on your side are at least soul masters of the 3rd ring, boasting levels exceeding 30, while we merely possess soul masters of the 2nd ring at level 30. Tang Qingwei did not respond verbally, yet in her mind, she contemplated the realization that it was indeed this group of individuals who, disregarding the lives of others, had driven the millennium-old soul beasts into the town. Although the soul beasts were initially bound for the town, their actions were akin to willfully inciting a calamity. Tang slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a simmering anger as she regarded the group. Upon hearing Shin-Chi's remarks, Daimubai and the others furrowed their brows, their expressions transforming into one of unbridled fury. How could you not consider that the majority of the inhabitants in this town are merely ordinary people? Faced with soul beasts that have existed for millennia, they are as defenseless as ants, lacking the capacity to retaliate. Shin-Chi, unfazed, responded with a sardonic smile. What an epitome of feminine compassion. Those who choose to reside in this place must be prepared to confront the soul beasts. Our very purpose is to eradicate these creatures. How could we possibly allow them to inflict harm upon the innocent? Very well, I accept the challenge, but the terms must be revised, as they are exceedingly unjust. Tang Qingwei stepped forward, allowing the crowd to finally discern her full appearance. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age. Yet her cherubic face was marred by an expression of grave seriousness. Shin-Chi, intrigued, inquired, "Then tell me, how shall we amend this? If I emerge victorious, You shall grant me 10,000 gold soul coins. Should I be defeated, I shall accompany you in the hunt for a Millennium Soul Beast Ring. Tang Qingwei spoke with a resonant strength, her eyes ablaze with fervor, undoubtedly in regard to the soul coins. Very well. No problem at all. In Shenqi's perspective, Tang Qingwei seemed to belong to the support category, for the majority of assault-type soul masters were typically associated with beast martial spirits. As for the control category, he could hardly believe that a bare little flower could wield such power. The restaurant was in an uproar. Diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy hastily moved aside to avoid being caught in the fray. However, most did not immediately vacate the premises but rather watched the unfolding scene with palpable excitement. It was well known that witnessing a duel between soul masters usually required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a hefty price. To witness such a spectacle for free ignited the enthusiasm of ordinary individuals possessing martial spirits. As the conflict seemed poised to escalate, the tavern owner, with a nervous demeanor, approached with trepidation, rubbing his hands together anxiously. Might I trouble you all to step outside for your duel? My humble establishment cannot withstand such tumult. Chapter 98. The duel commences. Shenqi cast a cold, sidelong glance at the tavern owner before turning to Tang Qingwei with a smile. Shall we proceed outside? With that, he pivoted and led a group of students out of the establishment. Wen Shu regarded Tang Qingwei with disdain, thinking to herself that she was merely a support type. Even at level 30 or so, what was there to fear? With a huff, she said nothing further, brushing past Tang Qingwei as she exited the tavern. Tang Qingwei was initially elated at the prospect of unexpectedly acquiring a fortune, yet her spirits plummeted to the depths due to the act of reviewing her studies. In disbelief, she glanced up at her brother Tang San, wondering, did she just look down on me? Tang San gently ruffled his sister's hair, poised to utter a few words. Ma Hongjun, ever the instigator, eagerly approached Tang Qingwei, fully aware of her intentions. Indeed, she was doing it on purpose. Soon, I shall teach her a lesson, demonstrating that the students of Shrek are not to be trifled with. At this moment, Oscar graciously offered a restorative sausage, saying, Here, take this for any unforeseen circumstances. Tang Qingwei, with a serious expression on her delicate face, nodded as she accepted the sausage. With her small chest held high, she strode out of the hotel doors, exuding an air of authority and confidence, flanked by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Tang San observed his sister's fierce demeanor, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Subsequently, he followed along with Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Before long, they exited the hotel, and perhaps due to the striking presence of their soul rings, their group attracted a considerable audience. Upon reaching an open space, they came to a halt, and when Shu stepped out from the crowd, positioning himself at the forefront as he called out to Tang San, Songhui Academy, Wen Shu, Martial Soul, White Egret, level 30, 2-ring Soul Master, 19 years old. Skilled in agility. I humbly seek your guidance. Tang Qingwei felt a shiver run through her heart, realizing that these individuals had come to hunt for her soul ring. She had not forgotten the disdain she had just received from them. Although Tang Qingwei was not particularly tall, her gaze at this moment radiated strength, her large, round eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Imitating the earlier demeanor of her teacher, she let out a cold snort and declared, Humph, I am Tang Qingwei, a 31st level soul master, with the martial spirit of the 7-colored flower of the support type. Tang San and his companions struggled to suppress their laughter at Tang Qingwei's adorable demeanor. Her expression did not convey disdain but rather resembled someone who had something in her eye. Yet, none dared to voice their amusement, for they were acutely aware that this seemingly delicate young girl was, in reality, a formidable force, a violent little loli with an extraordinary combat prowess. Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's self-introduction, Shenqi felt a cold smirk creeping into his heart. It was precisely as I had anticipated. At merely level 31, even with one less soul ring, she would hardly create any significant waves, even as a support type. Very well, let us all unleash our martial spirits and prepare for the commencement. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground beneath their feet shimmered with soul rings. When Shu let out a low shout, her long hair billowing as her arms spread wide, instantly releasing her martial spirit. 200-year soul rings materialized around her graceful figure, at just 19 years of age. With her cultivation at soul respect level 30, her strength was indeed commendable, complemented by an optimal soul ring configuration. All of this provided ample grounds for Wen Shu to boast. Unfortunately, her luck had run out, for she had encountered the even more talented little monsters from Shrek Academy. And the outcome of this duel seemed all but predetermined in the eyes of Dai Mubai and the others. Tang Qingwei remained silent, merely raising her hand, causing a 7-colored flower with only 5 petals to spin gracefully in her palm. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated and spiraled around her form. Chapter 99. The battle is halted upon witnessing the 5-petaled 7-colored flower in Tang Qingwei's hand. Several students from Songhue Academy felt an inclination to mock her for her numerical ignorance. However, when Tang Qingwei's 3 soul rings suddenly blazed to life, they were silenced by the overwhelming sense of pressure that accompanied her formidable level. Begin. The instant Shenqi called for the start. When Shu sprang into action like a bolt of lightning, his legs came together as if fused, while his arms spread wide like wings. With a swift motion, and accompanied by the brilliance of his second soul ring, he soared into the air. With his speed dramatically increased, he lunged toward Tang Qingwei with fervor. Almost immediately, his first soul skill manifested, forming a phantom of a bird's beak above his head, its sharp point aimed directly at Tang Qingwei's face. Tang Qingwei felt a shiver run through her heart as she began to take the situation seriously. The acceleration due to gravity, could it be that she would be pierced through? Though she silently scoffed, her hands moved swiftly. She unleashed her third soul skill, teleporting to a position directly above her original standing place. As when Shu appeared beneath her, Tang Qingwei resembled an arrow released from a bow, her foot pressing against the void for leverage. With a flurry of small punches, she aimed directly at Wen Shu's shoulder. Although Tang Qingwei harbored a disinclination towards the impertinent young lady before her, she was not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Thus, she refrained from striking at her opponent's vital points. Wen Shu, having lost her target, momentarily succumbed to confusion, only to be roused by an imminent sense of danger from above. Upon glancing up, she found Tang Qingwei's fist hurtling towards her, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. When did she come to be above me? Despite the bewilderment swirling in her mind, her body instinctively evaded to the side. Simultaneously, the air behind her erupted as Tang Qingwei's fist broke through it, producing a sound akin to thunder. Bang! The violent aura enveloping her fist created ripple-like shockwaves in the air. Although Ma Hongjun had previously witnessed Tang Qingwei's martial prowess, the sight still sent chills down his spine as he clutched Oscar beside him, both trembling in fear. Silently acknowledging a mutual thought, one should never provoke this fierce little girl. It could truly be fatal. At the same time, the teacher from Songhue Academy, Shenqi, observed the scene with a darkened expression, his countenance tinged with barely contained fury. He commanded in a stern voice, "Stop." As he spoke, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, illuminated beneath him. A weapon resembling a hoe materialized in his hand, positioned protectively between the two parties, creating a bizarre yet comical contrast to his otherwise refined demeanor. Ha ha ha, that appearance is utterly ridiculous. Xiao Wu, who had never been one to hold back, laughed heartily, leaving no room for Shun Qi's dignity. Self-proclaimed as an elegant scholar, Shun Qi felt a pang of inferiority at the sight of his farming tool-like weapon. Thus, when he heard laughter directed at it, it felt as though his pride had been grievously wounded. Turning to Xiao Wu, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and the overwhelming wave of soul power emanating from him pressed down upon her like a torrential tide. Disrespectful, he declared, as he unleashed an invisible gale toward Xiao Wu, wielding his hoe-like weapon. In response, Tang San and the others activated their soul skills to shield Xiao Wu, having halted her advance. Tang Qingwei grew increasingly irked at the sight of someone aiming a hoe at her allies. Little brat, can't play fair, resorting to sneak attacks. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, reflecting on how it was Shenqi who had insisted on the wager battle. And now he was the one attempting to ambush her. Chapter 100, Defeating the Soul King. Truly, this was the height of shamelessness. In the midst of the chaos, Tang Qingwei cast her third skill towards her companions and plunged into the fray. The young students from Songhue Academy were compelled to join the battle. The scene abruptly transformed from a series of individual duels into a tumultuous melee. Fortunately, the uniformity of Songhue Academy's attire allowed Tang Qingwei to swiftly distinguish friend from foe. Daimubai, empowered by the third soul skill bestowed upon him by Tang Qingwei, teleported to Shenqi's side. His second ring radiated with intense brilliance, coalescing into a sphere of blinding white light that erupted forth from his mouth, manifesting the second soul ring skill of the evil-eyed White Tiger's radiant wave. As Daimubai unleashed the White Tiger's radiant wave, Tang Qingwei seized the moment to hurl her second skill at Shenqi, instantly immobilizing him. The plump figure above them, with a mohawk hairstyle, trembled as his first soul ring glimmered, releasing a torrent of purple-red phoenix flames. Simultaneously, Tang San sprang into action, teleporting to the opposite side of Shenqi, ensnaring him with blue-silver grass. Xiaowu swiftly appeared before Shenqi, her scorpion braid successfully wrapping around his neck, one foot pressing against his lower back. In a fluid motion, she activated her first soul ring skill, waist bow, leveraging her strength to propel Shenqi into the air. As the scorpion braid slipped away, Xiaowu leaped after the airborne Shenqi. The force of her waist bow was formidable, her soul power at level 28, amplified by an extraordinary 102%, hurling Shenqi 5 meters into the sky. At the apex of his ascent, Xiaowu caught up, grasping him at the waist. The power of the waist bow surged once more, bending her waist into a terrifying arc as she spun Shenqi around. Although the immobilization effect had dissipated, Shenqi was already gravely injured from the earlier assault by Dai Mubai and his companions. Now, disoriented and helpless, he was rendered incapable of counterattack. Xiaowu held fast to Shenqi's clothing, spinning him midair for 2 complete rotations. As she descended, the rapid rotation, fueled by the waist bow's momentum, sent both her and Shenqi crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Confronted by the simultaneous onslaught of 5 opponents, Shenqi lost the initiative from the outset, and the combined efforts of the group left him utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the 5-ring Soul King was decisively defeated by the coordinated assault of Dai Mubai and his allies. The students of Qingwei Academy stood in stunned silence, incredulous that these individuals could overpower a teacher without so much as a chance to retaliate. Could they truly be compared to such formidable beings? Uncle, when Shu exclaimed upon witnessing Shenqi succumb to the blows dealt by Dai Mubai and his companions. She could no longer afford to engage with Tang Qingwei and rushed to support Shenqi, glaring furiously at those who had harmed her uncle. Despicable! Why did you ambush my uncle? When Shu cried indignantly. Hey, are you out of your mind? It was your uncle who attacked us first, all right? Your ability to twist facts is far superior to your cultivation talent. Ma Hongjun was nearly driven to laughter by Wen Shu's retort. Despite having previously encountered the sharp tongue of the rotund fellow, the unrelenting mockery he displayed now left everyone in astonishment. You speak nonsense. My uncle is a soul king of the 5 rings. How could he possibly ambush someone of such a lower level than himself? Although Wen Shu had not witnessed the entire incident, she was well aware of her uncle's character. He would never engage in such a disgraceful act. Chapter 101. Allocation of Rewards and Truth. The situation unfolded rather fortuitously. Shenqi had halted upon observing Tang Qingwei's martial prowess, questioning whether she had cheated by misrepresenting her identity. After all, how could such a formidable physique belong to a support type? Little did he know that Xiaowu had touched upon his sore spot, daring to mock his martial soul, which instinctively provoked him to retaliate, leading the Shrek Academy students to believe he had launched a surprise attack. However, it was now too late to voice any further objections, for Shenqi had already succumbed to unconsciousness and would not awaken anytime soon. Humph, Shrek Academy. I shall remember this, Wen Shu declared fiercely, instructing her companions to prepare to carry Shenqi away. Wait, a youthful voice called out from behind. What do you intend to do? Although Wen Shu's tone was laced with indignation, she dared not act too rashly, for her uncle was no match for these individuals. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was clear that the unfortunate ones would undoubtedly be her Qingwei Academy. What about the wager? It must remain. Tang Qingwei gazed intently at the purses of the individuals before her. We have not even concluded the match, so why must we pay you the wagered soul coins? Wen Shu, infuriated, felt her cheeks flush crimson, yet Tang Qingwei paid her no heed. Very well, let us compete once more. Tang Qingwei readily agreed, raising her hand to summon her martial soul. Is that what I meant? Who wants to fight you? Wen Shu's expression stiffened. Although she had not completed a full match with Tang Qingwei, she was well aware that Tang Qingwei's strength was undoubtedly superior to her own. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I don't have that much on me. May I? Tang Qingwei interjected before her counterpart could finish speaking, firmly stating, no. After all, who would she turn to for repayment later? Almost immediately, she signaled to Wen Shu with her gaze, inquiring about her companions and suggesting they pool their resources. The individuals indicated instinctively clutched their purses tightly. Wen Shu, squatting down to hold the unconscious Shenqi, cast a resentful glance at Tang Qingwei and the others. After a prolonged silence, she turned to her companions and demanded, you all need to contribute your funds. I, Wen Shu, assure you that upon returning to our clan, I will repay you double. Only then did they reluctantly produce their purses and present them to Wen Shu. Tang, filled with excitement, called out to Tang San and the others, urging them to come over and help him count the money. Wen Shu's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted with indignation. We are not so shameless. There is no shortage of gold soul coins here. Zhao Wujin, observing from above, had already noted that when they provoked the Tang Qingwei Academy, these children had indeed risen to the occasion, displaying unity against external challenges. Even the chubby Ma Hongjun had earned his respect. This is quite a fortune. By the way, here is your share. Since I worked the hardest, it is only fair that I take the largest portion, right? He said this without waiting for their response, distributing 5,000 gold soul coins, handing each one 1,000, including Tang San. You can keep yours, brother. I want to take any. Tang San smiled and declined, pleasantly surprised by his sister's penchant for wealth and her generosity towards family, which filled him with pride as an older brother. Tang frowned slightly, displaying evident displeasure. Brother, we must be clear in our dealings. What is yours should rightfully remain with you. After speaking, her dark eyes narrowed into a mere slit. And she added with a sly grin, as for any future support you wish to provide, that is certainly not out of the question. Tang San playfully tapped his sister's head, calling her a little money-obsessed. He then turned to the others with a smile and said, Xiao Wei is right. This is what you all deserve, so take it. Chapter 102. Breaking through to Soul Master Oscar and Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Tang San's words, ceased their reluctance and eagerly rushed towards the golden soul coins, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Daimubai, observing their behavior, couldn't help but chuckle and chose not to decline, accepting his share along with Xiao Wu. Then I must express my gratitude for Xiao Wei's generosity, Daimubai said with a smile as he received the pouch of coins. Tang gently shook her little finger, shaking her head in denial. Big brother Dai, you have certainly misspoken. This is the reward that everyone deserves. Not an act of my generosity. Had it not been for your collaboration in subduing that Soul King, it remains uncertain whether I would have the opportunity to stand here today. Tang San nodded and stepped beside Tang Qingwei, casually placing his hand on her head, and smiled. Boss Dai, what Xiao Wei said is indeed correct. This is what everyone deserves. Tang Qingwei stared at that hand for a full minute. Yet there was still no indication of it being withdrawn. This is undoubtedly discrimination. Tang lightly swatted away the hand resting on her head, rushing to Xiao Wu's side and affectionately linking her arm with hers. Sister Xiao Wu, let us be off. Before departing, she couldn't resist turning back to make a playful face at her brother. You dared to bully me. Now I've taken your wife away. Humph. Tang San, that fellow, certainly treated her head as a mere resting place, casually placing his hand upon it as if it were nothing remarkable. What was so impressive about being tall? Alas, life is not easy, and she sighed softly. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. Tang Qingwei felt utterly exhausted. Why had she not yet begun to grow taller? The days of cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly, and 2 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. What brought Tang Qingwei the most solace was that she had finally grown, though she still could not compare to Tang San or Xiao Wu. At least she was no longer a small figure, indistinguishable from the opposite sex at a distance of 1 meter. No, if one looked closely, they could discern the gentle rise and fall of her chest. During these 2 years, aside from her physical transformation, her soul power had also experienced significant enhancement. By the end of last year, she had broken through to the Soul Master rank, and now she had attained the impressive level of 43rd rank Soul Master. Upon her breakthrough, the esteemed Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, had even planned to gather everyone to venture into the Star-Do Forest to assist her in obtaining a soul ring. To their astonishment, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Qingwei unleashed her martial soul, and 4 soul rings began to revolve around her. The most striking of all was the outermost black soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? Dai Mubai and the others stared in wide-eyed disbelief at Tang Qingwei. Flinder, too, felt as if he were in a dream, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When did you hunt a soul beast? He exclaimed. That is a 10,000-year soul beast. Even a newly emerged 10,000-year soul beast possesses the strength of a 6-ringed soul emperor. If it were a soul beast of several thousand years, it would be a truly terrifying existence. This young girl has far too much audacity, daring to venture alone at the level of a soul master. What if something were to happen? After the initial shock, Flinder's brows knitted in concern. This was far too perilous. He then cast a reproachful glance at Tang San. Your sister may be young and naive, but why did you not stop her? That is a 10,000-year soul beast. If anything were to happen to her, what then? Tang San wore a wry smile, fully aware that the dean's concern stemmed from his sister. After exchanging a brief glance with Tang Qingwei, and upon receiving her nod, he began to elucidate under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. My sister's soul ring was not obtained through the hunting of soul beasts. She is an exceptional case. Even my master cannot clarify the reasons behind it. Her soul power cultivation progresses without any bottlenecks and every 10 levels. A soul ring that aligns perfectly with her essence appears automatically. After a moment's pause, Tang San surveyed the astonished crowd and added, thus, this 10,000-year soul ring was not acquired by Xiaowei through the slaying of soul beasts. Chapter 103. The minor incident of registration. Xiaowu had long been aware of Tang Qingwei's unique cultivation and was among the first to recover from her astonishment. Joyfully, she rushed over and linked arms with Tang Qingwei, exclaiming, Xiaowei, congratulations. Ma Hongjun and Oscar regarded Tang Qingwei as though she were a rare treasure, their hands delicately cradling her as they exclaimed, little sister, this is beyond mere little monster status, is it not? Tang Qingwei was momentarily taken aback by the words of the two individuals. How could one possibly describe such a reaction? To her surprise, the two exchanged a glance and chuckled, yet refrained from revealing the truth. Daimubai cleared his throat and lightly tapped the heads of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, admonishing them. Do not speak recklessly. Xiaowei has already reached level 40. Are you seeking trouble? Tang San smiled as he watched a few individuals frolic. Feeling a sense of joy for his sister's breakthrough while simultaneously experiencing a pang of urgency, he too needed to intensify his training. Indeed, truly a little monster, Flander exclaimed, his eyes brimming with delight. However, upon glancing at the others, his expression shifted to one of disdain. Xiaowei has already reached level 40. What about you? Aren't you embarrassed for not putting in more effort? The group responded in unison, embarrassment indeed, but we have not been idle. Well then, it seems we may have to sacrifice a few hours of sleep in the evenings, they conceded. Within the Shrek Academy, the presence of such a prodigy as Tang Qingwei served as a formidable motivator, instilling a sense of urgency among the others, who had no time for complacency and were determined to catch up. All the current students had reached the Soul Master level. This remarkable rate of advancement brought a smile to Dean Flander's face, who regarded them with the affectionate gaze typically reserved for a plump pig destined for slaughter. As a result, the students felt the pressure acutely, and their determination to train diligently intensified. Little monsters, today marks the annual recruitment day. You need not train, but rather accompany me to the venue, announced teacher Li Yusong, who was responsible for overseeing the registration process. After all, there were always a few troublemakers each year, and having these little monsters in tow would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother registration experience. Teacher Li, I presume this year will be quite similar to the last. Must we all attend? I haven't had my fill yet. Ma Hongjun complained, rubbing his round belly, as he had been looking forward to indulging in a grand feast in the city. The others shook their heads in resignation at the sight of their increasingly rotund companion, realizing there was little they could do. After all, his martial spirit relied on gluttony to express itself. Tang Qingwei felt a twinge of concern for Fatty, as over the past 2 years of companionship, she had come to regard the students of Shrek Academy as her friends. As her time here lengthened, her memories began to blur. The storyline involving Fatty's martial soul on the Douluo continent was now but a faint recollection. She vaguely remembered that Tang San had obtained a celestial herb somewhere, which, when consumed by Ma Hongjun, resolved the issues with his martial soul. Watching Ma Hongjun, who was gradually gaining weight, she could only wish that the opportunities for the group ahead would not be altered by her presence, or else she would feel immensely guilty. Right, teacher Li, I'll go. So let Fatty eat first, she said, her tone softening considerably due to her inner misgivings. Haha, Xiaowei, you truly care for your fat brother, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, preparing to embrace her, only to be deterred by the small fist Tang Qingwei raised, causing him to leap onto Oscar. Let us discuss this calmly. Over the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun had certainly endured his fair share of beatings at the hands of Tang Qingwei. Although they were merely skirmishes during class, they were enough to instill a sense of dread in him. Chapter 104. The Eternal Soul Ring. Let us go. Xiaowu linked arms with Tang Qingwei and made a silly face at Ma Hongjun as they headed toward the academy's entrance. The registration area was already bustling with people. Teacher Li remained seated behind the table, next to a small wooden box, examining the bones of each student who came to register. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Tang Qingwei felt a surge of emotion. She had been here for 10 years. She was profoundly grateful to Xiaolian for bringing her to this place. In this new world, she had acquired countless things she had never possessed before: friendship, martial souls, soul skills. Everything had seamlessly woven into the fabric of her soul. Your age is not appropriate. You may leave, came the stern voice. Could you make an exception? We've traveled such a long distance. I've already stated that your age is unsuitable. Did you not see the posted registration conditions over there? Then at least refund my registration fee. The notice clearly states that once registered, the fee is non-refundable. Were you unaware of this? Suddenly, the previously calm and orderly line erupted into a cacophony of disputes. Just as Tang Qingwei turned to look, Teacher Li called out to them, "Little monsters, come here and let us settle this." He then addressed the disgruntled individuals. "Anyone who strikes one of them can reclaim their registration fee. Here we go, brothers. Unleash your martial souls." Daimu Bai was the first to activate his soul power, releasing all three of his soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000 years. The overwhelming soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and a chilling light flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the father and son duo. 1,000-year soul ring. The atmosphere around the Soul Master was charged with astonishment as the parents and students present were visibly shaken. The shock lingered, and beside Daimu Bai, the soul rings of the other 4 individuals materialized, revealing the same hues, a remarkable configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The moment the final young girl displayed her soul rings, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared utter a sound. The 4 soul rings encircling her were particularly striking, with the outermost being a black, millennium soul ring. The hearts of those present brimmed with awe. Is this truly a student of Shrek Academy? Their strength is undeniably formidable. In unison, parents cast glances at their own children, their spirits deflating as they realized it would be better not to embarrass themselves. Many who had previously taken pride in their son's soul power levels now felt thoroughly disheartened. Hastily ushering their children away from the scene, the venue quickly became more spacious as the queue continued to advance. At the forefront and the rear of the line, 2 girls beheld Tang Qingwei's soul ring level with faces etched in astonishment. Their hands instinctively clenched into fists, such power. As they looked up again, their eyes sparkled with renewed determination and resilience. Shrek Academy. It was indeed the right choice to come. Tang Qingwei also noticed 2 figures in the crowd, each exuding a distinctive aura. A sense of curiosity stirred within her as she felt an uncanny familiarity with their demeanor. "What's wrong, Xiaowu?" Observing Tang Qingwei's furrowed brow, inquired with concern, thinking something might be amiss. Tang slightly shook her head, gesturing for Xiaowu to observe the 2 figures ahead. "What do you think of them?" Xiaowu followed Tang's gaze. The girl at the front of the line wore a simple white dress that emanated a sense of purity. She was about half a head shorter than Xiaowu, and since she was facing away from them, her features remained hidden. However, the skin visible at her neck revealed a remarkably fair and delicate complexion. The other girl stood at the end of the line, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was slightly bowed, and her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white dress, with skin similarly pale. Yet, this girl exuded a distinct aura. Her exceptionally curvaceous figure seemed incongruous with her age, if one were to overlook her face. She could easily be mistaken for an adult. In stark contrast to her voluptuous physique, the expression on her face was notably aloof, a profound and intrinsic coldness, pure and unyielding. Her dark eyes held no trace of anger, which clashed somewhat with her otherwise exquisite features. After observing the 2, Xiaowu withdrew her gaze, her face reflecting contemplation. After a brief silence, she remarked, "Their demeanor is quite different from the others present. I sense they are likely to be accepted." Tang Qingwei gazed intently until the 2 girls sensed her fervent gaze and turned to look at her. It was only then that Tang Qingwei's eyes widened in realization. These 2 individuals were none other than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, members of the Shrek 7 monsters. A wave of excitement surged within her. The Shrek 7 monsters were united at last. Clenching her small fists, she discreetly stole a glance at Daimu Bai's reaction. After all, in her hazy memories, Zhu Shiqing was engaged to Daimu Bai. Upon their reunion, one would expect some semblance of response, wouldn't he one? Indeed, a reaction was given. But it was far from satisfactory. "I seem to sense a soul spirit that resonates with me," she mused, unable to resist glancing towards the back of the group. Their eyes met, yet no spark ignited. Only indifference and strangeness lingered. What was happening? Had she misremembered? Did they not recognize her? That couldn't be right, could it? Tang Qingwei turned her gaze towards the girl in front of her, wondering if this was truly Zhu Shiqing. Never mind, during the upcoming assessment, she would discern everything upon witnessing their martial souls. As Tang Qingwei anticipated, the 2 were the only students to pass the test. The final round, akin to Tang Qingwei's initial arrival, would be a practical duel. However, unlike before, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong were not required to face the teacher but only needed to contend with one of their peers. Ning Rongrong, astonished, looked at the shortest among them, Tang Qingwei, and inquired, "Is this child also participating?" The others were taken aback by Ning Rongrong's words. Their expressions tense as they glanced at Tang Qingwei, aware that her height was a sensitive topic, just as they expected her to react with anger. Tang Qingwei merely offered a calm nod in response to Ning Rongrong. It was not that Tang Qingwei treated her differently. After all, she was not a child. She could discern whether there was any mockery in the tone. Ning Rongrong spoke without malice, her words candid and her demeanor clear, which prompted Tang Qingwei to refrain from adopting an adversarial attitude. As for warmth, that was hardly applicable. Even knowing that Ning Rongrong would become one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang Qingwei had already expressed her excitement upon entering the academy. Now, Ning Rongrong was merely a stranger to her, perhaps a future friend, but that bond would require them to weather storms together first. Teacher Zhao Wujia followed Ning Rongrong's gaze and nodded, saying, Tang Qingwei is also participating. However, do not choose her simply because of her size. Appearances can be deceiving. He continued, you have 10 minutes to understand each other's martial souls and discuss strategies to collaboratively attack one of them. Though Zhao Wujia would not engage in the battle, he remained the supervisor for the final round. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing moved to confer with their counterparts. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun stared intently at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, nudging the equally entranced Oscar and murmuring, our academy finally has female students. However, as soon as he spoke, a chill ran down his spine, and he turned to meet the fiery gazes of two beautiful eyes ablaze with intensity. I didn't mean it that way, he exclaimed, leaping behind Dai Mubai for cover. Boss Dai, you know what I meant, right? Dai Mubai, feeling the weight of their stares, decided that it was better to let the chubby one face the music. I don't know. You explain it to them, he said, pushing Ma Hongjun forward. Chapter 106, Phoenix vs. Nethercat. We've made our decision. Let us choose that little chubby one. Ning Rongrong's voice rang like celestial music, rescuing Ma Hongjun from his predicament. Let us go. Ma Hongjun hurried to the center of the training ground, positioning himself opposite Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Let the battle commence. With a commanding voice, Zhao Wujia summoned the trio, and simultaneously, vibrant soul rings illuminated beneath their feet. The emergence of Ma Hongjun's 3 soul rings was anticipated by the two, having witnessed them earlier at the academy's entrance. Before Ma Hongjun could react, Ning Rongrong swiftly took the initiative. The 7 treasures shone with a crystalline brilliance. Her form gracefully twirled in place, and instantly, resplendent rays of multicolored light emanated from her being. At the convergence of these radiant hues, a magnificent 7-colored glazed pagoda materialized in the palm of her right hand. The shimmering brilliance exuded an air of nobility, and with a serene smile, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal. 2 circles of golden soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, swirling around her in a captivating dance. The first treasure of the 7 treasures is known as strength. As the first soul ring rose, enveloping the glazed pagoda, a beam of colorful light was released at her command, cascading over Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm energy surge through her entire being, filling her with vitality, as if her soul power was bubbling over. Remarkably, it was indeed from the 7 treasures glazed sect. The first support spirit is well deserved of its reputation. Be cautious, fatty, Zhao Wujia advised with keen interest, arms crossed. The second treasure of the 7 treasures is known as speed. Another beam of colorful light gracefully emerged, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring activated. The newfound lightness made Zhu Zhuqing feel as though her body had shed its weight. She marveled inwardly at the undeniable prowess of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The epitome of auxiliary spirits. Both speed and strength surged by 30%, leading her to feel a significant enhancement in her abilities. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, her legs bending slightly before she vanished in a flash, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. Showcasing her remarkable speed as a swift attack spirit master, her astonishing velocity left the onlookers in awe. Most astonishingly, Zhu Zhuqing executed her movements in complete silence. Her form darting forth without a trace, her attacks devoid of any energy release or sound of soul power slicing through the air. With her martial spirit manifested, her 10 fingers transformed into lethal claws, akin to those of a feline. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shifted in color. The left a deep emerald, and the right a clear azure, her hair flowing gracefully down her back. As she moved, she left behind a faint illusion, making it exceedingly difficult to discern her precise location. Her strikes were exceedingly sharp, targeting vital points with precision. Ma Hongjun, caught off guard, could only hastily activate his second soul skill, the Phoenix of Fire. This was the only soul skill he possessed with defensive capabilities. At this moment, he began to take things seriously, immediately employing his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire line, within the blazing phoenix, which amplified its power several-fold. Although the soul power consumption was substantial, the results were exceptional. In truth, Ma Hongjun had an even more formidable third soul skill, yet he refrained from using it here, as this was merely a friendly contest, not a life-and-death struggle. Despite her panic, Zhu Qing adeptly maneuvered in the air, narrowly evading the flames. However, due to the adhesive nature of Ma Hongjun's fire and its extreme heat, she ultimately sustained burns. The ground beside Zhu Qing bore the scars of scorched earth, marked by purple flames. Chapter 107. Passing the final assessment. When Dai Mubai witnessed Zhu Qing's injury, he instinctively took a step forward, only to retreat to his original position as if scorched by fire, suddenly aware of his concern for her. What was happening to him? Why did he feel such anxiety for her? Initially, at the academy entrance, he had been unable to discern that Zhu Qing was at the end of the line due to the crowd, which led to Tang Qingwei witnessing that moment. It was only when Zhu Qing approached that he realized she was the second miss of the Zhu family, betrothed to him since childhood. Despite their engagement, their encounters were infrequent, as he had deemed their future bleak and had consciously maintained distance between them. Thus, their relationship resembled that of familiar strangers. The last time they had met was when he chose to flee, and he imagined she must have looked down upon him for it. With this thought, Dai Mubai's gaze darkened. Zhu Qing, having been grazed by Ma Hongjun's flames, disregarded her injuries. The two yellow soul rings at her feet shimmered simultaneously, and her blue and green eyes narrowed into slits. In an instant, she leaped into the air, her body encased in soul power, spinning rapidly as she charged towards Ma Hongjun. Within her swirling form, claw shadows danced, manifesting her second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. With her swift rotation and the piercing attack of her claws, Zhu Qing unleashed over 100 strikes upon Ma Hongjun in a fleeting moment, each strike incredibly formidable. Caught off guard by Zhu Qing's ferocious onslaught, Ma Hongjun found himself injured by her assault. He had not anticipated her being so ruthless. She was engulfed in the searing phoenix fire yet charged at him without hesitation. After landing a successful blow, Zhu Qing quickly retreated, distancing herself from Ma Hongjun's range. A seasoned combatant like Ma Hongjun, who fought daily, would never allow Zhu Qing to escape so easily. He activated his first and second soul skills simultaneously, enhancing their power. The Phoenix Fire line erupted from his mouth, and under his control, it transformed into a fiery whip that swept towards Zhu Qing. By convention, Ma Hongjun should have attacked Ning Rongrong first, but since this was an assessment, it would not suffice to test only Zhu Qing as a support type. Ning Rongrong was also a participant in the evaluation. Zhu Qing was struck directly by the fiery whip, sending her body flying. With a muffled groan, she spat blood midair and lost consciousness. Ning Rongrong, lacking self-defense capabilities as a support type, was swiftly subdued by Ma Hongjun following Zhu Qing's defeat. At this moment, Dai Mubai could no longer concern himself with anything else. He leapt forward to catch the unconscious Zhu Qing. Before he could speak, Tang Qingwei stepped forward, raising her left hand to summon her martial soul. Two beams of white light emanated from the seven-colored flower, enveloping both individuals. In no time, Zhu Qing opened her eyes, and their injuries were healed instantaneously. Ning Rongrong, whose injuries were not severe, was astonished to see Tang Qingwei employing healing techniques. Her small mouth agape in disbelief at such a diminutive healing soul master. She had encountered healing techniques before, yet she had never heard of anyone possessing such miraculous abilities as Tang Qingwei, whose techniques yielded rapid and remarkable results. It was utterly astonishing. Thanks to Tang Qingwei's treatment, Zhu Qing swiftly regained consciousness and immediately expressed her gratitude upon seeing Tang Qingwei. Chapter 108. Checking in, you two have performed admirably and passed the assessment, Zhao Wujia said with a smile as he approached. Two more little prodigies had arrived. How could he not be pleased? He then turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, Mubai, you are responsible for showing these two newcomers to their accommodations. Certainly, Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai replied. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wujia, he led Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong towards the girls' dormitory. With the number of students in the academy being few, the arrival of two newcomers piqued the interest of several others, who followed Dai Mubai to familiarize themselves with Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. While guiding them, Dai Mubai cheerfully introduced himself. I am Dai Mubai, the eldest among the students. You may call me Mubai or Brother Dai, as everyone else does. Hello, Brother Dai. Ning Rongrong replied with a bright smile. I'm Ning Rongrong. You can simply call me Rongrong, as my family and friends do. Ning Rongrong's beaming smile created an unspoken bond, drawing everyone closer together. Once Ning Rongrong finished her introduction, the group turned their attention to Zhu Xuqing. However, when Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon her, Zhu Xuqing merely glanced away, coolly stating, "Zhu Xuqing." After that, she fell silent. Little Wu, with a playful curiosity, nudged her companion Tang Qingwei, urging her to observe the peculiar dynamic between Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuqing. Dai Mubai, wearing a wry smile, chose not to speak further and continued leading the way. The strange tension between the two rendered the others hesitant to breathe. Fortunately, the academy was not extensive, and this odd atmosphere did not linger for long. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Dai Mubai did not accompany them inside. After offering a few words of advice to Little Wu, he turned and departed. As Tang San and his companions noticed that Dai Mubai had already departed, they chose not to linger any longer. After exchanging greetings with a few girls, they followed suit. Yet, none dared to inquire about the matters between Dai Mubai and Zhu Xuqing, for this was a private affair of Dai Mubai's. Should he choose to share, they would listen. And should he remain silent, they would treat it as though it did not exist. At this moment, Dai Mubai's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that Zhu Xuqing would also arrive at Shrek Academy, resolutely deciding to relinquish his claim to the throne. Dai Mubai's choice stemmed not only from personal considerations, but also from a desire to spare his fiancée Yi, who shared a similar fate, from undue burdens. By abandoning his pursuit of the throne, he believed that Zhu Xuqing, who was originally meant to compete alongside him, would be relieved of her threat and thus experience a more favorable existence within her family. Of course, this was merely Dai Mubai's idealistic view, as he remained unaware that Zhu Xuqing's true circumstances did not improve with his withdrawal. In fact, they had worsened. His escape left her to confront the pressures of competing against her sister and the imperial throne alone in the Star-Luo Empire. Time and again, she narrowly escaped her sister's clutches, ultimately being compelled to leave the Star-Luo Empire in search of opportunities for strength. From a very young age, Dai Mubai had understood that within the royal family, emotions were the most superfluous of things. Power and profit were the most alluring. And each royal harbored a scale in their hearts, on one side, emotions, and on the other, interests. When familial ties faced the supremacy of power, how many could claim that their feelings outweighed ambition? With two elder brothers above him, and under the rules of the imperial contest, his future was bleak. Thus, he did not wish to entangle himself with Zhu Xuqing, especially knowing there was no future for them. However, the situation was different now. At Shrek Academy, he had formed bonds with a group of steadfast brothers, and his strength had significantly improved. This time, he would not evade his responsibilities. Zhu Qing, forgive me. I shall strive to make amends and demonstrate my resolve. In the playground, the students of Shrek Academy, including the newcomers Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing, had all gathered. Save for one who was notably absent. Flender, with arms crossed and fingers drumming against his chest, spoke in a low tone, "Why is Mubai late today? Is something amiss?" A man clad in a gray robe, hands clasped behind his back, responded calmly, "What is there to fret about? The children are not merely indulging in play. They must have been delayed by some matter. We can afford to wait a little longer." This man was the master, who had been lured to Shrek Academy shortly after Tang San and his friends arrived. After so many years apart, how could they allow him to remain alone outside? Especially since his treasured disciple was still here, how could he not comply willingly? As Ma Hongjun raised his hand, ready to explain, he was taken aback to see Dai Mubai hurrying towards them from the direction of the dormitory. However, there was no trace of panic on his face due to tardiness. Instead, it was brimming with excitement. "Mubai, what has transpired?" Flanders inquired with concern. Ever since the arrival of the little monsters, Tang Qingwei and his companions, the students had not witnessed any idleness among their peers. Dai Mubai shook his head, unable to contain his joy. "No, Dean, listen to me. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 40. At that moment, Dai Mubai did not lower his voice, and every student present on the playground heard him clearly. What? Not only Flanders, but everyone turned to Dai Mubai with expressions of astonishment, including Zhu Xuqing. It was astonishing that Dai Mubai had only been away for 2 years. Yet his soul power had increased so dramatically. Was Shrek Academy truly that formidable? While Zhu Xuqing was surprised, she also felt a sense of relief and joy. Indeed, she had made the right choice to come here. Flanders' eyes sparkled as he looked at Dai Mubai. Good. Mubai, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student among the current cohort to reach level 40. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. The master also wore a smile, acknowledging the remarkable talents of these children. Upon returning to his spot, Daimyo stood tall as everyone approached to offer their congratulations, with Zhu Zhuqing being the only exception. Daimyo had anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, so he did not take it to heart. His recent breakthrough was largely inspired by her, which had propelled him to level 40 during his training the previous day. If he were to truly reflect on it, he would owe her his gratitude. All right, today's class begins now. Flanders' voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations towards Daimyo. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the star of the day. Every one of you, except for Oscar, must eat 3 types of sausages made from Oscar's soul power. Tang Qingwei inwardly rolled her eyes. They had already dined. Had they not? It was evident that they intended for the newly arrived Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to acclimate to Oscar's abilities, insisting on including them in the endeavor. To be frank, aside from the peculiarities of Oscar's soul skills, there were no significant flaws. In fact, they were far superior to the sausages sold at street stalls. Chapter 110. Oscar's sausages. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong appeared utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Dean Flinder's words. It was not until Oscar, with a mischievous grin, extended his hands and began to chant his soul incantation that clarity dawned upon them. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. Mushroom sausage of fanciful dreams. 3 distinctly flavored sausages materialized in Oscar's palms. He raised an eyebrow at the two, grinning as he inquired, who will be the first? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's expressions darkened in an instant, realizing that the dean's earlier cryptic remarks had alluded to Oscar's soul incantation. Tang lightly shook her head with a sigh, resembling a small adult. Perhaps she should take the initiative. For it seemed a matter of conscience to not lend a hand to those who were beautiful in their plight. She strode a few steps forward and approached Oscar, directly seizing 3 sausages to devour. Tang Qingwei's subtle actions left Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in a state of astonishment. Following Tang Qingwei, Tang San and Daimyo, among others, calmly finished Oscar's sausages without a hint of discomfort. Witnessing their nonchalant demeanor, the two began to question if their own thoughts were too impure. As this realization washed over them, their faces flushed crimson. Without further hesitation, Ning Rongrong, steeling herself as if facing death, seized a large sausage and took a hearty bite, consuming all 3 of Oscar's sausages in mere moments. Initially, she approached the task with a sense of grim determination. However, once the sausages truly entered her mouth, she discovered that the culinary spirit food released by Oscar was remarkably delicious. Particularly, the large sausage transformed into a wave of warmth within her, filling her with an invigorating sense of strength. As a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had encountered numerous food-type spirit abilities. Yet, none had ever produced effects as instantaneous as Oscar's large sausage. Even a food-type soul master of over level 40 could not achieve such results. It was a testament to Oscar's innate talent. The first soul ring effect accompanying Oscar's large sausage was restoration. This recovery was comprehensive, providing not only satiety but also healing and stamina replenishment, proportional to Oscar's soul power. What astonished her even more was the mushroom sausage, which possessed the ability to fly. Though only for a minute, its speed was astonishing, likely covering over 2,000 meters in that brief span. She was unaware of the spirit beast associated with Oscar's 3rd soul ring, but the prowess displayed suggested an extraordinary aptitude. The potential of his food-type spirit might rival even that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. The thought that Oscar could surpass the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School ignited a fierce determination within Ning Rongrong. The prestige of her school must not falter in the realm of support. She was resolute in her aim to surpass Oscar, to prove that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed the preeminent support in the world. Oscar, feeling a chill run down his spine, turned to meet Ning Rongrong's fierce gaze, perplexed, as he had no idea how he had offended her. He could only scratch his head and offer her a sheepish grin in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. However, Oscar was entirely unaware that his smile was perceived by Ning Rongrong as a provocation, prompting her to regard him with steely disdain. At that moment, among all the students, only Zhu Zhuqing had yet to complete the day's task. Reminded of her purpose for being there, to grow stronger, she resolved not to be defeated by such a trivial setback. Taking a deep breath, I accepted the sausage handed to me by Oscar and, much like Ning Rongrong, swiftly devoured it in a few bites. Flandre nodded in satisfaction, declaring that everyone had passed today's lesson. However, he reminded us that in the future, when we were together, Oscar would serve as our logistical support. We must forget the meaningless soul incantations, prioritize our survival, and focus on becoming stronger. It is of utmost importance to unleash our full potential, even surpassing our limits. Chapter 111. The Pursuit of the Fourth Soul Ring. Tang Qingwei pouted slightly. Was she not also part of the support system? Why was it only Oscar who served as logistical support? Just as she was about to raise her hand to speak, she was interrupted by a single glance from Dean Flander. Reluctantly, she closed her mouth, fidgeting with her index finger in frustration. Now, each of you prepare to return. You have one day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off to the Douluo forest, where I will assist Dai Mubai in obtaining his fourth spirit ring. That will be all. You are dismissed. Having said this, Dean Flander did not glance back at Tang Qingwei but turned swiftly to leave. He had no desire to remain and hear the girl's rebuttal. Such formidable power being relegated to a support role, wasn't that a waste? Even though Tang Qingwei considered herself a supporter, Flander did not concur in his mind. She was undoubtedly an assault-type spirit master, and any argument to the contrary was futile. The master could only shake his head with a wry smile. Following Flander out as well, Tang San gently ruffled his younger sister's fluffy little head, yet he offered no words of comfort, with preparations still to be made. The group did not linger, having agreed to venture to Soto City to procure some items, allowing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Upon hearing that they would be shopping, Xiao excitedly wrapped her arm around Tang San's. However, with merely a day at hand, there was little to prepare. The next morning, after breakfast, as the group assembled on the training grounds, Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujie happened to arrive together. Our objective this time is to hunt soul beasts that are approximately 5,000 years old. Let us set forth. Mubai, you shall lead the way. The master briefed the team on the target age of the soul beasts, noting that a more detailed plan would only be devised once they entered the Douluo forest. Damubai nodded, having gained experience from previous excursions to the forest, though he felt less anxious than on his first trip. However, with the addition of two newcomers, it was necessary to adjust their formation. After a moment of contemplation, Damubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, advising. The Douluo forest is teeming with soul beasts, all of which possess formidable aggression. We must proceed with utmost caution. He then addressed the others, Tang San. You will remain at the rear of the formation. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, you will follow closely behind me. Fatty and Xiao Wu, you shall position yourselves on either flank. Zhu Zhuqing and I will lead the way. Once they entered the forest, it was imperative to maintain this formation and remain vigilant. With that, he promptly consumed one of Oscar's dreamy mushroom sausages, and the others followed suit. Fortunately, with Oscar's mushroom sausages and Ning Rongrong's soul skills providing assistance, coupled with Tang San's healing arts, the group experienced no depletion and arrived at the Douluo forest in less than half the expected time. Before them stood the Douluo forest, its towering trees soaring above 20 meters, and this was merely the outermost layer. The dense foliage obscured any visible paths, casting heavy shadows that concealed the true nature of the forest. Upon approaching, the air became noticeably more refreshing, as if the temperature had dropped slightly. The invigorating scent of damp earth continually tantalized their senses. Once inside the Douluo forest, Xiao was the most exhilarated, seemingly oblivious to the dangers that lurked within. She bounced around joyfully, her happiness uncontainable. Chapter 112. Are you here for a picnic? Tang Qingwei and Tang San exchanged a glance, both smiling. How could Xiao not be happy? After all, this was her homeland. The topography of the Douluo forest was exceedingly intricate. There were no paths within the forest, and the task of clearing a route naturally fell to Dai Mubai. Utilizing his martial spirit, Dai Mubai unleashed sharp blades from his tiger palms, deftly slicing through the thorns in their path without impeding the group's progress in the slightest. For the past hour, they had encountered numerous soul beasts, primarily those aged 10 and 100 years. Given the difficulty of soul beast maturation when confronted with younger specimens, Damubai typically chose to drive them away rather than take their lives. However, there were occasionally some misguided creatures that approached recklessly, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Dai Mubai's tiger palms. All right, let us take a moment to rest. Mubai, please clear the thorns around us. Master S voice allowed the group, who had been on high alert, to relax. Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. He promptly cleared a circle of thorns, creating an open space of nearly 100 square meters. The group leaned against the trees and sat down to recuperate momentarily. Oscar was preparing to offer his sausages, but Tang Qingwei acted before him, retrieving a plethora of food from her storage ring, reminiscent of a picnic, leaving everyone in awe. What are you all dawdling for? Come and eat. Tang Qingwei meticulously laid out the tablecloth and arranged the food, allowing everyone to help themselves. Those dishes that seemed too cumbersome to eat were left untouched, considering their location in the wilderness. Having said that, she began to indulge in her meal without a second thought. The others remarked, "Are you aware that we are in the wild? We thought you were on a leisurely outing, given how well prepared you are." Such a grand display left even Ning Rongrong, a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. While she possessed soul guide devices, it struck her as extravagant to utilize such precious items to store mere food rather than weapons or equipment. The scarcity of soul guides and their limited storage capacity only added to her bewilderment at the vast spread of food Tang Qingwei had produced, suggesting a significant storage size. Who exactly is Tang Qingwei, endowed not only with formidable strength but also possessing such a rare and spacious soul guide? The rotund Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his excitement. Spotting the pile of food, he swiftly lunged forward, exclaiming, "Xiao Wei, you are incredibly thoughtful. I was on the verge of nausea after gorging on Xiao Ao's sausages during our journey." Oscar promptly discarded his own sausage, realizing that with such a bounty before them, there was no need to torment his stomach. Although he took pride in his own delectable sausages, even he felt overwhelmed after consuming too much. Daimubai, though tempted, maintained a sense of decorum as the eldest among the students. He sought permission from the three teachers with a glance, and upon receiving their nod of approval, he addressed the group, "Let us hasten to eat and replenish our strength." With the green light granted, everyone eagerly rushed to the feast. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, being newcomers, hesitated slightly, receiving food from Oscar and Dai Mubai. The group quickly devoured the mountainous assortment of food, satiated and content, letting out satisfied belches. After the meal, they turned their attention to discussing their plans for the next steps. Master gathered everyone together, briefly outlining their target soul beasts. The ideal fourth soul ring should possess around 5,000 years of cultivation. Soon, they would delve deeper into the Star-Do forest to search for suitable soul beasts. Chapter 113, The Depths of the Star-Do Forest. Tang Qingwei gazed at the assembled future Shrek 7 monsters, her thoughts drifting into a haze. She faintly recalled an incident from the narrative where her sister Xiaowu was taken away by Erming. This thought filled her with concern for Tang San, fearing that he might lose his composure in a moment of urgency. Thus, she discreetly retrieved a few awakening stones from her pocket, ensuring that no one else could see. Once the discussion among the group had concluded, Tang Qingwei presented the awakening stones to Tang San. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted, brother. Could you kindly hold on to these awakening stones for me? My soul guide device can only accommodate food items and cannot fit these stones." In front of the others, she found it difficult to express her concerns directly, hence, she chose this subtle approach to signal Tang San. This was also a precautionary measure. Should Xiaowu truly be taken by Erming, at least Tang San would be able to hear her thoughts, preventing him from losing his reason amidst uncertainty. Tang San was enveloped in a cloud of confusion, uncertain of his sister's intentions. Ever since he had grown close to Xiaowu, the siblings had not actively sought to understand her feelings. Now, what could be the meaning behind his sister presenting the awakening stone? He certainly did not believe Tang Qingwei's reasoning. After all, others may be oblivious to the vastness of her storage space, but he was not. The notion that there could be limitations was preposterous. Although his mind was in turmoil, Tang San maintained a calm exterior as he accepted the awakening stone offered by Tang Qingwei, seamlessly tucking it into his bosom. The others, upon witnessing Tang Qingwei produce the awakening stone, exhibited no great surprise, given the years of familiarity. The peculiarities of Tang Qingwei had long been known to all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong found it somewhat odd but chose not to comment further, as the lack of reaction from the others suggested it might simply be an ordinary occurrence. Just as they were conversing, Dean Flandre suddenly interjected with a warning, alerting everyone to the approaching soul beasts, urging them to rise promptly. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the rotund companion stood guard nearby. Tang Qing stood resolutely in the center, prepared to provide healing or support at a moment's notice. As each member unleashed their respective martial spirits, the rustling sounds grew louder, causing numerous decade-old soul beasts in the vicinity to flee in terror. Such commotion was palpable even to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were auxiliary soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing, with her swift agility, climbed to the highest vantage point to survey the source of the disturbance. Upon discerning the scene, her expression shifted dramatically. "We must hurry," she urged. as the soul beast had been drawn here by the remnants of a fierce battle. It was evident that formidable soul beasts were engaged in combat ahead. A wave of confusion swept over the group. They had not heard any clashing sounds, leaving them to ponder Zhu Zhuqing's conclusion. Yet, trusting in their companion, they refrained from questioning further. After consuming one of Oscar's whimsical mushroom sausages, they were propelled into the air, without the need for further explanation from Zhu Zhuqing. They all beheld the chaos unfolding deep within the forest. Although the sounds of battle remained absent, the sight was enough to confirm their suspicions. It was highly likely that, as Zhu Zhuqing had surmised, a confrontation was indeed taking place in the heart of the woods. Xiao gazed toward the direction of the fray, recognizing it as the area near the center of the Stardo forest. Could it be Dai Ming or Air Ming? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Both were companions she had cherished since childhood. The thought of them in peril was unbearable, and she grappled with the urgency to intervene. Chapter 114. The Clash of 10,000-Year Soul Beasts. Yet, what excuse could she possibly conjure to justify her departure? Xiao felt a surge of desperation, uncertain of how to craft an alibi to leave. Tang Qingwei and Tang San, due to the influence of the awakening stone, had already perceived with utmost clarity the thoughts that had just crossed Xiao's mind. Tang Qingwei's thoughts shifted, and she conceived an excellent proposition. Dean, I have a suggestion. Upon hearing her speak, everyone paused momentarily. Flander adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze towards Tang Qingwei, inquiring, "What suggestion do you have?" "I once heard the master mention that deep within the forest reside soul beasts that have existed for millennia. It is highly probable that several of these ancient soul beasts are currently engaged in combat, and there may also be numerous injured thousand-year soul beasts." Tang paused for a moment, gazing at Dai Mubai, and then spoke. "Our purpose this time was initially to obtain soul rings for Brother Dai. Why not seize this opportunity to take advantage of the situation? We could even select the soul beast for the soul rings." Upon hearing this, Dean Flander's expression immediately shifted. "No way. It's far too dangerous." The master, who had remained silent until now, exhibited a contemplative demeanor. After a lengthy pause, he raised his gaze to Dean Flander and said, "Xiao Wei is right. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. When compared to the chance of acquiring suitable soul rings, this level of danger seems trivial. Indeed, we brought these younglings along for training. How could there be no peril at all? With the two of us, alongside the support abilities of these children, if we cannot prevail, we can certainly make our escape." Zhao Wujie joined the persuasive ranks, affirming that the master had a point. "After all, we might as well take a look. If there happens to be a Millennium Soul Beast suitable for Mubai, wouldn't that be splendid?" Flander displayed signs of internal conflict. Yet upon witnessing the eager expressions of the group, he ultimately relented. "Very well, I must emphasize that everyone must remain vigilant. We are dealing with soul beasts that could be tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000 years old. We will observe from a distance. If danger arises, do not engage. Consume Oscar's mushroom sausage and flee the scene immediately. Understood?" "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. With Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, Oscar's whimsical mushroom sausage quickened their pace significantly, and soon they arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. As they beheld the scene before them, it felt as though all breaths had been suspended. Before them stood a creature of mountain-like stature, its ebony fur glimmering faintly under the meager starlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulder height undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, it would likely surpass 15 meters. Externally, it resembled a blend of a monkey and a gorilla, with its eyes, akin to lanterns, shimmering with a golden hue, while the rest of its body was shrouded in darkness. In the night, had it not been engaged in combat with other soul beasts, its form would have been nearly imperceptible. The sheer massiveness of this creature was astonishing. It was not only colossal, but each part of its body was adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. It was none other than the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Even the usually composed master found his voice wavering at this moment. At present, he was engaged in battle with a soul beast, and a white figure soared from the ground. Upon closer inspection, this white figure measured at least 3 zhang in height, resembling a snow-white tiger interspersed with patches of black fur. However, unlike an ordinary white tiger, this creature bore a pair of wings upon its back, which spread wide, measuring nearly a zhang, creating an imposing presence, while its external soul power radiated an overwhelming and intimidating aura. Chapter 115. The millennia evil-eyed white tiger. The two beasts clashed, their roars echoing skyward, causing the very void to tremble, and the surrounding air became laden with a terrifying essence. The fierce pressure intermingled in that space, invoking an overwhelming sense of dread. It was the evil-eyed white tiger, possessing at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The master was profoundly shaken. If the king of the forest had at least 100,000 years of cultivation, then the evil-eyed white tiger that stood against it was likely of a similar caliber. Upon witnessing the confrontation between Erming and the evil-eyed white tiger clan, Xiao felt a surge of relief. After all, this soul beast had merely 50,000 years of cultivation and was insufficient to rival Erming. During her time, the evil-eyed white tiger clan had frequently sought trouble with them. They had believed that as kindred spirits, given the arduous nature of cultivation, they could coexist peacefully. Thus, after several encounters fraught with conflict, they refrained from exterminating the beasts. Little did they know, this had only emboldened the creatures, who would periodically return with their kin to provoke them. Truly despicable behavior. Tang Qingwei faintly perceived Xiao Wu's thoughts and turned her gaze toward the nearby soul beast resembling a white tiger. Indeed, there was a smaller white tiger, though it had not sprouted wings. Master, look at that smaller evil-eyed white tiger below. It seems perfectly suited for Brother Dai, doesn't it? Upon her suggestion, everyone followed her finger to observe a wounded evil-eyed white tiger resting nearby. The moment Dai Mubai laid eyes on the creature, his expression lit up. This soul beast was truly ideal for him. He had been so engrossed in watching the battle between the ancient evil-eyed white tiger and the titan great ape that he had overlooked its suitability. Although the white tiger's cultivation fell short of the titan great ape's, each soul skill it wielded was precisely what he longed to possess. The sight of such a fitting soul beast made him yearn to absorb it on the spot. However, that was likely unfeasible. This evil-eyed white tiger possessed at least 8,000 years of cultivation, while a soul master's fourth soul ring could only safely absorb a maximum of around 5,000 years. Absorbing a soul ring exceeding this age could pose a grave danger to one's life. The master understood well that this white tiger soul beast was suitable for Dai Mubai. Yet its age exceeded expectations. If Dai Mubai were to directly absorb a soul beast with 8,000 years of cultivation, it could lead to peril. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Dai Mubai addressed the master. I want to try. I believe I can do it. The master hesitated, wanting to dissuade him further. Master, please allow Brother Dai to absorb it. With me here, it would be nearly impossible for him to come to harm. Tang Qingwei observed the two individuals, their expressions laden with trepidation, and felt compelled to remind them of her presence. Was her sense of existence truly so diminished? How could they overlook her healing abilities? With her gentle prompt, the others were reminded that Tang Qingwei was indeed a healing soul master. It was not that her presence was lacking. On the contrary, her aura was profoundly commanding, overshadowed only by her formidable combat prowess, which led many to forget her role as a support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, being newcomers, had yet to form a clear understanding of Tang Qingwei. Thus, upon hearing her audacious proclamation, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were uncertain whether her claim was exaggerated, yet the expressions of those around them suggested a deep respect for her healing skills, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Frenda cleared his throat and suggested, let us choose this one. However, once we defeat it, how shall we transport it? Absorbing it here is certainly out of the question. His words plunged the group into contemplation. Chapter 116, The Fourth Soul Skill. Tang Qingwei raised her small hand, suggesting that Brother Dai should slay the creature, after which I could safely store it within the soul guide for later absorption. The others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Soul guides were already rare, and those with ample space were even harder to come by. Did she think everyone was as fortunate as she? Yet, how large could this young lady's soul guide truly be? Even the smaller 8,000-year soul beast stood at least 5 meters tall, not to mention its considerable bulk. Little Wu held no objections to the group's intention to eliminate the evil-eyed white tiger, for she had long-standing grievances with its kind. Particularly, the smaller one from 8,000 years ago had posed a grave threat during her initial transformation period, when she desperately needed to recultivate her soul power. Had her mother not intervened in time, she would have perished. Thus, before the group embarked on their mission, Little Wu discreetly urged Erming to spare her human friends. Very well, we shall provide cover. Once Mubai strikes successfully, Xiaowei will promptly capture the soul beast within her soul guide. After which we can indulge in Oscar's delectable imagination mushrooms, with Ning Rongrong enhancing our speed. In the end, Flender succinctly summarized the plan. Recognizing that battles often birthed unforeseen circumstances, a simple arrangement sufficed, leaving the adaptability of the team to determine the outcome. Agreed. The group nodded, and Oscar began crafting an abundance of his imaginative mushroom sausages. Seizing the opportunity while the two soul beasts clashed, they summoned their martial souls. Under the influence of Tang Qingwei's third soul skill, they swiftly materialized beside the 8,000-year soul beast. Once Zhao Wujia's martial soul manifested, his entire being became enveloped in a thick mane, muscles bulging with power, and his brown-yellow eyes exuding a domineering aura, as 7 soul rings rhythmically circled his form. Despite his height exceeding 2.5 meters, he still appeared somewhat diminutive compared to the colossal 8,000-year evil-eyed white tiger, not to mention the others. Tang Qingwei, undeterred by the complexities surrounding her, unleashed the formidable prowess of her third soul ring and her own remarkable physical strength, charging directly towards the 8,000-year-old evil-eyed white tiger, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Master Zhao Wujie and his companions positioned themselves on the opposite side of the white tiger, launching a furious onslaught against it. The air resonated with thunderous roars, echoing through the forest. The ancient evil-eye white tiger, engaged in a fierce struggle with the titan giant ape, could no longer ignore the clamor of its kin. With a deafening roar, it pivoted and surged towards their direction. Tang was taken aback for a moment. The 4 soul rings beneath her feet gleamed once more, activating her second skill as she hurled it towards the 2 intimidating evil-eyed white tigers. At this juncture, her only course of action was to buy time. Even a mere second could afford them a chance to escape. Her second soul technique, Dazzling Enchantment, would immobilize the foes for a duration of 3 seconds. Having executed this maneuver, the black 10,000-year soul ring beneath her swirled upwards, unleashing a brilliant white light that surged towards the 10,000-year evil-eyed white tiger. This was her 4th soul skill, Willow's Fragile Bloom, designed to weaken her adversaries by reducing their overall attributes by 30%. However, this skill demanded an immense expenditure of soul power and was also limited in range, effective only within 50 meters. Thus, she had refrained from utilizing it until now. Yet, necessity dictated her use of it now, and she resolved that once Brother Dai succeeded in his endeavors, she would escape and subsequently cast a healing spell upon herself. Tang Qingwei, without any reservations, instantaneously appeared beside the ancient, immobilized white tiger with malevolent eyes. Chapter 117. Its power is unfathomable, my weakness is palpable. Tang Qingwei wielded a long blade forged from a unique metal, slicing through the void with all her might, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth as she struck down with her sword. The sound of the blade cleaving the air resonated audibly. With a swift motion, crimson blood gushed forth from the waist of the 10,000-year evil-eye white tiger spirit beast. A piercing roar erupted, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Upon realizing it was Tang Qingwei, everyone was taken aback. They beheld a deep gash, exposing bone, on the formidable body of the 10,000-year spirit beast. It is noteworthy that, despite the disparity in cultivation level, the evil-eye white tiger had managed to contend with the titan giant ape, relying solely on its own physical strength. This demonstrated the remarkable tenacity of its physique. Yet, to their astonishment, Tang Qingwei had inflicted such a grievous wound with but a single strike. Even the titan giant ape stood in stunned silence at the sight. Is humanity truly this powerful? After achieving her strike, Tang Qingwei did not linger. Instantly teleporting to the designated support location, her countenance slightly pale as she remarked, "It's too strong. Even with my full power, I couldn't severely injure it." Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun retorted, "That's not even a severe injury. What more do you desire? Do you wish to slay a 10,000-year spirit beast with a single blow? With a cultivation of merely 46. Do you truly believe you can instantaneously kill a 10,000-year spirit beast? Surely, you jest." Flender and Zhao Wujia, along with others, were so astounded they nearly forgot their actions. The evil-eye white tiger had withstood tremendous damage from the titan giant ape's onslaught, yet was left with a deep wound from Tang Qingwei's single stroke. This girl is indeed a powerhouse. The conviction in their hearts grew stronger. For an ordinary battle soul master, even their most potent strike might only serve to tickle the 10,000-year evil-eye white tiger. Yet, here was Tang Qingwei, who had always claimed to be a support-type soul master, inflicting such grievous harm upon the 10,000-year spirit beast while feigning weakness. Was she not mocking their ranks of battle soul masters? Complex expressions washed over their faces. A thunderous roar jolted them back to the present. Now was not the time for idle thoughts. Now, Mubai, deliver the final blow, Flender urged urgently. Understood, Dean, as Dai Mubai's first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The white tiger's protective barrier and the white tiger's radiant wave were unleashed in unison. Under the assistance of Ning Rongrong, the potency of both soul powers surged. A brilliant sphere of white light coalesced, and a spherical energy orb was expelled from his mouth, hurtling directly towards the oral cavity of the 8,000-year-old white tiger. The weak point of the malevolent-eyed beast. Everything transpired in an instant. Tang Qingwei witnessed Douluo slay the 8,000-year-old soul beast with a single strike and swiftly stowed its corpse within her storage ring. She called out to the others, urging them to flee. Subsequently, she consumed the dreamy mushroom sausage. In truth, she yearned to ride her Nimbus cloud, yet with so many people present, it would be improper for her to soar alone. Moreover, even if she wished to traverse the skies alongside her companions, Oscar's mushroom sausage had a fleeting flight duration, necessitating frequent landings, rendering her Nimbus cloud less convenient. Seeing that their mission had been accomplished, the group quickly devoured Oscar's dreamy mushroom sausage, preparing to withdraw. However, the ancient malevolent-eyed white tiger, incensed by Tang Qingwei's earlier strike, now glared at them with fiery crimson eyes, lunging forward. Chapter 118. The Fury of the Ancient Soul Beast. The Titan Great Ape, noticing the ancient malevolent-eyed white tiger poised to attack Sister Xiaowu, was instantly enraged. With a thunderous roar, it pounded its chest and charged towards the ancient malevolent-eyed white tiger. Its iron-like fists had already gathered tremendous force and struck the beast with a tremendous impact. Boom! The entire body of the ancient malevolent-eyed white tiger was sent crashing away, shattering dozens of ancient tree trunks before finally coming to a halt. The white tiger, propelled through the air, emitted a piercing howl. In the next moment, its body radiated with brilliance, and countless golden orbs the size of fists descended upon the group like a meteor shower. Boom! The relentless cacophony of impacts resonated, creating numerous craters on the ground. Even the Titan Great Ape was bent under the ferocity of the assault, while Douluo and the others, despite having consumed the dreamy mushroom sausage, found themselves still within the reach of the malevolent-eyed white tiger's onslaught. As the meteor-like attacks bore down upon them, the situation grew dire. Tang Qingwei's feet radiated with a brilliant light as she once again employed her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, for both herself and her companions. Even with such a remarkable ability, they barely managed to escape the attack range of the 1,000-year-old evil-eye white tiger, underscoring the terrifying potency of its soul skills. Indeed, formidable as it was, a 1,000-year soul beast was not easily dealt with. When the group turned to glance back, they beheld the battlefield where the 2,000-year soul beasts had clashed, now transformed into a desolate wasteland. The once lush terrain had been ravaged by the strike, leaving behind countless deep craters, some measuring several dozen meters in depth, with not a blade of grass remaining. The Titan Great Ape, consumed by fury at the devastation wrought upon its territory, could not maintain its composure. With a thunderous roar, it struck the ground in anger. The force of its blow caused the barriers between the numerous craters to collapse with a resounding crash, resulting in an immense chasm. The onlookers were filled with trepidation, overwhelmed by its formidable might. As they noticed the 1,000-year-old evil-eye white tiger intent on pursuing them, the group dared not linger and swiftly fled. After what felt like an eternity of flight, it was not until Tang San called for a halt that they paused, sensing the ominous presence of a poisonous barrier ahead. Tang San raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt and directing their attention to the scene before them. Not far away, a century-old soul beast, driven to this place by the oppressive aura of a 10,000-year soul beast, collapsed without any warning the moment its body came into contact with the toxic mist. Almost instantly, it appeared to dissolve as if immersed in molten lava, transforming into a pool of blood that evaporated into the air within mere seconds. Such a formidable poison! Zhao Wujie stared in disbelief, instinctively retreating several steps to distance himself from the ominous mist. The others mirrored his reaction, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. They found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Ahead lay the toxic fog, while behind them, the pursuing beast drew ever closer, accompanied by the furious roars of the Titan giant ape. What should they do now? Ma Hongjun wore an anxious expression, glancing back as the two 10,000-year soul beasts were on the verge of closing in. Although the others remained silent, their faces betrayed a grave concern. The master turned to Tang San and inquired, "Little San, do you have any means to counteract this toxic formation?" Tang San furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating that it was unfeasible. The time was far too limited, and even if there were a solution, there would be no time to prepare it. Flander, observing the increasingly imminent roars of the soul beasts, urged in a state of urgency, "Then let us hasten our flight by taking a detour." With that, he prepared to instruct Oscar to conjure some more of those fanciful mushroom sausages. Chapter 119. The duality of ice and fire. Tang Qingwei remained silent, stroking his chin as he surveyed the lethal formation before him. Finally, he voiced his suggestion. Perhaps I could teleport over and assess the situation within. If there is indeed any peril, I could swiftly teleport away. Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's desire to venture forth alone, Tang San interjected, insisting that he should go instead. For his expertise in both poison crafting and antidote concoction was unparalleled. Aware that Tang San was concerned for her well-being, Tang Qingwei turned to him with a smile and remarked, "Brother, have you forgotten my healing abilities? This poison poses no threat to me." Her words sparked a realization among the group, as they recalled her identity as a healing spirit master. However, they were taken aback at the notion that her healing powers could counter such a formidable toxin. It was a revelation that filled their hearts with unease for Tang Qingwei's safety. Daimubai, consumed by guilt, was about to speak when Tang Qingwei raised her hand to halt him. "Brother Dai, there is no need for further words. Trust me, I will be fine." With that, she hesitated no longer. Her 4 soul rings flared to life, and in an instant, Tang Qingwei vanished from their sight. The hands of those around her instinctively clenched, their hearts silently praying for her safety. When Tang Qingwei opened her eyes again, she was greeted by a modestly sized hot spring, divided into 2 distinct sections. The water in the oval-shaped pools was astonishingly colored in milky white and deep crimson. Even more remarkable was the clarity with which they remained separate within the same body of water, each maintaining its own territory without encroaching upon the other. The rising steam was a product of the juxtaposition of the 2 springs, ascending continuously until it gradually dissipated at the mountain pass. This place felt inexplicably familiar to her, despite it being her first visit. However, there was no time for contemplation. Tang Qingwei raised her head to investigate, confirming the absence of toxic gas. It was imperative to usher the others in without delay. With a swift motion, she appeared before the group, assuring them of the safety within. Seeing Tang Qingwei unharmed, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, ready to speak. Yet, she did not afford them the luxury of time. As the distant roars of beasts grew increasingly closer, Tang Qingwei unleashed her 3rd soul technique, and in an instant, the group vanished from sight. When they opened their eyes again, they were met with the same astonishing sights that had captivated Tang Qingwei upon her initial arrival. This was. Tang San gazed at the scene before him, his body trembling involuntarily with excitement. "What's wrong, Sangu?" Xiaowu asked anxiously, steadying his arm. Although the others remained silent, their eyes were laden with unmasked concern as they turned toward him. After calming his emotions, Tang San finally addressed the group. "It's nothing. I'm merely overwhelmed with excitement. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves at the Eye of Ice and Fire." "Sangu, what exactly is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity, reaching out toward a peculiar flower nearby. This flower, resplendently white and crystalline, seemed as if each petal was poised to drip with dew. Its elongated, curving leaves resembled the graceful neck of a swan. "Don't touch it." Tang San anxiously unleashed his blue-silver grass, ensnaring Ma Hongjun and pulling him away from the resplendent flower. Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback by Tang San's impulsive reaction, turning their gazes toward him. Chapter 120, Successful Absorption. Upon seeing that the rotund companion was unharmed, Tang San proceeded to elucidate to the assembly that the herb known as Snowy Swan's Kiss was inherently non-toxic. However, this extraordinary plant possessed the peculiar ability to stimulate. Even a mere touch could cause any virus present to proliferate exponentially. Ma Hongjun, still appearing bewildered, inquired, "Third brother, if this herb is harmless, why are you so anxious?" Before either the master or Tang San could respond, Oscar leaped in front of Ma Hongjun and gave his head a light slap, exclaiming, "Fool, how can you not comprehend this? Can you guarantee that you are completely free of any viruses?" It was only then that Ma Hongjun grasped the gravity of the situation. Hastily retreating several steps to hide behind Dai Mubai, casting wary glances at the surrounding flora, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggerated expression of Ma Hongjun. Shaking his head, he continued, "Just be mindful. Let us first proceed to that vacant area ahead to take a brief respite. I will scout over there for a moment." He paused, adding, "However, we must hasten our departure. We are enveloped by a poisonous formation, clearly laid out with malicious intent. Prolonged stay here may lead to peril." The master, seated in meditation, nodded in affirmation, reminding Tang San. "Understood, master," Tang San replied. Tang Qingwei cast forth the 8,000-year-old malevolent white tiger spirit beast from his storage ring. "Brother Dai, hasten to absorb it," he urged. As he spoke, a circle of dark purple 1,000-year spirit rings slowly ascended from the corpse of the spirit beast. The appearance of the spirit ring's power confirmed that this nearly 10,000-year-old soul beast had utterly lost its life. Dai Mubai nodded, and Flinder, looking at him earnestly, inquired, "Have you truly contemplated this? You must understand the consequences of such absorption." Without hesitation, Dai Mubai replied, "Dean, I am certain I will succeed." "Very well. Your ambition is commendable. I wish you success." In Dai Mubai's eyes, Flinder perceived an unwavering determination. He understood that any further words at this moment would be futile. Dai Mubai found a flat area and sat cross-legged, beginning the absorption of his fourth spirit ring. The moment the dark purple energy surged into his body from his right hand, he felt the surroundings dim, as if he were engulfed by an overwhelming tide. This was no exaggeration. The energy from the spirit ring flooded every corner of Dai Mubai's being in an instant. He did not even need to exert himself. The immense energy began to operate autonomously. The magnitude of the energy was staggering. With each surge, Dai Mubai felt akin to a ship tossed in a storm. His body seemed not his own. The sensation of uncontrollable pain was almost unbearable. It was a torment, as if his entire being were on the brink of explosion. Outwardly, there appeared to be no change in his physique. However, within his perception, he distinctly felt as though his body were an enormous balloon, continuously expanding, threatening to burst at any moment. The foreign energy was so potent that every bone tingled, as if thousands of ants were traversing within him. Observing the anguish on Dai Mubai's face, those around him broke into a cold sweat. As time passed, after an hour had elapsed, at last, in the face of Dai Mubai's indomitable will, all the energy within began to yield, initiating a process of mutual absorption and transformation. "Success!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Flinder, too, displayed a look of astonishment. "Well done. The most perilous moment has passed. Now, it is the process of spirit power transformation." When Dai Mubai opened his eyes once more, they shone with uncontainable joy. He seemed to have grown taller, exuding an aura that was both imposing and composed. His energy was now restrained. Though the tangible essence of spirit power was not perceivable, everyone present understood that Dai Mubai's strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. This absorption of the spirit ring had directly elevated his spirit power by 2 levels, bringing him to the formidable rank of 42. Upon mentioning this, his tone was imbued with an unmistakable joy. Dai Mubai likely harbored some suspicions. Realizing that the substantial elevation in his power was due to the nearly 10,000-year age of the fourth spirit ring he had absorbed. Indeed, the age of the spirit beast one absorbs far exceeds the capacity that the original fourth spirit ring could bear, making the significant enhancement in soul power entirely reasonable. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding with a smile. Tang San entered the Eye of Ice and Fire, intending to closely observe this legendary treasure basin. To his astonishment, he encountered an elderly man with green hair, seemingly gravely injured, lying not far from the eye. "Who goes there?" The green-haired elder, hearing the sound, clutched his wounded abdomen and struggled to sit up, casting a wary glance over his shoulder. "Forgive us. We are being pursued by soul beasts and have sought refuge here, unaware that this is your domain. We sincerely apologize for any offense caused." Tang San clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and the moment he beheld the elder with green hair, he discerned that this venerable figure was undoubtedly the discoverer of the Eye of Ice and Fire. It was more appropriate to refer to him as a discoverer rather than an owner, for the Eye of Ice and Fire is a naturally occurring phenomenon, not a construct of human ingenuity. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the elder suggested he was well-versed in the art of poison, albeit regrettably lacking in expertise, as evident by the signs of poisoning affecting him. Fortunately, the presence of the Eye of Ice and Fire had mitigated the effects of his own toxins. However, such mitigation only served as a temporary remedy rather than a true cure. "Humph, knowing this is my territory, why do you not depart at once?" Douluo grimaced as he pressed his hand against the wound at his waist, feeling an unusual agitation within. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly eliminated any intruder without a second thought. Yet, the young man had spoken of us rather than me, leaving Douluo uncertain of how many individuals had arrived or their levels of strength. Given his current severe injury, he was incapable of demonstrating his usual prowess. What troubled Douluo most was the fact that this area was laced with his meticulously arranged poison formations. Any intruder would inevitably succumb to the lethal toxins. Yet, these individuals had somehow managed to enter without suffering the expected consequences. The accumulation of these unknown perilous factors rendered Douluo hesitant to act rashly. "I apologize. but we cannot leave just yet. My companion is currently absorbing a soul ring. You are injured. Perhaps I could send my companion to assist you with your treatment? Though Tang San spoke with polite pleasantries, his hidden weapon was already prepared in hand. Should the individual before him harbor any ill intentions, his subduing device, the mother-son soul-seeking dagger, would be more than sufficient to deal with the gravely injured elder with green hair. He had not overlooked the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the old man's eyes when he had looked at him moments ago. Douluo's gaze flickered with unpredictable emotions. Having no kin or relations, he found it hard to believe that the other party would exhibit such benevolence. No, you should swiftly depart after absorbing the soul rings. Chapter 122. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Tang San observed that the other party seemed to harbor no intentions of causing him harm, and was just about to turn back to inform Dean Flander. Suddenly, he heard a thud from behind. Hastily, Tang San turned around and saw that Douluo had collapsed onto the ground. Clutching his head with both hands, his body convulsing, and his expression a portrait of agony. Tang San was about to step forward to offer assistance when he was sharply admonished by Douluo, who forbade him from approaching. Very well, I shall not advance. Yet the poison has already permeated your very marrow. If the toxin remains unpurged, the symptoms will incessantly intensify. In a few short years, even if the poison does not claim your life, the torment inflicted by the venom will surely lead to your demise. Tang San stood still, gazing at the struggling and suffering Douluo, and said, I am a master of poison myself. How could I be harmed by my own venom? Do not speak recklessly. Although Douluo was still writhing in agony, Tang San's words seemed to dismiss him, the esteemed poison Douluo. How could he allow this young boy to speak so boldly in his presence? When it comes to the mastery of poison in this world, there exists no rival to the Tang sect. Tang San smiled and queried, is that truly the case? Then permit me to ask you, every time it rains on a gloomy day, do you not feel an itching sensation in your sides that intensifies gradually? Furthermore, during such times, does not your head and heart feel as if pierced by needles? Your entire body spasms for at least half an hour. You are acutely aware of that unbearable pain. Would such symptoms manifest if it were not for poisoning? Douluo scoffed. You merely happened upon a coincidence. While I have yet to change my mind, I advise you to leave with your companion swiftly. Deep down, however, he was already half convinced. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Yet, even if the boy had accurately deduced the truth, Douluo could not bring himself to believe that the other would assist him without ulterior motives. Tang San, unfazed by Douluo's biting remarks, calmly inquired, do you not care if your poison endangers future generations? What do you mean? Douluo's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of agitation as he struggled to rise. If you were to marry and have children at your age, your grandchildren would be of a similar age to me, would they not? In truth, Tang San was unaware of whether the elder before him had a family. He merely speculated on a whim. However, upon witnessing Douluo's reaction, he realized his conjecture was not misguided. Tang San conversed with Douluo for an extended period, driven by ulterior motives. Upon his arrival, he had spotted the coxcomb phoenix flower, a vibrant, quivering herb that appeared soft and delicate. Its singular hue comprised solely of red leaves. The tips of the leaves resembled a coxcomb, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern its uniqueness. The leaf vein shimmered with a radiant golden hue. This magical herb was precisely what was needed to remedy Ma Hongjian's martial soul deficiency. Thus, he contemplated striking a deal with Douluo, who possessed the antidote skills, while Ma Hongjian was in dire need of the coxcomb phoenix flower. Douluo, in turn, sought an antidote for his own circumstances, creating a mutually beneficial situation. Are you capable of curing the poison afflicting me? He inquired, his pride momentarily set aside as he thought of his granddaughter. Indeed, I can, Tang San replied, or I would not have engaged in such a lengthy discussion with you. Tang San said with a smile, fully aware that this transaction was nearly certain to succeed. What is it that you desire? Douluo, ever skeptical of fortune falling from the sky, suspected that the young man's apparent kindness must come with a hidden agenda. Chapter 123. Reaching an agreement. I seek a medicinal herb from your esteemed collection. Tang San did not conceal his intentions. He responded with an unpretentious candor. Douluo, in turn, felt a flicker of admiration for Tang San's straightforwardness. He held a deep disdain for those who, while harboring ulterior motives, feigned concern for others' well-being. Such pretense was utterly repugnant to him. Very well, but you must pass my test first. Otherwise, how can I ascertain whether you are deceiving me? Douluo, cradling his abdomen, found that his wounds had healed significantly. He struggled to sit up, leaning against a stone, and his gaze towards Tang San had softened considerably. How would you have me prove myself, esteemed senior? Mastery over poison and its antidotes was one of the secret arts of the Tang sect. And Tang San possessed the confidence that no trial would be beyond his capabilities, especially in a place abundant with herbs. Demonstrate that your proficiency in poisoning surpasses mine, and I shall place my trust in you. Although Tang San had articulated many truths, Douluo remained cautious. After all, the youth before him was merely 12 years old. Could a child of such tender age truly rival someone who had immersed himself in this craft for decades? Yet, Tang San's recent assertions had struck at the very heart of his concerns, accurately addressing his symptoms, and most crucially, touching upon his cherished granddaughter, compelling Douluo to entertain the notion of giving him a chance. Tang San lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before proposing, "Very well. Let us proceed this way. You shall present me with a poison that even you cannot resolve, and if I manage to neutralize it, it shall serve as proof of my superiority over you. However, I will require some of your herbs for the antidote." Douluo paid little mind to Tang San's words. After all, his stock of herbs was abundant. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is of no concern. I cultivate a wide variety of medicinal plants here. Simply seek out what you need. As for the poison you wish to counter, my young friend, I advise you to take a gradual approach. If it is a toxin that even I cannot unravel, and you find yourself equally stumped, then your demise is not my burden to bear." His caution stemmed not from genuine concern, but rather from a sense of responsibility. Were Tang San to be alone, Douluo would have disregarded his fate entirely. However, considering Tang San had companions, he found it prudent to deliberate further. Moreover, he was curious to ascertain whether this young man possessed true skill or was merely brimming with arrogance. This proposal would not only prolong the young man's life, but also reveal whether he genuinely had the capability to counteract his poison. "And how do you propose I take this gradual approach?" Although unaware of Douluo's reservations, Tang San could discern that there was no malice directed at him in this moment. Intrigued by Douluo's suggestion, he continued, "As long as you can withstand the 3 poisons I unleash using your own concocted antidote, it will demonstrate your worthiness to assist me in neutralizing my toxin." Douluo paused briefly, casting a glance at Tang San before continuing with a blend of firmness and leniency. "If you truly manage to counter my poison, aside from the herbs I have promised you, you may take any other herbs from my collection freely." Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with exhilaration. He had recently spotted a 7-colored lotus, a rare herb that would be immensely beneficial for his sister. The prospect of acquiring it made him regard the matter with even greater seriousness. Yet, maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, "Very well, it is settled then. I assure you, my word is my bond." Though Douluo was not inherently benevolent, he held a strong sense of integrity and would not deceive a mere child. Chapter 124. The fragrant and enchanting celestial product. Let us commence at once. Since Douluo was inclined to a gradual approach, Tang San was eager to experience his poison firsthand. "Do you not require time to prepare the necessary herbs?" Initially, Douluo intended to grant him some time, yet he was taken aback when the young man insisted on starting immediately. "No need. It is merely the first phase of poison. As Douluo has stated a gradual approach, I assume the initial toxin will not be overly potent." At his feet lay a fragrant and enchanting celestial product, perfectly positioned within the delicate pink glow that enveloped the area. The fragrant and enchanting celestial product. It is indeed a formidable antidote, possessing the remarkable ability to neutralize all toxins. While it does not possess the innate capacity to detoxify, it effectively counters the effects of poison. The delicate pink aura delineates the extent of its protective influence. The elegant fragrance of ethereal silk is both subtle and refined, permeating its vicinity, rendering any venom ineffective within its reach. Its aroma acts as a powerful antidote to myriad toxins, making it the finest protective herb against poison. With its presence, one can navigate perilous situations with utmost confidence. Upon first sight, he nearly lost his composure. In a moment of excitement, his nails dug into his flesh. A reminder to maintain his facade. Douluo gazed at Tang San with a hint of perplexity, inquiring whether he was truly prepared. Tang San nodded once more, gesturing for him to proceed. Douluo let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his right middle finger, a wisp of faint green smoke silently emerged. What appeared to be a simple act of poisoning swiftly enveloped Tang San's body in an instant as the green mist dispersed. Yet, as the smoke faded, Tang San remained motionless, showing no signs of being poisoned. He stood there with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, gazing at Douluo Sr. "This poison is ineffective against me. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. With countless varieties of poison, each possessing its unique characteristics. The scene before him clearly contradicted his extensive research on toxins. Tang San had not ingested any antidote yet remained unfazed, conversing with ease. Well, you certainly possess some skill. Boy, what is your name? Douluo's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that the young man before him had such a commendable understanding of toxins. I am called Tang San, came the reply from the young disciple. Tang San bowed respectfully and said, You are quite remarkable. I have never encountered a junior with such profound knowledge of toxins. Remember, my name is Douluo. Douluo continued, Since you have successfully withstood my first trial, it is now time to prepare for my second challenge. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a small emerald green snake resting within. Its green eyes glimmered with an intriguing light, and he found himself increasingly fascinated by this young man. If this lad could withstand a bite from the 9-section emerald and emerge unscathed, even if he were to fail the third trial, Douluo had already resolved to take him as his personal disciple. After all, considering the value of the medicinal herbs, it seemed unlikely that this young man would refuse him. For the second trial, allow it to bite you. As long as you remain unharmed, you shall pass. With that, he launched the small snake towards Tang San. Tang San deftly flipped his wrist, and the emerald green serpent had already settled into the palm of his hand. The diminutive creature was nearly transparent, measuring approximately 5 inches in length, with a swirling ethereal green light coursing through its body. Its pair of bright crimson eyes appeared particularly endearing. Across its verdant form, there were 9 bamboo-like transverse stripes, as it glided gently within Tang San's grasp, unabashedly opening its mouth to bite. With a hiss, the little green serpent twisted slightly. However, despite its venomous nature, it failed to penetrate. Though it was a creature of lethal poison, Tang San's mystic jade hand was specifically attuned to counteract various toxins and possessed remarkable resilience, clearly beyond the capability of its fangs to breach. Chapter 125, The 9-Segmented Jade. Tang San pinched the 7-inch green snake delicately between his 2 fingers, lifting it effortlessly. This was a rare specimen among the bamboo leaf greens, the 9-section emerald. Upon realizing what he held, Tang San was taken aback, astonished that Douluo possessed such a creature. Indeed, the venom from this snake was lethal. Within mere moments, it could cause one to succumb to a putrid demise. Despite its diminutive size, it ranked among the most venomous of serpents, its body more resilient than tempered steel, impervious to sharp blades. Douluo nodded in appreciation of Tang San's keen eyesight, yet he was inwardly astonished that Tang San could so easily lift his 9-section emerald. It was well known that the 9-section emerald was incredibly swift and fiercely aggressive. Once it fell into unfamiliar hands, it was almost guaranteed to bite. Yet, this young man appeared completely unperturbed. Little did Douluo realize that the 9-section emerald, upon entering the realm of the fragrant and mystical immortal product, was inherently subdued by its properties. Thus, its speed was utterly curtailed, and with Tang San's mystic jade hand, it posed no threat. Fortuitously, Douluo remained oblivious to the treasures at his disposal. Otherwise, it would not have been Tang San's place to assist him in detoxification. One must acknowledge the importance of extensive reading, for within books lie treasures untold. Of course, aside from knowledge, fortune plays a significant role. After all, Tang San's understanding of poisons was not derived from this world. Even if Douluo were exceptionally scholarly, it would be of little consequence if he remained unfamiliar with these celestial herbs. Young man, this will be your second trial. Allow it to bite you. And it must draw blood. Do you dare? To others, the 9-section emerald appeared to be an insurmountable toxin, but for Douluo, it was trivial. His martial soul, the green phosphor serpent, had ascended to the realm of the green phosphor serpent king, making him the progenitor of all serpents. Neutralizing the venom of the 9-section emerald was a trivial matter for him. However, for Tang San, this venom would undoubtedly present a more formidable challenge. Very well, esteemed elder. Please wait a moment while I gather some herbs. After all, the snake's venom entered the bloodstream directly, rendering even the fragrant and mystical immortal product ineffective at this juncture. Understood. With that, Douluo disregarded Tang San, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged to commence his healing meditation. Tang San did not linger. He employed the ghost shadow phantom steps to search among the herbs for what he required. In a short while, he skillfully concocted the antidote. All set, senior. We may commence now. Tang San did not merely concoct the 9-section emerald poison while in pursuit of the antidote herbs. He surmised that the poison he had encountered previously was likely the very source of his affliction. Consequently, he prepared the antidote alongside it. Fortunately, with an abundance of celestial herbs at his disposal, he was able to put his extensive theoretical knowledge into practice. So swiftly completed? In Douluo's estimation, Tang San would require at least another day to formulate the antidote. By that time, his injuries would have healed sufficiently, alleviating many of his concerns. Yet, to Douluo's astonishment, this young man achieved the antidote in such a brief span of time. Oh, then let the process commence. Although the preparation of the antidote was accomplished remarkably quickly, the efficacy of detoxification does not hinge solely on time. The paramount consideration remains whether it can indeed neutralize the toxin. Tang San's face revealed a hint of caution as he took a deep breath. Quietly channeling the Xiantian skill within him, he slowly brought the 9-sectioned emerald closer to his forearm. The 9-sectioned emerald had previously failed to penetrate Tang San's mystic jade hand despite several attempts, resulting only in the discomfort of his teeth. Now, encountering soft flesh, it wasted no time and bit down decisively. In that fleeting moment of being bitten, Tang San felt no pain, only a slight tingling sensation, accompanied by an itch. However, that tingling and itching spread with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, his bitten arm had transformed into a brilliant shade of green. Chapter 126. Seeking Tang San. Noticing the toxin had taken effect, Tang San swiftly retrieved a pill from his soul guide and swallowed it with a tilt of his head. In an instant, his arm, once a vivid green, reverted to its original state with equal speed. Douluo felt a surge of astonishment within him, although he could also neutralize snake venom in a short span. It was solely due to his martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Having attained the pinnacle of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor's realm, he was akin to the progenitor of all serpents, thus rendering the antidote to the 9-sectioned emerald's potent toxin a trivial endeavor. Yet, if he were to concoct the antidote himself, it would undoubtedly take him considerably longer. Realizing Tang San possessed such extraordinary talent, Douluo's gaze upon him grew increasingly fervent. He was resolute in accepting this disciple. Tang Qingwei felt a twinge of concern as her brother Tang San had been away for quite some time. I shall go check on my brother. Please wait here. I'll accompany you, Xiao Wei, said Xiao Wu, who had longed to seek out Tang San. However, she had refrained from doing so earlier while Dai Gu was absorbing his soul ring. Now that Tang Qingwei had taken the initiative, she eagerly clung to her arm. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged mischievous glances and chimed in. Oh, little Wei is off to find her brother. Are you also in search of yours? Indeed, my dear brother. Oscar playfully cupped his cheeks and mimicked Xiao Wu's voice. Instantly, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she pretended to strike the two. The group erupted into laughter. Upon witnessing a few individuals engaged in playful banter, Tang Qingwei's spirits lifted considerably. Presently, Xiao Wu and Tang San find themselves in a phase of ambiguous affection. Although she is aware that the two will ultimately unite, she has no intention of playing any intermediary role in their relationship. She simply wishes to remain an innocent bystander, allowing their connection to blossom unfettered. Very well, let us proceed. Tang Qingwei allowed Xiao Wu to link her arm, chatting and laughing as they strolled towards the direction where Tang San had just departed. Even from a distance, she could already hear voices emanating from the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Tang Qingwei subtly motioned for Xiao Wu to be silent, retreating behind a massive rock. Though Xiao Wu was initially unaware of the unfolding situation, she quickly grasped that something was amiss upon observing Qingwei's gesture. Ever since she had cultivated the refinement technique, Tang Qingwei's sensory acuity had reached an astonishing level, her visual prowess rivaling that of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. Tang Qingwei instructed Xiao Wu to hide well, while he cautiously peered over to observe the situation with Tang San. Before him stood a green-haired elder, seemingly intent on poisoning Tang San. Before Tang Qingwei could recover from his astonishment, the green-haired elder suddenly unleashed his soul power, his eyes shimmering with a jade light. Soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his form in a mesmerizing dance of 9 radiant rings. Witnessing the dazzling display of these 9 rings, Tang Qingwei felt a surge of shock. This was a tidal Douluo. As he examined the green-haired elder more closely, he noticed the nails on the elder's fingers elongating gradually, reaching a length of 3 inches in mere moments, sharp as a spear, with a verdant glow adorned by a hint of a rainbow aura. This was disastrous. Could it be that he had encountered Douluo? Tang Qingwei harbored suspicions in her heart. At that moment, she dared not dwell on her thoughts, nor did she have the time to convey anything to Xiao Wu. She immediately summoned her soul power and invoked her third soul skill, instantaneously appearing beside Tang San. Grasping the collar at the back of his neck, she without hesitation teleported to the location of Xiao Wu. As her other hand was poised to seize Xiao Wu by the nape, Tang San, who had quickly regained his composure, urgently interjected, "Xiao Wei, wait." Chapter 127. A dangerous alliance. As Tang Qingwei momentarily teleported, her body floated in midair, allowing her to seize Tang San by the nape of his neck. However, upon Tang San's command to halt, Tang Qingwei seized her third soul skill, resulting in a rather amusing scenario. Originally lifting Tang San as one would a small chick, she now found herself, due to her diminutive stature, merely clutching the fabric at the back of his neck, dangling from him. Xiao Wu, who had initially been taken aback, transitioned to stifling her laughter behind her hand. Although Tang Qingwei's actions were driven by a desire to rescue her brother, Tang San could not help but chuckle at the sight. He gently lowered his sister from his back, affectionately ruffling her hair while explaining with a smile, "Earlier, I was engaged in a wager with that esteemed senior. Should I triumph, I would be free to collect the herbs here. Furthermore, I just spotted a miraculous herb capable of remedying Ma Hongyuan's martial soul deficiency, as well as a particularly suitable 7-colored lotus for you. Thus, I must win this bet." Tang Qingwei is well aware of the significance of this herb, but what is its importance compared to the value of life? She faintly recalls that Douluo is not a good person. Moreover, he is a titled Douluo, capable of taking their lives in an instant. "Brother, you are courting danger with a tiger." Tang Qingwei, with a puffed-up little face, spoke sternly. Among the three present, only Xiao Wu was unaware of the backstory. Hearing Tang Qingwei's words, she couldn't help but clench her fists, anxiously glancing at Tang San. Tang San playfully pinched Tang Qingwei's cheek, chuckling, "Oh, this little girl still speaks so eloquently. It's all right, though that senior may seem somewhat unapproachable at first. Once you become familiar, they are quite amiable." Tang San's words are not entirely devoid of truth. Initially, Douluo indeed harbored murderous intent towards him. However, as Douluo became increasingly acquainted with Tang San's profound knowledge of poisons, his initial wariness transformed into a burgeoning camaraderie, even hinting at an unlikely friendship across generations. After all, individuals who can engage in meaningful discourse with Douluo are exceedingly rare, and Tang San's temperament aligns well with his own. Although their relationship may not yet reach the intimacy of true friendship, it is certainly a far cry from the initial hostility they exhibited towards one another. Really? While it is true that Tang San might eventually forge a friendship with Douluo, is it plausible that such a warmth could develop so swiftly? Why does she find it so hard to believe? Indeed, please return me at once. I am but one final trial away from success. Tang San nodded vigorously, endeavoring to persuade his younger sister. Tang Qingwei gazed intently at Tang San's expression for a moment, ensuring he was not lying. Before speaking, "Please wait a moment. I will escort Sister Xiao Wu back and inform the dean and the others, then I shall accompany you." Although Xiao Wu was unaware of the specifics, she gleaned a general understanding from their conversation and held no objections to Tang Qingwei's arrangement. After all, if something were to truly go awry, her presence might only prove to be a burden. Tang Qingwei swiftly appeared before the crowd, accompanied by Xiao Wu. This was the domain of the titled Douluo. Currently, Tang San was engaged in a wager with him. Should he prevail, he would acquire the herb capable of remedying Ma Hongyuan's martial soul deficiency. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of Tang Qingwei, Ma Hongyuan initially mistook her presence for an enemy attack, readying his fist for a strike. Fortunately, he soon recognized her and halted his action in time. Hearing Tang Qingwei mention him and the fact that Tang San was gambling with the titled Douluo on his behalf, Ma Hongyuan pieced together the situation, even without knowing the full context. His heart stirred. Tang San had actually confronted the titled Douluo for him. "Xiao Wei." He lifted his head, intending to express his desire to join them, only to find that Tang Qingwei had already vanished. Turning to look at the others, he noticed their solemn expressions and could only awkwardly silence himself. Chapter 128. Coming and going freely. Douluo was indeed a titled Douluo. Was this not too perilous for Xiao San? "We must hurry to rescue him," exclaimed Flinder, preparing to unleash his martial soul, only to be halted by the master. "Calm yourself. I trust Xiao San knows his limits. Since he has not returned with Xiao Wei, he must possess confidence. We merely need to wait patiently." Although the master spoke soothingly, his hands, unconsciously clenched behind him, betrayed his tension. Zhao Wujie reassured the others, "Do not worry. With that girl around, she is more effective than us old fellows." His words indeed provided comfort. evoking vivid memories of Tang Qingwei's fierce battle against the 10,000-year soul beast. The others instinctively guarded their waists. Only at this moment did Ning Rongrong find the time to be astonished. Before Tang Qingwei attacked the evil-eye white tiger, she had naively believed Tang Qingwei's claim of being a support-type soul master, just like herself. However, upon witnessing Tang Qingwei's series of actions, Ning Rongrong was utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a support-type soul master? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a significant sect. Though young, she was confident in her knowledge, believing it unparalleled among those present. Yet, despite her experience, she had never heard of any support-type soul master capable of contending with a 10,000-year soul beast solely through physical strength. This revelation profoundly altered her understanding. Only then did Ning Rongrong recall what Zhao Lao had implied during the final assessment upon entering Shrek Academy. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. She realized she was still too young and naive, unaware of the perils of the world, and resolved to temper her haughty disposition. After all, she lacked the physical strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Had Tang Qingwei been aware of the excessive assumptions made by the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she would have vehemently protested her innocence. Was she someone who harmed women? Furthermore, she was indeed a support-type soul master. Where was the deceit in that? Douluo had originally intended to unleash his poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor upon Tang San when, unexpectedly, this young man was snatched away right before his eyes. Although he is severely injured now, he is still a titled Douluo. How could anyone stealthily abduct someone from right under his nose? Douluo was beginning to question his very existence. At that moment, Tang Qingwei tugged at Tang San's nape, and they reappeared at the original spot once more. Tang San awkwardly withdrew the collar of his garment from his sister's grasp, feeling helpless as Xiao Wei was still upset over his unilateral decision. Although he was the elder brother, in moments of guilt, he found himself instinctively feeling diminished in her presence. Douluo, with an air of indignation, questioned, "Do you truly regard my title of Douluo with any respect? Do you think this place is one where you can come and go as you please?" Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, Tang San bowed respectfully and offered an apology. "I sincerely apologize. This is my sister, Tang Qingwei. Her actions stem from concern for me, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Let us continue." "Very well. I shall overlook this instance," Douluo conceded. Having accepted Tang San's apology and choosing not to pursue the matter further, Tang Qingwei stood silently beside them, resembling a guardian deity, albeit too short to serve as a formidable enforcer. The two resumed the tense atmosphere reminiscent of their initial encounter. "Tang San, you must consider this carefully. The poison I am about to unleash is beyond even my control. If you harbor any regrets, now is the time to voice them." Observing Douluo's hand, Tang San's expression grew solemn. He recognized that what Douluo was about to wield was his signature lethal poison, the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Given his current state, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult for him to withstand such a potent toxin. Chapter 129. Will you take me as your master? Yet. Douluo's words ignited a spark of pride within Tang San. As a disciple of the Tang clan, could he truly retreat in the face of his adversary's venomous threat? No. As a member of the Tang clan, if he could not conquer poison, he would not be worthy of the Tang surname. With this resolve, Tang San raised his left arm and called out to Douluo, "Come forth." Douluo furrowed his brow. "Are you truly prepared for this?" Tang San nodded resolutely. In Douluo's eyes, a cold glimmer flickered as he thought to himself, "Does the tiger not roar, leading you to believe I am but a sickly cat? Have my years of cultivating poison been in vain, unable to subdue such a junior?" With a swift flick of his finger, he pierced Tang San's arm. In an instant, a wave of black energy surged from the puncture, swiftly ascending like a dark ribbon. Tang Qingwei, upon witnessing the tense situation, approached Tang San with urgency, ready to employ her healing techniques. However, Tang San seized her wrist, preventing her from doing so. He had promised his father that he would not allow his sister's healing abilities to be exposed before a titled Douluo until he had secured his own capacity for self-defense. Seizing the opportunity while he still retained mobility, he swiftly pulled Tang Qingwei back several steps. Retreating within the protective embrace of the fragrant and colorful immortal product, he then settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to silently cultivate the Xiantian skill. As he activated the Xiantian skill to expel the toxins, he noted significant advancements in its potency. Yet, merely relying on the Xiantian skill to purge the toxins proved insufficient. Consequently, he quickly ingested a pre-prepared antidote pill. Douluo quietly observed Tang San, reflecting on his own uncertainty regarding the resolution of the Blue Phosphor Serpent King's poison. Witnessing Tang San slump there, enveloped in a dark aura, he felt a twinge of regret. After years of renown, what was he doing competing with a mere child? If Tang San were to perish, he would suffer a tremendous loss. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a promising junior. Alas, he thought, I hope the girl's brother will be all right. The only inquiry left for Douluo was directed towards Tang Qingwei, who stood like a guardian deity. Tang Qingwei was filled with doubt. Could it be that Tang San possessed such a high level of charm? Had he so swiftly captivated Douluo? Nevertheless, she reassured herself that all would soon be well. Despite her internal uncertainty, Tang Qingwei maintained a calm demeanor, responding truthfully to Douluo's inquiries. Knowing that Douluo had relinquished any malevolent intentions towards Tang San brought her considerable solace. As for the matter of poison, she harbored no concerns. In her view, Tang San would undoubtedly find a solution to the toxin. While she pondered this, Tang San successfully dispelled the poison and spoke up, stating that he had triumphed over the toxin and that Douluo should now fulfill his promise. Though their acquaintance was brief, the chemistry between them was inexplicably harmonious. Had it not been for their wager, they might have already bonded over the topic of poison. Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master? If you do, you may freely utilize the herbs here, Douluo said, his gaze towards Tang San growing warmer. Perhaps not. I already have a master. And what could you possibly teach me about poison? Tang San replied, unabashedly. To put it bluntly, my skills in using poison far surpass yours. Douluo retorted. Do I not have any pride? I have returned. With a joyful expression, Tang San approached the crowd, declaring, I have brought each of you a celestial herb, which is immensely beneficial for enhancing soul power. Oh, the master looked at Tang San in surprise. Is there truly such a treasure here? Could it possibly be some kind of medicinal herb? For a long time, soul masters have relied solely on their own strength and relentless effort to advance. Even the master, who was well-versed in martial souls, had never discovered a shortcut. At this moment, Tang San's words undeniably piqued his interest. However, contemplating further, the master expressed his concerns. Might the use of such substances to augment strength lead to adverse effects? There have been instances of soul masters attempting this method, yet their outcomes were far from favorable. You are already exceptionally gifted. There is no need to take such risks. If one tries to hasten growth too aggressively, it may lead to detrimental results. Rest assured, master. Tang San reassured him. I will tailor the application to suit each individual's unique characteristics, ensuring that there will be no side effects whatsoever. In his previous life, Tang San was a member of the Tang sect, so it is inconceivable that he would be unfamiliar with these herbs. He possesses a profound understanding of the unique properties of these celestial plants. Upon hearing Tang San assert that these substances could enhance soul power without any adverse effects, curiosity gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers, each eager to discover what exactly Tang San had brought back for them. After a moment of contemplation, the master reluctantly nodded and said, very well then. His consent came only after thorough deliberation, as he recognized that Tang San was certainly not a reckless individual. Otherwise, he would not have so readily acquiesced. Tang San was the first to hand the phoenix crown flower to Ma Hongjun. My dear friend, I have pondered deeply upon the nature of your malevolent fire. While this mutated dark flame possesses immense power, it incessantly erodes your physical form. The root of this issue lies in the impurity of your phoenix flames, and this magical herb can resolve your plight. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of emotion. It was for his sake that San had risked his life to wager against the title Douluo. He silently vowed that should San ever require his assistance, he would not hesitate to plunge into the depths of danger. The others also received magical herbs suited to their needs. When Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were presented with the herbs by Tang San, they were profoundly touched. They had not anticipated receiving such gifts, especially as they were newcomers. Others might underestimate the worth of these herbs. However, being the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, and the noble Zhu Shiqing of the Star Luo Empire were acutely aware of their significance, which rendered them even more astonished and moved. Observing that everyone had acquired herbs befitting them, Tang Qingwei felt a sense of relief, grateful that her presence did not deprive the others of their original fortunes. This was the only thought occupying her mind at that moment. She feared that her inclusion might rob the original Shrek 7 monsters of their opportunities. A notion that filled her with guilt and uncertainty on how to atone. Xiaowei, this is the 7-colored lotus I found here. It should be perfectly suited for you. The 7-colored lotus, true to its name, radiated a dazzling array of vibrant hues. It felt cool to the touch, its texture resembling that of jade rather than flora. Tang Qingwei held it delicately, afraid that she might inadvertently crush it. Do I consume this? I suddenly feel a twinge in my teeth. What should I do? Tang Qingwei held the seven-colored lotus with a touch of hesitation, uncertain of how to proceed. Who suggested that you should consume it? Can you truly manage to swallow it? Tang San chuckled as he playfully tapped Tang Qing's forehead, saying, what you are absorbing is akin to your usual cultivation. Simply hold it in your hand. Oh. It was fortunate she inquired, or else her teeth might have shattered. After Tang San finished explaining the uses and effects of the celestial herb, he noticed that Tang Qingwei had little time to ponder over it, as her entire focus was captivated by the seven-colored lotus in her hands. She wondered whether this celestial herb would be of any assistance to Xiaolian. Chapter 131. The seven-colored lotus. Ever since she had aided Xiaowu in returning to her own body, she had not heard its voice again. While lost in thought, the dormant Xiaolian, which had previously been consumed by the system, suddenly reappeared. The seven-colored lotus? It was astonishing to discover that such a remarkable entity existed in this realm. The familiar, youthful voice filled Tang Qingwei with joy. The seven-colored lotus could be regarded as her closest companion in this world, as it was the sole being aware of all her past lives and experiences. Were it not for its salvation, she would have long lost track of how many reincarnations she had undergone. Would this be beneficial to you? Tang Qingwei anxiously questioned in her heart. How foolish. Why should I even articulate it? The voice of the seven-colored lotus remained as indifferent as ever. Yet Tang Qingwei no longer felt the initial anger and frustration she once had. Instead, she found this tone to be profoundly nostalgic. How then? Shall I present it to you? Tang Qingwei remained unperturbed, inwardly inquiring with a cheerful demeanor. Do not smirk foolishly. It appears as though you are afflicted with a grave illness. Tang Qingwei's expression instantly cracked, and veins bulged on her forehead. She realized she was mistaken in showing any kindness to the seven-colored lotus. Moments ago, she had even felt a twinge of nostalgia. Undoubtedly a fleeting illusion born from a prolonged separation. Seeing Tang Qingwei return to her usual self brought a sense of relief to the seven-colored lotus. For it could not bear to witness her previous state. This version of her was far more pleasing to behold. It appeared she had not been idle. Her entire skeletal structure had undergone significant refinement and enhancement, with only the meridians and flesh remaining to be perfected. The seven-colored lotus sensed the transformation in Tang Qingwei's physique and silently nodded in approval. As long as Tang Qingwei remained diligent in her practice, cultivating until she reached full mastery, it seemed unlikely that any force in this world could inflict harm upon her in the future. As Tang San observed that everyone had begun to absorb the celestial herbs, he noticed Tang Qingwei holding the seven-colored lotus, her face marked by indignation. With a hint of perplexity, he inquired, Xiaowei, is there anything you do not comprehend? It's nothing. I shall find a place to absorb it now, she replied. Time slipped away, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. As the effects of the celestial-grade medicinal herbs took hold, each individual exhibited varying degrees of transformation. Daimubai, having consumed the miraculous mushroom of heavenly chrysanthemum, had sprouted a layer of white furs, reminiscent of the white tiger summoned during his martial spirit manifestation. Previously seated in a meditative posture, he now lay sprawled upon the ground, his limbs visibly swollen. More than doubled in size, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. His 4 soul rings radiated with astonishing brilliance, their luminous colors flashing at an incredible pace, while low growls, akin to distant thunder, occasionally emanated from his throat. His entire being vibrated with a unique rhythm. Oscar, the calmest among them, sat quietly, exuding a distinctive fragrance of 8 treasures fairy orchid. A delicate mist of white vapor emanated from his skin, enveloping his body in an ethereal haze. Already the most handsome among the Shrek's 7 monsters, he appeared even more noble and otherworldly in this misty aura. In stark contrast, Ma Hongjun exhibited a fiery demeanor. His upper garments had been reduced to ashes, revealing his rotund, crimson flesh. The effects of the crested phoenix sunflower were overwhelmingly potent, causing layers of viscous fluid to seep from beneath his skin. His physique resembled that of a boiled shrimp, with even his hair transformed into a vibrant shade of red. Curiously, with each layer of black fluid that oozed from him, his corpulent form would shrink slightly. Chapter 132. The 9-tiered glazed pagoda. Ning Rongrong's transformation was the most resplendent. The 7-treasure glazed pagoda, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, hovered gracefully before her. Amidst the flickering of 3 soul rings, it was enveloped in a rich golden light, emanating from Ning Rongrong herself. Infused with the fragrant essence of tulips, amidst the radiant glow, it resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth. With each intensification of the golden light, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile appeared increasingly resplendent and dazzling. The golden radiance emanating from Ning Rongrong seemed to intertwine with the ethereal white mist released by Oscar, creating an alluring attraction between them. The white mist and golden light subtly converged in the air, while the fragrances enveloping both individuals coalesced to produce an extraordinarily comforting aroma. After consuming the water fairy jade skin bone, Zhu Qing was enveloped in a delicate jade hue, while Dai Mubai exhibited the faint radiance of a white tiger, harmonizing beautifully with the dark spirit cat that emerged around Zhu Qing. Their breathing rhythms synchronized perfectly, each inhalation and exhalation resonating in unison. Seated calmly on the opposite side, Master exuded a gentle purple glow. Though his demeanor was not as tempestuous as Ma Hongjuan's, he too was gradually exuding a layer of dark liquid. At that moment, Tang San's own reaction was rather subdued, merely enveloped in a faint golden-red glow that coalesced like threads around his eyes. Xiao Wu, having consumed the millennium-grade second-tier ginseng, did not exhibit the commotion observed in those around her, instead surrounded by a soft pink mist. Dean Flinder had long been stationed nearby, and, upon seeing Oscar awaken first, promptly inquired, "How do you feel? Has your soul power increased?" With a chuckle, Oscar extended a hand, waving it before Dean Flinder. 5 levels. My soul power has risen a full 5 levels. It's simply unbelievable. I am now at level 38. Although it was well known that the celestial-grade herbs provided by Tang San would yield remarkable effects, hearing it directly from Oscar made a profound impact. The 8-tiered celestial orchid had reportedly enabled Oscar's soul power to surge 5 levels. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was overwhelmed with joy, the golden light surrounding her intensifying. The 7 treasure glaze tile she held aloft had transformed into the 9 treasure glaze tile, with a faint halo of golden light resembling tulip petals encircling it. It was only upon hearing Oscar's voice that she regained her focus. 9 tiers. The 9 treasure glaze tile. The transformation of the tower distracted her from the fact that her soul power had also risen 6 levels. A surge of fervor coursed through her veins, and her voice trembled slightly. What did it mean for the 7 treasure glaze tile to evolve into the 9 tiers? It signified that she had transcended the 7 treasure glaze tile, attaining the legendary 9 treasure glaze tile, a lifelong aspiration of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Yet, she had achieved this at this very moment. Only the direct lineage of the 7 treasure glazed sect could comprehend the significance of the 9 treasure glazed tile. It was of paramount importance for the entire sect. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, though her hand supporting the 9 treasure glaze tile continued to tremble gently. She understood that Tang San's kindness extended not only to her, but to the entirety of the 7 treasures glaze tile school. It seemed she must find time to return home. At that moment, Xiao had also absorbed the essence of the ancient second-grade king of ginseng, which had significantly enhanced her soul power by 5 levels, bringing her to a remarkable level of 40. Chapter 133. Where is Xiao Wei? Have you all absorbed it? Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Ning Rongrong promptly turned her head, an exhilarating surge of emotions welling up within her. Third brother. My 7 treasures glazed tower has transformed into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Though Ning Rongrong had been somewhat spoiled by her family, she was not foolish. She realized that Tang San regarded her as a companion, which was why he had offered his assistance. To suggest any form of reward would feel overly formal. However, her gratitude for Tang San was genuine, and after the battle in the Stardow Forest, she felt a profound sense of belonging to Shrek Academy. Tang San waved his hand with a smile and said, "We are companions. Why speak of such things?" As he spoke, he lifted his gaze in search of Tang Qingwei. Just as they were conversing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai gradually approached, each adorned with smiles. "Yu Qing, how much has your strength improved?" Ning Rongrong inquired, feeling a natural closeness to Zhu Qing, having entered the academy together, despite Zhu Qing's usual aloof demeanor. Today, a flicker of emotion finally grazed Zhu Qing's usually tranquil eyes. "I have increased by 7 levels. I am now at level 34. She could hardly believe that upon entering Shrek Academy, her soul power had surged by 7 levels without even acquiring a soul ring. If she were to absorb a soul beast over 5,000 years old, she was certain her soul power would rise again, much like Dai Mubai's. She was resolute that what Dai Mubai could achieve, she could as well. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to Zhu Qing's thoughts, lost in the days of his own soul power increase. Such a feat seemed unfathomable, yet he had astonishingly elevated his power by 6 levels in a single day. bringing him to level 46, nearly surpassing Tang Qingwei. As everyone basked in the aftermath of the celestial herb consumption, a resounding phoenix cry pierced the air, rivaling the earlier roar of Dai Mubai's tiger. Golden red flames erupted from Ma Hongjun, soaring into the sky. His form expanded within the fiery embrace. Although he appeared plump, the excess flesh had noticeably contracted. Did you feel the might of my flames? They have become richer than before, all thanks to third brother. From now on, as long as you call upon me, I shall not hesitate to risk my life, Ma Hongjun declared, clenching his right fist against his shoulder in assurance. Dai Mubai rested his hand on the rotund man's shoulder, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is all thanks to Xiao San. Whenever you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. Tang San smiled, remarking that they were all companions and brothers, and there was no need for such formality. Zhu Zhuqing, accustomed to solitude, merely expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and chose not to elaborate further. In her heart, she cherished this kindness, feeling fortunate to have arrived at Shrek Academy. As Tang San observed the others successfully absorbing their powers, he noticed the absence of Tang Qingwei, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Activating his purple extreme demon eye, he located Tang Qingwei's position where she was absorbing the celestial herb and intended to investigate further. To his astonishment, an extraordinary radiance emanated from her location, revealing a spectral image reminiscent of a seven-colored lotus suspended in the air, illuminating the vast area around it. Almost immediately, 4 soul rings emerged from beneath Tang Qingwei, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The 4 soul rings unexpectedly converged, initiating a process of fusion. Chapter 134. The reappearance of the 10,000-year soul ring. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt their pupils constrict in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. What could possibly be happening? Noticing the pained expression on Tang Qingwei's face, Tang San was consumed with anxiety, yet he dared not interrupt his sister's absorption process. Regret washed over him as he questioned whether he should have permitted her to absorb the 7-colored lotus. After a considerable duration, amidst the concerned gazes of the crowd, the initially fused soul rings transformed into a deep black hue, only to swiftly separate into 4 black 10,000-year soul rings. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, their eyes turning towards Tang San, silently imploring him for an explanation. Tang San was utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation, having never encountered anything of the sort before. He turned his pleading gaze towards the master, and the others swiftly followed suit, their eyes fixed upon him. Under such a multitude of scrutinizing stares, the master felt an immediate surge of pressure. At that moment, he too admitted his ignorance, pondering whether he would face repercussions. Yet, he truly had no understanding of it. That girl, Tang Qingwei, was nothing short of a peculiar creature clad in human skin, with not a single normal aspect about her. However, this thought remained confined to his mind, as he dared not utter it in front of Tang San, for such a breach would surely sever their mentor-student bond. With his hands clasped behind his back, the master maintained an air of composure, stating, "Do not worry, simply observe further." Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, an additional black soul ring materialized around the 4 ancient soul rings encircling Tang Qingwei. 5 ancient soul rings. Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although the crowd remained silent, their widened eyes betrayed their astonishment. She had already attained the rank of Soul King. Dai Mubai, with a wry smile, felt his earlier excitement about advancing 6 levels in a single day dissipate entirely. He had fancied he had finally surpassed Tang Qingwei, only to realize he had been overly optimistic. He would need to devote himself to even greater efforts in his training. As Flinder and Zhao Wujin regained their composure, exhilaration surged within them. A Soul King. A 10-year-old Soul King. One could hardly inquire where such a phenomenon existed upon this continent. Yet, this prodigious Soul King hailed from their very own Shrek Academy. What an honor it was! Tang San, however, did not share the exuberance exhibited by those around him. Noticing that his sister had yet to open her eyes, he instinctively clenched his fists in anxiety. The others, too, found their earlier sense of triumph dissipating, as they compared themselves to Tang Qingwei, realizing just how distant they were in prowess. After what felt like an eternity under the watchful and hopeful gazes of the crowd, Tang Qingwei finally began to slowly open her eyes. The multitude of eager stares made her heart race with unease. What was happening? Why was everyone surrounding her? Tang San embraced Tang Qingwei tightly, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Despite still wearing a perplexed expression, Tang Qingwei responded to Tang San's inquiry, asking, "What seems to be troubling you?" Before Tang Qingwei could finish her words, Tang San, with an expression of anxiety. Turned to check if his sister had sustained any injuries. "You're holding me too tightly. I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He helplessly tapped Tang Qingwei's forehead, thinking to himself what an ungrateful little wolf with its eyes turned away. Seeing that Tang Qingwei was unharmed, Xiao Wu joyfully bounced over to her side and exclaimed, "Have you truly become the Soul King now?" Tang Qing smiled gently and nodded, observing the curious expressions of those around him. He took a few steps back to unleash his martial soul, 5 soul rings rhythmically encircling his body, each a profound shade of black, representing 10,000 years of cultivation. The immense pressure emanating from these 5 10,000-year soul rings was overwhelming, causing several individuals to instinctively retreat several steps, feeling a slight relief thereafter. Indeed, he had ascended to the 52nd level, a rise of 6 levels. Tang Qingwei spoke of the gentle breeze and light clouds, yet in the hearts of the listeners, a tempest of emotion surged. Chapter 135, The Fifth Soul Skill. Tang Qingwei's martial soul has undergone a remarkable transformation. It is no longer the inconspicuous form it once possessed. Instead, it has blossomed into a lotus shape, resplendent and translucent, adorned with 5 petals that emit a spectrum of vibrant colors. "Xiaowei, your previous soul rings have changed color. Have there been any new developments in your soul skills?" Ma Hongjun gazed enviously at Tang Qingwei's 5 black soul rings, tears of admiration welling at the corners of his mouth. He was eager to witness the changes brought about by a 10,000-year soul ring. Oscar mirrored his expression, standing beside the rotund figure, nodding his head fervently like a chick pecking at grains, his eyes sparkling with wonder, nearly blinding Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingwei appeared to be somewhat subdued, contrary to the excitement anticipated by the crowd. From the very outset, she had sensed the profound changes brought about by the Millennium Soul Ring. According to Xiao Lian, this 7-colored lotus possessed the remarkable ability to facilitate a secondary awakening of her martial soul, the 7-color flower. The most direct manifestation of this transformation was that her martial soul had now evolved into a resplendent lotus, shedding its previously unremarkable appearance. The emergence of the Millennium Soul Ring was merely a corresponding change based on her physical attributes and soul power level. Following this secondary awakening, all her soul rings would inevitably transform in tandem with the enhancement of her physical condition and soul power. When she eventually became capable of harnessing a 100,000-year soul ring, it would be an unprecedented spectacle. One could envision the moment when both of Tang Qingwei's martial souls appeared simultaneously, each adorned with a dazzling array of 100,000-year soul rings spinning around them. At that juncture, the need for her to engage in combat would be rendered obsolete, as few would dare to resist in the face of such formidable power. Initially, upon learning of her martial soul's secondary awakening, Tang Qingwei had been overwhelmed with excitement, her imagination already conjuring images of her slender limbs and alluring figure. Was she finally beginning to grow taller? Tang's face flushed with excitement, as she eagerly anticipated the astonishment that would adorn the faces of those who beheld her once more. However, the chasm between her imagination and reality struck her like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, she witnessed their shock. Yet it was not the kind of astonishment she had yearned for. Where was her alluring figure? Where had her long, graceful legs disappeared to? In that moment, she suddenly found the allure of the Millennium Soul Rings to be somewhat diminished. Fortunately, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, for had she done so, it would surely have exasperated the onlookers, considering those were Millennium Soul Rings, 5 of them, no less. Upon seeing his sister's somewhat disheveled appearance, Tang San could not help but step forward to gently ruffle her hair. No change was no concern. Xiaowei was already quite formidable in her own right. Ma Hongjun and Oscar chimed in repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, even without any transformation, you remain the most impressive. Just look at who could possibly rival you." The moment you reveal your martial spirit, with 5 10,000-year soul rings, it would utterly astound them. They all felt a tinge of regret for their earlier actions. Tang Qingwei, feeling a sense of justified relief, gradually spoke, "Indeed, the potency of my first soul skill's poison has doubled compared to before. The second soul skill, which immobilizes the target, now benefits from the enhancement of a 10,000-year soul ring, allowing me to cast it from a distance of up to 100 meters, while the duration remains at 3 seconds of immobilization. The range of my third soul skill, which enables teleportation, remains unchanged at 600 meters. However, it now includes a long-distance teleportation capability. This can only be utilized once a day, with the limitation that I can only teleport one individual at a time, and the destination must be a location I have previously visited. The fourth soul skill continues to reduce all of the opponent's attributes by 30%, with the same casting distance restriction of 100 meters. Lastly, my fifth soul skill provides resistance against all mental attacks for a duration of 5 minutes. Tang Qingwei's remark, delivered with an air of nonchalance, left the audience in utter astonishment. They realized their oversight. This was indeed a prodigy from Shrek Academy. Chapter 136, Universal Advancement. However, the fifth soul skill was astonishing, capable of resisting all forms of mental attacks. It is well known that among all forms of assaults, mental attacks are the most challenging to defend against, relying solely on one's willpower. Mere physical strength is insufficient for such resistance. With Xiaowei's fifth soul skill now at their disposal, they need not fear encounters with soul masters wielding mental attacks in future battles. Even the master's expression shifted upon hearing about Tang Qingwei's fifth soul skill. Although the girl possessed remarkable combat prowess and her physical strength was unmatched in the realm of offense, this auxiliary skill was truly exceptional. Now, having acquired a skill that defends against mental attacks, the concerns of Shrek Academy's students in future team battles had been effectively eliminated. Excellent, excellent. Your progress today has been remarkable. It seems we must venture once more into the Douluo forest. The wrinkles on Dean Flender's face deepened with a smile, reflecting his satisfaction with the comprehensive improvements of the Shrek students. The entire cohort, in a tacit understanding, refrained from inquiring about the sudden appearance of Tang Qingwei's soul ring. Tang San's offering of the celestial herb can be deemed a perfect conclusion, as each individual reaped considerable benefits, leading to a substantial enhancement in the overall prowess of the Shrek Academy students. Among those who gained the most, it was neither Zhu Xing, who experienced a remarkable increase of 7 levels in her soul power, nor Ma Hongjun, whose malevolent flames were purified of impurities. It was not even the master, who achieved a breakthrough to level 30. Rather, it was the youngest, Tang Qingwei, whose soul power ascended to level 52, and whose soul rings transformed entirely into the illustrious black rings of 10,000 years, nourished by the celestial grade herb. The Shrek students have all exhibited significant advancements in their strength. Daimu Bai stands at level 46, a soul scholar, while Oscar reaches level 38, a soul master. Tang San, level 41, soul master. Ma Hongjun, level 36, soul sovereign. Xiao Wu, level 40, soul master. Ning Rongrong, level 32, soul sovereign. Zhu Zhuqing, level 34, soul sovereign. Tang Qingwei, at level 52, was a soul king. Ning Rongrong felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, not out of jealousy towards her companions, but rather from the realization that she had been overly pampered in the past. She had once believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, but upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she discovered that, in comparison to her peers, she was merely at the bottom of the ranks. With a silent resolve, she vowed to intensify her training, determined not to fall too far behind her companions. Although she had only recently joined Shrek Academy, she had already developed a deep affection for her group of friends. As everyone finished their rest and prepared to depart, Tang San rose and waved to the group, saying, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to and will remain here for the time being. I shall return to the academy later." "Is that title Douluo threatening you?" Ma Hongjun, having lost considerable weight and appearing quite handsome, still retained his characteristic impulsiveness, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to brawl. While the others were not as rash as him, they also bore an expression that suggested they would spring into action at a moment's notice. Feeling a stir in his heart, Tang San smiled and gestured, "I have a good rapport with Senior Douluo. He wishes to impart some knowledge about toxins to me. I will study under him for a while before returning." Only Tang Qingwei was aware of the situation and, seeing that Tang San had made his decision, chose not to intervene further. The others, noticing that Tang Qingwei had no objections, felt reassured that there would be no danger. The master patted Tang San on the shoulder, advising him to take care. After bidding farewell to the group, Tang San made his way to Douluo, where he was to begin the process of detoxification. Chapter 137, commencing a new course a fortnight later, after several of them had obtained their soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed hers and enhanced her strength by 2 levels, now achieving the rank of 37 as a soul master. Ning Rongrong, who was already quite gifted, had diligently committed herself to training and had significantly improved her soul power, also reaching the rank of 37. While the group was searching for soul beasts for Xiao Wu, she suddenly went missing. Except for Tang Qingwei, who knew her whereabouts, the others frantically searched. Fortunately, Xiao Wu eventually reappeared, having fortuitously encountered a soul beast and absorbed it, thus boosting her soul power to an impressive 41. Shrek Academy. Finally, they had returned. Thanks to the consumption of celestial herbs and half a month of battling soul beasts in the Douluo forest, Ma Hongjun had shed his excess weight and transformed remarkably. Though he could not rival Oscar or Dai Mubai in appearance, he had become a charming young man with a sunny disposition. Everyone was weary, and the master announced, "You will have 2 days off starting tomorrow. Make sure to rest well. After that, we shall commence new lessons." Observing the group of youths sharing laughter and camaraderie, the master nodded in satisfaction. During their half-month stay in the Douluo forest, they had shared meals, accommodations, and the pursuit of fierce beasts together. In the present day, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have cultivated a harmonious relationship with their peers. Indeed, it is through the shared experience of overcoming adversities that their bond has strengthened. During battles against spirit beasts, the essence of partnership lies in trust. It is this mutual confidence that allows them to rely on one another without hesitation. In this regard, the students of Shrek Academy have not disappointed him. The 2 days of rest swiftly passed, and the time has come to resume classes. After enjoying breakfast, as the familiar chime of the class bell echoed, Tang and his companions arrived punctually at the training ground. Tang San was unaware of when he had returned. At this moment, he stood at the center of the playground, his gaze filled with a smile as he regarded the crowd. Tang Qingwei was the first to rush to Tang San's side. Tang San gently pinched her cheek and sighed. "You've lost weight. You haven't been eating properly, have you?" At that moment, Tang San bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother from a past life. There exists a kind of thinness that only an elder brother perceives. Instantly dispelling the joy of their reunion, Tang lightly pouted her lips, wondering if he was truly seizing the opportunity to pinch her face. Upon seeing Tang San, the others enthusiastically gathered around him. The master merely stood by with his arms crossed, refraining from intervening, while his eyes sparkled with amusement at their playful antics. Ultimately, it was Tang San who reminded them to return to their respective places and stand properly. Tang San stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Teacher, I have returned." "Ah, it is good that you have returned. It appears your soul power has significantly increased. What kind of soul beast did you select for your 4th spirit ring?" Sensing the profound essence of Tang San's soul power before him, it seemed to have become even more robust than before, indicating a substantial elevation in his soul power level. "Teacher, it is the 10,000-year-old Earth Cave Magic Spider." Upon hearing this, the master's expression changed drastically. "Are you not aware that if a soul beast's age exceeds the limits a soul master can endure, it could result in catastrophic consequences?" He spoke with concern, gently placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders to check for any injuries. "I am fine, teacher. My current soul power level has already reached 45. Tang San waved his hand with a smile. The others were taken aback upon hearing that Tang San's 4th spirit ring was from a 10,000-year spirit beast. However, they quickly accepted the reason behind his rapid elevation in rank. They had previously heard from Xiao Wu that the death of a 10,000-year spirit beast leaves behind residual soul vibrations, which could devastate the mental realm, potentially rendering one a fool. Chapter 138, A Thorough Transformation. Yet, observing Tang San's vibrant demeanor, it was evident that he was not suffering from any mental trauma, which brought a sense of reassurance to the group. Knowing that Tang San was unharmed, they finally found the leisure to focus on other matters. "Xiao San, what is your 4th soul skill? Please show us." Oscar, who had been in the team, somehow found his way to Tang San's side and playfully nudged him with his shoulder, brimming with curiosity. Tang San chuckled lightly, saying, "It's nothing much. Merely a technique akin to that employed by the cave spider demon. Let us witness its power. You are indeed the second among us to possess a 10,000-year soul ring." Ma Hongjun, captivated by their exchange, turned his curious gaze towards Tang San. It was not only the two of them. The master and the other students were equally eager to discover what kind of soul skill Tang San had acquired from the cave spider demon. "Very well." A wicked smile flickered in Tang San's eyes as he raised his right hand, from which a dark blue radiance surged forth. A strand of blue-silver grass materialized from his palm, appearing no different in thickness from before. The sole distinction lay in its hue. At this moment, the blue-silver grass had transformed into a pure black, evoking a sense of oppression. Most astonishing were the 4 soul rings that appeared simultaneously, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, undulating around Tang San's form. Indeed, these brothers were exceptionally formidable. Aside from Xiao Wu's soul rings, Tang San's were the most striking. The emergence of the soul rings instantly exerted an invisible pressure that compelled Oscar to retreat several steps. enveloped in an enigmatic aura emanating from Tang San. As the black soul ring quietly illuminated, it exuded a gravitas that contrasted starkly with the resplendent thousand-year soul rings. Just as the crowd was immersed in the awe inspired by the 10,000-year soul ring, without any forewarning, 16 inky strands of blue-silver grass suddenly surged forth from the ground surrounding Oscar, converging above his head to form an individual prison. Remarkably, this occurred without any discernible fluctuation of energy. Oscar, caught off guard and unable to evade, soon realized that the speed of the 16 strands was overwhelmingly swift. By the time he reacted, the encircling strands of blue-silver grass had already solidified into an impenetrable cage. This is my fourth soul skill, derived from the web prison of the cavernous magic spider. Since my prison is formed from blue-silver grass, I call it the blue-silver prison. Oscar, confined within the grasp of the blue-silver grass, pitifully pressed against the bars, pleading, "Let me out." Tang Qingwei gazed at the imprisoned Oscar, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, feigning to wipe her eyes. You must undergo a thorough transformation within these walls, striving for an early release. As for the hidden stash of money concealed atop the cafeteria roof, rest assured we shall find it a worthy home. Oscar, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know my secret stash is hidden there?" The group, caught in a playful spirit, began to indulge in their performances. The master did not hinder their antics, but instead wore a contemplative expression, lifting his hand to flick the dark blue-silver grass. A resonant sound emanated from it. As the once soft blue-silver grass transformed under the influence of his soul skill, acquiring a hardness akin to steel. "Mubai, come and test the resilience of this cage," he commanded. Only then did Dai Mubai cease his teasing of Oscar, nodding at the master and drawing a deep breath. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his martial spirit. A radiant white light surged from his right fist as he condensed his soul power, striking one of the 16 strands of blue-silver grass. With a thunderous crack, fine fissures appeared on the strand, and with a subsequent blow, it shattered, dissipating into a faint black light. Chapter 139. Repeated charges. Ma Hongjun frowned, remarking, "This seems rather ordinary. It appears to lack the resilience of the web-binding technique. Their brother, is the legendary soul skill merely this? Is it so?" A peculiar smile flickered in Tang San's eyes as a surge of dark energy enveloped him once more. In an instant, apart from himself, Tang Qingwei, and Xiao Wu, the ground beneath the others erupted in shadows. In the blink of an eye, 6 blue-silver cages materialized, ensnaring the bodies of the group. The master's expression shifted. Surprise etched across his face as he exclaimed in disbelief, Such skills were typically the domain of soul masters above level 50. What constitutes group control? It is the ability to render opponents utterly incapable of evading, locking onto each adversary instantaneously. Only then can it be deemed group control. One blue-silver cage may seem inconsequential. Even a formidable attack-type soul master like Dai Mubai, at over 40 levels, could potentially shatter it with his strength. However, breaching the cage demands time, a luxury that allows the controlling soul master's allies to execute numerous actions. Moreover, Tang San's Millennium Spirit Ring technique is a true embodiment of group control. While its potency may not rival that of web restraint, nor does it possess the latter's stickiness and toxic properties, the spirit power consumed by each blue-silver cage is merely a tenth of that required by web restraint. With a flourish of his right hand, Tang San retracted the radiant glow of his fourth soul ring, causing all the black blue-silver grass to vanish into the ground as if they had never existed. Truly, it was a Millennium Soul Ring. This soul skill was undoubtedly the finest for a control-type soul master. The master's excitement, which had been building, finally began to subside. He looked at the 8 individuals who had already taken their positions and smiled with satisfaction. Casting his gaze around the group, he noticed that Xiao San had returned, and announced, "The venue for your upcoming training will be the Soto Great Soul Arena. This session will not be bound by time. Training will conclude only when you obtain the Silver Soul Badge." Among the students, Tang Qingwei appeared to be the most disheartened, wondering if she would indeed be unable to escape this recurring fee. Tang Qingwei's delicate face instantly fell, and she lost the desire to continue listening to the master's words. Previously, Dean Flanders had adopted a similar teaching approach, but upon witnessing Tang Qingwei's 7 consecutive victories, he refrained from allowing her to compete further. He feared that if she continued her winning streak, her fame would soon spread far and wide. Such notoriety at a tender age could spell trouble, as the saying goes. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. To elevate the Iron Soul Badge to a Copper Soul Badge, one must accumulate 100 points. The same applies to advancing from the Copper Soul Badge to the Silver Soul Badge. Each victory in battle earns 1 point, while a defeat results in a corresponding deduction of 1 point. The badge levels are classified according to the quality of minerals, with the Iron Badge or Iron Soul being the lowest. The hierarchy progresses as follows: copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 ranks. If a player achieves more than 5 consecutive victories, each subsequent win will yield an increase of 10 points. Should a player surpass 10 consecutive victories, each additional win will add 100 points. Observing Tang Qingwei's effortless combat style, it seemed unlikely she would encounter formidable opponents, and Dean Flanders was hesitant to take any risks. Hence, the requirement for Tang Qingwei to don a mask to conceal her identity and re-register for the Soul Combat competition arose. However, the rules of the Grand Soul Arena stipulated that re-registration necessitated an additional payment of 10 gold soul coins. Tang Qingwei was unwilling to part with this sum. Even though she had the means, she found it unreasonable to waste 10 gold soul coins. Was this not an instance of double charging? Tang Qingwei, with her stubbornness regarding financial matters, was as immovable as a rock. Not even 10 oxen could sway her resolve, regardless of who spoke. Including Tang San's offer to cover her 10 gold soul coins, she remained adamant, firmly believing that being charged for repeated items was a loss on her part. In Chapter 140, Training at the Great Soul Arena, even Dean Flandra found himself at a loss, ultimately allowing Tang Qingwei to make her own decisions. After all, given her current capabilities, whether or not she participated in the individual soul competition had become inconsequential. Master continued, disregarding the expressions of the others during this period. I will arrange for you to stay at the inn closest to the Great Soul Arena, with all accommodation and meals at your own expense. Should you possess the requisite skills, the income you earn from the arena will be quite substantial. Unfortunately, the school remains perpetually impoverished. After a brief pause, Master elaborated on his requirements. This time, unlike previous stipulations, you shall compete under the banner of the Shrek 8 monsters. There are several rules you must adhere to. First, you are not to reveal your identities or names during battles. All engagements must be conducted under aliases. Second, no one, including Tang San, is permitted to utilize hidden weapons. Third, regardless of the outcomes, each participant must engage in battle at least twice a day. At this juncture, Master paused and turned to Oscar and Ningrongrong, saying, as for the support-type Oscar and Ningrongrong, you may opt to participate in the 2-on-2 or team battles to earn silver soul coins. Originally steeped in self-pity, Tang Qingwei perked up at this mention, her ears instinctively perking up as if fearing Master might overlook her. She leaped up, exclaiming, Master, me. I am also a support type. You've forgotten me. Master, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Indeed, he had momentarily overlooked this girl. Fine, you may be counted as such. He conceded. He had heard of her theory on repeated item charges and surmised it would be challenging to persuade her to enter the individual competition. All right. Now return and pack briefly. We shall convene on the playground in an hour. After instructing the students to prepare their belongings, Master led them promptly to Soto City. Accompanying them were familiar faces, the Academy's former deans, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flandra and the immovable king of brightness Zhao Wujin. While the other 3 instructors remained at the Academy, Flandra could not help but admire Master S's decision. By having the students stay in Soto City and manage their own expenses, the Academy alleviated its financial strain. Moreover, he, Zhao Wujin, and Master could reside at his establishment, allowing them to oversee the students' practical progress daily. The soul competitions at the Great Soul Arena were held in the evenings. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group chose a modest hotel near the arena. After settling the students in, Master summoned the 8 to Tang San's room. The competitions would consist of 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the team battles starting last, allowing for free combinations among participants. However, it is imperative to engage in a team battle each day, whether it be a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2 contest. I would not oppose participating in 3 matches, provided that one manages their soul power effectively. As soon as the Master concluded his statement, Oscar promptly took a step forward and grasped Tang Qingwei's hand, saying, Sister Wei, how about we join forces for a 2-on-2 match? I shall cover the registration fee. What do you think? Tang Qingwei was initially indifferent regarding her choice of teammates, as her sole objective was to complete the task at hand. However, the situation had changed. She no longer needed to share the registration fee, making it a surefire profit. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang Qingwei was instantly invigorated, confidently patting her chest and assuring, "No problem. Little Ao, rest assured, I shall protect you well." This elicited amused chuckles from those around her. Chapter 141. The 8 Monsters of Shrek. At this moment, the master interjected, "No, I do not recommend that you two form a team. After all, your support would hold little significance for Little Wei." Reluctantly, Oscar had to concede that this reasoning was all too valid, and he shifted his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong had also taken note of Tang Qingwei's formidable combat prowess, but Oscar had seized the opportunity first. Now, upon hearing the master's statement, she had no choice but to relinquish her interest and turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing. "Sister 7, shall we collaborate?" she inquired. "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. Among the trio of supports, 2 had already secured their partners, leaving Tang Qingwei with a look of utter bewilderment. "Little Wei, let us team up," she suggested, acknowledging that with her elevated level, the opponent's face would not be significantly weaker, with Dai Mubai already paired with Little Ao. The remaining options were limited to herself and Xiao Wu. Previously, their trio had already earned the Silver Soul Badge, and now they merely needed to acquire the Team Silver Badge. Tang San gently tousled Tang Qing's hair and looked up at the crowd before finally directing his gaze towards the master. "Indeed, your soul power has now reached level 45. Apart from Mubai, your soul power level is the closest to Xiao Wei's, so you may form a team with her. However, the soul masters you will face are at least level 50 or above, the soul kings. If necessary, you may utilize your soul bone." The master nodded in affirmation of Tang San's words, adding further clarification. "A soul bone?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. "That is an exceedingly rare and precious entity. Any soul bone, even the most ordinary one, commands an astronomical price." It was unexpected that this pair of siblings possessed such wealth, one with a valuable soul bone and the other with a rare soul guide possessing vast spatial capabilities. What kind of family background could they possibly have? The surname Tang? Could they be from the Haotian clan? No, their martial spirits are clearly not aligned. Tang San turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. After receiving a nod of approval from the master, he proceeded to explain. "The soul bone mentioned by my teacher was an unexpected acquisition during my hunt for the 3rd soul ring. It was sheer luck, resulting from the defeat of a 2,000-year-old man-faced spider." Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The maximum soul power absorption for a soul master's 3rd soul ring can reach over 1,700 years. One can only imagine the excruciating peril of absorbing a soul beast beyond its limits. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not express her surprise as vocally as Ning Rongrong, she too was taken aback and looked up at Tang San. "Indeed, it is an external soul bone." As she spoke, she began to channel her soul power. Accompanied by the prominent bulges on her back, the purple radiance emanating from Tang San became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, as Tang San's body trembled, the 8 protrusions burst forth, and 8 robust purple columns rapidly extended from his back. Shimmering with a vibrant purple hue, they glimmered under the light, revealing the external soul bone, 8 spider spears. "All right, put them away." As he spoke, the master retrieved 8 pre-prepared masks from his soul guide bracelet. "You may decide how to participate in the soul battles. These are for you. One for each of you. Wear them during the fights. Additionally, try to speak little while on stage to prevent your opponents from discerning your ages." The masks were familiar to all, bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy, depicting the green, monstrous image of Shrek. Dai Mubai took one of the masks and donned it on his face. Although the craftsmanship was somewhat ordinary, it fit well enough that the openings for the eyes, mouth, and nose were not an impediment. Chapter 142. Brother, you must accompany me. During the group battles, you will form as the Shrek 8 monsters. When participating in your respective individual soul battles, you may create your own titles for the duos. In one-on-one matches, I have devised nicknames for each of you. When the time comes, you will use these nicknames for the competition. Simply indicate them when registering, and your true names will not be revealed in the arena. The group understood the master's intentions, as they were indeed quite young, especially someone like Tang San, who had reached the Soul King realm at merely 10 years of age, an unprecedented feat. Tang San and Xiao Wu, having reached the formidable Soul Master rank of level 40 at merely 12 years of age, would undoubtedly astonish the Soul Master community. Among them, the least accomplished has attained the rank of Soul Elder, should they gain fame in the Grand Soul Arena. It is likely that the Spirit Hall would be the first to seek them out. Dai Mubai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What shall we be called?" The master, gazing at the group with a smile, responded, "Mubai, you shall retain your original title of Evil Eye White Tiger. Xiao Ao, you will continue with your sausage specialty. As for Xiao Wei, let us dub her the Violent Support." Upon hearing this title for Tang Qingwei, everyone nodded in agreement, finding it remarkably fitting. Tang Qingwei pouted. Feeling discontented, the term was rather unflattering. After all, she was but an adorable young girl, unworthy of such a harsh moniker. Just as she was about to voice her objections, the master diverted his attention to Tang San, while suggesting the name Qinshu for the third member. What do you think? Not suitable. Let us reconsider. Tang Wu interjected. It lacks flair. Yin Cao sounds rather unpleasant. The master turned to Tang San, observing that he remained silent. A faint smile graced his face. He had always held great satisfaction with this disciple. Then, what do you propose as a name? Daimubai remarked. Though Xiao San appears honest, when provoked, he radiates a fierceness that surpasses us all. I suggest we name him Qianshu Shiluo. The term Shiluo refers to a demon of slaughter, which could instill a sense of dread in adversaries. The master then inquired, what are your thoughts, Tang San? Brother, I find this name agreeable. It sounds far more appealing than mine. Tang Qingwei looked up at Tang San, her heart racing with excitement at witnessing the birth of the Shrek 8 monsters. Feeling honored to be part of it. Excellent. Tang San affectionately ruffled Tang Qingwei's hair and looked up at the master, saying, Teacher, let's go with this one. I quite like it. The master nodded and then turned to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, I have also crafted a title for you. How about Evil Fire Phoenix? The plump boy chuckled and replied, Thank you, master. That sounds splendid. After all, I am also a phoenix. At this moment, Xiao had already approached the master, adopting a pitiable expression. Master, what shall my name be? You must give me a beautiful one. The master smiled and responded, You possess soft skills. Your body is supple as if devoid of bones, combined with your rabbit spirit and enchanting abilities. Why not call you Gentlebone Enchanting Rabbit? It sounded quite appealing. Upon receiving the desired title, Xiao Wu's face immediately lit up with joy. Once the master had bestowed names upon everyone, he turned his attention to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing. Rongrong, your spirit is the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Nothing could describe you better than that. As for Yu Qing, it is most fitting to use her spirit as her title. Ethereal Spirit Cat is already a fine name. Thus, the Shrek 8 monsters finally acquired their respective titles. Violent Support Tang Qingwei, Evil Eye White Tiger Daimubai, Sausage Specialist Oscar, Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit Xiao Wu, 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Ning Rongrong, and Ethereal Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 143. The Sugar Duo. No one knew that the future renowned Shrek 8 monsters had, in this inconspicuous inn, settled upon the titles that would accompany them throughout their lives. It was from this day that the Shrek 8 monsters team truly came into formation. Brother, what shall our duo be called? The Sugar Duo? The 3 Micro Duo? Or perhaps, never mind, Xiao Wei, I see you struggle with naming. Perhaps you should refrain from trying. Just look at the names you have come up with. Ma Hongjun could no longer hold back and interrupted the still deep in thought Tang Qingwei. Tang San remained silent, merely smiling at his sister with a hint of amusement. Stung by the accusation of being inept at naming, Tang Qingwei felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had painstakingly devised this name. No way. Today, she was resolute in using this chosen moniker. Brother, which name do you prefer? Although Tang San found the name somewhat peculiar, he acknowledged that it was his sister's choice. Whatever Xiao Wei decided would suffice. He truly felt indifferent, for after all, no one would see their faces. Did the name truly matter? With Tang San's affirmation, Tang Qingwei triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Ma Hongjun, declaring, Then it shall be the Sugar Duo. How adorably sweet. With the name settled, they proceeded to register it. The master had remained entirely uninvolved in the free team naming process. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena buzzed with its customary liveliness. A throng of people converging from all directions. Being the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment, it attracted a multitude of spectators daily. At this moment, the commencement of the regular soul battles was imminent. Just then, a team of 11 captured the attention of those preparing to enter the arena. Among these 11, 8 were identical masks. The green masks appeared somewhat comical, yet their attire varied greatly. Some were extravagant, while others were quite plain. This group consisted of 8 students from Shrek Academy, accompanied by 2 deans and the master. Due to the team battle being last in the lineup, they dispersed upon entering. Tang Qingwei and Tang San were to engage in a 2-on-2 soul battle, diverging from the others at a fork in the path. Oscar and Ning Rongrong would wait for Daimubai and Zhu Xing to finish their 1-on-1 battle before proceeding to Area 1. The Sugar Duo's 2-on-2 battle was scheduled for the second match in the 13-point Soul Battle area. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. As a freshly registered duo, they naturally lacked any fame. Thus, when they stepped onto the arena at the announcer's call, they garnered little applause. Now, let us welcome the opponents of the Sugar Duo, came the announcement. Their adversaries, known as the Decisive Duo, had already secured 3 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 battles. Their synchronized teamwork had led them to unprecedented success in the Soul King level contests. Should they triumph over the Sugar Duo today, they would achieve a remarkable 4 victories in a row. Perhaps, when they next grace the Soto Great Soul Arena, they would enter the Central Soul Battle area, a tremendous honor for any Soul Battler. In the Grand Soul Arena, one can only participate in Soul Battles at the main arena after achieving a winning streak of over 5 matches, possessing a sufficiently high level of the Soul Badge, or being of an exceptionally high rank as a Soul Master. Therefore, newly registered teams like the Tang Duo must compete in the sub-arena. Chapter 144, the 2-on-2 Soul Battle soon. Amidst a fervent chorus of cheers and applause, the Decisive Duo ascended the Soul Arena. The 2 Soul Masters, a man and a woman, presented a striking contrast. The woman, tall and graceful, appeared to be in her 30s, her voluminous chestnut red hair cascading gently. Yet her piercing gaze belied her gentle demeanor. The man, on the other hand, was of a robust stature, towering over 2 meters, with dark skin accentuating his well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of formidable strength. As the Decisive Duo took their positions on the arena, they scrutinized their opponents, Tang San and Tang Qingwei. Upon noticing the masks adorning Tang San and Tang Qingwei's faces, they momentarily paused in surprise. While some Soul Masters do disguise their identities during battles, it is rare to encounter individuals wearing masks in such a manner. The burly man, with a tone laced with mockery, exclaimed, Tang Duo? Such a whimsical name. Do you intend to concede by playing the adorable card from the very beginning? Although the woman did not respond verbally, the derisive expression on her face clearly indicated her agreement with her companion's words. Hearing their team name being ridiculed, Tang Qingwei's delicate face flushed with indignation. Yet she remembered Master S's counsel and tugged at Tang San's sleeve, signaling him to lower his head. Tang Qingwei leaned close to Tang San's ear, her voice laced with indignation. Brother, you must ensure that you make them weep later. How dare they mock us women? Tang San gazed at his sister's puffy cheeks beneath her mask and affectionately tousled her hair. Oh dear. Your hairstyle is all disheveled, and with so many people around. Do you not care for your dignity? Tang lightly brushed off Tang San's hand, quietly protesting. In response, Tang San merely smiled without uttering a word. Redirecting his gaze towards the 2 members of the Decisive Duo before him, his mind already formulating a strategy for the impending battle. As the Soul Battle was about to commence, the audience's emotions surged, fully ignited by the fervent atmosphere. The host, aware of the excitement, dared not prolong the proceedings. Let us eagerly anticipate whether the siblings Su Jilia and Su Qiqi will achieve remarkable success once again. With the host's declaration, I now announce the beginning of the 2v2 Soul Battle. The moment the words left his lips, the Decisive Duo simultaneously summoned their soul power. Su Qiqi unleashed sharp blades from her fingertips, her upper body arching, ears perked slightly, while a fine layer of reddish-brown fur appeared on her arms, and a fluffy reddish-brown tail materialized behind her. Beneath her feet, 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, glowed. Clearly, Su Qiqi was also a soul king, her martial spirit resembling that of a squirrel or similar soul beast. Su Jilia stepped back with his right foot, extending his hand as he shouted. A brilliant white light surging from his palm, culminating in the sudden appearance of a forging hammer in his grasp. This hammer, distinct from the one typically wielded by the Tang siblings, was not only larger in size but also adorned with intricate patterns. For soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple pulsated around it, indicating his status as a soul ancestor, comparable to the soul power level of Tang San's combination. As the opposing duo revealed their martial spirits, Tang San promptly summoned his own. For soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black materialized around him. Black, a color often overlooked, nonetheless signified profound meaning to those familiar with Soul Master knowledge. At that moment, not only the audience but even the host gasped in astonishment. Who would have expected to witness a 10,000-year soul ring on the battle stage within the Soul Battle division? 10,000-year soul ring? Su Jilia, who had been poised with his forging hammer, muttered in disbelief upon seeing Tang San's soul ring. Although Su Qiqi was also momentarily taken aback by Tang San's 10,000-year soul ring, Her status as a five-ring soul king allowed her to quickly regain composure after the brief surprise. Shouting to the still-dazed Sujilia, she urged, "Stay calm. It's just a four-ring soul ancestor. We can win." As she spoke, her fingers extended into claw-like sharp talons, assuming an attacking stance. Her gaze fixed on Tang San's companion, Tang lightly, and a cold smile crept into her heart. So what if there was a 10,000-year soul ring? A four-ring soul ancestor accompanied by a fool devoid of combat awareness. Could they truly emerge victorious? Indeed, a novice was merely a novice, even at this crucial moment. They had yet to reveal their martial spirit. How delightful it would be to send you off the stage first. In the next instant, Su Qiqi moved, appearing mysteriously beside Tang lightly. Her right hand transformed into a claw, leaving an afterimage as it lunged towards Tang lightly's neck. Although Tang Qingwei had not anticipated that this woman would launch an assault on her from the outset, she was not overly surprised. As the shadow of the claw drew near, Tang Qingwei raised her hand, poised to block the attack, but was suddenly ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass around her waist. With a forceful tug, she was pulled away from her original position. The claw attack missed its mark, and the sharp blades unleashed by the onslaught struck the ground where Tang Qingwei had stood, causing the solid arena to splinter and scatter debris, leaving behind 3 deep gouges. Meanwhile, Su Jilia, seizing the moment when Tang San's attention was diverted, swung his enormous forging hammer with unrelenting speed towards Tang San. However, as Su Jilia approached, without any warning, a surge of dark blue-silver grass erupted from the ground surrounding him. In the next instant, he felt his entire body seize up as the spiny vines ferociously wrapped around him, ensnaring both his arms and legs in a firm grip. The vines constricted intensely, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines rising from the ground lifted his body, elevating his feet off the surface. It became evident that Tang San had deliberately exposed a vulnerability to lure Su Jilia into a trap. Seeing Su Jilia ensnared, Su Qiqi swiftly changed direction with a light push of her toes, rapidly arriving before him. Her fingers, like blades, deftly sliced through Tang San's binding vines. Free from his restraints, Su Jilia slammed his feet down with force, letting out a thunderous roar as his 4th soul ring suddenly illuminated, causing his muscles to swell with renewed vigor. The 4th soul ring pulsed beneath him, and the hammer in his hand began to swing with a seemingly weightless grace, conjuring illusory blades that sliced through the air with a whistling sound, hurtling towards the 2 combatants. Tang San encountered an unprecedented method of attack. Upon initially perceiving his opponent wielding a hammer spirit, he had been overtaken by preconceived notions, instinctively believing that the attack style would closely resemble his own Haotian Hammer. He had now suffered a significant setback, never anticipating that a hammer could possess such an attacking technique. Simultaneously, Su Qiqi soared into the air, her single foot pressing against Su Jilia's right shoulder. A sphere of light coalesced in her hand, gradually shrinking in size until it became no larger than a mung bean, which she then hurled towards Tang San and Tang Qingwei with great swiftness. This was the renowned ultimate technique of the decisive duo, representing their most formidable joint spirit skill. Su Jilia's giant hammer phantom served as a wide-ranging attack, typically employed to inhibit the movements of their adversaries. In contrast, the luminous sphere in Su Qiqi's grasp was a concentrated strike, embodying all her soul power, a formidable yet seldom used technique, now necessitated by the duo's dire situation. Chapter 146. A resounding victory in a 2-on-2 match. Upon executing the technique, Su Qiqi's complexion turned ashen, her weakened form tumbling from Su Jilia's shoulder. He hurried to support her, but with a pale visage, she cast a derisive glance at Tang San and Tang Qingwei, who stood motionless in a daze, and weakly declared, "To this day, no one has ever escaped the combined spirit skill of my brother and me. You shall lose." Yet, before she could finish her words, the 2 who were about to be struck suddenly vanished from sight. Before Su Qiqi and her brother could react, they felt a sharp pain in their chests and were instantaneously kicked off the arena. How was this possible? A piercing cry of disbelief erupted. Su Qiqi could hardly fathom that their full-force attack had been so effortlessly thwarted. Everything transpired too swiftly. The match concluded before the spectators could fully comprehend the unfolding events. When they finally refocused their gaze upon the arena, they beheld the diminutive Tang Qingwei, encircled by a series of subdued black spirit rings. The crowd, including the 2 who had just been defeated, found their pupils constricting in astonishment. Amidst a sea of hundreds of thousands, an eerie silence fell, leaving even the host in a state of shock. The microphone clattered to the ground, emitting a sharp electric sound, jolting the host back to reality. In the stands, once the audience regained their composure, a cacophony erupted. What is that? 1, 2, 5. Could it truly be 5 10,000-year spirit rings? As the host rubbed his eyes in disbelief, he stammered, "Is this a 10,000-year spirit ring? 5 of them. How utterly astonishing." Below the stage, Su Qiqi, supported by Su Zhilia, managed a weak smile. "Ah, we cannot deny our defeat. Let us go." It was ironic. She had initially perceived their opponents as inexperienced novices. Su Zhilia offered no words, merely nodding as he assisted his sister from the battle arena. Shouldn't the results of this soul battle be announced now? Tang San glanced at the host, who appeared to be in a stupor, and offered a gentle reminder. Only then did the host awaken from his daze, hurriedly announcing in the 2-on-2 soul battle, the Tang Tang duo emerges victorious. It was not until this moment that the audience erupted into cheers once more. Despite the brevity of the match, both Tang San's blue silvergrass and Tang Qingwei's 5 eternal soul rings had truly astonished the ordinary spectators. The audience was fair-minded and did not hesitate to express their applause, allowing the Tang Tang duo to quietly exit amidst the resounding cheers. Awaiting them was yet another team battle. Perhaps due to their remarkable prowess, the Shrek 8 monsters achieved victory in the subsequent soul battles. Among them, Oscar and Dai Mubai formed a combination they aptly named the Twin Wings White Tiger, signifying the enhancement of the Evil Eye White Tiger through Xiao Ao's support. They faced an opposing duo of offensive and defensive soul masters, and with the aid of Oscar's mushroom sausages, Dai Mubai's speed shortcomings were thoroughly compensated. Coupled with their flight capabilities, they swiftly dispatched one of their opponents from the soul arena, rendering the subsequent match devoid of suspense. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing formed a pair they called the 9 Treasure Spirit Cat. When their opponents beheld Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, doubts about the relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect arose, significantly diminishing their fighting spirit. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, being one of the 7 major sects of soul masters, was not an organization that ordinary soul masters would dare to offend. Thus, the two opponents, both of whom were also over level 30, found themselves confronting Zhu Zhiqing, whose speed and strength had surged by 30%. With the assistance of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, Zhu Zhiqing's strength had surpassed the level of 40, and with lightning-like speed, she effortlessly defeated her adversary. Chapter 147. Remarkable results. The flawless victory in both 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul battles marked a perfect beginning to the Shrek 8 monsters' journey in the arena. Of course, their day of battles was not yet over, as one final team battle awaited their completion. Tang Qingwei summoned her martial spirit and cast a healing spell upon herself and all present. The effects were remarkable. The fatigue that had weighed upon them vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of vitality. Each time Xiaowei performed her healing spell, she marveled at its wonders. For it not only mended physical wounds but also restored both spiritual and mental strength to its original state. Ma Hongjun stretched his arms, a look of deep reflection on his face as he spoke. "All right, we must prepare ourselves. The team battle is about to commence." Tang San gently draped his arm over Ma Hongjun's shoulder, guiding him away from Tang Qingwei. The uniqueness of Qingwei's healing abilities had sparked speculation among the others, including the dean, although they refrained from voicing their thoughts since Tang Qingwei chose to remain silent about it. The master, wearing a satisfied expression, addressed the group, saying, "It is time to participate in the team battle. Remember, within the opposing team, there is at least one soul master of level 50 or above. Team battles differ significantly from 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 encounters. The synergy among team members is far more crucial than individual prowess." Tang Qingwei, upon hearing these words, displayed a look of guilt, as her involvement in the team battle had compelled everyone to confront soul masters of level 50 and above. The master, who had been keenly observing the expressions of the group, instantly understood her thoughts upon seeing her demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the gathering and remarked, "Though it is indeed true that due to Xiaowei's presence, you are now faced with soul kings of over level 50. One crucial point must be remembered. The adversaries you will encounter henceforth will not be dictated by your current levels. As members of Shrek Academy, you must embrace the challenge with courage." The group, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter, were momentarily taken aback by the master's grave pronouncement, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. It was only upon noticing Tang Qingwei with her head bowed low that they began to grasp the situation. Dai Mubai placed a hand on Tang Qingwei's shoulder, teasingly stating, "This is not the usual you. It is merely a team of level 50 soul masters. We are not lacking in strength ourselves. Look at me. I am already at level 46. not far from 50. I have always trained against you, an extraordinary talent. Until now, I have yet to experience the true might of a regular level 50 Soul King. Today shall provide the perfect opportunity to learn. Tang San stepped forward, gently ruffling his sister's hair in a comforting gesture. I do not believe we shall be defeated. We possess the unwavering combat prowess of top-tier food-type spirit abilities. We have the exceptional mutated beast martial soul of the Plump One, along with Xiao Wu's remarkable agility. Furthermore, Rong Rong's 9 treasure glaze tile is the foremost auxiliary spirit tool. Zhu Qing's speed is the swiftest I have encountered among spirit masters of the same level in the agility category. Although our opponents are formidable, does that render us weak? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu moved closer to Tang Qingwei, each linking arms with her. Third brother is correct. We will undoubtedly demonstrate that we are stronger than they are. Moreover, let us not forget our youth. Finally, Oscar stepped forward to offer reassurance. Even if we were to lose, what of it? Failure is the mother of success. Even if we are not their match today, there will come a time when we shall triumph over them. If we lose our confidence in victory, then is there even a point in participating in the team battle? Chapter 148. The God-slaying battle team. Their words ignited a spark of confidence in Tang Qingwei, lifting her spirits and restoring her to her usual vivacious self. She cast a wistful glance at Dai Mubai and said, "Brother Dai, your earlier strike left me grievously injured. However, considering our friendship, I shall forego demanding compensation. But you must treat me to a meal." Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Very well, once we win the team battle, I shall treat everyone to a meal." Seeing his sisters return to her lively and cheerful demeanor, Tang San felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and clapped in celebration. Even the typically stoic Zhu Xuqing wore a smile. The conversation of the group was not joined by Dean Flanders. Yet upon witnessing such unity, his face bore a look of satisfaction. The team battle arena was significantly larger than that for one-on-one or two-on-two contests, with a diameter of 40 meters. The surrounding spectator stands were also twice as large, filled to capacity. Bloodstains still marked the arena, remnants of previous battles. As the Shrek 8 monsters, donned in masks of varying heights, entered the arena, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. However, the arrival of their opposing team ignited the crowd's fervor, their enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout the venue. The host stood at the center of the arena, commencing the introduction to the team battle. In the 5th match, we have a confrontation between the God-slaying battle team and the Shrek 8 monsters. The God-slaying battle team requires little introduction. They have achieved an impressive 6 consecutive victories. Should they continue their valiant performance in future battles, they may very well set a record for the fastest ascent to Copper Spirit in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Now, let us turn our attention to the opposing team. These masked spirit masters are the Shrek 8 monsters, who have just completed their registration today, marking this as their inaugural team battle. It is worth noting that within this newly registered team, only one Soul Master has attained a remarkable level of 52, which bears a slight resemblance to our God-slaying team. However, when compared to the other members of the team, Shrek's performance appears somewhat underwhelming, with several members barely reaching the 30s in levels. Let us now observe whether this enigmatic team can break the winning streak of the God-slaying team. As the host announces the commencement, the Shrek 8 and the God-slaying team take their respective formations. The God-slaying team adopts a formation of 2-1-4-1. Standing on the left of the front row is a man with deep brown hair named Feng Guiyang, a soul engineer of level 44, wielding the Iron Shield martial soul. To his right stands his twin brother, Feng Guoran, also a level 44 soul engineer with the same Iron Shield martial soul. The most striking figure in the second row appears to be in his 20s, with short silver hair and captivating peach blossom eyes that shimmer enchantingly. Yet, his expression carries a hint of indifference, tempering the allure of his enchanting gaze. According to the earlier introduction, this individual is their captain, Mo Baijio, wielding the dragon-subduing staff, a soul king of level 53. Flanking the sides of the third row are 2 men with black hair, Fong Dongfeng, a beast martial soul user with the Shadow Mouse, at level 46, and Sherlurin, a beast martial soul user with the Moonlight Deer, at level 47. The 2 women in the middle are Xiao Luana, a soul engineer of level 41 with the Thornvine martial soul, and Xian Shu, a soul engineer of level 42 wielding the Shepherd's Staff. The last man, with red hair, is named Wu Shixuan, a beast martial soul user with the Flamebird, also at level 46. Chapter 149. Are you feeling hot? The Shrek 8 has likewise arranged their formation. In contrast to the 2-1-3-2 configuration of their opponents, the Shrek 8 has established a 3-1-1-3 formation. The 8 members are divided into 4 ranks. At the forefront are Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, and Zhu Shiqing. The second row consists of Tang San, the third row features Ma Hongjun, and the final row includes Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Qingwei. Of course, Tang Qingwei stands between the two for the sake of providing support. Oscar and Ning Rongrong closely flank Tang Qingwei, with Oscar having completed his earlier task of distributing 3 sausages to each member as per Tang San's request, ensuring he can quickly replenish supplies if necessary. Don't you find it a bit warm? Tang Qingwei gazed at the two with an expressionless demeanor. Oscar cast a puzzled glance at Tang Qingwei and inquired, "Is something amiss? Little Mei, are you feeling warm? Shall we fan you to provide some relief?" Tang Qingwei's temples throbbed with veins, her teeth clenched as she forcefully articulated, "No need. Just don't hold me so tightly." It was utterly excessive. They had only allowed her head to protrude while her limbs were ensnared by the two of them. How could she unleash her soul skills like this? Ning Rongrong, slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat and discreetly stepped aside. Though this mere movement merely afforded Tang Qingwei a modicum of freedom for her hands, Oscar, with a thicker skin, chimed in, "Little Mei, I will protect you." He fancied himself charming as he cast a flirtatious glance at Ning Rongrong, but she was entirely oblivious, her focus steadfastly on the adversary. The host inquired of both sides whether they were prepared, and as the captains, Dai Mubai and the opposing team's Mo Baijiu nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The team battle commenced, marking the 5th match. This countdown, absent in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, was instituted to allow the Soul Masters time to manifest their martial spirits. This precaution ensured that no one would falter in battle due to delayed spirit release. Moreover, for the Grand Soul Arena, it enhanced the excitement of the combat, captivating the audience. The captain of the God-slaying team, Mo Baijiu, was the first to reveal his martial spirit, showcasing 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The audience in the stands erupted in fervor, exclaiming, 10,000-year soul rings. They had eagerly awaited this moment. This was one of the reasons why the God-slaying team, despite having only 1 member at level 50, had triumphed in 6 consecutive team battles. The more significant reason lay in the optimal soul ring configurations of the other members, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited, electrifying the entire viewing area. At this moment, Tang Qingwei finally comprehended why the audience was so enamored with team battles in the arena. The spectacle of the opening moments alone was incomparable to the other 2 forms of combat. One must ponder, what a magnificent scene it is when a dozen soul masters unleash their martial spirits, and the vibrant soul rings illuminate simultaneously. Upon discerning the configuration of their opponent's soul rings, a palpable gravity settled in the hearts of the observers. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." Dai Mubai bellowed, his presence surging dramatically. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and his arms stretched outward, manifesting his martial spirit, the White Tiger. As both sides revealed their martial spirits, the physical forms of the Beast Soul Masters transformed, and the Weapon Soul Masters summoned their spirits, instantly transforming the arena into a dazzling spectacle. However, just as the emotions of the audience reached a crescendo, an abrupt silence enveloped the scene. The visual impact of 5 black soul rings was undeniably immense. It was not only the audience in the stands who grasped the significance. The God-slaying team, keenly observing their adversaries, recognized it immediately. Could they truly have seen correctly? The diminutive figure at the rear was indeed standing upon 5 black soul rings. Chapter 150. The Staff of the Shepherd in a Sea of Vibrant Colors. Black was expected to be the most understated hue. Yet, its representation held a significance that could not be understated. Everyone present was acutely aware of what black soul rings signified. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered them all the more astonished. The host was similarly taken aback by the soul rings of the Shrek 8 monsters. But he swiftly regained his composure. With a decisive signal, he retreated with remarkable agility, clearly a soul master of considerable prowess. The audience, now returning to their senses, erupted into fervent chatter. Those who had previously favored the God-slaying team experienced a shift in sentiment, the atmosphere becoming increasingly fervent as the competition intensified. Although Tang Qingwei's 5 black 10,000-year soul rings were indeed astounding, this was a team match, and from the introduction, it was clear that the small figure with the 5 black soul rings was merely a support type. The true combat power would ultimately depend on the capabilities of the other teammates. Mo Bai's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low tone. "She may be a support, and while I am unaware of her abilities, Her soul rings suggest they must be formidable. I will provide cover for you. Ensure that individual is neutralized first. He then addressed Wu Shixuan at the back. You must protect Qianshu. She is our team support soul master and will undoubtedly be a target for the opposition. Furthermore, you must also eliminate the support from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Interjected Qianshu of the god-slaying team. She evidently possessed extensive knowledge of the support from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, which informed her suggestion. Without hesitation, and out of trust for his companions, Mobai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Rin, Dongfeng, the 2 auxiliary systems are entrusted to you. Charlona, you will disrupt the enemy's rescue efforts shortly. After Mo by Geo succinctly assigned the tasks, the members of the Shrek 8 monsters had already conferred and, as anticipated by Mo by Geo, their target was indeed the auxiliary soul master on their side, Qianshu. Surprisingly, the first to act were not the frontline battle soul masters, but rather the auxiliary soul masters from the rear. A radiant light flickered in Qianshu's hand, revealing a staff adorned with intricate patterns. As her 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, simultaneously illuminated, she invoked her abilities. With the Muzu staff, she enhanced both speed and attack. Instantly, the 4 rings released their glow, enveloping each of her 7 comrades in a warm, yellow-white light. On Trek's side, Tang Qingwei remained silent, without uttering any soul incantations. Instead, she gracefully waved her left hand, causing a 5-colored lotus to slowly spin in her palm. A dark beam of light shot forth, enveloping all 8 individuals, including herself. In her 3rd soul skill, instant teleportation, Ning Rongrong, seizing the opportunity, followed closely behind Tang Qingwei to provide further assistance. The dazzling light in her hand shimmered as she summoned a 9-colored pagoda, standing over a foot tall. The radiant glow was striking, and with a serene smile, she appeared ethereal. Her voice rang clear as she invoked her auxiliary soul skills. The 9 treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul power. The 3 soul rings swirling around Ning Rongrong ascended, enveloping the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, unleashing 24 beams of colorful light to bestow enhancements upon herself and her 7 companions. A light, warm sensation permeated the bodies of the Shrek 8 monsters, with their strength, agility, and soul power receiving an instant 30% boost. A fierce roar erupted from Dai Mubai, as a fervent energy surged from within him. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of his bones, his muscles swelled instantly, and claws emerged from his tiger paws. Though masked, his piercing gaze radiated a wild intensity. Meanwhile, the god-slaying team's Feng Gu, alongside Feng Guyang, released their martial spirits in unison. Their clothing tore apart under the strain of their bulging muscles, revealing rock-solid physiques. The 2 twin brothers wielded a massive shield, appearing weightless as they effortlessly swung it. Dai Mubai's formidable aura was met head-on by the twin brothers' martial spirits, failing to exert any pressure upon the other members of the god-slaying team behind them. At the forefront stood Mo by Geo, the Soul King captain of the god-slaying team. Bathed in the glow of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black rings, he gradually manifested a uniquely patterned, intricately designed staff in his hand. Mo beheld the Fulong staff and elegantly spun it in a single motion, directing its tip towards the Shrek 8 monsters. The battle commenced, with Dai Mubai being the first to act. He forcefully stomped his left foot onto the ground, launching himself into the air. As razor-sharp claws sprang forth from his hands, he aimed to seize the heads of the 2 brothers blocking the way. With the amplification of the 9 treasures glazed tower, Dai Mubai's speed and the strength of his tiger claws were remarkably enhanced compared to before. With his soul power and the sharpness of his claws, even the hardest rock would shatter under his grip. Yet, astonishingly, the Fong brothers managed to neutralize his attack with a simple yet extraordinarily peculiar movement. Dai Mubai's claws seemed to sink into a cotton-like substance, instantly draining his strength. Alarmed, he wondered what soul skill this was. The shield, seemingly as solid as iron, felt unexpectedly soft to the touch. However, the brothers did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. They swiftly turned their iron shield towards him, unleashing a power that felt eerily familiar. Dai Mubai hastily teleported to evade, only to witness 3 deep scratch marks appearing on the ground where he had stood, a clear echo of the very attack he had just unleashed on the Fong brothers. How could they execute such a move? Did that shield have the ability to absorb and rebound? Could it absorb all physical attacks? Thoughts raced through Dai Mubai's mind. Yet his feet did not falter. He continued to teleport beside the brothers, launching disruptive strikes. An idea began to take shape in his mind, but it required validation. Indeed, After a series of relentless attacks, he discerned some clues. The brothers' iron shields did not possess infinite absorption capabilities. Rather, they could only absorb a limited number of retaliatory strikes before becoming ineffective. They would need to wait 3 minutes before reusing them, and when they did, the power of absorption would be significantly diminished compared to the first counterattack. At that very moment, as Dai Mubai made his move, Xiaowu and Zhu Shuqing also sprang into action, flanking the Fong brothers and racing towards the rear of the Godslayer team. Fong Dongfeng and Shiluren, who had intended to target Ning Rongrong and Tang Qingwei, instantly understood the intent of the two and opted against engaging, despite the vast difference in soul power levels. Under Ning Rongrong's various enhancements, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing managed to hold their ground. Chapter 152. Group Control. As Dai Mubai attacked once more, he noticed that the brothers' peculiar soul skill had weakened, signaling his opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off the ground with his left foot and unleashed a powerful sweeping kick. The Fong brothers hurriedly raised their iron shields to block, but this time, it was far from effortless. They staggered back several steps before finally regaining their footing. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to press his advantage, he discovered that the captain, Mo Baijio, had somehow positioned himself behind him. With the dragon staff raised, enveloped in a chilling aura, it struck towards Dai Mubai's back. "Be careful, Elder Dai." Tang San intended to ensnare Dai Mubai, yet Dai Mubai had ventured too deep into the enemy's ranks, leaving the vines unable to reach him in time. The timing of the enemy's attack was exceedingly fortuitous. Tang's brief teleportation had expired, and Dai Mubai could only rely on his own prowess to narrowly evade the strike. A tremendous explosion resounded. The onlookers witnessed that Mo Baijio's blow had not struck Dai Mubai, but instead collided with the arena floor, instantly creating a web-like fissure across the surface. The arena quaked violently, and the deafening sound left the nearest spectators dazed and disoriented. When they turned their attention back to the Fulong staff, they beheld the point of contact with the arena beginning to freeze at a visible rate, rapidly spreading outward. Although Dai Mubai had narrowly dodged this attack, he still suffered from the chill on his back. Enduring the pain, he let out another fierce roar, and the razor edges of his tiger claws suddenly sprang forth, akin to a ferocious white tiger lunging towards Mo Baijio. Mo Baijio's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his opponent, despite being wounded by his icy aura, could withstand the pain and retaliate. He hastily swung the Fulong staff to block. The clanging of metal resonated continuously as Dai Mubai's tiger claws struck sparks against the Fulong staff. Tang Qingwei observed her companions charging ahead, her petite feet barely restraining the urge to leap into action. However, she maintained her composure. Prior to taking the stage, her master had cautioned her to refrain from interference unless absolutely necessary. The rationale behind her master's instruction was twofold. Firstly, to confound their adversaries, as it was only natural for opponents to focus on a support-type soul master like Tang Qingwei, who possessed 5 eternal soul rings. Secondly, it was to hone the skills of the other members of Shrek Academy. In a team with such a significant disparity in soul power levels, limitations would inevitably arise. To ensure the team's progress and success, rigorous training was indispensable. As Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves struggling, Tang San finally amassed his energy and unleashed his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Dark luminescence enveloped Tang San, who did not afford the opposing control-type soul master a moment to react before activating the formidable Blue-Silver Prison. Without any forewarning, over 100 strands of dark blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, transforming into 7 formidable cages that ensnared all 7 members of the god-slaying team. Only Wu Shixuan, utilizing his flight ability, managed to evade capture. Gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the arena, with some observing soul masters exclaiming in disbelief at the collective control displayed. Collective control, an ability that posed the greatest threat in a team battle, was unexpected from someone who had only recently reached the 40th level. Could this truly be the power of an eternal soul ring? Just as the spectators began to believe the outcome was predetermined, a melodious female voice rang out, "Staff of Shepherding, Frenzy." For circles of light, matching the colors of her soul rings, instantly enveloped the 6 companions in front, bestowing upon each a layer of yellow-white radiance. In the next moment, the auxiliary soul master of the god-slaying team, having expended her energy after casting her soul skill, collapsed to the ground. The members of Shrek sensed the gravity of the situation. The apparent state of the opposing support indicated that this auxiliary skill was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, the very next second, Wu Shixuan, soaring in the air, suddenly radiated a blood-red hue. A surge of crimson flames erupted violently from him. Not good, everyone. Ascend, commanded Tang San decisively. The 8 members of Shrek simultaneously consumed Oscar's mushroom sausages, their bodies becoming weightless as ethereal wings materialized behind them, allowing them to soar into the air, reaching a height of 20 meters. Just as the Shrek members anticipated an attack akin to Mahongjuan's, the unfolding scene left them utterly astonished. Accompanied by the simultaneous illumination of Wu Shirshuan's 4 soul rings, a thick stream of blood-red flames erupted, hurtling towards his comrades ensnared in the blue-silver prison. Had he lost his mind? Why was he attacking his own teammates? In disbelief, Xiaowu exclaimed. While the members of Shrek wore grave expressions, uncertain of the motives behind the actions of their adversaries. In the next moment, not only the audience but even the Shrek team was left astounded. They beheld that in the area engulfed by flames, there were no casualties. Only Tang San's blue-silver grass was instantaneously incinerated. The members of the god-slaying team emerged from the inferno, their soul power surging even more vibrantly than before. Tang San was filled with astonishment. What manner of flame was this? His blue-silver grass, which had now attained the ability to resist fire, was unexpectedly incinerated by a single strike. Once the flames extinguished, the god-slaying team had completely extricated themselves from the blue-silver prison. The 2 teams once again formed a standoff, one suspended in midair and the other positioned upon the arena. Tang Qingwei always kept her responsibilities in mind. A 5-colored lotus flower appeared in her hand, and 8 beams of white light shot forth, enveloping 8 individuals, including herself. The injury on Dai Mubai's back, inflicted by Mo Bai Jiao, was instantly healed under the white light released by Tang Qingwei. The other 7 members of Shrek, although uninjured, found their consumed soul power and stamina swiftly replenished in such radiant illumination. What should we do now, Xiaosan? The mushroom sausages can only allow us to fly for a minute. Oscar can manage barely half a minute. Although Dai Mubai was unafraid of his opponents. Witnessing the Shura battle team, all of whom were soul masters exceeding level 40, experiencing a significant surge in strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Let's descend and engage in battle. After all, you are all restored now. Later, I will unleash my 4th soul skill to weaken all their attributes by 30%. At that point, our strengths will likely be more evenly matched. Tang Qingwei faintly overheard a few individuals engaged in conversation. Idly picking at her nails, she interjected. It could be said that during this team battle, she was the most unoccupied, experiencing nearly no exertion. However, as soon as her words fell, the previously animated discussion among the group abruptly ceased. Tang Qingwei did not hear a response. She lifted her head to observe, only to find that everyone was gazing at her with fervent intensity, their eyes shimmering with the brilliance of discovering a hidden treasure. Tang San, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced his sister tightly. It was a grave oversight on his part to have neglected the significant role that Xiao Wei could play, which nearly led to the defeat in their team battle. Although the teacher had advised against her participation, this was in reference to her combat prowess, not her auxiliary capabilities. The rest of the Shrek team had evidently also overlooked Xiao Wei's contributions. At this moment, spurred by Tang's subtle reminder, they suddenly grasped the importance of her presence, their confidence soaring as they yearned to leap into the fray against the god-slaying team. Chapter 154. The overlooked Xiao Wei. Tang Qingwei managed to extricate herself from Tang San's grasp with some effort, smoothing her disheveled hair reminiscent of a chicken coop, and indignantly raised her small fist towards him. The others, witnessing Tang Qingwei's appearance, could not help but burst into laughter. Ultimately, it was Tang San who covered his mouth and cleared his throat, prompting everyone to prepare for their descent to confront their opponents. All right, they responded in unison. In the next moment, 5 black soul rings suddenly illuminated beneath Tang Qingwei's feet, igniting a fervor among the audience once more. With the emergence of the black soul rings, 8 beams of white light shot forth towards the god-slaying team on the arena. This was her 4th soul skill, weakening. Initially, the god-slaying team on the stage displayed expressions of anxiety as they attempted to evade, yet Tang Qingwei's actions were exceptionally swift, leaving them unable to dodge the beams, which struck them directly. Consequently, their soul power and physical strength appeared to wane, and the effects of their teammates' enhancements vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the Shrek 7 devils had all landed on the arena. Under Tang San's command, Zhu Xing, Xiaowu, and Dai Mubai surged forward simultaneously. Dai Mubai charged directly at the Fong brothers, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing maneuvered around from both sides, targeting the rear of the god-slaying team, leaving Tang San standing resolutely in the center of the arena. After a brief moment of confusion, the Fong brothers and Shi Luren from the god-slaying team sprang into action. Neither side unleashed their soul skills at the outset. Instead, they engaged in direct combat. Dai Bai leapt into the air, launching an assault on the Fang brothers. While Tang San, from the center of the arena, employed his first soul skill, binding, against Shilurin. As Dai Bai propelled himself forward, the captain of the god-slaying team, Bai Jiu, suddenly made his move, utilizing the imposing figures of the Fang brothers as cover. He soared into the air, his first soul ring flashing ominously, and swung his Fulong staff directly at Dai Bai. The force of this strike crystallized the surrounding air, with the Fulong staff closing in. Even if Dai Bai attempted to withdraw, he would be forced to block the attack with his arm, inevitably placing him at a disadvantage. Should Bai Jiu's strike connect? Coupled with the support of his teammates, the scales of victory would tip decisively in favor of the god-slaying team. However, at that moment, Dai Bai vanished. Even Bai Jiu, typically composed, found himself momentarily taken aback. Another instance of teleportation? When had he executed it? As the thoughts flickered through his mind, he caught a glimpse of Dai Bai's waist ahead. It was Dai Bai who had been pulled back to the ground by Tang San's blue-silver grass, and the swing of the staff had nearly grazed the top of Dai Bai's head. Upon landing, Dai Bai did not linger for a moment. He swiftly extended his left foot and swept out his right foot, aiming directly for the legs of the Fang brothers before him. In midair, Bai Jiu watched as his staff swing missed its mark, and after a brief moment of daze, he quickly reacted by stepping onto the shield of the Fang brothers before him, accelerating his body abruptly. He charged towards Tang Qingwei, who was behind Dai Bai, swinging the Fulong staff once more, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, this time targeting Tang Qingwei instead. Ma Hongjun, who had remained in his position, observed Bai Jiu wielding the Fulong staff and, with a thunderous roar, activated his second spirit ring. A surge of purplish-red flames erupted into the air, followed by a fiery line that shot straight towards Bai Jiu. Ever since consuming the celestial herb coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Ma Hongjun's phoenix power had been thoroughly refined, making him the strongest in terms of explosive power among the Shrek 8 monsters, not counting the truly formidable Tang Qingwei. Chapter 155. Cast aside, Bai Jiu, caught off guard, had no choice but to confront the attack head-on. He swung the Fulong staff with a sudden force, releasing a beam of icy blue light that collided directly with the phoenix fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun. In midair, the clash of ice and fire erupted explosively, scattering countless purple flames in a breathtaking display, reminiscent of blooming fireworks. Although Bai Jiu was merely employing his first spirit technique, his soul power far surpassed that of Ma Hongjun, allowing him to shatter the attack of the phoenix fire line with a single strike of the Fulong staff. As Tang Qingwei was about to lend a hand, a sudden shadow loomed above her. Unbeknownst to her, the control-type Soul Master had traversed the crowd and approached their side. A crimson radiance emanated from her form, and in the next instant, the fourth soul ring illuminated. A brilliant azure light dazzled, as a layer of sanguine glow enveloped the emerald thorns on the ground, manifesting upon the tips of the spikes. In an instant, countless crimson orbs shot skyward, hurtling towards the trio of Tang Qingwei, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. Tang Qingwei, without a moment's hesitation, activated her second soul ring, unleashing the soul skill of stun. In an instant, all the attacks from the control-type Soul Master before her came to an abrupt halt. Charlona's pupils constricted sharply. What kind of soul skill was this? She found herself utterly immobilized. Tang Qingwei paid no mind to the thoughts of the other party and directly seized her arm, lifting Xialona entirely off the ground. In the midst of the astonished gaze directed at her, she hurled Xialona towards Bai Jiu, who was still engaged in battle with the rotund opponent. The force was so tremendous that Bai Jiu was unexpectedly propelled off the stage along with the momentum. Tang Qingwei believed she had exerted little effort. Did she not see that the two individuals who fell from the stage were unharmed? As for their dazed expressions, that had nothing to do with her. She would not be falsely accused. At that moment, not only was Bai Jiu taken aback, but the audience was equally astonished. Were they truly thrown out? By that diminutive individual who couldn't even reach their knees? Surely, this could not be a legitimate competition. Why was there such disbelief? The members of the god-slaying team were momentarily stunned by the scene. They could not fathom that their formidable captain could be so effortlessly cast off the stage. However, the other members of Shrek found it utterly normal. This was merely the beginning. Yet, the momentary stupor of the god-slaying team provided an opportunity. This was a competition, akin to the battlefield, where hesitation was a cardinal sin. While the opponents were caught off guard, the Shrek team would not remain idle. Attack! Tang San bellowed loudly. While their opponents were still in a daze, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had already launched their assault. Dai Mubai charged ahead, his muscles swelling with power as he rushed forward, taking advantage of the Fong brothers' momentary stupor. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fourth soul skill without reservation, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. The tiger patterns on his formidable physique transformed into a resplendent gold, and with a mighty roar, golden light erupted from him, locking onto countless golden orbs the size of fists that surged toward his adversaries. Seizing the opportunity while Luren struggled in the blue-silver grass, Xiaowu grasped the tendrils entwining him and activated her first soul skill, Bow of the Waist, forcefully slamming Luren into the ground. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun regarded Fong Dongfeng as his target, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks akin to a tempest. Although Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill level paled in comparison to Yishu and Wu Shixuan, those two had already exhausted their strength after their prior soul skill usage. With her first soul ring illuminating, she activated the Phantom Piercing Strike, her claws extending midair, her speed doubling as she lunged toward them at an angle. The outcome was beyond doubt at this point. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, with tens of thousands of spectators rendered speechless. Chapter 156, The Shrek 8 Monsters Triumph. The surroundings of the battle arena fell into a hushed stillness. Not only the audience, but even the host stood with mouth agape. No one had anticipated such an outcome. As realization set in, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the spectators, with voices of skepticism, admiration, and astonishment filling the air. It was unfathomable that the newcomers, having achieved 6 consecutive victories, were vanquished by an obscure team of Soul Masters, especially considering that this team boasted over 30-level Soul Masters. The shock was palpable. The host soon regained composure, hastening to the battle stage to announce emphatically, the Shrek 8 monsters emerge victorious. With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, the God-slaying team concludes with 6 wins and 1 loss. Please proceed to register your scores after dismounting the stage. As the group descended from the battle arena, Dai Mubai laughed heartily, clapping a hand on Tang Qingwei's back. Today we have achieved a resounding victory. Come, my brothers and sisters, it's on me. Let us go celebrate with some drinks. Tang Qingwei gently lifted her head and raised 2 fingers, saying, You have injured me again. It will take more than 2 meals to recover. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened. This girl was once again trying to deceive him. Her physical strength had been enough to make soul saints avoid her during her time in the soul sect, and now, she was likely even more formidable. With such extraordinary physical prowess, how could he possibly inflict injury with a mere strike? Observing Dai Mubai's defeated demeanor, even Zhu Zhuqing could not help but chuckle. The 8 individuals, still donning their masks, registered their points amidst the cheers, collected their respective rewards, and exited the Soto Great Soul Arena. As the spectators gradually departed, many began to whisper among themselves upon seeing them. The 8 did not linger and hurriedly made their way out of the crowd. They quickly reunited with Master, Flender, and Zhao Wuji before leaving the arena's vicinity. Once they were no longer the center of attention, the 8 finally removed their masks, exchanging glances and breaking into laughter. Upon returning to the inn, the master summoned everyone to Tang San's room, including Flender and Zhao Wuji. Observing the 8, who appeared somewhat fatigued yet exceedingly exhilarated, the master calmly inquired, Tell me, what were your impressions of today's soul battles? Dai Mubai was the first to respond. The individual battles were manageable, but in team fights, our coordination still lacks harmony. After all, this was our first encounter with opponents of such significantly higher levels. The other members of the Shrek 8, having lost the initial excitement from their victory, lowered their heads in introspection regarding their performances on the stage. The master's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to commend them, for this was their inaugural experience in team battle coordination. They had faced a team of soul masters with all members exceeding level 40, and despite the evident disparity in levels and the incomplete synergy, they had still achieved a victorious outcome, which far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Tang San interrupted the words about to be spoken by the master, saying, Teacher, the greatest blunder this time lies with me. Had I not forgotten Xiao Wei's supportive skills, we should have triumphed long ago, and the incident of Brother Dai being injured would not have occurred. Reflecting on the team battle, he felt a profound sense of guilt for nearly causing their collective defeat due to his oversight. Dai Mubai chuckled nonchalantly, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Do not blame yourself. Even we forgot that Xiao Wei is a support soul master. Ha ha ha. The others gathered around, affirming that this was not solely his responsibility. Only the master wore a frozen smile, relieved that he had not inadvertently praised Xiao Wei's supportive abilities himself. He had nearly overlooked them. Chapter 157. Quite good. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the group before his gaze finally settled on Tang San. I am pleased that you all can recognize your mistakes. In the team battle, Tang San, as the control system commander, it is your duty to fully exploit the advantages of your teammates. Teacher, I understand. Tang San nodded, acknowledging that this time it was indeed his fault. Having addressed the shortcomings, he continued, now, I wish to express my feelings. You all performed splendidly today, leaving me very satisfied, although your coordination was not yet seamless. To achieve such a result against a team of soul masters with higher spirit power levels, even without complete synergy, exceeds my expectations. The Shrek 8 monsters were taken aback. It was rare for the usually stern master to shower them with such affectionate praise, leaving them somewhat flabbergasted. After all, the master had always been seen as a strict teacher with high demands and standards in their eyes. At this moment, excitement flickered in their eyes. Even the most composed Tang San and the aloof Zhu Zhiqing were no exceptions. To bolster their confidence, the master proceeded to commend each of their strengths one by one. When it came to Xiaowei, he paused for a moment before managing to utter, Xiaowei, quite good. Tang looked at the master with eager anticipation, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains, urging for more. And then, he inquired. The master responded, Tang Qingwei, after a prolonged gaze of surprise. Finally grasped the situation and incredulously inquired, is that all you have to say? The master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, pondering how even the eloquent Yu Xiaojiang had stumbled in front of this young girl. How could he possibly commend her? Should he remark on her lack of presence as a support-type soul master, or praise her overwhelming offensive power? If he were to utter such words, he feared she would immediately don a displeased expression. Tang was slightly disheartened. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, each person's praise lasted at least a minute. So why was it that when it came to her, it was reduced to merely 3 words? Did that imply she was unworthy? Tang Qingwei had more to say, but she was interrupted by the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters. Xiaowei, aren't we supposed to go out for a meal? Let's hurry, I'm already famished. Daimubai remarked, rubbing his stomach as if he had been starving for ages. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Qingwei was distracted, Ma Hongjun and Oscar swiftly approached her from either side, playfully nudging her towards the door. Yes, Xiaowei, let us be on our way. Thus, Tang Qingwei was surrounded and ushered out of the room, while the master cast a grateful glance at Daimubai. Daimubai merely nodded with a smile and, after exchanging greetings with several deans, departed. Before leaving, Tang San looked apologetically at the master, saying, Teacher, Xiaowei is still quite childish. She will likely forget all about this after dinner. Please don't hold her earlier behavior against her. The master waved his hand, acknowledging that he was at fault in this matter and had no grievances. Once they exited the room, the Shrek 8 monsters felt a sense of liberation. Daimubai did not forget his earlier words and chose not to venture far. Instead, he ordered a lavish feast along with 2 barrels of fine ale at the hotel restaurant, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. Raising his glass, Daimubai toasted, to our first victory in today's Esteemed battle. Everyone lifted their cups in response, while Tang San skillfully retrieved juice from his soul guide, snatching the wine glass from Tang Qingwei's hand, saying, Children shouldn't drink alcohol. You should have this instead. Chapter 158. Do you want me to send you? Tang Qingwei pouted in slight indignation, yet she dared not voice her displeasure. With a face full of frustration, she accepted the juice from Tang San's hand. After all, she was merely 2 years younger. Did that not still qualify her as a child? In her previous life, adulthood began at 18. And yet this group of youngsters were still minors. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Qingwei's predicament. It seemed her brother was the only one capable of keeping her in check. The nature of alcohol is such that the more one drinks, the less one can restrain themselves. Several of them reveled in their libations, toasting one another and consuming 1 cup after another, until their feast lasted a full 2 hours. Fortunately, they were soul masters, possessing physical capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, rising the next day would have been a considerable challenge. To Tang Qingwei's astonishment, the first to succumb to the effects of the drink was none other than Ma Hongjun. Oscar followed suit, and soon after, so did Xiaowu. Surprisingly, the eldest, Daimubai, was the fourth to fall, while Zhu Zhiqing and Tang San collapsed together. Yet, by the end of the evening, one remained standing, Ning Rongrong. Tang was slightly taken aback, her mouth agape. Rongrong, do you often drink at home? Ning Rongrong felt a flush creep onto her cheeks under Tang's gaze. No. This is actually my first time drinking. It must be said that drinking does require a certain talent. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun, who frequently indulges in feasting and drinking, was the first to succumb. Although Dai Mubai, the host, was not the first to falter, his capacity for alcohol was notably inferior compared to Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong. What shall we do about them? Ning Rongrong indicated the several individuals sprawled haphazardly across the table and floor. Tang Qingwei sighed with a hint of helplessness. Allow me to assist. You keep an eye on things while I escort Sister Xiaowu and Zhuqing back. With that, she hoisted Zhuqing onto her back and cradled Xiaowu in her arms, making her way towards their residence. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Was Xiaowu really so light? How was she able to carry her single-handedly? Just as Ning Rongrong marveled at the scene, Tang Qingwei returned, astonishingly carrying Tang San on her back, while her right hand grasped the waistband of Ma Hongjuan's clothing, lifting him effortlessly as they departed. Upon encountering hotel guests along the way, the sight of Tang Qingwei's formidable presence sent them retreating in alarm. Subsequently, both Dai Mubai and Oscar were similarly treated, lifted back to their rooms by Tang Qingwei as though they were mere chicks. Once she had completed these tasks, she approached Ning Rongrong, clapping her hands and inquiring, "And what of you? Shall I escort you as well?" Startled, Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No, I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can return on my own." With that, she dashed away like a gust of wind, disappearing from sight. Tang Qingwei was puzzled, questioning the situation. Was she truly that formidable? The soul fighting continued unabated, and over the course of the following month, the Shrek 8 monsters flourished at the Soto Great Soul Arena sub-venue. Within this month, they participated in 27 battles, achieving a flawless record of 27 victories. With the assistance of Tang Qingwei, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, they faced no adversaries within the 50-level bracket. In individual matches, the Sugar Duo also secured an impressive 27 consecutive victories. Tang Qingwei's formidable support skills allowed Tang San to genuinely experience her prowess. Their harmonious collaboration and powerful soul techniques left their opponents utterly helpless. The remaining members of the Shrek 8 monsters also garnered commendable results in their respective combinations. Such dazzling performances inevitably attracted the attention of the Great Soul Arena. Had it not been for their insufficient soul badge levels, which did not meet the minimum requirements for participating in the central arena, they would likely have already received invitations to compete in the main competition. Chapter 159. The Setting Sun Forest. The Shrek 8 monsters arrived at the Great Soul Arena on the second day of the month, coinciding with the day of their score calculation. Given their recent performance, they would undoubtedly no longer hold the Iron Soul Badge. Over the past month, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing made significant advancements, each surpassing the 40th level in soul power. Their relentless dedication was evident, often sacrificing sleep to train, hastily consuming meals before rushing back to practice. Their recent boosts in soul power were the natural outcome of their hard work. The others who had not yet advanced were not lacking in effort. Rather, the higher the level, the more challenging the ascension became. Although it would have been customary for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing to hunt soul beasts together upon breaking through level 40, today was the day for score calculation. Thus, they had come to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon reviewing their dual score sheets and the silver badges laid out on the tray, the group exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. As Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong needed to hunt for soul rings, the Shrek 8 monsters were not inclined to linger further. They collected their silver soul badges and departed. The following morning, after breakfast, the Shrek 8 monsters were already prepared with their gear and luggage without needing any reminders from Dean Flander. When the familiar bell rang for class, Tang San and the others promptly gathered on the field. The master had arrived even earlier, standing with arms crossed, awaiting the 8 to assemble. It was evident that you all knew our purpose. Indeed, we are accompanying Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong to hunt for soul rings. However, this time we shall not venture into the Stardo Great Forest, as we had recently drawn the ire of a 10,000-year soul beast, making it an ill-timed endeavor. As Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing remained silent, Dai Mubai and Oscar could no longer contain their impatience and inquired urgently, "If we're not going to the Stardo Forest, then where are we headed?" "The Sunset Forest." Understanding dawned upon them. The Sunset Forest is located 100 miles east of Heavendo City and is one of the primary habitats for wild soul beasts within the Heavendo Empire. While its area may not rival that of the Stardo Forest, it is home to numerous high-ranking soul beasts. Thus, it stands as an excellent locale for seeking soul rings. The master, known for his decisiveness, promptly led them to set off for the Sunset Forest once he confirmed that everyone was prepared. Accompanying them were the two esteemed deans of the academy, the four-eyed cat-eagle, Flinder, and the unmoving king, Zhao Wujing. Their journey, as before, utilized Oscar's mushroom sausages and Ning Rongrong's soul abilities, complemented by Tang Qingwei's healing arts. The group experienced minimal fatigue, arriving at the Sunset Forest in less than half a day. In comparison to the Stardo Forest, the Sunset Forest exhibited numerous distinctions beyond mere size. The Stardo Forest, situated in the heart of the continent, is the largest soul beast forest in that central region. Characterized by its tropical climate and dense vegetation predominantly composed of tropical plants. These plants evoke a sense of thickness and humidity, whereas temperate flora, though refreshing, does not possess the same density. Consequently, navigating through the Sunset Forest proved to be far easier than in the Stardo Forest. Chapter 160, Xuqing's caution. Having entered the Sunset Forest for half a day, the number of soul beasts encountered was comparable to that in the Stardo Forest, albeit of inferior quality. As before, the deans refrained from participating in the hunting of soul beasts, leaving the task to the students, unless absolutely necessary. In which case Dean Flinder would intervene. Just as the group was preparing to rest, Tang San and Tang Qingwei simultaneously directed their gazes towards a particular direction. Dai Mubai also sensed something amiss at that moment and shouted, "Something is approaching. Everyone be cautious." With that, he and Tang San instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of Tang Qingwei, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, while Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and the hefty companion stood guard nearby. In unison, everyone summoned their martial spirits at the earliest opportunity. From a distance came the rustling sounds, gradually escalating into a low, ominous growl, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent wafting through the air. The left side of the forest swayed as if stirred by a tempest. The teacher had once said, "Dragons come from clouds, tigers from the wind." It seemed likely that a tiger-type soul beast was approaching. Everyone, remain vigilant. Tang San composedly made a judgment. As soon as his words fell, a striking tiger leapt forth from the thicket. This magnificent creature was entirely shrouded in deep black, save for a singular white pattern resembling a royal character emblazoned upon its forehead. Measuring over 3 meters in length and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, its massive frame belied an astonishing agility. Before the onlookers could fully discern its form, it had already launched itself toward them in a flurry of afterimages. "Engage!" Tang San let out a powerful shout, subsequently unleashing his soul power without reservation, raising his hand to conjure a binding web. At the moment Tang San's voice resonated, a beam of light emanated from Tang Qingwei's palm, striking the ferocious tiger directly, which was none other than Tang Qingwei's fourth soul skill, weakening. Immediately following this, Tang Qingwei activated his third soul skill, instantaneous movement. 8 beams of white light swiftly shot forth, enveloping all 8 individuals, including himself. Tang San chose to engage rather than retreat because he discerned that the ghostly tiger before him possessed a level of power perfectly suited for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb. Renowned for its terrifying speed and ferocity, the ghostly tiger is one of the most formidable soul beasts, fiercely defending its territory against any intruders with lethal force. Although its speed and attack power were somewhat curtailed by Tang's subtle soul technique, this limitation did not inhibit its ability to employ soul skills. As Tang San's web was poised to envelop the ghostly tiger, its form suddenly flickered peculiarly, transforming from a single entity into 3. This was the manifestation of the ghostly tiger's innate ability, Shadow Doppelganger. Under the constraints of the web, one of the phantoms dissipated upon being ensnared, while the other 2 lunged forward with even greater urgency. Daimubai let out a low growl, his 4 soul rings flashing simultaneously. The moment the ghostly tiger appeared, his body began to swell rapidly, and as the beast charged at him, he resolutely met it head-on. With a powerful strike of his tiger paws and a burst of radiant white light from his mouth, the white tiger's radiant wave was unleashed. In the brilliance of the white light, yet another ghostly tiger vanished, undoubtedly another illusion. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu surged forward, preparing to join forces against the true form of the ghostly tiger. However, its massive body shimmered with dark light, once again splitting into 2 figures. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the group, charging directly towards Zhu Zhuqing. The leftmost figure was the original, "Be cautious, Zhuqing." In Tang San's eyes shimmered a violet light as he shouted loudly at Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 161, Rising to the Challenge. In the face of the true form of the ghost tiger, Zhu Zhuqing did not opt for a swift retreat, but chose to confront it head-on. This ghost tiger was evidently one of the soul beasts that Master had once mentioned, suitable for her to absorb. With a sudden teleportation, she arrived beside the ghost tiger. The Shrek 8 had collaborated for so long that their mutual understanding had reached a remarkable level. At the moment of her decision to engage directly, 3 surges of warmth flooded in from behind, significantly enhancing her strength, agility, and soul power, propelling her state beyond its zenith. The ghostly shadow strike was initiated, and Zhu Zhuqing's petite form collided directly with the ghost tiger, her fingertips, sharp as blades, mercilessly gliding across the creature's neck, leaving behind several deep gashes. With the assistance of Tang Lingqing and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing's strength now matched that of the ghost tiger. The advantage of the ghost tiger's speed was completely neutralized by her teleportation. Undeterred, Zhu Zhuqing pressed forward, unleashing the ghostly 100 claws towards the ghost tiger. The thunderous roar caused the earth to tremble, with the ghost tiger behaving like a small boat amid a tempest, continuously battered by the force of the attack. Yet, it displayed remarkable resilience, never once toppling in the face of such onslaught. Suddenly, the ghost tiger let out a chilling howl, its coiled body unfurled instantaneously, followed by a massive black shadow erupting from within, hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing. This shadow, in midair, coalesced into a form identical to that of the ghost tiger, nearly mirroring its size. The terrifying energy fluctuations produced a piercing shriek through the air, as if the very atmosphere were being cleaved by that black light. Although the power of this strike had been significantly diminished by Tang Lingqing's soul technique, the proximity of the attack left the Shrek members sweating nervously for Zhu Zhuqing. In her heart, she longed for Zhu Zhuqing to swiftly employ her teleportation to evade the impending danger. Alas, they had gravely underestimated both Zhu Zhuqing's strength and resolve. Confronted by the onslaught of the black shadow, she astonishingly stood her ground, refraining from retreat. The third soul ring upon her body radiated a brilliant purple light, and with lightning speed, her hands converged above her head. The claws on her 5 fingers fused together at an astounding pace, transforming into a blade approximately 1 foot in length. A similar black luminescence surged forth from within Zhu Zhuqing, as if she herself had become a weapon. And with a decisive motion, she struck downwards in response to the black light emanating from the ghostly tiger. This was the ethereal slash, a millennium soul skill acquired by Zhu Zhuqing upon reaching the 30th level. The air resonated with a piercing sound as the ethereal slash cleaved through the atmosphere, creating visible ripples akin to water, splitting the air apart. The black blade coalesced and fell heavily upon the spectral form of the ghostly tiger. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, this strike represented the pinnacle of Zhu Zhuqing's current capabilities. There was no resounding clash. Instead, a disconcerting sound of friction filled the air. In midair, the ghostly tiger's form momentarily halted before the razor-sharp ethereal slash, which swiftly penetrated the shadowy figure. Yet, despite such a formidable blow, the ghostly tiger, having resolved to fight to the death, found the force insufficient. In the next instant, its form surged forward once more. The might of the ethereal slash was ultimately mitigated by the ghostly tiger's energy, which far surpassed her own. Perhaps sensing that evasion was no longer an option, the shadow, after a brief pause, lunged towards Zhu Zhuqing with renewed speed. At this perilous juncture, Zhu Zhuqing had just unleashed her full strength, leaving her in a precarious situation. Chapter 162, An Unexpected Turn of Events. As Tang Qingwei was about to unleash her third soul skill, the instantaneous movement, to assist Zhu Zhuqing, a towering figure, swifter than her, appeared like a shield before Zhu Zhuqing, a paw adorned with white, first striking out with great force. In a thunderous clash, the imposing figure swayed yet steadfastly refused to retreat. This formidable presence was none other than Daimubai, the white tiger with evil eyes. Although Zhu Zhuqing's phantom slash failed to entirely pierce through the ghost tiger's assault, it bought precious time, prompting Daimubai to rush over at the first sign of danger. Positioning himself directly in front of Zhu Zhuqing, he utilized his overwhelming soul power to shield her from the remaining onslaught. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Daimubai displayed his domineering nature as he charged towards the oncoming ghost tiger. With his soul power coalescing, he activated the white tiger's protective barrier and collided forcefully with the advancing beast. The impact of the white tiger against the ghost tiger elicited a simultaneous grunt and a fierce roar. Daimubai staggered back from the force. Yet the ghost tiger was sent reeling from the blow. At that moment, a diminutive figure silently emerged behind the ghost tiger, hands clasped in a fist, left leg propelling her upward. In midair, Tang Qingwei brought her fists together and swung downwards, aiming directly for the head of the ghost tiger. The massive creature, measuring over 3 meters, was sent flying, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt, drenched in blood, with more gushing from its mouth. In the next instant, the ghost tiger succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhiqing, make your move. Tang San's calm voice resonated just in time, as Zhu Zhiqing was about to strike. A sudden, crisp command rang out, stop. Accompanying this command was a massive ancient tree trunk, and shortly after, two figures leaped forth from the direction of the ghost tiger. Appearing before the crowd, the two newcomers stood upon the recently hurled tree trunk, gazing down at the assembly below. One was a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, clad in a simple azure dress that did little to conceal her elegance. Her hair was elegantly tied up, and her pale face was adorned with exquisite, captivating features. Beside her stood a youth of perhaps a dozen years, though he bore deep-set eyes and prominent dark circles, casting a rather somber aura. The sudden appearance of the pair startled everyone, but the sight of the woman's 8 spirit rings filled them with even greater trepidation. Particularly the profound black 10,000-year spirit rings that starkly displayed her formidable presence. Concealed in the shadows, Flinder and the master both trembled at the sound of her voice. Zhao Wujia's initial intent to inquire how Flinder planned to proceed vanished upon witnessing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Was the woman below so formidable that even the esteemed Flinder found her daunting? What would become of the little monsters? Flinder admonished Xiao Gang. How long do you intend to evade this? Are you truly going to abandon the little monsters? The master's eyes betrayed a flicker of inner conflict. His heart gripped by anguish. After 20 years of avoidance, he was confronted once more, and under such unprepared circumstances. Zhao Wujia's previously tense demeanor evaporated as he realized the woman below was an acquaintance of the master and Flinder. Given Flinder's tone, she might even be a former romantic interest of the master. His curiosity was ignited. Who would have thought the master possessed such capabilities? Not only was his old flame strikingly beautiful, but her strength was equally formidable. Ah, let us proceed, the master sighed in resignation. If evasion was futile, then it was better to confront the situation head-on. Chapter 163. A reunion. Flinder felt a surge of joy as the golden iron triangle was reunited once more. His eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped the master's arm and promptly propelled himself forward. Haha, it's been years, ere long. And your temper remains as fiery as ever. As Flinder reached the beautiful woman, her eyes widened with recognition at the familiar voice. She lifted her gaze. And upon seeing Flinder and the master, her body stiffened, tears welling up in her eyes. In the next instant, she vanished from her spot, appearing before the master. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only Tang San and Tang Qingwei managed to catch a glimpse of her swift movement, leaving Zhao Wujia astonished in silence. Xiao Gang. Is it truly you? Am I not dreaming? The melodious voice resonated once more, yet at that moment, her enchanting tones trembled violently. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her slightly pallid visage, as she became engulfed in an overwhelming tide of emotion. Tang Qingwei gasped internally, realizing, could it be that the master's beloved is none other than Lu Erlong, the final member of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle? The master, with eyes ablaze, gazed upon the woman before him, the one he had longed for day and night yet dared not approach. His lips quivered, yet for a prolonged moment. He could not utter a single word. The two exchanged silent glances, each intently studying the other, as if wishing to engrave the image of one another deep within their hearts. They appeared to be lost in a timeless gaze, as if they could behold eternity itself. Tang Qingwei, filled with a tinge of concern, turned to gaze at the ghostly tiger she had severely injured. It was evident that the creature was now drawing in more breaths than it was exhaling. Please don't die. Zhu Qing has yet to absorb it, Tang Qingwei murmured. She then shifted her gaze back to the two individuals who continued to lock eyes with each other. Summoning her courage, despite the risk of being reprimanded, she hastily positioned herself between them. Surely this placement was conspicuous enough? Yet, it became apparent that Tang Qingwei had overestimated her own height. As the two's gazes remained effortlessly intertwined, Tang Qingwei slightly retracted her neck and closed her eyes, anticipating the wrath of Lu Erlong. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no indication of fury. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the two individuals regarded her as if she were invisible. Tang Qingwei felt a wave of frustration. Was her presence not significant enough? Why could they not perceive her? Indeed, love can cloud one's vision, leaving her feeling deliberately overlooked. This was infuriating. Yet the tasks at hand must continue, for the ghostly tiger was growing impatient. Excuse me, since we are allies. Could the soul beast allow Zhu Qing to absorb it first? Otherwise, it would be a considerable loss if it perished before then. Tang Qingwei was genuinely concerned about the ghostly tiger's soul beast. After all, her powerful strike was not to be taken lightly. If it were truly dead, it would not be so easy for Zhu Zhuqing to find another suitable soul beast for her soul ring. When did you arrive? Lu Erlong, unable to wipe away her tears, gazed in astonishment at the small figure that had appeared between them. It was only then that everyone regained their composure and noticed the petite silhouette, which made them break out in a cold sweat. They had all witnessed the formidable prowess of that woman. Despite Tang Qingwei's own strength, she was not a match for the soul Douluo of over level 80. Tang San swiftly employed the shadowy phantom technique, quickly pulling his sister away from the two. With Tang Qingwei's timely interruption, the melancholy between the master and Lu Erlong dissipated almost instantly. Is this the soul beast you sought for that child? The master inquired, softening his tone as he gazed at the young boy Lu Erlong had brought. Yes, Jingling has now reached level 30. I brought him here to hunt for his third spirit ring, and that ghost tiger we encountered was our target, Lu Erlong replied, wiping away her tears. Her voice tinged with a nasal quality. Level 30? That ghost tiger may not be suitable for him, the master remarked. The absorption limit for a third spirit ring is around 1,700 years, and this ghost tiger likely exceeds 2,000. At least over 2,000 years? Lu Erlong's anxiety grew palpable. The thought of Jingling absorbing it sent shivers down her spine. It was well known that attempting to absorb a spirit ring beyond a soul master's capacity could result in catastrophic consequences. Even Jingling, who was listening intently, broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 164. The genius among geniuses, then we shall seek another, Lu Erlong declared, casting a glance at Jingling. All right, Dean. Jingling acquiesced, relieved that, had it not been for their sudden appearance, he might have attempted to absorb the spirit ring, with unpredictable outcomes. Seeing Jingling's agreement, Lu Erlong turned to Tang Qingwei and said, let that girl, Zhu Zhuqing, come forward to absorb it. Having reached a consensus, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate. After expressing her gratitude to Tang Qingwei with a nod, she approached the now lifeless ghost tiger. Her fingers transformed into a series of afterimages. And in the fleeting moment before the tiger drew its last breath, she executed her final strike with her phantom-piercing technique, plunging her right claw deep into the tiger's brain, thus ending its life. Once she completed this series of actions, Zhu Zhuqing immediately sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the spirit ring, while Daimu Bai stood protectively by her side. Flander, observing the two reconnecting, sighed softly. Our so-called golden iron triangle has reunited at last. Erlong, it has been many years. How have you been? His heart echoed with nostalgia for in her eyes. He still saw the reflection of Xiao Gang. The beautiful woman reluctantly shifted her gaze to Flander, her eyes filled with reminiscence. Old Flander. It has indeed been a long time, yet you remain unchanged. Flander chuckled ruefully. I have aged, while you still exude the same charm. Come, allow me to introduce you. These are my students from Shrek Academy. We are here today to hunt for spirit rings and inadvertently crossed paths with your spirit beast. He then introduced the 8 students from Shrek Academy to the beautiful woman, before finally addressing the group. This is Lu Erlong. Perhaps you have heard of her. She is the last piece of the golden iron triangle that once ventured through the spirit master realm alongside the master and me. Although the name Lu Erlong may sound somewhat peculiar, the members of Shrek Academy did not dare to be negligent, approaching her with respect. Lu Erlong composed herself, wiping away her tears and graciously returning the courtesies. Xiao Gang. Is that child capable of absorbing it? How old is she? Upon observing Zhu Zhuqing's appearance, Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. If she could absorb the soul ring, it indicated that the child was at least a level 40 soul master. But she is so young. Yes, she is 12 years old, replied the master, a smile gracing his lips. Although Zhu Zhuqing was not his direct disciple, he admired her resilient spirit and diligent efforts. It could be said that every student among the Shrek 8 monsters was a prodigy in their own right. She is indeed a gifted child. Is she your disciple? Lu Erlong inquired, her interest in Zhu Zhuqing piqued with curiosity. The master shook his head with a smile. No. I only have 2 direct disciples, Xiao Wu and Tang San. At this moment, Flinder interjected, look at our academy students. They are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Any one of them could easily outperform a multitude of so-called geniuses. Lu Erlong smiled as she gazed at the Shrek 8 monsters. She had already learned from Flinder's introduction that the highest ranked among them was, in fact, the youngest child. She felt a sense of joy for Flinder. Old Flinder. It seems you have finally realized your dream. With such exceptional students, the future of Shrek Academy must be bright. Chapter 165. Are they really so wealthy? Although Flinder was pleased to hear such praises, he couldn't help but wave his hand in resignation at the thought of the academy's financial situation. What good is it? These children are the last batch of students we have. Lu Erlong was taken aback, instinctively responding, "What happened? Is someone bullying you?" The mere thought of such a possibility ignited a fierce glint in her eyes. "It's simply that the academy is too poor," Zhao Wujie remarked. Feeling comfortable enough to speak freely now that everyone was so familiar with one another, Lu Erlong was momentarily stunned, not expecting this outcome. This was a problem she could resolve. Therefore, with boldness, she declared, "I have also established an academy named Blue Tyrant Academy. Why don't you come directly to my place?" "Erlong, I appreciate your kindness, but Shrek has been my life's work for the past 20 years. I cannot," Flinders said, waving his hand in refusal. Yet Lu Erlong remained undeterred. "That's simple. I can just change the name of my school." "What do you mean?" Flinder was a bit confused, unsure if he understood her correctly. Seeing Flinder's bewildered expression, Lu Erlong continued, "Old Flinder, you are the leader of our Golden Triangle. This school was originally just a playful venture for me. Now that you can accept this, you are doing me a great favor. I will notify the entire faculty and student body when I return, and the academy's name will be changed to Shrek, allowing me to bask in the glory of your esteemed Shrek Academy. How can that be? I cannot take advantage of you." Although Flandra was aware of Lu Erlong's forthright nature, he was taken aback by her casual offer of an academy, finding it momentarily hard to accept. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and the Shrek 8 monsters were left in a state of astonishment. Is she truly that wealthy? Erlong this. While Flandra cherished wealth, he was not one to exploit the generosity of friends. Just as he was about to persuade her again, Lu Erlong, slightly irritated, interjected, "Flandra, why are you being so courteous? Consider not just yourself, but also the students of your academy. Let me propose this. Answer a few questions of mine. And if you still wish to decline afterward, I will not oppose you." Though Flandra was puzzled by Lu Erlong's intent, he nodded in agreement. "Firstly, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Secondly, are you able to offer them the opportunity to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite competition a year from now? And lastly, what was the purpose behind your establishment of Shrek Academy?" Lu Erlong's inquiries struck Flandra like daggers, and upon seeing his expression, she realized her assumptions were indeed correct. Due to financial constraints, the necessary facilities were lacking. Observing Flandra's wavering resolve, Lu Erlong pressed on. A simulated training environment would significantly enhance their soul power cultivation speed. Have you considered sending your students to participate in the elite competition a year from now? Remember, only officially registered academies can enter after the preliminary rounds. Has Shrek Academy ever been registered in a kingdom or an empire? Though phrased as a question, Lu Erlong's tone was assertive, as she, being the head of a Soul Master Academy, had never heard of Shrek Academy before. Seeing Flandra's despondent demeanor, Lu Erlong continued to speak piercingly. "You must understand the significance of the rewards from the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite competition and how crucial they are for the children. Wasn't your initial vision for establishing Shrek Academy to cultivate geniuses in the Soul Master realm, astonishing the entire community with their talents?" As Flandra grappled with his indecision, the master joined in the persuasion. "For the sake of these children, please accept." This statement resonated deeply within Flandra, who had already been swayed, and now, with the master's encouragement, his inner turmoil dissipated. Regaining his usual cheerful demeanor, he said, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Erlong. Please tell me about the Blue Tyrant Academy you founded." Seeing Flandra's acceptance, Lu Erlong's earlier irritation vanished, and she smiled at him and the Shrek group. "Let me introduce you to the new Shrek Academy. Since its establishment, the Academy has endured for a decade. Due to our exclusive acceptance of commoner soul masters, we inevitably fall short in the quality of martial souls compared to elite soul master academies. However, it is precisely because our students hail from humble origins that they exhibit a far greater diligence in their training than those from prestigious families or noble lineages. In the previous Soul Master competition, we triumphed over numerous formidable opponents, ultimately securing a place among the top 8. Our performance was only slightly inferior to that of the first team from the Tiando Royal Academy, while their second team was eliminated by us." Flanders stroked his chin in contemplation. "The Tiando Royal Academy? Is that the institution that admits only nobles? I have heard of it vaguely. Nevertheless, Erlong, rest assured, with a few of our Shrek little monsters joining, we shall undoubtedly overpower those from the Tiando Royal Academy. These little monsters are all at least level 40 now. I cannot believe the Tiando Royal Academy possesses anyone superior to them." At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing had completed her soul ring absorption and emerged, supporting Dai Mubai. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhiqing appeared even more ethereal, her aura imbued with a heightened sense of coldness, and her features bore a touch of heroism. She had also grown a few inches taller. While she may not yet match the height of Xiaowu, her outward appearance exuded the grace of a blossoming young woman. Xiaowei, Dai Mubai is injured. Please attend to his wounds. After all, he was hurt while rescuing her, and even in her cold demeanor. Zhu Zhiqing could not remain indifferent. Tang Qingwei nodded calmly, her heart already yearning to witness the unfolding drama. The current Dai Mubai was vastly different from her recollections of the flamboyant playboy from her past life. If he were to truly end up with Zhu Zhiqing, they would indeed make a fitting pair, as finding a soulmate whose martial spirit resonated with one's own was a rare gem. With a graceful motion, a beam of white light shot forth, enveloping Dai Mubai instantaneously. Before long, his injuries were swiftly mended, though the sky had begun to darken. The 5 black rings beneath Tang Qingwei's feet left Lu Erlong and Jingling in utter astonishment. Jingling's pupils constricted, his heart reeling in disbelief. This child, younger than him, had already attained the rank of Soul King? Previously, upon learning that Zhu Zhiqing had gone to absorb the ghost tiger's soul ring, he had been shocked yet managed to accept it, for this world was brimming with prodigies. However, Tang Qingwei's 5 black soul rings had far surpassed his comprehension. Was it not said that a soul master who absorbed rings beyond their limits would face fatal consequences? Why was it that Tang Qingwei not only stood as a soul king, but also possessed 5 10,000-year soul rings? Was it truly his ignorance that had left him so uninformed? Old brother Fu, is that child truly only 10 years old? Lu Erlong's voice trembled as she posed this question. While she had always known Tang Qingwei possessed the highest soul power, no one had clarified that the highest referred to having 5 10,000-year soul rings. Chapter 167. Children should not look the master, aware of Lu Erlong's doubts, made the first affectionate gesture since their reunion by placing his hand gently on her shoulder, subtly shaking his head. Despite the years apart, the unspoken understanding between them allowed Lu Erlong to grasp the meaning behind the master's action, prompting her to remain silent thereafter. Their commotion had not disturbed the small creatures nearby, who were huddled together, examining Zhu Zhiqing's 4th soul skill. Now that she has successfully absorbed it, let us hasten to find the next soul beast, Zhao Wujing urged, preparing to set off. The group nodded in agreement, and Oscar curiously inquired, Master, what type of soul beast does Rongrong intend to select for her 4th soul ring? The master pondered for a moment before responding. Rongrong's first 3 skills enhance speed, strength, and soul power. Thus, this 4th soul skill should primarily focus on defense. I came across the Linjia beast earlier, which should possess adequate defensive capabilities. Upon hearing that they were to seek a defensive-type soul beast, Lu Erlong immediately recalled the Linjia beast she had recently seen, which perfectly matched the requirements. Let us go take a look, she suggested eagerly. Principal Flander, unable to contain his impatience, remarked, soul beasts can be elusive, if we do not hurry. Who knows if it will still be around? The group voiced no objections and soon arrived at the location Lu Erlong had indicated. There it is, the Shrek members exclaimed, following Lu Erlong's gesture. Before them lay a beast resembling a crocodile. Its size was not particularly large, measuring around 5 meters in length, with 4 eyes and robust limbs akin to barrels. The most striking feature is its body, enveloped in a layer of black armor. Each piece of armor is approximately the size of a palm, appearing exceptionally resilient. Indeed, it seems to possess around 4,000 years of cultivation. Lu Erlong, you may proceed directly. The master did not instruct the Shrek group to hunt the spirit beast, but rather allowed Lu Erlong to act alone. After all, Rongrong specializes in support, making combat less significant for her. Furthermore, it was already nearing dusk, rendering the depths of the forest rather perilous. Securing the spirit ring sooner would alleviate a lingering concern. Very well. The tacit understanding between the two required no further elaboration. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong appeared beside the, swiftly extending her hands, grasping it, and finally tossing it with seamless precision. The Shrek 8 monsters felt a shiver run down their spines. They seemed to glimpse a future version of Xiaowei. In perfect harmony, they turned to observe Tang Qingwei, who had clenched her small fists, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her teacher Lu Erlong. Tang San's face darkened instantly. Has she become infatuated? He reached out to shield her eyes. At the moment when Tang Qingwei was fully engrossed, a pair of hands flitted before her eyes, ultimately daring to cover them. This was exceedingly infuriating. and without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully swatted them away. The crisp sound reverberated, jolting Tang Qingwei back to reality. And an alarm suddenly rang in her mind. Whose hand had she just struck? A wave of apprehension washed over her as she hesitated to look, for aside from her brother, who else would dare to obscure her vision? Despite her desire to feign ignorance, Tang San had no intention of letting her off the hook. His obsidian gaze fixated intently upon her. Tang Qingwei's little mind was in a frenzy, and finally, a brilliant idea sparked within her. Brother, children should not be exposed to such gruesome scenes. How could you neglect to protect me? She exclaimed. Her indignation palpable as she tugged at the hand that she had struck, now slightly reddened, and covered her eyes with a huff. The fluidity of her movements and her unapologetic demeanor left the onlookers in awe. They had never witnessed such audacious shamelessness. Tang San was both amused and exasperated by his sister Tang Qingwei, ultimately resigning himself to her feigned ignorance. What could one do about a sister? Chapter 168. The pinnacle of power. With a resounding crash, the attention of the crowd was instantly drawn back, and as they beheld the scene, their eyelids involuntarily twitched. The formidable Linjia beast, known for its extraordinary defensive capabilities, was completely driven into the earth by the overwhelming force of Lu Erlong. With only a portion of its tail remaining in Lu Erlong's grasp, Lu Erlong had no intention of granting it any time to struggle. A radiant crimson glow emanated from her being as she smiled at the onlookers, saying, I shall take this little creature aside for some playtime. You all may continue with your activities. Ning Rongrong, cover your eyes and come with your teacher. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Lu Erlong, her feet rooted to the spot, her face betraying a look of terror. Lu Erlong's expression hardened. What? Do you not believe in your teacher's ability to subdue this Linjia beast? Very well. You need not cover your eyes. I can teach you a lesson face to face. As Ning Rongrong struggled in a panic, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. A strip of cloth was placed over her eyes from behind, and just as her fear intensified, Oscar's mellifluous voice reached her ears. Rongrong, do not fear. Teacher Erlong means well. I will accompany you. With me here, nothing will go awry. Teacher Erlong, may I accompany her? Oscar inquired. Lu Erlong glanced at him, nodded, and replied, Then come along. But as a man, you need not cover your eyes. It is good to witness more. As she spoke, she swung the now revived Linjia beast once more, rendering it dazed. Oscar took Ning Rongrong's hand and followed suit, with Ning Rongrong clutching Oscar's hand like a lifeline. Flanders shook his head in resignation, bemused by Oscar's unexpected courage, while Lu Erlong's long-standing habits seemed to have intensified over the years. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the master, his eyes filled with reproach. Though Tang Qingwei was blindfolded and unable to see, her heart was stirred by the tremendous commotion. This was the epitome of power, truly exhilarating. She pondered whether, when her cultivation reached its pinnacle, she too would experience such a sensation. The thought sent a thrill through her. No, I am a support-type soul master, not an offensive one. Yet, the allure of strength was undeniable, surely. Possessing a bit of power is not a detriment. After all, one must safeguard oneself to aid others effectively. Resolute in her decision, she vowed to refrain from shopping for a while and devote herself to her cultivation. With her bones already forged, the next step was to refine her meridians. After a night of diligent effort, by the dawn of the following day, all including Jingling had fully absorbed their suitable soul rings. Despite the group having nearly gone the entire night without rest, Tang Qingwei's healing arts rendered them free of fatigue. Of course, this did not extend to Oscar. Not due to any preferential treatment from Tang Qingwei, but rather because his psychological trauma lay beyond her healing capabilities. Observing Oscar's pallid complexion, Tang Qingwei felt a pang of sympathy and bestowed upon him an additional layer of mental healing. However, the haunting memories would not dissipate so easily, and he would need to navigate this challenge on his own. Ning Rongrong's countenance, in contrast, was not as ashen as Oscar's. During the fierce battle against the Linjia beast, Oscar had remained by her side, shielding her eyes and offering constant comfort, only to retreat to the side and be overwhelmed once she began absorbing her soul ring. After his bout of sickness, he had to tidy up the gruesome remnants left by the battle. As a result, Ning Rongrong absorbed her soul ring without witnessing any distressing scenes, placing her in a far better state than Oscar. Chapter 169, a 2-month respite ere long. Let us first escort these children back to Shrek, gather our belongings, and then we shall return with the entire faculty and students to find you, Flanders proposed. This expedition to hunt soul beasts not only yielded suitable soul rings but also reunited them with the long-lost Erlong. causing Flanders' smile to deepen with every wrinkle on his face. "I shall accompany you," Erlong replied, turning to the master and Xiao Gang. "This time, I will not allow you to escape my grasp." The master attempted to interject, but the two did not grant him a moment to speak. Flander jovially declared, "Very well. Let us all go together." Once the arrangements were made, they lingered no longer, departing as swiftly as they had arrived. Upon their return, they relied on Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, along with the gentle assistance of Ning Rongrong and Tang San, to reach Shrek Academy in the shortest possible time. Arriving back in the familiar little village, the warmth of home enveloped them. For the Shrek 8, Shrek Academy had long since become a second home. Along the journey, aside from the master, Lu Erlong engaged in lively conversation with everyone, gleaning insights into the master's circumstances over the years through their words. To her astonishment, he had taken refuge as a teacher in such a remote town. Had it not been for Tang San's arrival, would he have chosen to exile himself in such seclusion, living out his days in solitude? While Lu Erlong felt a deep sorrow in her heart, she also experienced a profound sense of gratitude, and her gaze towards Tang San and Xiao Wu softened considerably. As soon as Oscar returned to the dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, exclaiming, "Ah, it feels so comfortable to be back. Xiao San, don't wake me up. I intend to sleep deeply until I naturally awaken." Tang San gazed at Oscar, who lay sprawled in a starfish position on the bed, shaking his head in amusement. This time, the ordeal was indeed taxing, not physically, but mentally. To his surprise, he found himself quite invested in Ning Rongrong's well-being. Despite being terrified, she had managed to suppress her nausea and fear to tidy up the scene. The consensus reached by Dean Flender and teacher Lu Erlong was that the Shrek Academy would relocate to a new site in 2 months. Having spent a considerable amount of time at Shrek Academy, there remained numerous subsequent matters that required attention and resolution. Master was not in haste to commence the lessons. The task he assigned to the Shrek 8 was rather straightforward. Over the next 2 months, they were to thoroughly digest and assimilate the practical combat experience acquired in the preceding month at the Soul Arena. Simultaneously, this period would serve as a training phase for soul power. The master insisted that, aside from essential matters, everyone must focus their energies on cultivating their soul power. Oscar soon drifted into a deep slumber, while Tang San pondered his own affairs. With only 2 months remaining, he needed to address several pressing issues. In particular, he must fulfill the promise made to Ning Rongrong and commence the crafting of hidden weapons. Now that time was on his side. It was the perfect opportunity to set these plans into motion. Eventually, he would call upon Xiao Wei to join him. It had been far too long since she practiced with her Haotian Hammer. This respite would be an excellent chance for her to hone her skills and assist him in creating components for his concealed weapons. Tang Qingwei was unaware that the 2-month duration had already been meticulously arranged by Tang San. However, even if she were to know, it would be of no consequence. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive, and the demand to practice the hammer technique was one she could hardly refuse. With her mind made up, Tang San rose from the dormitory and headed towards the quarters of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Knock, knock, knock. The two girls were engaged in playful banter when suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. Ning Rongrong called out loudly, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tang San." "Oh, it's my brother San who has come," Ning Rongrong exclaimed in a flurry as she hurriedly donned her outerwear. Xiao Wu, equally startled, did not have the opportunity to correct Ning Rongrong's jest. She hastily grabbed a jacket, but her movements were not as swift as Ning Rongrong's. By the time Ning Rongrong approached to open the door, Xiao Wu had only just managed to slip into her attire. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Tang San felt a twinge of awkwardness and inwardly regretted not postponing his visit until the next day. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he steeled himself and said, "Rongrong, could you step out for a moment?" "Me?" Ning Rongrong replied in astonishment, pointing to herself. Xiao Wu's previously bashful expression, born from playful teasing, turned pale as she gazed up at Tang San in shock. Under the anxious scrutiny of the two girls, Tang San nervously scratched his cheek and suggested, "How about you accompany me to Xiao Wei's place?" After careful consideration, Tang San made this suggestion. After all, with his sister present, it could hardly be deemed inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Indeed, the mention of Xiao Wei by Tang San proved to be quite effective. As the expressions of both girls softened considerably, Xiao Wu bit her lip, eager to inquire about the matter at hand, yet she hesitated to voice her curiosity. Ning Rongrong, however, had fewer reservations and directly asked, "Third brother, is it not permissible to discuss it here?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiao Wu. asking if his presence here would disturb her rest. Not at all, she replied, feeling no disturbance whatsoever. In truth, if they were to step outside to converse, even if nothing significant transpired between the two, she would still feel somewhat uneasy. With no reservations, Tang San candidly stated the purpose of his visit. In 2 months, we will be heading to Heaven-Do City. I had previously promised Rong to assist her family in providing mechanical traps, and I wish to confirm this matter with her while I still have the time. Upon realizing that Tang San sought her out for this reason, Ning Rong stepped forward with a smile and said, "Brother San, this matter can only be decided by my father. How about this? There is still ample time. So I will ask Dean Flinder for a leave of absence to return home. I believe my father will agree." After Tang San and Ning Rong reached an agreement, they did not linger, for the night had grown late, and it was unwise to remain there. The following morning, as Tang Qingwei savored a large steamed bun, Tang San casually remarked from the side, "Once you finish your breakfast, accompany me for a while." Tang Qingwei nodded obediently, swiftly finishing the bun in her hand in just a few bites, and was about to rise. Tang San could no longer bear to watch and took out a handkerchief, offering it to him. "Quickly wipe your mouth. You must finish your breakfast. I haven't rushed you. Take your time. What if you choke? Have a sip of water." He heard that familiar maternal concern, a tone he had not encountered in a long while due to his intense training. It was a nostalgic sentiment he found himself missing. Tang lightly accepted the handkerchief handed to him by Tang San, casually wiped it, and then tossed it back. Tang San shook his head in resignation, carefully folding the handkerchief and placing it back into the soul guide device. This girl lived in such a rough manner, lacking any semblance of the delicacy typical of a young lady. Sigh, he truly worried for her future. Well, let it be. He decided not to dwell on it any longer. As long as his sister was happy, that was all that mattered. The rest could be addressed in due course. Even if his sister never married, could he not support her as her brother? After leaving the dining hall, Tang San finally reiterated his plans to Tang Qingwei. Tang Qingsu slightly pouted, questioning whether the creation of concealed weapon accessories was truly a mere side task. Did it not seem to him that practicing the hammer technique was the actual side endeavor? Chapter 171. Return to the Sacred Soul Village. Having had his thoughts unveiled, Tang San cleared his throat discreetly to shift the conversation. "I have already spoken with the teacher. Now, let us return home for a while." "Oh, then let us be off." As Tang Qingwei observed that everything had been meticulously arranged by Tang San, he refrained from further inquiries. Upon summoning the Nimbus cloud, the two returned to the quaint little village where they had resided for 6 years. They made their way directly to the blacksmith shop without disturbing any of the villagers. The door remained ajar, just as it had been when they left, a habit ingrained in Tang Hao, as there was little of value to steal from the blacksmith's establishment. However, upon their return, they were met not with the expected sight of dust-covered furniture, but rather a scene of disarray. They exchanged glances, both taken aback by the chaos before them. Signs of a struggle were evident, although the intruders had not lingered long. The damage on the floor and the scattered furniture spoke volumes. "We must hurry and check on your mother." At this moment, Tang Qingwei's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts. The only possibility that came to her was that the spirit hall had discovered this place. A sense of unease enveloped her. Although her recollection of the original narrative had grown hazy, she was acutely aware that the spirit hall had not located Tang Hao, who had instead chosen to reveal himself. Now, confronted with the scene before her, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty, and her first instinct was to think of Ain, who was planted nearby. At this moment, Tang San's expression turned pale as a chilling thought crossed his mind. If his mother were truly affected by the battle, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. "Let us go." As Tang San's words emerged from his parched throat, both individuals were taken aback. Tang Qingwei said no more and summoned the swiftest mode of transport, the Nimbus cloud. In an instant, they arrived at the location where Ain was cultivating. This place had now transformed into a battleground, as far as the eye could see. Apart from a Yin's established position, everything else lay in desolation. In the sky, 2 figures were locked in combat, and it was evident that Tang Hao had fallen into a disadvantageous position. This was not due to the overwhelming strength of his opponent, but rather because, in contrast to the latter's reckless abandon, Tang Hao felt somewhat constrained. Although darkness had descended, Tang Qingwei's vision remained unimpeded, as it always had been. In the shadows, Tang Hao was engaged in battle with someone familiar to Tang Qingwei, Lu Yu, an 8-ring soul daw from the spirit hall. A cold indifference adorned his face, while a hint of mockery gleamed in his eyes. "Tang Hao, surrender at once. If you persist in your stubborn resistance, Do not blame me for being ruthless towards the blue-silver emperor behind you. The protective intent of Tang Hao was unmistakable. With a mere glance, he discerned that it was the blue-silver emperor, whom they had previously believed to be sacrificed and deceased. This matter must be reported to the Elder Hall upon his return. Suddenly, as if stepping into an abyss, Liu vanished from his original position, reappearing before Tang Hao in an instant. Tang Hao appeared unfazed, having anticipated the encounter. In the next moment, instead of retreating, he advanced. His left foot found no purchase, and with a sudden burst of strength in his calf, his body pivoted. He unleashed the first strike of the chaotic wind hammer technique, infused with all his internal power. The Haotian Hammer, radiating a crimson glow, though seemingly cumbersome, was wielded with remarkable swiftness, slicing through the air as it aimed directly at his opponent's midsection. Bang! The hammer did not connect. Instead, Liu Yu twisted his body into an extraordinary posture, evading the blow. The Haotian Hammer swung through empty space, and the ground beneath Liu Yu's previous position instantly caved in, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Tang Qingwei discerned Tang Hao's concerns and softly remarked, "In a moment, I shall teleport you over. Once you have placed Ain into the Rui treasure pouch, you must return immediately." Tang San nodded. Amidst the fierce skirmishes of Douluo, they were unable to intervene. Their sole focus now was to rescue his mother, thereby alleviating his father's concerns. Chapter 172, The Marks of Battle. Fortunately, the conflict raged on with fervor, and at that moment, no one noticed the subtle movements of Tang Qingwei. In an instant, Tang San appeared beside the blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao had been fixated on Ain, and upon sensing an approaching figure, his heart raced with alarm. However, upon recognizing it was his own son, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Ain was unharmed. Now, he was determined to deal with the adversary before him, Tang Qingwei. Upon bestowing the instantaneous teleportation upon Tang San, simultaneously granted herself the same boon. Although she remained uncertain whether her physical fortitude could withstand a blow from a Douluo, she believed it unlikely that a single strike would prove fatal. As long as she drew breath, survival was assured. Despite her understanding of this truth, the prospect of pain still unnerved her. Taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve, she prepared herself mentally. In the next moment, she found herself by Liu Yu's side. Her second soul skill, stun, already primed in her hand. With intent, she hurled it in Liu Yu's direction. However, the disparity between imagination and reality became stark. She had underestimated the might of a Douluo. The instant her soul skill was unleashed, countless invisible blades materialized before Liu Yu, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. Tang Hao immediately positioned himself to shield Tang Qingwei from this move. Tang Qingwei exclaimed loudly, "I am fine. Quickly, eliminate him. The immobilization period is limited." A flicker of hesitation passed through Tang Hao's eyes, but he ultimately chose to place his trust in Tang Qingwei. The individual from the spirit hall before him could not be allowed to remain. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent erupted, and the blood-red Haotian Hammer, under the influence of the god of Death's domain, complemented its power perfectly. With a full-force strike, he swung the hammer, instantly obliterating the immobilized Liu Yu. Moments later, the spot where Liu Yu had stood erupted with countless jets of blood. What had once been an intact head was now reduced to a puddle of flesh, violently propelled by the force of the blood geysers, scattering across the ground. Under the invisible blade, Tang Qingwei found herself unable to utilize even her teleportation abilities. As if she were ensnared, left with no choice but to withstand the impending blow. She could only hope that her physical resilience would not betray her. Bang! Tang Qingwei was violently propelled backward, his right fist, which was meant for defense, instantly rupturing at the surface, blood splattering everywhere. The rupture of his skin continued to spread, relentlessly exploding until it reached the upper part of his right arm, at which point the force finally dissipated. This peculiar force was such that had it struck his chest, it would likely have continued to propagate inwardly. However, Tang Qingwei possessed formidable healing abilities, allowing him to recover continually. The opponent's force was only sufficient to rupture his right arm, lacking the strength to proceed further, and was ultimately dispelled by his ever-renewing healing power. Just as Tang Qingwei had not yet landed from his flight, Tang San had already teleported over, catching the falling Tang Qingwei. Tang San gazed at Tang Qingwei's mangled right arm, unable to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He yearned to reach out, yet hesitated, fearing to make contact. "It's all right, brother. Have you forgotten that I possess healing abilities?" Tang Qingwei gently rested her hand on her arm, attempting to smile, only to wince at the pain of her wound. After speaking, she received no response. Just as Tang Qingwei thought she would not receive an answer, Tang San seemed to murmur, but it will hurt you. His words were spoken so softly, yet Tang still managed to hear them. Tang San merely supported her intact left hand, her head bowed. A single searing droplet of water fell upon the delicate back of Tang Qing's left hand. Tang Qingwei felt an urge to scratch her head, yet she found herself bereft of hands to do so. Witnessing her brother in tears left her somewhat at a loss. She had never before seen him cry. With a genuine desire to offer comfort, she struggled to find the right words. The truth was, her right arm was indeed unharmed. Such a terrifying wound was merely temporary and would heal by the morrow. At this moment, Tang Hao had also arrived. Upon witnessing Tang Qing's minor injuries, his pupils contracted. "Girl," he exclaimed. Chapter 173. The People from the Wuhuan Palace. Tang raised her head slightly and met Tang Hao's gaze, which was filled with guilt, causing her considerable discomfort. She explained once more that her hand would be better by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao appeared much more at ease. Yet the expression of guilt in his eyes remained evident. "Here, this is for you," he said. Tang Hao held a miniature version of a right leg bone, entirely cloaked in a deep, obsidian hue. The subdued luster emanating from it was profound. Yet the fierce and tempestuous energy fluctuations it radiated were sufficient to instill a sense of dread in anyone who beheld it. Could this be a soul bone? This is the first time Tang Qingwei has encountered a soul bone, aside from the external soul bone belonging to Tang San. Indeed, this particular soul bone seems to possess the abilities of camouflage and concealment, which are precisely what you require at this moment. Tang Hao's words were laden with implication, clearly indicating his awareness of her soul ring. Originally, Tang Qingwei had already practiced the refining technique and held little regard for such external factors. After all, these abilities could easily be seized by others, whereas one's own strength was far superior. However, the situation had shifted. If this soul bone possessed the ability to disguise and conceal, it could indeed spare her a considerable amount of trouble. With this thought, she dispensed with pleasantries and directly accepted the soul bone from Tang Hao's hand. Taking a deep breath, Tang Qingwei pressed it against her right leg. A faint humming sound resonated, and she felt a slight tremor in her right leg. Soon after, a fierce aura stealthily infiltrated her limb from all directions. In her mental realm, a colossal mutated lizard appeared, poised to pounce upon Tang Qingwei. Suddenly, a small hammer manifested out of thin air, descending rapidly with a thunderous crash, shattering the creature without hesitation. With a resounding bang, the mutated lizard's head exploded, and the mental apparition vanished without a trace. The absorption process unfolded with astonishing ease. Apart from a moment of furrowing her brow at the onset, when a powerful mental wave surged forth, there was thereafter a profound stillness. Tang Hao stood anxiously at the side, watching as the young girl successfully absorbed the energy, and his taut nerves finally began to relax. To his surprise, there was no need for his intervention. The young girl resolved the situation on her own. Tang San, with a sullen expression, inquired about the whereabouts of the body of the individual from the Wuhuan Hall, and thereafter did not return. Perhaps it is for the best. Allowing him to vent his frustrations may serve him well. It is crucial for him to recognize his own weaknesses at this juncture, so that he may steadfastly pursue his goals in the future, remaining neither arrogant nor impetuous. Little Wei, whom I have not seen in years, has indeed grown considerably stronger. The once timid and lazy girl, who feared pain, has transformed into a person of remarkable resilience. One can only wonder what experiences have shaped her into this version of herself. In Tang Hao's heart, guilt intensified. He felt utterly inadequate as a father, failing both his clan and his kin. 3 days later, Tang Qingwei gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to behold 2 pairs of anxious gazes. "Xiao Wei, how are you feeling?" Although Tang Qingwei's right hand had fully healed, Tang San hesitated to touch it, pacing nervously nearby. "I feel much better," she replied. After absorbing the soul bone, it seemed her soul power had indeed been elevated. Moreover, she sensed an ability to manipulate the external manifestations of her soul rings at will. Lost in thought, Tang Qingwei summoned her soul power, and 3 rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, rose simultaneously from her feet, swirling around her form. "Is this the skill granted to you by the right leg bone you just absorbed?" Tang San was not surprised. Long before Tang Qingwei began absorbing the soul bone, Tang Hao had already informed him of this matter. The emergence of this soul bone was remarkably timely, as the Soul Master competition was fast approaching. Qingwei's 5 10,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly draw attention, especially with the presence of the Spirit Hall. Given their aggressive methods, they would certainly resort to drastic measures if they failed to recruit her. Now that Qingwei possessed this disguise ability, Tang San felt considerably more at ease regarding the upcoming competition. Chapter 174. Unable to ride the cloud well, since you have absorbed it, let us depart. Tang Hao, who had remained silent until now, felt a weight lift from his heart upon ensuring the safety of the two. He resumed his usual aloof demeanor. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. Several of the longest leaves of the blue-silver grass began to move slowly, one wrapping around Tang Hao's hand, while another entwined itself around the fingers of Tang San and Tang Qingwei. A gentle wave of spiritual energy quietly emerged, far more intense than that of ordinary blue-silver grass, seemingly conveying the most affectionate of sentiments. Feeling the sudden influx of tender spiritual energy, Tang Qingwei found herself somewhat unaccustomed. The spiritual fluctuations she had encountered since her arrival had rarely been so benevolent. Gazing at the graceful sway of the blue-silver emperor, she suddenly recalled the ice and fire two-element eye, the very place where the blue-silver emperor rapidly thrived in the original tale. Brother, Mother has lost her 100,000-year cultivation and needs to regenerate. Wouldn't the ice and fire two-element eye be more suitable for her accelerated growth, given Tang Qingwei's current abilities? Reviving Ain was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the ice and fire two-element eye was undoubtedly the most appropriate place for her at present. Ice and fire two-element eye? Tang Hao had always been particularly attentive to matters concerning Ain. Yet, after a moment of astonishment, he sighed. It takes 10,000 years of cultivation to attain true wisdom, and 100,000 years to transform once more. I shall never have the chance to witness that in my lifetime. At his sister's reminder, Tang San's expression suddenly ignited with fervor. No, father, listen to me. The place Qingwei mentioned can accelerate plant growth exponentially. Perhaps there is a chance for Mother to recover. After all, she once cultivated to the 100,000-year level. Even if she must cultivate anew, she should not be like ordinary plants. Exponentially? Tang Hao grasped Tang San's shoulders with fervor. Are you speaking the truth? Initially, all his hopes had rested on Tang Qingwei, and upon first seeing her 5 10,000-year soul rings, he had felt a surge of joy. With her talent, he believed that in a few years, she might well possess a 100,000-year soul ring, at which point Ain could be healed. Yet, whether this hope could truly come to fruition remained uncertain in Tang Hao's heart. So hearing such favorable news regarding Ain ignited a profound excitement within him. Tang San felt a sharp pain in his shoulder but remained silent, nodding enthusiastically in affirmation. It is true, Xiao Wei has also been there. Tang Hao's previously serene eyes began to shimmer with fervent emotion. The death of his wife was the most profound blow he had ever endured. If only she could be resurrected, even if it meant merely glimpsing her once more before his own demise, he would ask for nothing more. Tang Hao's eyes instantly glistened with moisture as he gazed upon the flourishing blue-silver grass. Ain, did you hear that? Our son has suggested that there may be a way to restore you. Do you have any idea how much I long to hear your voice once more? Tang San, filled with excitement, grasped his father's hand and exclaimed, Father, what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. He then urged Xiao Wei, quickly, summon the Jinduyan. At that moment, Tang San's heart resembled that of a child eagerly embarking on a family trip, his face adorned with a broad, joyous smile. Tang slightly shook his head. How could that be? Just moments ago, we were engaged in conversation when Tang San suddenly recalled and awkwardly fell silent. How could he have forgotten? His father couldn't possibly ride the Nimbus cloud, and he had sulked over that matter in the past. Chapter 175. You are also my kin. Haha. Shall we then take a car directly there? Tang San chuckled, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier moment of unrestrained pride. Tang Hao wore a grim expression, unwilling to further engage with the two younger individuals. He believed that the girl's Nimbus cloud was conspiring against him. After all, he was quite innocent. Devoted solely to Ain. By the way, your mother left you something. Since you have decided to depart, it would be best to gather your belongings. Despite feeling somewhat displeased at being misunderstood, he did not neglect his responsibilities. Ain seemed to perceive their conversation, as she used vines to bring forth a dark object, placing it into Tang San's hands. Take a look inside. Tang San nodded, meticulously examining the black box in his hand, which felt remarkably heavy. A gentle tap with his finger produced a dull thud. As a craftsman of concealed weapons, he possessed a certain expertise regarding metals, and to his astonishment, he discovered that this elongated black box was fashioned from lead. The box bore no lock, and Tang San placed it on his lap, slowly prying it open. However, as soon as he managed to create a narrow gap, his movements abruptly froze. From that slight opening, an unparalleled surge of energy erupted forth. Inside lay a soul bone for the right leg, which, while ranked lower among the 6 great soul bones, appeared astonishingly unique. It radiated a translucent blue-golden hue, with what seemed like specks of starlight shimmering within. Most remarkably, it imparted to Tang San an intense sensation of life, as though this right leg bone possessed a vitality of its own. Tang Qingwei was also taken aback, in comparison to the right leg bone he had previously absorbed. The aura emanating from Tang San was incomparably gentler. Could this be the soul bone dropped by the blue-silver emperor? Just as Tang Qingwei was lost in thought, Tang San, urged by Tang Hao, began the process of absorption. Can you heal my injuries, little girl? Tang Hao appeared to have made a resolute decision. His eyes filled entirely with an unwavering determination. Tang Qingwei felt a sudden jolt in her heart as she realized that Tang Hao seemed to be intent on doing something. Although it may not be possible now, it does not imply that it will always remain so. You must not exacerbate your injuries. Is it truly impossible? Is it because I possess the 100,000-year spirit ring bestowed upon me by Ayin? Upon hearing Tang Qingwei's words, Tang Hao felt no dismay. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him. Did this not indirectly affirm that his conjecture was indeed correct? Yes, without a doubt, although I am unaware of your intentions. Your son is not yet formidable, and your wife still requires protection. It is imperative that you refrain from taking any self-destructive actions at this juncture. While articulating these sentiments, Tang Qingwei had already surmised in her heart that Tang Hao intended to repay the debts owed to the sect. Ah, you little girl, did you not previously call me father? Why do you now deny it? A fleeting smile unexpectedly graced the perpetually stern visage of Tang Hao, momentarily rendering Tang Qingwei somewhat dazed. As she stood there in a state of bewilderment, a warm yet calloused hand gently rested atop her head. Child, he said, you are mistaken. Aside from Ayin and Xiao San, you two are my kin, my daughter, and a cherished being whom I vow to protect. Though spoken softly, his words bore the weight of an invisible force, shattering the defenses Tang Qingwei had meticulously erected around her heart. Tang Qingwei suddenly felt a slight ache in her eyes. Over the years, she had lived with clarity, yet also in a state of confusion. On one hand, she consistently distanced herself from the world, while on the other, she found herself compelled to resist and struggle. Despite the companionship of friends, the solitude of the deep night still enveloped her in loneliness. Chapter 176. Isn't this too kitsch? Tang Hao, undeterred by Tang Qingwei's lack of response, sat cross-legged beside her and remarked, My dear, you might have already surmised the nature of the soul bones on my hands and legs, although I am uncertain how you came to this knowledge. I do not wish to pry further. However, are you aware of the origins of these 2 soul bones? They both hail from the Haotian sect, of which I am indeed a transgressor. Initially, I intended to return these soul bones, yet it appears that your concerns are not unfounded. At least until you possess the ability to protect yourselves, I shall hold on to them a while longer. Tang Qingwei's words evidently had a profound impact, dissuading Tang Hao from resorting to self-harm. Tang Hao took a deep breath, stood up, and pointed with his index finger at a distance. Child, do you see the waterfall ahead? What is it? Tang Qingwei felt a sense of bewilderment. What was the waterfall trying to convey? Was it about to impart some profound wisdom? This would be her training ground for the time to come. Upon hearing such words, a myriad of images flooded her mind. Yet they all culminated in the same outcome. She was overwhelmed by the waterfall's pressure, stunting her growth. Could this training possibly be postponed for a while? Oh, is the little girl feeling apprehensive? It is only natural, considering she is merely in her early teens. Fear in the face of such a torrential cascade is instinctive. Just as Tang Hao prepared to reach out and offer reassurance, Tang Qingwei, with a look of disdain, spoke up. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but training beneath the waterfall is rather kitschy. Can't we employ a different approach? What if I don't grow taller? Tang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He ceased further discourse and, after delivering a series of strikes upon Tang Qingwei, unceremoniously cast both the individual and the iron hammer into the pond. Beneath the waterfall, there lay a prominent round stone. Stand upon it and practice the hammer techniques I have imparted to you. Only when you can flawlessly execute the 81 strikes, without faltering, may your training conclude. To dismiss the training methods of the Haotian sect, which have been preserved for countless years, as mundane. In merely 2 months, can I not stifle your growth? Tang Qingwei, having fallen into the water, remained unperturbed. Resignedly, he grasped the iron hammer and, much to Tang Hao's astonishment, ascended to the designated position as if traversing a smooth path, unimpeded by any resistance. He then unleashed the 81 strikes, each movement flowing seamlessly like water, devoid of any hesitation. How is this possible? I have sealed your soul energy. How did you accomplish this? Tang Hao abruptly pulled Tang Qingwei back, his eyes filled with disbelief. He struck her once more, this time infusing his soul power into the blow. How can your physical strength be so formidable? He had suspected as much when the girl dared to confront a soul Douluo. Her physical prowess must have been commendable, which is why he had not bothered to assess her physical condition before directly sealing her soul power and casting it into the pond. However, the sheer magnitude of her strength exceeded his expectations. Even a soul emperor, who focused solely on physical training, would likely fall short of her remarkable resilience. Despite appearing as soft and delicate as in her childhood, how could her body possess such extraordinary strength? At that moment, Tang Hao no longer underestimated Tang Qingwei. He tossed her a small wooden hammer, instructing her to practice the chaotic cloak hammer technique with it. Although Tang Qingwei arrived at the designated spot with the same lightness of foot as before, just as she was about to swing her hammer, she mismanaged her strength, and the wooden hammer shattered under the combined force of Tang Qingwei and the waterfall. Tang Hao felt a sense of equilibrium in his heart upon witnessing this scene. It appeared that he still needed to practice diligently for a while longer. How about that? Perhaps now he would no longer underestimate the training methods bequeathed by his ancestors. Chapter 177, Why It Is Different. Tang San's absorption of the soul bone was remarkably smooth this time. 3 days later, amidst the refreshing sensation in his right leg, Tang San gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was his father, gently caressing the blue-silver emperor. You are awake? Tang Hao smiled at his son. The events concerning Ain had illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. And at this moment, there was no longer a need to maintain his former stern demeanor. Father, where is Xiaowei? As Tang San uttered these words, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Looking down, he discovered a thin layer of viscous substance adorning his skin, exhibiting a faint gray hue. Let us proceed. Indeed, your soiled form requires cleansing, and Xiaowei has already begun her practice.